Chapter 3468. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses comes to an end. It's half and half, Duan Ling Tian replied to Ling Zhuyun. Ling Zhuyun was bewildered by Duan Ling Tian's reply. Half and half. I only learned to create my own space sword Dao by studying the basics of my master's destructive sword Dao. It'd be impossible for me to create my own sword Dao if my master didn't teach me his destructive sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. Your master is quite amazing, a person who's able to create his own Dao in the Devata realms, and even in the realms of gods, is as rare as a phoenix's feather. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he's definitely become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, only half of the supreme powerhouses are like your master, Ling Zhuyun said as he turned to look at Feng Qingyang, who was seated next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, with a hint of admiration. At the same, a hint of relief could be seen in his eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian did not learn to create his own Dao without any help. In the Devata realms, perhaps, no one knew the gods and supreme powerhouses more than Ling Zhuyun did. After all, he was born and raised in the divine offering land, a realm of gods. He only came to the Devata realms to seek refuge. Ling Zhuyun continued to say, if your master manages to persevere to the end, his future will be incomparably bright. I think so too. Upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang. When Duan Ling Tian first ran into Feng Qingyang's legacy, the sovereign heart sword, in the mundane realm, he had been thoroughly shocked by its superiority in comparison to other techniques in the mundane realm. It was comparable to celestial methods in the Devata realms. His journey in the mundane realm had been rather smooth thanks to the sovereign heart sword. He could defeat most of his opponents easily except for those with a significantly higher cultivation than his. He was undoubtedly unrivaled among his peers and even those whose cultivation bases were a few levels higher than his. All this was thanks to the sovereign heart sword. Although cultivating in the heavenly palace of the solitary destruction sword-marked canyon for 100 years helped, it was mostly thanks to the foundation he built with the sovereign heart sword that he was able to create the space sword Dao. The sovereign heart sword was invented by Feng Qingyang. Hence, even the destructive sword Dao was created using the fundamentals of the sovereign heart sword. For this reason, after Duan Ling Tian familiarized himself with the sovereign heart sword again, his progress of comprehending the destructive sword Dao was swift. With the supreme powerhouse divinity that a supreme powerhouse left behind, Duan Ling Tian was also able to comprehend the law of space smoothly. Combined with the destructive sword Dao, he was able to create the space sword Dao. That was why he was now able to incorporate many profundities from the law of space into his sword technique, significantly improving the force of his attacks. I thought you'd be slightly weaker than me. After watching your performance, I'm even more motivated now, Ling Zhuyun said. His fighting spirit soared as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was not jealous of Duan Ling Tian's creation of the space sword Dao. He only grew more motivated and determined to improve himself as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as well when he sensed Ling Zhuyun's confidence and determination. Your strength has improved greatly over the years as well. We should have a sparring session soon. All right, Ling Zhuyun said as a rare smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Tang Sanpao, who was usually a chatterbox, remained strangely silent as he stared at Duan Ling Tian's back. His fighting spirit burned in his eyes after he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's performance. At this time, the voice of Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple who was also in charge of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses this time around, suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to share Feng Qingyang's destructive sword Dao with the title temple will spare no efforts in giving you the best resources to cultivate. With that, your future is guaranteed to be incomparably bright. Shu Konghai continued to say through voice transmission. Apart from that, I can also guarantee that you'll be given access to the title temple's secret room where only vice temple masters or those with similar or higher positions are able to access. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Shu Konghai's sudden proposal, but he was not tempted by it. His expression darkened slightly as he replied through voice transmission, Vice Temple Master Shu, I hope you won't bring this matter up again after this. I, Duan Ling Tian, will never reveal the destructive sword Dao my master taught me even if it means losing my life. The destructive sword Dao was Feng Qingyang's precious fruit of labor after many trials and errors. It was created with much difficulty and contained his master's blood, sweat, and tears. Although it was likely that most people would not be able to comprehend the destructive sword Dao even if Duan Ling Tian were to reveal it, Duan Ling Tian still had no intention of revealing it to outsiders. Feng Qingyang truly found himself a good disciple, Shu Konghai said with a sigh through voice transmission. The title temple naturally won't force you if you're unwilling. Following that, Shu Konghai shifted his gaze to the other young geniuses who were battling in the battle ring. After half an hour, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, was challenged by a one-star god of war. His opponent was rather good, and the duel ended in a draw. Although the duel ended in a draw, he was not eliminated. Alas, Zhang Tianyu had revealed all of his strength during his first challenge, so the other participants managed to grasp the extent of his strength. Therefore, after an hour, he was defeated by his second challenger. Although his name had dropped in the ranking, he was still in the running to advance to the next round. After Zhang Tianyu lost his second challenge, more and more participants with strength comparable to two-star gods of war began to appear. It did not take long before someone with the strength of a two-star god of war challenged Su Li to a duel. However, Su Li's opponent was no match for him. With just a strike of his sword, he defeated his opponent. Su Li is at least a three-star god of war. Although Su Li's opponent was just an ordinary two-star god of war, many people could tell even a top two-star god of war would not be capable of dominating his opponent so thoroughly. Su Li, you're amazing, Tang Sanpao said happily as he gave Su Li a thumbs up. His expression turned crestfallen as he said, "Why isn't anyone challenging me? Did they think I'm a pushover?" Upon hearing these words, Su Li said with a smile, "Up until now, you and Ling Juyun have yet to be challenged. No one dares to challenge Ling Juyun because they've seen what he's capable of. It should be easy for him to advance to the fourth round. Those who are confident of challenging him won't make an appearance now. They'll likely challenge him toward the end of the third round. Those who are capable of challenging him are likely among those who pass the third round, and they're likely to have strength comparable to a three-star god of war at least. As for you, the title temple has assessed that you're likely stronger than a two-star god of war. It's only natural that not many people dare to challenge you. If you ask me, those who challenge you likely only want to test your strength. Moreover, your challenger will likely be strong as well." Tang Sanpao's origin was a mystery. Even the description about him by the title temple was very brief. All that was said was that he was stronger than a two-star god of war. This naturally made the other participants wary of him. Well, they should challenge me quickly. They've already challenged you and Duan Ling Tian, what else are they waiting for? It's too boring to just watch others duel, Tang Sanpao said. Alas, even after a long time had passed, no one stepped forward to challenge Tang Sanpao. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses continued on for more than 10 days. During this time, some of the young geniuses who were eliminated during the previous round managed to make a comeback and entered the list of 300 participants who would be advancing to the fourth round. Needless to say, there were also those who managed to make it in the previous round who failed to make the list of 300 who would be advancing to the fourth round. After Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were challenged during the first day of the third round, no one else had dared to challenge them after witnessing their performance. No one stepped forward to challenge Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao as well. Zhang Tianyu managed to defeat his third challenger but was ultimately kicked off the list of 300 participants who would be advancing to the fourth round. The same goes for Wang Ting. Since the third round tested the individual strength of the participants, those who managed to advance to the fourth round were those who were rather strong. In the end, among the 300 participants who would advance to the fourth room, only a small number had strength comparable to a top one-star god of war. These people were also the weakest among the 300 participants. Wang Ting said with a sigh to Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, "Now that we've been eliminated, I hope all of you will go far in the battle of the geniuses." All of them had gotten quite close during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Zhang Tianyu looked at a burly young man who had just left his seat and said with a chuckle, "Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's fourth true disciple didn't make it to the next round. I wonder where he got his courage to challenge Duan Ling Tian previously." Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, it seemed like he had forgotten he was similar to Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth true disciple, before the start of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At that time, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian as well and had told Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian to a duel. Chapter 3469 The Despicable Title Temple. After the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses came to an end, the young geniuses would be given a month to recuperate before the start of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. During the fourth round, only 100 out of 300 participants would be selected. However, not all of the 100 selected participants would be granted entry to the Title Temple's secret room. Only those who were ranked in the top 30 would be given access to the secret room. Nevertheless, those who made it into the top 100 but not the top 30 would still be handsomely rewarded. The top 30 young geniuses would be determined during the fifth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, while the top 10 young geniuses would be selected during the sixth and seventh rounds. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had 7 rounds in total. With each round, the number of geniuses would decrease accordingly. When the third round ended, many participants began to leave the venue. Although Feng Qingyang did not ask Duan Ling Tian to stay behind, he bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Juyun, who were returning to their respective wooden houses, before he went to meet Feng Qingyang. He had already sent a message to Feng Qingyang, asking Feng Qingyang to wait for him. Hence, Feng Qingyang did not leave with Ding Fu, Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, and waited for Duan Ling Tian instead. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Qingyang, he said honestly, "Master, the Vice Temple Master, Shu Konghai, sent me a message earlier, asking me to share your destructive sword Dao with them." Duan Ling Tian knew this was a sensitive matter, and it was best to inform Feng Qingyang about it. After all, he would not have been able to come so far without Feng Qingyang's help. No matter the consequences, he had to tell Feng Qingyang about this matter. However, he was quite surprised when he saw Feng Qingyang's calm expression after he had spoken. Instead, Feng Qingyang asked knowingly, "What did he promise you in exchange for revealing the destructive sword Dao?" Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, "He promised that the Title Temple would treat me the same as they treat Vice Temple Masters or those with equal or higher positions and grant me access to their secret room." How generous! A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face. "Master, why don't you seem surprised by this?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "There's nothing to be surprised about." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "Perhaps, I would have been surprised before I entered the Asura Hell, one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, after my stint in the Asura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Title Temple." Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang curiously, unable to figure out what Feng Qingyang meant. "Let's return to my place, and I'll explain the matter to you," Feng Qingyang said before leading Duan Ling Tian to the place where Ding Fu had arranged for him to stay. Feng Qingyang's accommodation was located halfway up a mountain in a quiet valley. The only noises that could be heard were the sounds of birds chirping. Duan Ling Tian took a seat after Feng Qingyang gestured to him to take a seat. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang silently, waiting for Feng Qingyang to speak. After a moment, Feng Qingyang said, "I believe you must have guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter while I was in the Asura Hell. I happened to encounter a place that contained the message of a late powerhouse who had created and begun to comprehend his own Tao." Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. The Asura Hell was indeed worthy of its reputation as one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. Even someone who had created his own Tao perished there. He could not help but wonder about the cultivation base of that person. Even if he was halfway to becoming a god, meaning his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war, he would still have a difficult time in the Asura Hell. In his message, that person said that he was forced to enter the Asura Hell because he was being hunted by the gods in the Title Temple. Feng Qingyang said, "I was lucky that the person who chased after me back then did not follow me into the Asura Hell." Alas, the gods of the Title Temple chased that person into the Asura Hell. The Title Temple was hunting him because they wanted to obtain the Tao that he had created. When I found out about this, I knew the Title Temple covets the Taos that the others created. They hoped that their members would be able to create their own Taos by studying other people's Taos. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why his master was not surprised at all. As it turned out, his master had long coveted other people's Taos. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Normally, the Tao one created is unique and almost impossible for someone who duplicated the Tao to surpass the person they copied the Tao from. One can only learn to create one's own Tao by understanding the basics of another person's Tao. A good example of this is you. You managed to create the space sword Tao after grasping the basics of my destructive sword Tao. Those who have fought with me or saw me in action through a floating image pearl would definitely sense the destructive sword Tao. Naturally, those who witnessed your performance earlier could tell you've only begun trying to comprehend through the fundamentals of my own Tao. How can the title temple remain unmoved? They're likely more interested in your space sword Tao compared to my destructive sword Tao. After all, it'd be much more difficult for them to duplicate my sword path. It's much easier for them to understand your sword Tao since you've only created it recently. Therefore, I think the title temple only approached you for your Tao, not mine. If you had already mastered your own Tao, it's likely they won't show so much interest in you. Duan Ling Tian was drenched in cold sweat after hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He had assumed Shu Konghai coveted his master's destructive sword Tao. It did not cross his mind that Shu Konghai was after his space sword Tao. He could imagine the consequences if he had betrayed his master at that time. If he had betrayed his master, the title temple would never let him off easily. Without Feng Qingyang's support, he would have died in the title temple's hands. The title temple won't give up so easily, Feng Qingyang said. When the time comes for you to enter the secret room, I'll accompany you to the title temple. Otherwise, you might not be able to return. They might imprison you and torture you in order to make you talk since they can't kill you. However, once they obtain your space sword Tao, they definitely won't hesitate to kill you. They'll probably slander you at the time, saying you betrayed me and revealed my Tao, so they can justify killing you. They'll even send someone who has mastered your Tao to make their words more convincing. Duan Ling Tian was further shocked by Feng Qingyang's words. He asked as his eyes glinted coldly, the title temple is really despicable. They would even stoop so low. Otherwise, how else do you think they withstood the test of time in the Devata realms until now? If they were compassionate, they wouldn't have lasted until now, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Based on what he knew, the title temple existed since the dawn of Devata realms. There were no forces that had a longer history than the title temple. There was even a saying in the Devata realms about how the history of the title temple was like the history of all Devata realms. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration. This time, there must be an outstanding young genius representing the title temple during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. I suspect that young genius is at least as strong as a 6-star god of war since the title temple is willing to offer the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward. However, I have no idea who that young genius is. Apart from you, Ling Juyun, and a few other young geniuses, none have displayed strength stronger than that of a 3-star god of war. Even Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple, Yu Dongfang, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war. So far Wen Yi's suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war. I'm saying this to remind you that what we've seen from the young geniuses so far is only the tip of the iceberg. Everyone is still carefully hiding their strength. Although you're strong, you mustn't be careless. Otherwise, it'll be your downfall, Feng Qingyang said solemnly. Although he was confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was worried Duan Ling Tian would be careless. Master, I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded sincerely. At the same time, his blood began to boil as he thought about the young genius representing the title temple who was as strong as a 6-star god of war at least. Chapter 3470 The Four Taos of Heaven and Earth. After learning the true nature of the title temple, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel worried as he made his way back to his wooden house. When he recalled the promises Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, had made earlier, he realized it was all an empty promise to lure him into betraying his master and joining the title temple. As soon as he revealed his master's destructive sword Tao and his space sword Tao to the title temple, they would kill him and lie to the public that they had only done so for his master's sake. All they had to do was send one of their members to display his or Feng Qingyang's Tao to convince the masses of their lies. There was nothing Feng Qingyang could do to avenge him at that time even if Feng Qingyang was privy to the truth. On the other hand, if he did not give in to the title temple, they would imprison him and torture him. With a force whose history was as long as that of the Devata realms, it was not impossible for them to hide him from the world. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, would not be able to find him. Even if Feng Qingyang found him, unless Feng Qingyang had absolute proof they were imprisoning him, Feng Qingyang could not easily make a move against the title temple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, until I'm strong enough, I can't go to the title temple unless master accompanies me there. Duan Ling Tian did not stay in his wooden house. He had sent a message to Wei Qi, the true disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asking Wei Qi to find him a secluded and vast place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, nobody will disturb you here. Wei Qi smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, feel free to contact me if there's anything else you need help with. I'll take my leave now if there's nothing else. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi, Duan Ling Tian said gratefully. Duan Ling Tian had informed Feng Qingyang of his whereabouts as well. Although Feng Qingyang had left a divine mark on him, he was not sure if the title temple knew of a method to render the divine mark useless. When Feng Qingyang heard about Duan Ling Tian's worries, he replied, amused, you're thinking too much. I've placed a small part of my divine soul into the divine mark. If anything happens, I'll be instantly alerted. Even supreme powerhouses can't disrupt or nullify the effect of the divine mark. Although there are some ancient formations and divine formations that are capable of interfering with the divine mark, they can't affect the interlinked divine pebble I gave you as a precaution. Before leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang had given Duan Ling Tian a jet black thumb-sized pebble. The pebble was carved with intricate patterns and looked mysterious. At that time, Feng Qingyang had only told him they could communicate through the pebble just like Soul Pearl. Feng Qingyang did not say the pebble's name was the interlinked divine pebble. Based on its name, it was clear the pebble was no ordinary item. Duan Ling Tian brought the pebble out and asked, Master, the interlinked divine pebble must be extraordinary, right? I obtained it from the Asura hell. It belonged to a dead god. He had many interlinked divine pebbles, but this pair that I obtained is the only one that's working, Feng Qingyang said. He had other pebbles. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean those that can't be used belong to his family or friends? Can't we build a good relationship with those from a realm of gods then? It's likely. Feng Qingyang nodded. The interlinked divine pebbles are similar to the communication celestial talismans. They only work when both sides are in the same realm. In order for us to contact his family or friends, we'll have to be in the same realm. However, even if I have a chance to use the pebbles, I wouldn't try to build a relationship with those gods. There's a possibility it'll end in a disaster instead. It's best to rely on ourselves for success instead of constantly relying on others. If you rely on others too much, it'll only lead to your downfall. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He naturally understood Feng Qingyang's words. Even if he could contact the dead god's family or friends, he would not do such a thing. Who knew what kind of powerhouse he might encounter? It would not be a problem if they were good people, but it would be disastrous if he met those with ill intentions. There was also the possibility that the dead god's family and friends might not listen to his explanation and blame him for the death of the god. Thank you, Master, Duan Ling Tian finally said. He felt warmth suffuse his heart after listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation. After all, Feng Qingyang had given him one half of the interlinked divine pebble. Continue to comprehend your space sword Dao. I hope to see great improvements in your strength during the upcoming round, Feng Qingyang replied. He no longer replied to Duan Ling Tian's messages after saying these words. Following that, Duan Ling Tian emptied his mind of distracting thoughts and began to practice and study his space sword Dao. At times, he could be seen moving as swiftly as the wind as he practiced his sword technique. However, most of the time, he could be seen sleeping as he comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity to better incorporate the profundities into his sword technique. In the end, his progress over this 1 month greatly surpassed his progress when he was in the solitary destructive heaven. He could not help but wonder if it was due to pressure from the title temple that he progressed so quickly. Regardless of the reason, being able to progress was a good thing. The 4th round of the Battle of the Geniuses will start tomorrow. I should return to the wooden house today, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he brought the formation compass to hide his aura before he opened up his little world to communicate with the world-cleansing divine water, which was one of the 5 divine elements. Sister Water, since I can incorporate the profundities of the law of space into my sword technique to create my own sword Dao, is it possible to also create other Daos using the same method? Over the last month, when Duan Ling Tian was comprehending his space sword Dao, he discovered his comprehension of the law of space had improved greatly as well. Although he did not manage to fuse any more profundities, he had the feeling like he could control the space in his surroundings. Of course, you can. Duan Ling Tian had decided to speak to the world-cleansing divine water about this matter because it was the most knowledgeable among the 5 divine elements. After all, its previous host was the tree of life in a realm of the gods. If that realm of God had not been destroyed, it would not have come to the Devata realms. I'm sure you know there are various Taos. They're not only restricted to sword Taos, saber Taos, or spear Taos. In the realms of gods in the Devata realms, weapon Tao is only one of many Taos. There are the Mastery Tao, the Limitless Tao, and the Devouring Tao, the world-cleansing divine water said. Collectively, they're known as the four Taos of heaven and earth. The four Taos of heaven and earth. What's the Devouring Tao? Duan Ling Tian instinctively asked as his eyes brightened. He recalled the elementary devouring tactic that he had mastered in the past and the advanced devouring tactic, which the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven mastered. Based on his master's words, not only could the advanced devouring tactic devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour its opponent's celestial origin energy and the energy from the laws as well. The devouring Tao is terrifyingly powerful. It can devour any kind of energy and transform it into attacks, the world-cleansing divine water said. Those who've mastered or created a devouring Tao are extremely strong. You must be extra cautious when battling with this kind of opponent. Otherwise, your energy would be used against you if you're careless. Needless to say, the devouring Tao is difficult to master. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu, had comprehended or created any devouring Tao. What about the limitless Tao? Duan Ling Tian asked. The limitless Tao signifies infinite energy. Not only does one's celestial origin energy seem limitless, but even one's soul energy seems limitless. The limitless Tao also boosts one's energy, pressuring the opponents. One can easily overwhelm one's opponents after exhausting time. Naturally, this is just an illusion. How can energy be limitless? However, the illusion of the pressure from the limitless Tao is more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be part of the four Taos of heaven and earth, the world-cleansing divine water explained. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It seemed like the limitless Tao was like an illusory Tao. However, even if one knew it was an illusion, it would still be difficult to escape from its effects. What about the Mastery Tao? Duan Ling Tian asked as his heart began to thump wildly in his chest. After all, based on his recent experience where he felt as though he could do anything according to his will within a certain radius, he had a feeling he would eventually be led to the Mastery Tao. There are many types of Mastery Tao that are closely related to the major laws. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian was further convinced that he had a chance of creating a Mastery Tao. Chapter 3471 A Bold Speculation. Are you sure you felt like things were under your control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Then, the world-cleansing divine water said, all right. Try to control the space in your surroundings now, and I'll have a look. If it's true that you managed to slightly grasp the Mastery Tao, your future will be smooth sailing even after you attain godhood. A hint of anticipation could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as well when it spoke. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and dismissed all unnecessary thoughts from his head. The sword rays formed by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space gathered and spun like a miniature tornado around him soon after. When he suddenly opened his eyes, the small tornado vanished. He punched the air in front of him before the air began to twist and ripple as though they were going to tear at any moment. Duan Ling Tian pulled his fist back and unclenched his hand. Just like that, the air stopped distorting and rippling, returning to normal. Following that, he spread his arms like a condor spreading its wings. The air began to ripple and distort around him before he suddenly vanished from sight. When the space stopped distorting, he appeared again. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water. After mobilizing his celestial origin energy and his law of space, he had gone with his gut feeling, based on the strange feeling of control he had over the space around him. At that time, he had felt as though he had become one with the space around him. With just a thought, he could control the space around him as though he was the master of the space. After Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the space above his head began to distort and ripple before a miniature tiger suddenly appeared and fell into his hands. As soon as he closed his hand around it, it disappeared immediately. It's truly the Mastery Tao. The world-cleansing divine water exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly stunned, Sister Water, you seem to be quite excited about this. Indeed, I even lost my composure for a moment. The world-cleansing divine water that had regained its calm replied, not only have you begun to grasp the Mastery Tao, but you're already in the preliminary stage of comprehending and creating it. In fact, your mastery Dao is comparable to your space sword Dao. Your space sword Dao hasn't improved much lately. The world-cleansing divine water had always kept on Duan Ling Tian's progress even before he came to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Therefore, she knew Duan Ling Tian's space sword Dao had only improved slightly. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not believe his mastery Dao was on par with this space sword Dao. After all, he had managed to progress so smoothly with space sword Dao because of his master and the solid foundation he had built when he was in the mundane realm. How could he not feel shocked when he heard that his mastery Dao was already at the same level as his space sword Dao? In fact, it's the same if one becomes a supreme powerhouse through mastering one of the 4 supreme laws or evolving one of the 5 divine elements to its final form. The important thing is the Dao. For example, after completely mastering one of the 4 supreme laws and fusing all its profundities, it would give birth to a Dao separate from the weapon Dao. It could be the devouring Dao, the limitless Dao, or the mastery Dao. It's the same once you've evolved one of the 5 divine elements to its final form. To become a supreme powerhouse, one must completely master one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. After mastering it, the supreme divine tribulation would descend from the heavens. If you're able to withstand the tribulation, after it's over, you'll be transformed into a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the supreme powerhouses after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. Previously, he only knew possessing one of the 5 divine elements or comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws would help one become a supreme powerhouse. It was only after he met Feng Qingyang that learned it was also possible to become a supreme powerhouse by creating and mastering a Dao. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, he finally realized whether it was the 5 divine elements or the 4 supreme laws, all of them led to the Daos. How did you manage to create a mastery Dao? The world-cleansing divine water asked. It said, even if you have the supreme powerhouse divinity to help you comprehend the law of space, until you've completely fused all the profundities, you shouldn't have been able to create a mastery Dao, a limitless Dao, or a devouring Dao. I'm not sure as well. However, I'm quite sure it has something to do with the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even Duan Ling Tian did not know why he was so sure the supreme powerhouse divinity had something to do with his creation of the mastery Dao. Under normal circumstances, this should be impossible, the world-cleansing divine water said, perplexed. From what I know, even the supreme powerhouse divinity could not help experts, who have mastered a Dao and attained godhood, to create another Dao if they had yet to completely fuse all the profundities from the laws they comprehended. However, you actually managed to create a mastery Dao before fusing all your profundities and becoming a god. Unless, it trailed off suddenly. After a moment, she said hesitantly, unless. Duan Ling Tian interjected, finishing the world-cleansing divine water's words, unless my supreme powerhouse divinity belongs to a supreme powerhouse who has comprehended 3 kinds of Daos. Yes, the world-cleansing divine water raised its voice as it solemnly said, however, that's impossible. From what I know, even supreme powerhouses who have comprehended 2 Daos are rare. These supreme powerhouses can even create realms of gods. As for those who have created 3 Daos, you can only imagine how rare they are. Apart from being able to create realms of gods, they can easily destroy a realm of gods as well. Duan Ling Tian knew from before that only a specific number of realms of gods could exist at the same time. To build another realm of god, one of the existing realms of gods had to be destroyed to maintain the number. The remnant of the realm of gods that he encountered in the past was one that had been destroyed by a supreme powerhouse. Then, the world-cleansing divine water asked, do you really think such an existence would die, leaving his or her supreme powerhouse divinity behind? No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He finally realized why the world-cleansing divine water was skeptical earlier. As it turned out, it was incredibly rare for a supreme powerhouse to create and master 3 Daos at the same time. Nevertheless, this is also the only explanation for your creation of the mastery Dao, the world-cleansing divine water said. Inwardly, it was still perplexed, trying to figure out how a rare existence, such as a supreme powerhouse who had mastered 3 Daos, died. Are there any supreme powerhouses who created and mastered all 4 Daos? If there are, then it's possible that the owner of my supreme powerhouse divinity was killed by a powerhouse who has mastered 4 Daos. A supreme powerhouse who mastered 4 Daos. The world-cleansing divine water was briefly stunned by this question. Then, it said confidently, based on what I know, there hasn't been a supreme powerhouse who has mastered all 4 Daos. Needless to say, mastering 4 Daos is the dream of all those who have already mastered 3 Daos. There are even rumors about how one would be able to rise above heaven and earth after mastering 4 Daos. It's said these supreme powerhouses could even abolish the rule of having a fixed number of realms of gods. At that time, there might even be tens or hundreds of realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about tens of hundreds of realms of gods. If that happened, would the gods not rule over the Devata realms? At that time, even celestial emperors would be as common as strays. Duan Ling Tian spoke to the world-cleansing divine water the entire night, talking about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth before drifting to other topics. He only put the conversation on hold when he received a message from Su Li just as the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses was about to commence. Although he still had many questions for the world-cleansing divine water, he could only sever the connection of his little world to the outside world. Duan Ling Tian saw Su Li, who had been waiting for him as soon as he emerged from the wooden house. After greeting Su Li, the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. After all, the 4th round was about to start soon. Chapter 3472 The Rules of the 4th Round. Out of the 300 participants in the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, 100 participants would be selected. The 4th round was also where the battles were more serious, since the 300 participants who made it to this round were not mediocre. Even the weakest among them were comparable to top 1-star gods of war. These 300 participants could even be considered as pillars in some ordinary heaven-grade forces. For example, in the heavenly pool palace that Duan Ling Tian had briefly joined, there were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors. The weakest among the 9 titled celestial emperors was a 1-star god of war who was rather advanced in age. All of the participants, who were not only limited to humans but included celestial beasts, celestial plants, and celestial rocks as well, of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses were all below the age of 1000. With 300 participants from 81 Devata realms, on average, there were 4 participants representing each Devata realm. Assuming each of the 81 Devata realms have the same number of representatives in the 4th round, there should be 4 participants from each Devata realms. When the 100 participants advance to the 5th round, it's roughly only 1 participant from each Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li happened to overhear these words when they arrived at the venue of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Duan Ling Tian asked Su Li with a smile, "Su Li, are you confident? Even the weakest out of the 100 participants who will advance to the 5th round should be comparable to a top 2-star god of war. Most of them will be as strong as 3-star gods of war or stronger. I'm not worried about being able to rank in the top 100. However, I'm not as confident about ranking in the top 30. Su Li shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "I couldn't help but think sometimes about how perfect it would be the battle of the geniuses were held 200 or 300 years later. If that were the case, I'd be confident about ranking in the top 10 or top 3, let alone the top 30. If you weren't participating, I would even be confident about ranking first." "You can still aim to rank first even if I'm participating," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "No," Su Li shook his head and said, "you're monstrously talented. You've always been a monster even when we were in the mundane realm. Think about it, have I ever won a competition against you? From the Iron Blood City's genius camp to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and the Nando territory's secret zone, you always beat me. At this point, I've already given up on competing against you." In fact, Su Li counted himself lucky. Among everyone in the Iron Blood City's genius camp in the mundane realm, he and Duan Ling Tian were the only ones who had made it the furthest. It was rather rare for a mundane realm to have 2 people going as far as they did. Before he met Duan Ling Tian again at the Nando territory's secret zone and discovered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, he had thought more than once that he had surpassed Duan Ling Tian. Alas, after meeting Duan Ling Tian, he was quickly disabused of that notion. At this point, he had resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to beat Duan Ling Tian. He no longer thought of Duan Ling Tian as human, but a monstrously talented freak. Perhaps, he only knew how depressing it feels. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel awkward upon hearing Su Li's words. Since he knew it was the truth, it seemed hypocritical to say otherwise just to comfort Su Li. In fact, if he said anything, he might even risk rubbing salt on Su Li's wound. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li returned to their seats from before. When they arrived, they saw Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were also seated at their original seats. Both of you are finally here. Tang Sanpao's eyes brightened upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. You have no idea how tense and awkward it feels for the four of us to be with such a stoic person. You're early, Duan Ling Tian said to Ling Juyun after shifting his gaze away from Tang Sanpao. Ling Juyun nodded in response, his cold expression seemed to thaw slightly. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao continued to say with wide eyes, Hey, Duan Ling Tian, do you have a relationship with him? He's as cold as a block of ice to everyone, but he only responds to you. Could it be that these two handsome and bright young men like men? No one would think you are mute even if you don't speak, Duan Ling Tian said. He felt Tang Sanpao truly speak his mind without considering anything. Did Tang Sanpao not know he had wives and children? Although Duan Ling Tian had only met Tang Sanpao recently, he could tell Tang Sanpao was a free spirit. Perhaps, Tang Sanpao had spent too much time in the mountain that he became socially awkward. Su Li chuckled before he asked, Tang Sanpao, are you unaware that Duan Ling Tian already has wives and children? Ah, Tang Sanpao was stunned. I truly didn't know. After saying that, Tang Sanpao glanced at Ling Juyun. Although he did not speak, his thoughts were written all over his face. It was obvious he still thought Ling Juyun liked men and that Ling Juyun had unrequited feelings for Duan Ling Tian. I won't hesitate to dig your eyes out if you look at me again, Ling Juyun said icily even though his eyes were closed. Upon hearing these words, Tang Sanpao hurriedly averted his gaze. He did not want to provoke the cold-blooded and bloodthirsty Ling Juyun over such a trivial matter. Needless to say, Tang Sanpao was not the only one who thought Ling Juyun was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. Many people shared the same opinion as him. I'll have a chance to teach you a lesson soon, Tang Sanpao muttered under his breath after he averted his gaze. Although Tang Sanpao's voice was not loud, the others clearly heard his words. Unlike the others who thought Tang Sanpao was just complaining, Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if Tang Sanpao was strong enough to fight Ling Juyun. Tang Sanpao had been extremely mysterious up until now. No one knew how powerful he was or how his master was. All they knew was that he should be as powerful as a two-star god of war at least. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly as he thought to himself, regardless, he'll have to show more of his strength during the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, most people who have been hiding their strength will have to show more of their strength as well. Just as Duan Ling Tian's master, Feng Qingyong, had pointed out before, only a handful of participants, which included Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, had shown strength comparable to a three-star god of war or stronger before the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The others, despite their strength, only showed strength comparable to a top two-star god of war at most. Almost all of the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple have arrived. The fourth round is about to begin. At this moment, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the Title Temple had arrived. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could feel the burning gaze of Ru Lai, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, on him again. Ru Lai's gaze was like that of a predator staring at its prey. This made chills run up his spine. Perhaps, it was due to Tang Sanpao's influence, he even briefly wondered if Ru Lai liked men. Shortly after, Feng Qingyong and Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, arrived together, laughing and talking like best friends. Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors were all present. At this time, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main Title Temple, finally made an appearance. He had likely arrived at the venue a while ago but only made an appearance after everyone had arrived. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's best for everyone to be 100% focused during this round. It won't be easy to be among the 100 who will advance to the next round, Shu Konghai said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the participants meaningfully. During the fourth round of Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, the 300 participants would be first divided into two groups consisting of 150 participants each. Following that, the Title Temple would arrange a one-on-one battle for the participants in each group. As participants were eliminated during the battles, once there were only 150 participants left, they would be divided again into two groups of 75 participants each. At the same time, the 225 participants who had lost their battles during the fourth round would fight each other until only 25 were left. At that time, there would be 100 participants who qualified to advance to the next round and 200 participants who lost their battles during the fourth round. With this, the 200 participants who lost could challenge any of the 100 participants slated to advance to the next round. This would continue until all the participants had issued the challenges. With that, the top 100 participants would finally advance to the next round. In simpler terms, the fourth round was rather similar to the third round. Instead of being given 3 chances to issue a challenge, participants could issue up to 10 challenges during the fourth round. The other difference was that during the start of the fourth round, the title temple would be deciding which participants would be battling each other. Chapter 3473 Zhang Gui Yu. They'll divide the 300 participants into 2 groups of 150 participants, and they'll arrange the battles in the early rounds. Many of the 300 participants could not help but frown upon hearing Shu Konghai's words even though they had been mentally prepared to face what was thrown at them today. Since the title temple was going to arrange the battles, did it not mean they had a chance to use it to their advantage? Since the title temple would be arranging the battles in the early rounds, the title temple could match weak opponents with their representatives. However, if their representatives were not strong, they still would not be able to get past the later rounds. For this reason, no one said anything despite feeling unhappy. Moreover, since the title temple organized the Battle of the Geniuses, they deserved a little privilege. Most importantly, it did not affect the fairness of the competition. However, it had to be said that those participants who were displeased with the rules were mostly those weaker participants ranked at the bottom of the 300 participants. Those participants who were strong and confident naturally were not bothered at all. They did not care if the title temple gave preferential treatment to those who represented them. After all, as long as one had absolute strength, one would be able to crush those participants who received preferential treatment. This was the confidence of the strong. Since there are so many of you, 5 battles will take place at the same time. Shu Konghai waved his sleeve after he finished speaking. 5 barriers shielded 5 battle rings in just a moment. These battle rings will be used during the fourth round. Anyone who's forced out of the light barrier is considered eliminated. If you want to surrender, crush the jade token in your possession. If you die, your opponent will not be held responsible, Shu Konghai said as he swept his gaze across the participants. Please rise into the air. I'll issue the jade tokens now. It did not take long before the 300 participants who made it to the fourth round received their jade tokens. Apart from the light barriers surrounding the battle rings, there was also a transportation formations in each battle ring that would transport a participant out after he or she had crushed their jade token. After returning to his seat, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. If I want to kill my opponent, I wonder if my ability to control space will be able to prevent the transportation formation from sending my opponent out even after my opponent crushes his or her jade token. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were rather bright when he thought about this. Although he had yet to get a chance to test out his theory, he had thought it was possible for him to do such a thing. After the participants had returned to their seats, Shu Konghai waved his hand. As soon as 10 names appeared in the air, he said, "Those 10 whose names have been chosen, please step forward and enter the battle ring to face the opponents that have been chosen for you." Following that, 5 out of the 10 participants who had been named went to battle rings accordingly. Although Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the 10 participants, it did not mean the other participants were unfamiliar with them as well. Soon enough, people began to discuss among themselves. "That's Meng Fangui, right? I heard he's the strongest among the younger generation in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Heaven Grade Profound Dream sect." Initially, most people were unsure if the participant was Meng Fangui from the Profound Dream sect or someone who shared the same name. Soon after, they remembered there was only one Meng Fangui among the participants. With that, Meng Fangui began to receive a lot of attention. "Meng Fangui, is he famous?" Tang Sanpao murmured to himself. Of course. Zhang Tianyu, who was seated next to Tang Sanpao, solemnly said, "Meng Fangui is a disciple of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Profound Dream sect. He specializes in illusory techniques, and he comprehends the law of darkness. He has never lost to anyone above the age of 2000 Pavilion Shaft Heaven. He had killed a 3-star god of war before, so many people speculated he's as strong as a 4-star god of war." As strong as a 4-star god of war? Tang Sanpao was taken aback. I didn't expect someone speculated to be as strong as a 4-star god of war would be selected to battle first. I wonder who's his opponent. I have never heard of his opponent's name. He's either not known or a disciple of a powerhouse who lives in seclusion. Zhang Tianyu glanced at Meng Fangui's opponent's name and shook his head. Regardless, I don't think he's a match for Meng Fangui. Although Meng Fangui is likely to be as strong as a 4-star god of war, the title temple has chosen him to fight first. I feel sorry for his opponent. If Meng Fangui's opponent has heard of him, he might not even have the courage to fight Meng Fangui. Well, even if his opponent isn't familiar with him, he should be familiar with him now after listening to the discussions in the surroundings. The name of Meng Fangui's opponent was Zhang Guiyu. At this moment, the other 5 participants went into their respective battle rings to face their opponents. He's Zhang Guiyu. He actually dares to face Meng Fangui. Many people's attention was focused on a young man dressed in simple robes. He was pale, but his eyes were bright. Who is Zhang Guiyu? I've never heard of him. His strength should be that of a 2-star god of war at least. He must be confident since he dares to enter the battle ring. Not necessarily. Some people are fearless even when faced with a fearsome opponent. Moreover, it's not a death duel. He just has to crush his jade token if he feels his life is on the line. In my opinion, he only showed up because it'd be too embarrassing to not show up. In one of the battle rings, Zhang Guiyu, who had just entered the battle ring, fearlessly met Meng Fangui's gaze. Meng Fangui sneered. How many moves do you think you'd be able to withstand before I defeat you? Meng Fangui's face was expressionless as he replied indifferently, I'll surrender if I can't defeat you in 3 moves. Although Zhang Guiyu and Meng Fangui did not speak loudly, many people overheard their conversation. 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian began to pay attention to Zhang Guiyu after listening to these words as well. He had only briefly glanced at the gray-clad young man with a pale face but bright eyes and bushy brows who had a confident air about him. Those who would say words like these are either blindly arrogant or truly powerful. Tang Sanpao, who was seated behind Duan Ling Tian, muttered to himself. Most of the people present thought Zhang Guiyu was being blindly confident. Perhaps, Zhang Guiyu hasn't heard of Meng Fangui's terrifying strength. Isn't that obvious? If he knew Meng Fangui is comparable to a 4-star god of war, he wouldn't have said those words. Is he deaf? Didn't he hear the discussions in his surroundings? Nonsense. If he's deaf, how could he have replied to Meng Fangui's question? On the other hand, there was a small number of people who were not quick to make judgments. Even most of the heavenly emperors who were disinterested instinctively turned to look at Zhang Guiyu after they heard his words. What an interesting lad. Meanwhile, Meng Fangui frowned upon hearing Zhang Guiyu's reply. His expression turned solemn, and his confidence seemed to have dropped slightly. After all, his opponent seemed confident about defeating him with 3 moves. Even a top 4-star god of war was not capable of something like that. He began to wonder if Zhang Guiyu had strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. With all these thoughts in mind, Meng Fangui grew uneasy. However, he did not let it show on his face. Instead, he said, I can't wait to see how you're going to defeat me with 3 moves, seeing as you're so confident. After Meng Fangui finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged and shrouded him like a black fog. Then, it suddenly shot out like a meteor toward Zhang Guiyu. At the same time, Meng Fangui had vanished from sight. Meng Fangui has used his illusory technique. Even if the participants used their divine consciousness, they still could not locate Meng Fangui. As for heavenly emperors, they had a hard time locating with their naked eyes. Only those who had attained godhood could clearly see what was happening. At this time, Meng Fangui crept up toward Zhang Guiyu slowly. On the other hand, Zhang Guiyu remained calm and unmoving, obviously unafraid of the impending attack from Meng Fangui. After a while, he said, darkness will always be defeated by light. With that, his body burst forth with a blindingly white light. Many of the participants with weaker cultivation bases felt a sharp pain in their eyes, causing their expressions to change drastically. Chapter 3474 The Battle Between Light and Darkness. The blinding white light that shot out of Zhang Guiyu's slightly thin body shrouded the entire place. As the light spread, the attack from the law of darkness seemed to slowly lose its effectiveness. When it reached him, only half of its force remained. All he did was casually wave the white light sword in his hand to dispel the attack. 1 move, Zhang Guiyu said indifferently. At the same time, the scorching white light continued to intensify. It's the law of light's territory profundity. No, it's not just that. Not counting the elementary profundity, it's fused with at least 2 other profundities. A few observant participants could tell Zhang Guiyu's attack using the territory profundity was extraordinary and that it had been fused with 2 other profundities from the law of light. Meanwhile, under everyone's watchful eyes, Meng Fangui's figure began to appear in the blinding white light. At this moment, Meng Fangui cried out, "Darkness territory." With that, darkness seemed to descend on the battle ring. Currently, the scorching light and the freezing darkness were battling in the battle ring. They kept pushing against each other, struggling for dominance. 2 moves. Zhang Guiyu took a step forward before the white light brightened again. Subsequently, 3 pairs of wings sprouted on his back. The wings resembled those depicted on angels back on earth. Zhang Guiyu flapped his wings and rose up. He did not fly up and only hovered near the ground. He stared at Meng Fangui frostily as he raised his right hand and swung it down. A crescent white saber suddenly appeared and slashed at Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was not intimidated. With a wave of his hand, a black wheel with a diameter of 10 suddenly appeared, blocking the crescent white saber. The power of light and darkness collided. Darkness and light struggled in the battle ring continuously. It made for a rather impressive sight. The 2 opponents' figures could only be seen after the dust settled. "This will end after the 3rd move," Zhang Guiyu said again before he suddenly bent forward and curled up into a ball before his 3 pairs of wings wrapped around him. When he dropped to the ground, he shone with growing brightness. At this time, the participants could sense the terrifying energy that was brewing in the battle ring. "No, I can't allow this to go on." Meng Fangui's expression changed drastically. His hair tie broke, causing his hair to flutter in the air amidst the black energy. They looked like venomous snakes. At the same time, what looked like a cane appeared in Meng Fangui's hand. To be precise, it was actually a staff. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a soul. Meng Fangui then muttered solemnly, "I call upon your names, my brethren in the dark. Fight for me." Following that, Meng Fangui muttered a series of unintelligible words. The only people who understood his words were those who had also comprehended the law of darkness. Thunder clapped in the air above Meng Fangui's head before the sound of explosion rang in the air. Following that, a tear appeared in the space before it turned into an ancient stone gate. Numerous figures, big and small, could be seen emerging from the stone gate at this moment. They were all formed by some kind of dark energy and their eyes flashed red with bloodlust. It is the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. After comprehending the summoning profundity from the law of darkness, one can summon powerful creatures from the dark side after chanting some ancient incantations. Those unintelligible words earlier must be ancient incantations, right? I think so. At this time, Meng Fangui brandished the staff in his hand. Soon enough, a blood-red figure appeared, cackling sinisterly. That's the nether blood, the soul of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many of the participants recognized Meng Fangui's weapon and its soul. Zhang Tianyu, who was seated behind Duan Ling Tian, solemnly said, "I heard the soul of Meng Fangui's celestial weapon is a blood spirit that was personally captured by Heavenly Emperor Gongsun Xuanyuan of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven in the Land of the Dead, which is also one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It is called the Nether Blood." Apparently, the patriarch of the Profound Dream sect traded for the blood spirit to customize Meng Fangui's weapon. After all, Meng Fangui is the beloved great-grandson of the patriarch of the Profound Dream sect. With Zhang Tianyu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian and the others learned that the soul of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon was a blood spirit that was captured by Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, in the Land of the Dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was no way it was an ordinary blood spirit. Apart from divine artifacts, there aren't any weapons that are a match for it. In fact, even divine artifacts without souls won't be a match for it, Zhang Tianyu said as he stared at the staff in Meng Fangui's hand intently. Those who were aware of Meng Fangui's special weapon were also staring at it intently. At this moment, many participants were growing restless and uneasy as well as they continued to watch Meng Fangui, who had cast the law of darkness, summoning profundity. They could tell he was casting something terrifying and elaborate as they watched the blood spirit appear before it turned into countless beams of light that shot into the bodies of the creatures he had summoned from the dark side. Following that, a faint red translucent shield appeared on the creatures' bodies. The bloodlust in the air grew palpable immediately. the creatures growled and hissed along with the blood spirit's sinister cackling. All of them made their way toward Zhang Guiyu, who was still curled on the ground, covered by his wings. With this move, Meng Fangui can easily strike down a 4-star god of war. If Zhang Guiyu can withstand this move, then there's no doubt he's at least as strong as a 5-star god of war. This was one of the rare instances where Tang Sanpao looked solemn. The audience, who were usually noisy, had fallen silent as well at this moment. Everyone was staring at the scene before them with rapt attention. The dark creatures attacked Zhang Guiyu, who was still curled up into a ball on the ground. Blows after blows landed on his wings. Nevertheless, they remained pristine. As the blows continued to rain down, Zhang Guiyu's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "Are you tickling me with these attacks?" Upon hearing this, Meng Fangui's turned ashen immediately as he cried out, "Nether blood, merge." The creatures suddenly stopped attacking. The transparent red shield that shrouded them seemed to pull all of them together. They began to merge until they resembled a humanoid creature the size of a hill with a terrifying aura. In terms of offensive strength, my blood-spirit amalgamation is equivalent to a triple. Fused profundity, Meng Fangui stared at Zhang Guiyu, who was still curled up into a ball on the ground, and calmly said, "Now, are you going to continue hiding or come out to face my attack?" "You think I'm hiding?" Zhang Guiyu replied. His voice sounded different from before, it was slightly coarser now. Subsequently, the 3 pairs of wings unfurled, revealing Zhang Guiyu, who was shrouded with a golden light. Coupled with the white light, he looked divine. Before light, darkness will fade. As Zhang Guiyu spoke, 2 beams of light shot out and merged into a gigantic humanoid figure dressed in white and golden armor. It wielded a huge hammer in its hand. At the same time, a hammer had also appeared in Zhang Guiyu's hand at some point. It looked exactly like the hammer in the giant figure's hand. Ignorant, Meng Fangui's eyes flashed coldly as he said emotionlessly, "Nether blood, tear him apart." The huge dark figure stomped over to Zhang Guiyu with a long spear in its hand. The tip of the spear glowed red like blood. It looked as though it had been forged in hell and had reaped countless lives. 3 moves, Zhang Guiyu said. The armored giant brandished its hammer, causing the air to freeze. Following that, the void shook as a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. Chapter 3475, Who's Your Senior Sister? After the deafening explosion, the giant hammer began to flash with a blinding light not dissimilar to the blazing sun. The light chased away the darkness, destroying everything in its path. When it shone on the ferocious creatures charging toward Zhang Guiyu that had been strengthened by the blood spirit, the creatures let out a terrified shriek. Following that, a pillar of red light shot up into the sky. The nether blood abandoned the creatures that it had been using as vessels, returning to the emperor-grade celestial staff in Meng Fangui's hand. Meng Fangui was still in a daze when the nether blood's raspy voice rang in his ears, "Crush the jade token and leave now. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you'll be grievously injured." Simultaneously, a dignified voice that brooked no argument rang in Meng Fangui's mind. "Crush the jade token." Meng Fangui was not surprised when he heard nether blood's warning and had felt slightly hesitant to do as it suggested. However, as soon as he heard the second voice, he did not hesitate and hurriedly crushed his jade token. At the instant Meng Fangui vanished from the battle ring, the giant hammer smashed down on the spot where he had just been standing a moment ago, causing the ground to quake violently. Countless beams of light ricocheted in the battle ring, crashing against the light barrier. The light barrier trembled, and it did not take long before cracks began to form on it. Upon seeing this, the expression of Meng Fangui, who had just left the battle ring, changed drastically. "He's so powerful, I wouldn't have asked you to crush your jade token if you could withstand that attack," the nether blood in the emperor-grade celestial staff said in a trembling voice. Then, it said confidently, "If I wasn't fast enough, I would have been cleansed by his light energy. He's definitely as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. If I wasn't weakened after becoming your weapon soul, I wouldn't need to fear him." Nether blood belonged to the blood spirit clan in the land of the dead, which is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was incredibly strong. Its strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war. If it were someone else other than Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, it would not have been captured and brought out of the land of dead to become the soul of a celestial weapon. A 5-star god of war. Meng Fangui did not doubt nether blood's words. Moreover, he knew nether blood's strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war before becoming his weapon soul. According to his grandfather, They had to suppress Nether Blood's cultivation base since he was not powerful enough to make Nether Blood submit to him. As such, his grandfather had requested Gongsun Xuanyuan to suppress Nether Blood's strength to that of a 3-star god of war. Similarly, the crowd was shocked by this display as well. They inhaled sharply when they looked at the light shield that was about to shatter in disbelief. He's definitely as powerful as a 5-star god of war at the very least. Heavens, what's the title temple thinking? This is only the beginning, and yet, they've already arranged for those with strength comparable to 4 and 5-star gods of war to fight. I feel like I'm dreaming. Since when are those below the age of 1000 with the strength of 4 or 5-star gods of war so common? They arranged for a battle between those with strength comparable to 4 and 5-star gods of war. Are they trying to stir up a commotion on purpose? On the other hand, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were surprised as well. The higher-ups from the title temple branches were surprised and at a loss as well. They knew Meng Fangui's strength, but they did not know Zhang Guiyu was so strong. Otherwise, they would not have arranged for him to fight first. Normally, this kind of battle between two strong participants only happened during the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, where the participants fought for a place in the top 30. It was unexpected that during the first batch of battles in the 4th round there was already a battle between participants with strength comparable to 4-star and 5-star gods of war. We had assumed Zhang Guiyu had strength comparable to a 2-star god of war. Who knew he's as powerful as a 5-star god of war? Where did Zhang Guiyu come from? No one knows, we only know that he came from the boundless heaven. Initially, I thought the title temple pitted Zhang Guiyu against Meng Fangui because he comprehended the law of light that was the opposite of the law of darkness that Meng Fangui comprehended. No one thought he'd be able to defeat Meng Fangui, everyone thought he would only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangui. Who knew he has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war and was actually able to defeat Meng Fangui with 3 moves? The battles in the 4th round were arranged by the title temple. When they assigned Zhang Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui, no one expected Zhang Guiyu to win. The end result shocked everyone present on the scene. Even Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, was surprised. He only regained his senses when he saw the light barrier he erected around the battle ring was about to shatter. Shu Konghai raised his hand before a huge translucent palm fell from the sky, like a hand smacking down a mosquito, to dispel Zhang Guiyu's energy that was wreaking havoc in the battle ring. And so, Zhang Guiyu obtained his first win by defeating Meng Fangui, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war. While the young geniuses whispered among themselves, they would look at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven furtively. After today, I believe there'll only be a few people who don't know Zhang Guiyu. Zhang Guiyu is from the boundless heaven, right? I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him. The heavenly emperor of boundless heaven was the maternal grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven that Duan Lingtian once joined. Moreover, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace had been hostile toward Duan Lingtian until he discovered Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, he had abandoned all thought of harming Duan Lingtian and became courteous toward Duan Lingtian. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when one of his peers asked him if he was familiar with Zhang Guiyu. He said, "I don't know him. He came with the boundless heaven's title temple." The other party nodded. "Since you don't know him, it's likely he's a disciple of an expert living in seclusion in the boundless heaven." Perhaps, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven thought it was likely as well. If Zhang Guiyu was from one of the forces in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him to have not heard about Zhang Guiyu at all. If he had met Zhang Guiyu in the past, he would have fought to accept Zhang Guiyu as a disciple. For Zhang Guiyu, he was willing to set aside his pride as a heavenly emperor. In fact, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had not completely dismissed the thought of accepting Zhang Guiyu as a disciple. Eventually, he could no longer hold back and sent Zhang Guiyu a message through voice transmission. "Zhang Guiyu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'd like to accept you as my disciple, do you agree?" Without waiting for Zhang Guiyu's reply, he said through voice transmission again, "If you join me, there's no need for you to hold back when you're in the boundless heaven. You can do as you please, and no one will dare to offend you." In his opinion, Zhang Guiyu must be flattered to receive such a message from a heavenly emperor. Alas, contrary to his expectations, Zhang Guiyu glanced at him indifferently before he said, put aside the fact that I already have a master, you're not qualified to be my master. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who did not expect such a reply, was so shocked that he had even forgotten to be angry. When he finally regained his senses, he said with a growl, "Brat, you're really arrogant. Who's your master? Do you really think he's stronger than I am?" Zhang Guiyu still remained indifferent when faced with the angry heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. "Why, do you want to fight my master? Well, we'll have to see if he dares to accept my challenge," the heavenly emperor of boundless heaven said with a low voice. "Are you sure? If you are, I'll ask my master to go to the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven when I return," Zhang Guiyu replied, clearly amused. At this time, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who had calmed down, finally sensed something was amiss. He asked, "Who's your master? You won't know him even if I tell you his name. All you need to know is that he's stronger than heavenly emperors. He's already attained godhood several centuries ago. A god, his master is a god living in the boundless heaven." The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was scared stiff and shocked upon hearing those words. Zhang Guiyu did not care about the reaction of the heavenly emperor of boundless heaven and flew back to his seat. When he flew past Duan Ling Tian, he said through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, my senior sister talked about you a lot, and she holds you in high regard. I hope you won't disappoint me with your performance during the Battle of the Geniuses." Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he received Zhang Guiyu's voice transmission. He asked in confusion, "Who's your senior sister?" Zhang Guiyu replied, "Xianxia." Chapter 3476 Su Li's turn. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Zhang Guiyu's reply. How could he have known that Zhang Guiyu's senior sister was also his eldest senior sister when he was in the heaven-grade heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven? Duan Ling Tian thought Zhang Guiyu might be his little junior brother, so he asked, "Did teacher take you in recently?" After asking the question, Duan Ling Tian felt it was unlikely. After all, Zhang Guiyu had shown strength that was not any weaker than Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. "You misunderstood," Zhang Guiyu said. "Although I'm senior sister Xianxia's junior brother, my master isn't her father. We share another master." Duan Ling Tian knew Xianxia was extraordinary even from before. In the past, even the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, who was a six-star god of war at that time, was wary of her strength. This meant that she had to be on par with a six-star god of war as well at that time. Now that so much time had passed, there was no doubt she had grown even stronger. Third senior sister and sixth senior brother had said that eldest senior sister left the heavenly pool palace a long time ago. She was incredibly mysterious about whereabouts, so none of them knew where she went. When Duan Ling Tian recalled his senior's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Xianxia must have been accepted as a disciple by some expert. Her master was likely the reason for her tremendous improvement as well. At that time, his teacher, Shu Lang, had also been shocked by her strength. It was likely even Shu Lang was unaware that his daughter had a powerful master. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission, "Who's your master?" Zhang Guiyu's reply was swift. "Our master lives in seclusion, hence, you won't know him even if I tell you his name. All you have to know is he's also a god." A god. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that someone who had outstanding disciples like Xianxia and Zhang Guiyu had to be extraordinary, he was still slightly surprised when he heard Zhang Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister's master was a god. Duan Ling Tian, apart from the exploding element celestial fruit that the title temple put up as a reward, I joined the battle of the geniuses because of you as well, Zhang Guiyu bluntly said. I am going to defeat you in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses so that our senior sister knows that I'm the strongest among her junior brothers. She'll know that you, whom she often praised, aren't a match for me as well. Based on Zhang Guiyu's words, it was obvious that Xianxia's opinion was important to him. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised when Zhang Guiyu said that Xianxia had praised him and thought highly of him. After all, he had only met her twice, and both times, she had remained aloof. Therefore, it was unexpected that she would praise him. He mused inwardly, it seems like eldest senior sister is only cold on the outside, she's actually warm on the inside. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Zhang Guiyu's challenge. He was not the slightest bit worried even though Zhang Guiyu's strength was that of a five-star god of war at least. After Zhang Guiyu and Meng Fangui's battle, the other battles seemed dull in comparison. Although there were battles where participants possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war, they could not compare to Meng Fangui and Zhang Guiyu, who possessed the strength of a 4-star and a 5-star god of war respectively. Most people only watched the battles briefly before they continued chatting among themselves. The crowd only began to pay attention again when it was finally Su Li's turn to fight. Although Su Li was said to have strength only comparable to a 2-star god of war, his age made him remarkable. He, along with Duan Ling Tian, was only a little over 600 years old, making him one of the 2 youngest participants in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. For this reason, everyone paid attention to him. After all, young geniuses at such an age were rare even in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I didn't expect to be the first among us to fight, Su Li said with a smile as he straightened his robes before flying toward the battle ring with a sword ray under his feet. Due to Su Li's fame, most people had overlooked his opponent. They only began to notice his opponent when he entered the battle ring. Based on their words, it seemed like his opponent was rather famous as well. Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping. Tuoba Ping is the strongest among the younger generation in the heaven-grade Tuoba clan in the Eternal Journey Heaven. About 2 decades ago, he was already as strong as a 3-star god of war. I'm sure he's only grown more powerful since then. I think Tuoba Ping is one of the stronger ones among those with the strength of a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect Su Li would have to fight Tuoba Ping in his first fight. Wasn't the title temple afraid that the people would protest when they arranged this battle? After all, I'm sure they know about Tuoba Ping's strength. It seems like the title temple doesn't want Su Li to win. It's really unfair. Su Li's only a little over 600 years old, but they arranged for him to fight Tuoba Ping. Su Li is merely a little more than 600 years old and they had arranged for him to fight Tuoba Ping. It is so unfair. Although Su Li was indifferent to it, some of the young geniuses could not help but feel indignant on Su Li's behalf because they thought the title temple was being unfair to Su Li. Tuoba Ping was a tall and handsome young man with a well-built body. He was dressed in a sky-blue robe with silver trimmings. As soon as Su Li entered the battle ring, he said with a faint smile, "Su Li. The only advantage I have is my age. If it weren't for that, I don't think I'd feel confident about defeating you today. After all, when I was your age, I wasn't even as strong as a titled celestial emperor." "Defeat me?" Su Li smiled faintly. "It's not as easy as you think to defeat me. Is that so?" Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up immediately. "It seems like you're very confident about your strength. In that case, let's have a good and fair fight. Bring it on." Su Li nodded before he flew into the air. The sword ray beneath his feet began to solidify while his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked like an ethereal sword celestial at this moment. Tuoba Ping's robes fluttered in the air as well as his body began to shine with an intense golden light. It did not take long before the golden light seemed to solidify and settle on top of his skin like armor. This was the metal profundity from the law of metal. Since both of us use swords, let's cross swords today. Although Su Li had yet to bring out his celestial weapon, it was not difficult for Tuoba Ping to figure out Su Li was a sword user as well. Tuoba Ping waved his hand before a glowing emerald sword appeared out of thin air. With just a glance, one could tell it was extraordinary. 3-star god of war, Duan Ling Tian, who was seated among the audience, watched from afar with narrowed eyes. Tuoba Ping is indeed a good opponent for Su Li. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Su Li unleash all his strength yet, he knew that Su Li had yet to gain the strength of a 4-star god of war. He knew this because Su Li had said he was not confident he would be able to place in the top 30. If Su Li already possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he would not have been worried about not being able to make it into the top 30. After all, most of those with the strength of a 4-star god of war should be able to easily enter the top 30, barring any unforeseen circumstances. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the sound of swords whistling in the air pulled him back to his senses. He shifted his gaze back to the battle ring and saw Su Li and Tuoba Ping's figures flashing around as golden sword rays shot toward Su Li from all directions. Only those with higher cultivation bases were able to capture the 2 participants' movements at this moment. As the sword rays continued to fall, Su Li was left with less and less place to retreat. It was obvious Tuoba Ping wanted to corner Su Li. Suddenly, Su Li made a move as a thunderous sword cry rang in the air, overpowering the sounds from the countless sword rays. He seemed to have transformed into a giant sword at this moment. The giant sword slashed out, looking as though it could destroy everything in its path. Chapter 3477 The tables have turned. Similar to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, Su Li specialized in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had invited Su Li to stay with him for a time to guide him. It was impossible for Feng Qingyang to teach Su Li as he would Duan Ling Tian. The most he could do was help Su Li gain a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, although Feng Qing had openly shared his knowledge of the law of destruction with Su Li and answered many of the questions that had been bothering Su Li, due to law of destruction's difficulty, Su Li needed more time to apply what Feng Qingyang had taught him. Hence, Su Li did not improve much since Feng Qingyang last saw him because he had yet to fully grasp Feng Qingyang's words. Despite not having improved much, Su Li was already rather strong. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of destruction shrouded him before he transformed into a blood-red sword. The blood-red sword soared into the sky, breaking through Tuoba Ping's sword rays that were raining down on him. Su Li did not waste time and retaliated immediately after breaking through Tuoba Ping's first round of attacks. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting among the audience, nodded slightly. His eyes were narrowed as he murmured to himself, Su Li isn't in a disadvantageous position at all. After Su Li and Tuoba Ping traded a few rounds of blows, Su Li began to gain the upper hand. Upon seeing this, a rare smile bloomed on Duan Ling Tian's face. It seems likely that Su Li will win this match. The duo, who both displayed the strength of a three-star god of war, seemed to be evenly matched as they continued to exchange blows. The blood-red sword and the golden sword rays clashed continuously. The sword cries did not cease at all. The crowd was thrilled by the duel between two sword celestials. Tuoba Ping really lives up to his reputation. I didn't expect Tuoba Ping to possess the strength of a three-star god of war. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, most of them thought that his strength would be mediocre. However, this battle proved them wrong. Nevertheless, as much as they were surprised by Tuoba Ping, they were even more surprised by Su Li. Heavens, is Su Li really only a little over 600 years old? He's already so strong at such a young age. If he continues to progress, can you imagine how heavenly defying he will be when he reaches 1,000 years old? At that time, he'll probably be comparable to a 5 or 6-star god of war. I wouldn't have believed this if I didn't witness it with my own eyes. To think someone who's just a little over 600 years old is so strong. Based on the strength he displayed so far, he's comparable to Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of legendary heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. In fact, Duan Ling shares the same age as Su Li, and they're both friends as well. My childhood friend is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and is doing quite well. Before the start of the Battle of the Geniuses, he mentioned Su Li and Duan Ling Tian. According to him, Su Li and Duan Ling Tian came from the same mundane realm and have been best friends for many years. They're both prodigies of the same generation. Su Li and Duan Ling Tian are from the mundane realm. Since when did Ascenders have such heaven-defying talent? While the crowd was discussing Su Li, the topic gradually shifted to include Duan Ling Tian as well. Many people were shocked that the duo come from the same mundane realm and were even more shocked to find out the duo were Ascenders. After all, it was rare for Ascenders to be so talented. Even natives of the Devata realms could not compare to the duo. Most of them felt like they had lived in vain after learning about this. There were also some who found out Duan Ling Tian was an Ascender earlier when Feng Qingyang destroyed the clone of Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the river Luo heaven. Duan Ling Tian came from the same mundane realm as heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, right? This means Su Li also came from the same mundane realm as Feng Qingyang. There were many heaven-defying talents from the Yanhuang realms and several other realms. However, I've never heard of so many talents from the same era in a mundane realm. Due to this discussion, many people became curious about the mundane realm that Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Su Li hailed from. With this, Duan Ling Tian could feel the crowd's eyes on him as well. At this time, Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, suddenly said with a smile, Su Li has a high chance of winning this match. That's only if Tuoba Ping has used all the tricks up his sleeve and isn't hiding his strength. Zhang Tianyu said, I don't know if it's true, but I heard his emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact soul. It was a present from the clan leader of the Tuoba clan for his 900th birthday. An artifact soul. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew the difference between emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact soul spirits and those without artifact souls. Duan Ling Tian was about to send a message to warn Su Li when. Ha ha ha, Tuo Baping, who had been pressured by Su Li up until now, suddenly laughed heartily. Amazing. This is great, Su Li, you really impressed me. I admit I'm slightly weaker than you. However, this battle isn't just about strength. Celestial weapons play an important role as well. As soon as Tuo Baping finished speaking, a green light surged out of his sword before an unknown evil-looking beast appeared. It's a sword spirit, another emperor-grade celestial weapon that has an artifact soul. As soon as the unknown beast appeared, the sword's aura changed completely, becoming stronger and more domineering. Tuo Baping pointed his sword at Su Li. A green sword ray appeared suddenly. It was shrouded by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal. In just an instant, Su Li, who had the upper hand, fell into a disadvantageous position due to Tuo Baping's celestial weapon. What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim as he looked at Tuo Baping's sword. He smiled bitterly, inwardly regretting refusing the kind gesture from the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before Su Li left for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect intended to lend him their sect-guarding sword that contained a powerful sword spirit. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon passed down from the time when the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was at its peak. Rumor had it that emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many emperor-grade celestial weapons artifact souls in the past. It was like the bane of all artifact souls. Meanwhile, the young geniuses shook their heads as they watched Su Li fall into a disadvantageous position. I was so sure that Su Li would win. Who knew? I thought Tuo Baping's emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact soul. An emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact soul isn't a match for it. Even Duan Ling Tian was slightly frowning as well. Unless Su Li used the divine artifact he had found in the remnant of a realm of gods, it was impossible for him to defeat Tuo Baping. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not bring the divine artifact out. After all, exposing the divine artifact would undoubtedly attract trouble. There were many who coveted divine artifacts after all. Even if no one was bold enough to attack Su Li for his divine artifact in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he would definitely be ambushed during his journey back to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Even if Feng Qingyang declared he would protect Su Li, it would not stop people from risking their lives to obtain a divine artifact. After all, unless Feng Qingyang could be with Su Li all the time, it was impossible to stop people from attempting to snatch the divine artifact from Su Li. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Su Li was not rash, he could not help but remind Su Li through voice transmission, "Don't use your divine artifact even if it means you have to surrender." He was slightly worried Su Li would use the divine artifact out of desperation despite knowing better. Su Li was so focused on his battle with Tuo Baping that he did not even respond to Duan Ling Tian. Hence, Duan Ling Tian stopped sending voice transmissions to Su Li. Moreover, he knew Su Li had heard his message. Tuo Baping looked like a god wielding a sword as his body shone with a dazzling golden light. The green sword ray shone with a tinge of gold suddenly increased in size before it shot toward Su Li. In front of the gigantic sword, he looked extra small. As the sword ray shot out, the ground trembled in its wake. Even the barrier around the battle ring trembled slightly. "Su Li, surrender now," Tuo Baping said indifferently. Su Li stood his ground. His eyes were fixed on the greenish-gold sword ray as though he was in a trance. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray was already halfway away from Su Li. However, it did not seem like Su Li had the intention of dodging the attack at all. Upon seeing this, even Tuo Baping frowned slightly. He had no intentions of killing Su Li, after all. However, there was nothing he could do if Su Li refused to surrender or crush his jade token. Chapter 3478 A Sudden Breakthrough. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as Su Li remained frozen on the spot as though he was in a trance. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet instinctively, wanting to pull Su Li out of harm's way. At the same time, the others thought Su Li must have lost his mind. How could he be in a daze during such a critical moment? Some of them even wondered if Tuo Baping had cast an illusory technique. Tuo Baping naturally knew Su Li's odd behavior had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not skilled in illusory techniques. Su Li. Tuo Baping frowned as he watched Su Li about to die under his sword attack. At the same time, he decided to withdraw his attack. Although he could not completely withdraw the force of his attack and the force would likely gravely injure Su Li, at least Su Li would not die. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step in and intervene during the crucial moment, Feng Qingyang's voice rang in his ears. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing his master's words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Su Li. Previously, he was too anxious to notice the destructive energy raging around Su Li's body. It was as if cold water had slowly come to a boil. I understand now, Su Li murmured as his eyes suddenly brightened. The blood-red energy around him flashed as a terrifying destructive energy swept out in his surroundings, causing the barrier around the battle ring to tremble. Tuoba Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed something was amiss. He could tell Su Li was like a different person now. Su Li had clearly become much stronger than before. He could not help but shudder inwardly when he sensed Su Li's energy. Did he have a breakthrough and possess the strength of a 4-star god of war now? This thought suddenly appeared in Tuoba Ping's mind. The difference between a 3-star god of war and a 4-star god of war was like heaven and earth, where the latter could easily defeat the former. I hope I'm wrong about it, Tuoba Ping thought to himself as he mobilized his celestial origin energy to attack Su Li with all his might. As soon as sensed Su Li's change, his intention to withdraw his attack vanished as well. The golden green light from the huge sword shone even more dazzling than before, illuminating the battle ring. It seemed as though it would be too late for Su Li to escape now, even if he had broken through and now possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. You're just in time. Su Li casually tossed his celestial sword. A blood-red sword ray appeared immediately and increased in size at an alarming rate before it shot toward the giant sword with a terrifying destructive force. The void rippled and twisted in its wake as though it was about to tear. The young geniuses could sense the terrifying energy from Su Li's attack as well, and they were confused and shocked. How did he suddenly grow so strong? Was he holding back his strength earlier? It feels like he has fused another 2 profundities with his attack. That's probably why his strength has increased tremendously. Heavens! His attack seems to be on par with the attack from Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon that has an artifact soul. Similarly, the heavenly emperors of various Devata realms and higher-ups from the tidal temple branches were surprised as well. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Su Li. Unlike most of the young geniuses, they could clearly feel that Su Li was not a match for Tuoba Ping. Therefore, they knew he was not holding back his strength earlier when his destructive energy suddenly grew stronger. Su Li's comprehension skills are terrifying. When faced with a life-or-death situation, he actually managed to gain a deeper understanding of the law of destruction, resulting in a breakthrough. One of the heavenly emperors said and achieved a breakthrough. One of the heavenly emperors exclaimed, I heard that Su Li is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Who knew that such a monstrous talent would appear after that genius? I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven can handle him. Another heavenly emperor said with a sigh as he glanced at Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, the Heaven-grade Thousand Tribulations sword sect had a genius who was strong enough to challenge Yu Haotian. It was unfortunate he was eventually defeated and perished. That incident seemed to be the start of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's downfall. Rumor had it that the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven had intentionally pressured the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Therefore, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect left the Jade Emperor territory and moved to the Nando territory where they thrived. At this moment, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yu Haotian, was sitting with heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, Gongsun Xuanyuan. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Gongsun Xuanyuan asked. Yu Haotian nodded. He's considered one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. How unexpected. After being on the decline for so many years, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect managed to produce such a great talent. Do you feel the pressure? Gongsun Xuanyuan asked with a smile on his face. That genius from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had caused quite some damage to you in the past. Although you killed him eventually, it still took you a few hundred years to fully heal from the injuries he dealt you. Nobody knew about the matter as clearly as Gongsun Xuanyuan did. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was evenly matched with Yu Haotian during their earth-shattering battle. In the end, Yu Haotian managed to defeat him and kill him by a slight margin. In fact, Yu Haotian did not intend to kill him, but at that critical moment, things were out of his control. If Yu Haotian did not gain a slight edge at that time, he would have been the one who died. Due to severe injuries, Yu Haotian went into closed-door cultivation for a few hundred years to recover. During the time he was away, his nephew, Yang Jian, Three-Eye Celestial Emperor, had used his name and ordered the titled Celestial Emperors in the heavenly palace of the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, forcing the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to flee the Jade Emperor territory and move to the Nan Do territory. Since Yang Jian had acted under Yu Haotian's name, Yang Jian did not dare to go overboard. Nevertheless, he was still punished by Yu Haotian when Yu Haotian emerged from closed-door cultivation. At that time, Yu Haotian had planned to invite the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect back to the Jade Emperor territory since he treated that genius as his confidant. However, when he went to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and discovered they seemed to be thriving even more after leaving the Jade Emperor territory, he decided it was best to leave them alone and left without a word. Although rumors were rife about him suppressing the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Finally, there seems to be hope for them. Yu Haotian nodded. The fraternal twins from the Ganzhong progeny and Moxie progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect might be able to hold their own against me if they manage to grow stronger before I attain godhood. However, they won't be able to pressure me much. Su Li, on the other hand, is a different story. He reminds me of that person. Perhaps it's only a matter of time before he catches up to me. Based on his words, Yu Haotian clearly thought highly of Su Li. I'm afraid he'll try to avenge the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and dethrone you, Gongsun Xuanyuan said with a smile. I have nothing to say if he's really capable of that, Yu Haotian said sincerely with a smile on his face. His comprehension skills aren't bad. Feng Qingyang smiled when he saw Su Li's law destruction had risen another level after his breakthrough. He was the first to notice earlier when Su Li suddenly fell into a trance. He was also the first to figure out that Su Li must have had an epiphany and was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Therefore, he had stopped Duan Ling Tian from intervening. Based on Su Li's performance, he could tell that Su Li had taken his advice to heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Su Li to successfully fuse two profundities from the law of destruction at such a crucial moment. Moreover, the fusing method Su Li had used was the method he taught Su Li. It had to be said, although he imparted his knowledge to Su Li, it all depended on Su Li to grasp his words and achieve a breakthrough. This breakthrough will grant him the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, he should be able to make it into the top 30 with ease, Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses were unaware that Su Li had a breakthrough and assumed he was hiding his strength earlier. However, there were a few astute young geniuses who knew Su Li had a breakthrough. With this knowledge, they knew Su Li would defeat Tuo Baping. At the same time, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face again as he watched the blood-red sword collide with the golden-green sword. He's successfully broken through. Chapter 3479 The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor, Heaven's true disciple. Su Li stood unmoving, and his back was straight like a spear. At this time, the terrifying blood-red sword ray was colliding with Tuo Baping's domineering golden-green sword attack. The two swords clashed with each other, appearing to be evenly matched. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword ray that was glowing like the sunset suddenly expanded. Its light was so bright that the golden-green sword seemed to be shrinking back in fear. A strange and miserable screech rang from the middle of the battle ring, causing chills to run up people's spines. That's the voice of Tuo Baping's sword spirit. Just as these words fell, the golden-green sword vanished. Similarly, Tuo Baping had disappeared as well and reappeared outside of the battle ring. The barrier shook violently as the blood-red sword ray struck it, looking as though it was going to shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, in the end, it managed to withstand the attack. Upon seeing this, realization dawned upon Duan Ling Tian. It seems like the attack of a 4-star god of war is the limit the barrier is able to withstand. Su Li will be able to make it into the top 30. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed when Su Li won the match. After Su Li's breakthrough, he now possessed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, many astute young geniuses could tell Su Li had a breakthrough. Even those who were unaware earlier could guess what had happened by now. He's only slightly over 600 years old but possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war. It seems like he's even more talented than Duan Ling Tian. That's right, Duan Ling Tian's strength is only that of a 3-star god of war. Although Duan Ling Tian had won previously, his opponent was only a 2-star god of war. Therefore, most of the people could only confirm he was stronger than a 3-star god of war. It was not surprising people thought Su Li was stronger than Duan Ling Tian after watching Su Li's match. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not care about other people's opinions of him. Su Li, did you hide your strength earlier or did you have a breakthrough mid-battle? Tuo Baping, who had crushed his jade token and left the battlefield earlier, asked with a bitter smile. The few young geniuses who were still unaware of Su Li's breakthrough were taken aback and began to discuss among themselves. What is Tuo Baping saying? Did he think Su Li had a sudden breakthrough earlier? Isn't that terrifying? Can you imagine how good his comprehension skill must be to have a sudden breakthrough? That's right, he's really heaven-defying. Meanwhile, Su Li replied to Tuo Baping, speaking of which, I have you to thank for it. I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly if it weren't for the pressure from your sword attack. This confirmation caused an uproar again among the young geniuses, even if most of them had already guessed it. When Su Li returned to his seat, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, Su Li, you must be confident about making it into the top 30, right? Su Li grinned. Senior Feng Qing Yang's efforts to teach me would have been in vain if I still couldn't enter the top 30 in the Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Su Li's words. Your breakthrough has something to do with my master. Su Li nodded. His lips curled up into a smile as he said, I wouldn't have had a sudden breakthrough if Senior Feng Qing Yang didn't guide me previously. Of course, the pressure from Tuo Baping's attack played an important role as well. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, my current strength should be comparable to yours, right? Duan Ling Tian's current strength was still a mystery to Su Li. Before his breakthrough, he did not ask Duan Ling Tian this question since he knew he had to be weaker than Duan Ling Tian. However, after his breakthrough due to the law of destruction and gaining the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become much more confident. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know once we battle each other. I'll be waiting then. Su Li nodded. Hints of fighting spirit burned in his eyes at this time. At this moment, Tang Sanpao gave Su Li a thumbs up as he said, Su Li, you're amazing. You even broke through in the midst of a battle. It shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 30 now that you possess the strength of a 4-star god of war. Su Li looked at Tang Sanpao and nodded politely. I'm sure you'll enter the top 30 as well. In fact, it's likely that 4 people in our group will make it into the top 30. Top 30. Tang Sanpao was briefly stunned by Su Li's words. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, Su Li, my goal isn't to rank in the top 30. My goal is to rank in the top 3 in the Battle of the Geniuses. Top 3. Not only Su Li, but Duan Ling Tian and the others were surprised by Tang Sanpao's reply as well. They did not expect him to be so ambitious. Brother Sanpao. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu reached out and patted Tang Sanpao's shoulder before he shook his head and said with a smile on his face, it's good to be ambitious, but it's important to be realistic as well. In my opinion, you should aim to enter the top 100. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Although Zhang Tianyu did not know much about Tang Sanpao, he did not think Tang Sanpao was too strong, based on Tang Sanpao's behavior. Those who were strong were usually cold and aloof. They discovered Tang Sanpao was a chatterbox after they had gotten familiar with him. For this reason, he did not think Tang Sanpao would be as strong as Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, or Ling Juyun. You don't believe me? Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhang Tianyu. Alright, just wait and see. If the title temple arranges for me to fight someone comparable to a 4-star god of war, I'll definitely defeat him. As it happened, a few battles after Su Li's battle, Tang Sanpao was the second person in Duan Ling Tian's group who was called out to enter the battle ring. His opponent was called Yu Lansheng. Yu Lansheng. Something stirred in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he saw Yu Lansheng's name appear. This name had left an impression on him when he looked through the list of the top 300 participants. Heavens, it's Yu Lansheng. Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to Tang Sanpao, sprung up to his feet and instinctively looked at Tang Sanpao. With a hint of disbelief. Brother Sanpao, your wish has come true. I'm amazed. Brother Sanpao, do you know some techniques to see the future? Shouldn't you specialize in the law of time? Contrary to what Zhang Tianyu said, Tang Sanpao did not comprehend the law of time. It's Yu Lansheng. Tang Sanpao's eyes burned brightly as he rose to his feet. It seems like the title temple knows me to have arranged for me to battle Yu Lansheng, someone who's as strong as a 4-star god of war, in the early bouts of the 4th round. Moreover, he's also the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. With these words, Duan Ling Tian finally remembered why Yu Lansheng's name left an impression on him. Yu Lansheng was suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war. The Jade Emperor's true disciple. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the handsome young man who had just flown out from the left corner of the spectators' seats. The handsome young man was tall and well-built. His long hair rested on the back of his turquoise robe. His thick eyebrows perfectly framed his big and bright eyes, and he seemed to have a smile permanently etched on his face. At the same time, the other young geniuses were discussing among themselves. It's Yu Lansheng. Heavens! Another participant who's suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war has entered the battle ring. A decade ago, Yu Lansheng was already said to be comparable to a 4-star god of war. Who's Tang Sanpao? How unlucky that he's chosen to fight Yu Lansheng. I've never heard of Tang Sanpao. Could he be like Zhang Guiyu as well? Maybe this battle isn't a big deal to him. You're overthinking. Do you think there are so many people like Zhang Guiyu? Amid the pessimistic voices, Tang Sanpao smiled and said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, watch closely. It'll be over in a blink of an eye. Make sure you don't miss it. Following that, Tang Sanpao flew into the battle ring. Chapter 3480 Another 5-star god of war. This Tang Sanpao. When Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze back to Tang Sanpao, he discovered the always present smile on Tang Sanpao's face had been replaced by an indifferent expression. Tang Sanpao, who looked cold and aloof now, was like a completely different person. Brother Tang Sanpao has great acting skills. He looks more like an extraordinary genius now, Zhang Tianyu said with a smile. Clearly, he thought Tang Sanpao was only putting on an act. In fact, the majority of the people present did not think and nobody like Tang Sanpao was strong. All of them were certain he would be easily defeated by Yu Lansheng, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The crowd was not surprised when Yu Lansheng attacked with the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, they were shocked when they saw Tang Sanpao deflect Yu Lansheng's attack and retaliated. A wave of terrifying energy surged out and shrouded Yu Lansheng immediately. Despite how hard Yu Lansheng struggled and used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, which contained an artifact soul, he could not break out of Tang Sanpao's restraint. When Tang Sanpao exerted more strength to further restrain Yu Lansheng crushed his jade token. Just like that, Tang Sanpao defeated Yu Lansheng with 2 moves. At this moment, it was as silent as a graveyard in the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Tang Sanpao broke the silence first. Too bad. It seems like this is the extent of the strength of the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's like that the only people whom I need to fight using my full strength are Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang, the true disciples of the Heavenly Emperors of the solitary destructive heaven and the pavilion shaft heaven respectively. After Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he moved to return to his seat. Before Tang Sanpao left, Yu Lansheng asked with an unsightly expression on his face, "Who are you?" Yu Lansheng had tried his best earlier, but Tang Sanpao was so much stronger than he was defeated in just an instant. "I'm Tang Sanpao. I'm just a nobody," Tang Sanpao said as he turned to look at Yu Lansheng indifferently. However, as soon as he returned to his seat, his indifference vanished immediately. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others with a triumphant smile on his face and asked, "What do you think? Did you look closely like I told you to earlier?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, He Jianyi, and even Ling Zhuyang were looking at Tang Sanpao in shock and disbelief. It was as though they were meeting Tang Sanpao for the first time. "Who are you? Why did you approach me? What purpose?" Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly as he raised an eyebrow. He was undeniably shocked by Tang Sanpao's strength. Similar to Zhang Tianyu, he did not think Tang Sanpao was very strong based on Tang Sanpao's behavior. However, after witnessing Tang Sanpao's battle, he realized Tang Sanpao was no weaker than a 5-star god of war. In the past few Devata Realms battles of the geniuses, the highest number of participants comparable to a 5-star gods was only 9. Since then, the number had been on a decline. There were not many young geniuses below the age of 1000 who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war recently. It was not an easy feat after all to possess such strength at such a young age. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be wary of Tang Sanpao, who had been friendly toward him since the beginning. He wondered if Tang Sanpao had ulterior motives for approaching him. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Su Li furrowed his brows whereas Zhang Tianyu and the others looked at Tang Sanpao fearfully. Was it true that Tang Sanpao harbored ulterior motives? Tang Sanpao said, Slightly confused, what purpose would I have? I only approach you so I can get to know you. I want to defeat you during the battle of the geniuses so I can brag to that old man. That old man. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He's my master, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Your master suffered a beating from that old man in the past. However, after your master returned from the Asura hell, that old man went to challenge your master and was beaten to a pulp by your master's clone, which was not even from the main law that your master comprehended. I've been by the old man's side for so many years, but it was my first time seeing him suffer a defeat so miserably. For that reason, my goal, participating in the battle of the geniuses, is to defeat you so I can brag to the old man that I defeated the true disciple of the person who beat him up. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to verify Tang Sanpao's words. That's his disciple. Feng Qingyang was quite surprised as he received Duan Ling Tian's message. Don't worry, he's not lying. Earlier, when he attacked, I'd thought Tang Sanpao's movements are similar to that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple. Master, before you entered the Asura hell, his master defeated you. Elder Huo told me that before you entered the Asura hell, you were already an 8-star god of war, Duan Ling Tian asked in shock. His master is an expert who lives in seclusion. He's a 9-star god of war who's about to attain godhood, Feng Qingyang said. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why his master was defeated previously. It was easy for a 9-star god of war to defeat an 8-star god of war after all. However, after Feng Qingyang attained godhood, it was only natural that those who had yet to attain godhood, like Tang Sanpao's master, were no match for Feng Qingyang. It won't be easy for you to defeat me. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he looked at Tang Sanpao. He felt relieved after Feng Qingyang confirmed Tang Sanpao truly did not have any ill intentions. Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him so he could brag to his master. It seems like you're at least a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up. I've already suspected this before, but now that you confirmed it, I really can't wait to battle with you. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Tang Sanpao turned around eagerly to look at Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple, and shouted, Vice Temple Master Shu, can you assign Duan Ling Tian to me for my next match? I can't wait to battle him. Shu Konghai was slightly taken aback by Tang Sanpao. In the end, he only glanced at Tang Sanpao before shifting his gaze away, ignoring him. Then, he looked at the young geniuses in the battle rings and said, carry on. The participants in the battle rings had temporarily stopped fighting because they wanted to watch Yu Lansheng's fight. Who knew, just like Meng Fangui, Yu Lansheng would be defeated by a nobody as well. There was now another participant as strong as a 5-star god of war had appeared in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Most importantly, among these outstanding participants, 2 of them had unknown origins. How arrogant! How dare he ignore me? Once I attain godhood, I'll definitely go to the title temple to beat him up. Tang Sanpao said indignantly as he looked at Shu Konghai's back. Despite the fact that there were 4 ongoing battles, the crowd's attention was now focused on Tang Sanpao. They were intrigued by this mysterious character who was just like Zhang Guiyu. There are so many people trying to poach me. I wonder if I should tell the old man about them when I return so he can challenge them to a duel. Tang Sanpao murmured to himself as he rested his chin on his hand, glancing at the group of heavenly emperors and higher-ups from title temple branches. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. He felt slightly amused and helpless thinking about how Tang Sanpao wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to beat up the heavenly emperors and higher-ups from the title temple branches. Naturally, based on Tang Sanpao's words, he knew some of the heavenly emperors and higher-ups from title temple branches must have tried to recruit Tang Sanpao. After all, how could they know that Tang Sanpao's master was a 9-star god of war? They probably thought Tang Sanpao was a humble sectless cultivator. Duan Ling Tian knew those who tried to recruit Tang Sanpao had yet to attain godhood. After all, gods would not disdain themselves to recruit celestials unless the celestial was incredibly outstanding. Although Tang Sanpao was very strong and seemed rather talented based on his age and strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, he was not outstanding enough to attract the attention of gods. Moreover, there was no guarantee now that Tang Sanpao would be able to attain godhood. There were many geniuses who were outstanding when they were young but became mediocre as time passed. On the flip side, there were also those who were mediocre but became outstanding later. Nevertheless, at this time, there was no doubt Tang Sanpao was talented and strong for his age. When dusk arrived, they were only halfway through the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Shu Konghai said, "The next bout will be today's final bout. Those who haven't been called will continue tomorrow. There's a possibility the fourth round might even extend until the day after tomorrow." After he finished speaking, 10 names of those who would be participating in the final matches for the day appeared. One of the names immediately caught everyone's attention: Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3481 The Mastery Dao. During the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Ling Tian had eliminated a 2-star god of war with just a single blow. Since then, nobody dared to challenge him to a duel, hence, this was only his second challenge since then. Duan Ling Tian's opponent is an unknown cultivator called Zhou Shaokun. Could he also be a disciple of an expert living in seclusion? The crowd began to speculate among themselves when they saw Duan Ling Tian's opponent was someone they had never heard of before. Therefore, they were reminded of Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, who displayed their remarkable strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war previously. Nevertheless, their speculation was quickly put to rest. Zhou Shaokun is a young master of the Heaven and Earth Celestial Sect, a heaven-grade force in the Transcendence Heaven. He already has the strength of a 2-star god of war 100 years ago, and during the second round of the Battle of the Geniuses, the strength he displayed was that of a top 2-star god of war. Although Zhou Shaokun was not famous throughout the Devata realms, he was well known in the Transcendence Heaven. Therefore, those from the Transcendence Heaven quickly spoke up and corrected the other speculations. When the young geniuses learned about Zhou Shaokun's background, they shook their heads in disappointment. The title temple is showing great favor to Duan Ling Tian by matching him with such an easy opponent. I disagree. After all, who knows if Zhou Shaokun is hiding his strength? There's a possibility that he's just like Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, who have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Moreover, even if he only has strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, he still has a chance of defeating Duan Ling Tian. You're overthinking. It's already rare enough that there are 2 dark horses like Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao in the Battle of the Geniuses. I don't think there are going to be many surprises going forward. Even if there are surprises, I doubt any of them will be as shocking as Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao. I don't think Zhou Shaokun is hiding his true strength. While the crowd was fervently discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 participants entered their respective battle rings. Zhou Shaokun was an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build who was dressed in fine robes. He would not have stood out in a sea of people with his appearance. At this moment, Zhou Shaokun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I know I'm no match for you, but I'm still excited to fight you." Duan Ling Tian only nodded in response. The remaining 8 participants in the other battle rings were rather speechless upon hearing Zhou Shaokun's words. They had been anticipating a fierce battle between Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Shaokun, and yet, Zhou Shaokun had readily admitted defeat. "I'll attack now," Zhou Shaokun said. Subsequently, an emerald energy surged out, transforming into vines as thick as giant pythons that struck toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian easily teleported and appeared behind Zhou Shaokun in just a blink of an eye. The vines suddenly changed directions as though Zhou Shaokun had anticipated Duan Ling Tian's move. They snaked forward, intending to cage Duan Ling Tian. "Break!" Duan Ling Tian muttered as he sidestepped the vines. With that, fine lines began to appear in the rippling and distorting void around him. Following that, the vines that were shooting toward him were instantly destroyed by the distorting void around him. It was as though the space around him had become a restricted zone that others could not enter. Zhou Shaokun was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had cast the elementary mastery Dao that he had just grasped recently. He had naively thought it was an attack from a fused profundity from the law of space. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll surrender and leave the battle ring if you're able to deflect this attack," Zhou Shaokun said with a grunt before an ordinary-looking wooden staff appeared in his hand. The wooden staff flashed with light as celestial origin energy surged. Following that, grass began to grow quickly in the battle ring. Zhou Shaokun tapped the wooden staff on the ground before hundreds of vines began to intertwine, forming a huge and thick vine. Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved when faced with the gigantic vine that was shooting toward him. Upon seeing this, many people were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian did have any intention of dodging the fierce attack at all. Zhou Shaokun's attack contains the force of a top 2-star god of war, but Duan Ling Tian is completely unfazed. Don't tell me he's planning to face the attack directly. Even a 3-star god of war isn't capable of facing this attack directly, right? What's he doing? At this time, the giant vine was only 10 meters away from Duan Ling Tian. Even a 3-star god of war would not be able to dodge the attack at this time. What's Duan Ling Tian doing? Most people were confused when they saw Duan Ling Tian standing motionlessly. When the giant vine was only 5 meters away from Duan Ling Tian, it was destroyed by the rippling and distorting void around Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. It was as though there was a protective barrier within a 5-meter radius of him. Just like that, the giant vine was destroyed before it could even touch the edge of Duan Ling Tian's robe. What technique is that? Is the law of space capable of something like this? Many young geniuses were shocked and confused. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches rose to their feet instinctively, shocked. Even Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Unlike the young geniuses, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches could clearly see Duan Ling Tian's movements and understood what was going on. It's the Mastery Tao. Heavens! Not only did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's only true disciple create his own space sword Tao based on the destructive sword Tao, but he also managed to create his own Mastery Tao. What a monstrous talent! Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is truly lucky to have such a talented true disciple. He has created 2 Taos before he attains godhood. Even if he has only created 1 Tao, it's a guarantee that he'll attain godhood sooner or later. With 2 Taos, not only will he become a god, but he'll be considered a talent even when he becomes a god. Based on Duan Ling Tian's potential, no one doubted that Duan Ling Tian would attain godhood as long as he did not die prematurely. Moreover, they knew he would be considered extraordinary even after he became a god. Many of those who had lived a long time were envious when they saw Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master, was similarly taken aback when he saw Duan Ling Tian's performance. Just like everyone else, he had only found out his true disciple had created his own Mastery Tao and was able to bend the space around him to his will. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, noticed Feng Qingyang's reaction, so he asked, "Brother Feng, were you unaware that junior nephew Duan has created his own Mastery Tao?" Feng Qingyang nodded. "Your true disciple is truly brilliant," Ding Fu said enviously. "Based on his attack, I can sense the level of his Mastery Tao is comparable to the level of my devouring Tao. I really can't wait to see how strong he'll become once he attains godhood." Not everyone was capable of forming one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, after all. One's strength when one was a celestial was tremendously different after one became a god. This was even more so for those who had already formed their own Taos. At this time, a few young geniuses, including Ling Zhuyun, finally figured out what was going on. Ling Zhuyun instinctively rose to his feet and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Although the space sword Tao and the Mastery Tao that Duan Ling Tian formed were only at the elementary stages, it was unprecedented in all the Devata realms for a celestial to form 2 Taos before attaining godhood. Moreover, he had managed to form one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Godhood aside, this was a strong indication that he was on the right path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 3482 Unprecedented in the history of all the Devata realms. Since when did it become so easy to form a Tao of heaven and earth? Ling Zhuyun's gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian was as though he was meeting Duan Ling Tian for the first time. Ling Zhuyun possessed a valuable treasure that caused the downfall of the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. Even with the help of that valuable treasure, he had only managed to form the limitless Tao and comprehended it to the elementary stage, which was the same stage as Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of his space sword Tao and Mastery Tao. Most importantly, even with that treasure, he had only managed to form 1 Tao. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun's soaring fighting spirit was reflected in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He murmured to himself, "I'm currently behind you in regard to the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, I'll definitely surpass you in all aspects in the future. As a direct descendant of the Ling clan in the Divine Offering realm, I won't allow myself to be defeated by someone from a mundane realm." Although Ling Zhuyun knew he was behind Duan Ling Tian, his spirit was not dampened. After all, the future was long, and he still had time to surpass Duan Ling Tian since their Daos were only at the elementary stage. The Mastery Dao. Although most of the young geniuses had heard of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, they could not tell Duan Ling Tian had formed the Mastery Dao. They only figured it out when they heard the conversations between those in the know. It's said if one manages to raise one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, they can attain godhood immediately. Rumor has it that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang attained godhood through this method. There are some 9-star gods of war whose comprehension of the law is weaker than 8-star gods of war. However, they make up for that after forming and comprehending an elementary Dao. Heavens! This is too unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian is only slightly over 600 years old, but he managed to form 2 Daos. Although the Daos are still in the elementary stages, it's only a matter of time before he gains a deeper understanding of his Daos. It's said that there are a few heavenly emperors who have formed an elementary Dao. For example, Heavenly Emperor Ding Fu of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven has formed a devouring Dao, while the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heavens has formed the Limitless Dao. The young geniuses selected to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were all outstanding. It did not matter if they came from a famous force or were disciples of experts living in seclusion, their elders were all powerhouses in the Devata realms. Hence, it was only natural that they had heard of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth even if they had not seen them before. Prior to today, most of them had never seen the 4 Daos of heaven and earth before. It was their first time seeing the Sword Dao, a weaponry Dao, during the second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses when Duan Ling Tian made a move. Although most of them later figured out that Duan Ling Tian had formed another one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, it took them a while to identify the Dao as the Mastery Dao. When they recalled how Duan Ling Tian seemed invulnerable within a 5-meter radius and how the space around him destroyed the vines, they slowly figured out that Duan Ling Tian formed a Mastery Dao that allowed him to manipulate the space around him. Since this was only the elementary stage, needless to say, the range of the space he was able to manipulate would only increase as his comprehension deepened. At the same time, the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were also discussing among themselves. Duan Ling Tian actually formed 2 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. I'm afraid this feat is unprecedented in the history of all the Devata realms, right? What a monstrous talent. We'll have to ask the title temple regarding this matter. That's right, the title temple's history is as long as the Devata realms. They should know if someone with such heaven-defying talents had ever appeared in the past. Many of the heavenly emperors began to ask the temple masters of the title temple branches. However, they only received vague replies that said they were not sure. After all, those from the title temple branches had been warned by Shu Konghai to keep the matter a secret. At this time, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, responded to a heavenly emperor, the Devata realms have existed for a long time, although a genius like him is rare, I'm sure he's not the only monstrous talent to have appeared. Ru Lai's eyes burned feverishly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and thought to himself, Great Master Mian, didn't even manage to form a Dao after attaining godhood in the past. After possessing his body using my secret technique, I'll have his memories and knowledge. At that time, I'll be able to comprehend the 2 Daos as well. Duan Ling Tian is truly the best gift from the heavens to me. The greed flashing in Ru Lai's eyes grew more and more intense as he stared at Duan Ling Tian like the world's most precious treasure. His thoughts also revealed that he called himself Great Master Mian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was instantly alarmed when he felt Ru Lai's greedy gaze on him. He could sense Ru Lai's evil intentions even from such a distance. At this moment, Zhou Shaokun smiled sincerely as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I admit defeat. You're too strong. Subsequently, Zhou Shaokun crushed his jade token and left the battle ring. He did not ask about Duan Ling Tian's attack since he had heard the fervent discussions in his surroundings. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian as he returned to his seat. How could he not attract everyone's attention when he not only formed his own space sword Dao based on his master's destructive sword Dao but also formed the Mastery Dao? Soon enough, the crowd began to wonder about Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. After all, during his 2 previous challenges, he did not use his law of space to defeat his opponents. The only profundities he had used from the law of space were the teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity. Someone said, perhaps, he hasn't learned how to fuse his profundities. Many people refuted these words immediately. Impossible. Based on his celestial origin energy, he's clearly a 9 palaces celestial emperor. Do you think someone with such a profound cultivation base would be unable to fuse profundities? Most importantly, he's someone who has formed 2 out of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. How could he not have learned how to fuse his profundities? As with the way of the world, there would always be those who disagreed. Those who doubted Duan Ling Tian spoke up to defend themselves. Everyone's energy is finite. I know Duan Ling Tian has high comprehension skills and is monstrously talented. However, he's only slightly over 600 years old, after all. It's natural for him to be limited by his age. That's right. Moreover, he only ascended to a Devata realm a few hundred years ago. It's heaven-defying enough that he manages to form 2 Taos within a few hundred years. How could he also learn to fuse profundities? There's even a possibility that he hasn't comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space to the highest stage. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not care about those who questioned his abilities. Before Duan Ling Tian could even take a seat, Tang Sanpao looked at him with blazing eyes and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, what's your comprehension of the law of space like? Why do you want to know?" Tang Sanpao said with a chuckle, "If your comprehension of the law of space is only average, I'll still challenge you even if you've formed 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, if your comprehension of the law of space is high as well, I'm not going to challenge you anymore. After all, why would I intentionally seek defeat and embarrass myself? I won't give that old man a chance to ridicule me. After all, I've been teasing him for being defeated by your master." Duan Ling Tian was rather amused by Tang Sanpao's words. He felt Tang Sanpao was a really interesting character. Just like Zhang Tianyu had said, Tang Sanpao did possess the bearing of a powerhouse at all. Tang Sanpao was the complete opposite of Ling Zhuyun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, "You'll find out if you battle with me." Chapter 3483 The Third Bout. Not only was Duan Ling Tian amused by Tang Sanpao, but Zhang Tianyu and the others were amused and speechless as well. Was this behavior appropriate for someone who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war before reaching the age of 1000? How could he be so blunt and shameless? You're keeping me guessing again. Tang Sanpao was annoyed by Duan Ling Tian's reply. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Forget it. We won't be facing each other so soon anyway. I'll be able to judge for myself if your opponents manage to force you to reveal your strength. At that time, I'll be able to decide if I should forfeit my match with you." Even Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Tang Sanpao's behavior. Subsequently, Tang Sanpao shifted his attention to Ling Zhuyun. Out of all of us, only Ling Zhuyun has yet to battle. After 2 bouts of battles, Ling Zhuyun's name finally appeared. His opponent's name was Zhang Yuheng. Duan Ling Tian and the others learned about Zhang Yuheng's strength through the conversations in their surroundings. Although the participants' details were listed by the title temple, Duan Ling Tian naturally could not remember every single participant. He only remembered those stronger or comparable to a 4-star god of war, and Zhang Yuheng was not among them. Finally, it's Zhang Yuheng's turn. He was already as strong as a 3-star god of war a decade ago, so he must be stronger now. Zhang Yuheng is a top prodigy in the first celestial pavilion, a heaven-grade force in the blazing heaven. At slightly over 800 years old, his strength is speculated to be that of a 3-star god of war. Many people believe he'll be as strong as a 4-star god of war before turning 1000 years old. On the other hand, Ling Zhuyun is a sectless cultivator from the wind prop heaven. Although he's a sectless cultivator, he's the strongest among the young geniuses the title temple in the wind prop heaven brought here. Moreover, during the second round of the Battle of the Geniuses, you could see how terrifying he was when killing someone comparable to a top 2-star god of war. At the very least, he's as strong as a 3-star god of war. Those young geniuses who came from the wind prop heaven have said that Ling Zhuyun is as strong as a top 3-star god of war. There's a chance he's as strong as 4-star god of war. The crowd seemed knowledgeable about Ling Zhuyun. Clearly, they had asked around about him. Ling Zhuyun stood in the battle ring across from his opponent, Zhang Hengyu. Zhang Hengyu was a solemn young man dressed in fine robes. The solemn Zhang Hengyu and aloof Ling Zhuyun silently faced each other. Without any warning, Zhang Hengyu made the first move. He brought his celestial weapon that resembled a small and exquisite cauldron out before he tossed it up into the sky. Flames surged around the cauldron immediately as it rapidly began to increase in size. When it finally shot toward Ling Zhuyun and dropped from above, It looked like a live volcano. Ling Juyun remained expressionless when faced with the gigantic cauldron. When the cauldron dropped down, his death doppelganger that was shrouded in dragon-like black mist appeared immediately. Ling Juyun's doppelganger shot toward the cauldron fearlessly. A loud explosion rang in the air when Ling Juyun's doppelganger collided with the giant cauldron. Flame surged and shrouded the death doppelganger soon after. At the same time, Zhang Hengyu's expression was grim, and veins could be seen popping up on his forehead. It seemed like he was attacking with all his might at this moment. Did he manage to suppress Ling Juyun? The death doppelganger let out a fierce roar as it flew out of the surging flame's reach. Its bloodshot eyes looked terrifying as death aura began to surge around him before transforming into countless swords ray that put out the flames. Following that, the death doppelganger gathered all the death aura around its fist before it punched the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron that had lost its flame was sent flying with a loud bang. Zhang Hengyu, who was controlling the cauldron from afar, spit out a mouthful of blood immediately as he staggered backward. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. I've lost. Zhang Hengyu raised his trembling hand and retrieved the cauldron that had shrunk to the size of his palm before putting it away. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Juyun won his match with Zhang Hengyu before the others even managed to figure out what was going on. Only a few astute young geniuses knew Zhang Hengyu had attacked without holding back earlier but was still unable to stop Ling Juyun. Not only that, but Ling Juyun had easily defeated Zhang Hengyu with just a strike. From the beginning until the end, Ling Juyun did not move at all, nor did he use his celestial weapon. His doppelganger alone was enough to defeat Zhang Hengyu. Previously, it's speculated that Ling Juyun possessed the strength of a top 3-star god of war. However, after this match, I'm sure he's a top 4-star god of war at least. That's right, an ordinary 4-star god of war won't be able to dispel Zhang Hengyu's attack with so much ease. The crowd's eyes were glued to Ling Juyun as he returned to his seat next to Duan Lingtian. Ling Juyun seems close to Duan Lingtian. That's right, they've been together since the start of the Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao, and Su Li, that group is filled with monstrous talents. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After Ling Juyun won his first battle, Duan Lingtian and his friends gained even more attention. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi felt the pressure of sitting with the 4 talented geniuses as the crowd whispered among themselves. After a while, the first bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, there were a few more young geniuses who had performed brilliantly. Among them were Zhang Guiyu, a sectless cultivator from the boundless heaven who stunned the crowd during his match. Then, there was Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. However, Yu Dongfang's true strength had not been determined since his opponent was weaker than him. Currently, only Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao had revealed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war due to their opponents possessing the strength of a 4-star god of war. The others only revealed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war at most. Needless to say, there were more participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. They had just hidden their strength. Now that the first bout of the 4th round of the Battle of the Geniuses has come to an end, Shu Konghai said, the second bout of the 4th round will take place after 3 days. Although 3 days were short, they were enough for those injured young geniuses to recover. After 3 days, the crowd could not wait for the second bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to commence. They grew even more excited when they realized many of the outstanding participants had yet to show their full strength since they were mostly assigned to weaker opponents unlike Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao. Alas, the matches were not particularly exciting during the second bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the end, the 75 young geniuses with mediocre performances were eliminated while the other 75 outstanding young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, would continue to advance. It seems like the title temple intends to save the best for last. It seems like they're trying to determine the strength of the participants and select the strongest to battle at the end, Zhang Tianyu said. Indeed, Wang Ting nodded. For the third bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao did not have to fight anyone. Chapter 3484 A Supreme Powerhouse's Will. During the third bout of the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 75 participants who passed the second bout did not need to participate in the third bout. The remaining 225 participants would fight among themselves for the remaining 25 places. This meant that only roughly 10% of the participants would be able to advance. Hence, the third bout was longer compared to the first and second bouts. Moreover, there were a few participants among the 225 participants who were not any weaker than some of the 75 participants who were exempted from the third bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The third bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was not particularly exciting as well. As such, it did not take long before many of the heavenly emperors began to leave the venue. Upon seeing that, many young geniuses followed suit and left as well. Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and also the host of the Devata Realms Battle Geniuses, had left as well. On the contrary, not one of those from the Title Temple left. No matter how boring the matches were, the Title Temple was the creator of the event after all. Those from the Title Temple branches might even be punished by the main Title Temple for leaving. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao said to Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun, "The matches are boring, let's return to cultivate. We'll return once the bout ends or when we're needed here." Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun had no objections. Before they left with Tang Sanpao, they had asked Zhang Tianyu and the others to call for them once the third bout had ended. Although they did not need to participate in the third bout, they had to present for the fourth bout. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not leave. Although Duan Ling Tian, Tang Sanpao, Su Li, and Ling Juyun found the matches boring, the trio found the matches interesting. After all, those who were fighting in the third bout were naturally much stronger than those in the first two bouts. By observing the fights, they might learn something. Hence, how could they let go of such a good chance and leave? Most of the young geniuses who had left the venue were part of those 75 participants who had advanced to the fourth round. In fact, out of 75 participants, only 20 or 30 of them had left. "See you later," Duan Ling Tian said to the others before all of them returned to their respective wooden houses. After entering his wooden house, Duan Ling Tian lay on the bed and closed his eyes to meditate. In his hand, he held the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. It did not take long before he fell asleep. Although it was not necessary for celestials to sleep, they could easily sleep by cutting off their senses from the world. Needless to say, unlike some humans who could even sleep through earthquakes, their surroundings had to be quiet since the slightest noise could make the defenses kick in and jolt them awake. Shortly after he fell asleep, he entered a dream where he was in a place of nothingness except for a figure casting the profundities from the law of space. After some time had passed, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was no longer in a place of nothingness. He now saw the figure standing unmoving on a seemingly endless mountain range. Then, Duan Ling Tian watched as the figure extended both his arms. Following that, the space around the figure began to distort and ripple. In the beginning, it was just space close to the figure. However, it gradually spread to the sky above and the ground below. As soon as the horrifying force that distorted the space came in contact with the ground, the mountain the figure stood on collapsed immediately, reduced to rubble and debris. When it touched the clouds in the sky, they vanished as well. The range of his mastery Dao is really vast. Mine only covers a radius of 5 meters, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The territory profundity from the law of space was similar to Duan Ling Tian's mastery Dao. However, its offensive strength could not compare to the mastery Dao as well. The person who cast the law of space's mastery Dao was a god in that particular space. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian discovered the figure had begun to move again. This time, a sword appeared in its hand before it began to demonstrate various astonishing moves along with the law of space. As Duan Ling Tian continued to watch, the feeling like something was amiss gradually grew in his heart when he saw the figure's sword techniques slightly resembled his master's destructive sword Dao. It confused him that the figure seemed to know what he knew. The feeling like something was amiss was so strong that Duan Ling Tian quickly jolted away. Then, he hurriedly brought the formation compass out so he could speak to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. "Sister Water, there's something strange with the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. It seems to understand my sword Dao," Duan Ling Tian said before recounting what he had seen in his dream. In fact, this was not the first time he had noticed something like that, but it had never been so obvious before. He could no longer hold back his curiosity, so he decided to speak to the world-cleansing divine water that was the most knowledgeable among the 4 divine elements. That's normal. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words at all. The supreme powerhouse divinity is a priceless treasure after all. It appears when a supreme powerhouse perishes. Not only can it help one to deepen one's understanding of the law, but it also holds a small trace of a supreme powerhouse's will. Although it contains a trace of the will from a supreme powerhouse, it's not a living thing. Its actions are instinctive. Learning your sword Dao can be considered as an example. It will also instinctively continue to comprehend your Dao, which will be helpful to you. After all, although it's just the divinity and the will of a supreme powerhouse, they still belong to a supreme powerhouse, a peak existence. Therefore, its ability to refine your Dao will surpass yours even if the supreme powerhouse didn't form and comprehend such a Dao when he or she was alive. After all the Daos share a root, the world cleans divine water explained, clearing Duan Ling Tian's confusion. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As it turned out, the supreme powerhouse's divinity still contained a trace of the will from the supreme powerhouse who had perished. Following that, Duan Ling Tian took a look at his family and friends and found they were all deep in their cultivation. With that, he severed his little world's connection to the outside world again before he slept again. After all, the figure in his dream was a great teacher. Although the 3rd bout of the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather long, it still ended within a month after 25 out of 225 participants had been selected to proceed to the next bout. Duan Ling Tian, the 4th bout of the 4th stage of the Battle of the Geniuses will commence in 3 days. Similar to the previous rounds, those who were eliminated would have 10 chances to challenge those who made it. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's message, Duan Ling Tian jolted awake. Over the next 3 days, he did not sleep. Instead, he cultivated to calm the restless celestial origin energy in his body. After all, whenever he slept and comprehended the law of space using the supreme powerhouse's divinity, his celestial origin energy would circulate on its own. In the end, it only took him half a day to calm his celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian cultivated and thought to himself at the same time, I must rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I have to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the exploding element celestial fruit, I can save a few decades of cultivation to become a 10-direction celestial emperor. Although Duan Ling Tian was now a 9 palaces celestial emperor, which was just a stage below a 10-direction celestial emperor, it was difficult to progress at this stage. Just to become a 10-direction celestial from a 9 palaces celestial emperor was much harder compared to a 1 basic celestial emperor becoming a 6 combos celestial emperor or a 7 stars celestial emperor. Even for someone with heaven-defying talents who possessed plenty of cultivation resources and superior cultivation like Duan Ling Tian, it was not an easy task to break through. Usually, even geniuses would take a few hundred years at least to become a 10-direction celestial emperor from a 9 palaces celestial emperor. Among the participants of the Battle of the Geniuses, the strongest so far has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. This means their cultivation base is that of a 9 palaces celestial emperor at most. In the history of all the Devata realms, there aren't many who became 10-direction celestial emperors before the age of 1000. Those who managed such a feat had undoubtedly consumed the exploding element celestial fruits or other celestial fruits with similar effects. There were 81 Devata realms, after all. It was only a matter of course that there were other celestial fruits with effects like the exploding element celestial fruit. After 3 days, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Su Li before leaving his wooden house. Since Su Li did contact him, he knew Su Li must still be in his wooden house. After Su Li left his wooden house, he said, I lost track of time while cultivating and forgot the 4th bout will start today. Let's go, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, as the duo walked to the venue, a smile appeared on his lips as he wondered out loud, I wonder how many challenges we'll receive this time. Chapter 3485 Xianxia. During the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were 100 participants who could be challenged. 75 out of the 100 participants were those who qualified in the 2nd bout like Duan Ling Tian. The remaining 25 out of the 100 participants were those who advanced during the 3rd bout. The participants who were eliminated during the previous bouts in the 4th round would be given 10 chances to issue challenges. Based on this, there would be roughly 1,000 matches if no one surrendered or if everyone used all their 10 chances. Needless to say, not everyone would use up all 10 chances. Those who were truly powerful would usually be able to secure a place to advance to the next round after 1 or 2 challenges. Only those who were weak would usually use up all 10 chances. Since the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather interesting, apart from the young geniuses, the Heavenly Emperors were present at the venue as well. As for the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, they did not even leave during the boring 3rd bout. Needless to say, they would be present during the final bout as well. Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, appeared in the air. He looked at the young geniuses for a moment before he said in an even tone, "The final bout for the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will start today. The final participants will advance to the next round. Since I'm sure you're all familiar with the rules, I won't be repeating them. Those who were eliminated in the earlier bouts of the 4th run will challenge the 100 participants who qualified up until now. Apart from that, the list of participants and their descriptions has also been updated. You can look through them." As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, a list of names appeared above him. The crowd instinctively looked up. Duan Ling Tian found his name easily and discovered his description now was very different from before. It read, Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For now, he has shown the strength of a top 3-star god of war. If he's able to cast a double-fused profundity, his strength would be that of a 4-star god of war. Their reasoning is logical based on what I've shown. Duan Ling Tian nodded inwardly. Then, he looked at Ling Juyu, Tang Sanpao, and Su Li's descriptions. Ling Juyun's description read, Ling Juyun from the Wind Prop Heaven. Background unknown. The strength he has shown so far indicates that he's at least as strong as a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's description was as followed. Tang Sanpao has been confirmed to have the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. His background is unknown. Finally, Su Li's description was as followed. Su Li, a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He had a breakthrough recently and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. After reading through the descriptions, Tang Sanpao gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he said, Duan Ling Tian, you hid your strength the best among the 4 of us. Generally, only those who are cunning are able to hide their strength so well. Tang Sanpao, you must be very confident about your strength, right? Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Tang Sanpao from the corners of his eyes. A small smile could be seen on his face. Chills ran up Tang Sanpao's spine immediately when he saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. He hastily said, No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Inwardly, Tang Sanpao wondered to himself, is Duan Ling Tian truly strong enough to defeat me? Su Lu, who was still looking at the list of names above Shu Konghai, said, there are quite a lot of participants who have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at the list of names again. Indeed, they were more than 20 participants who were speculated to be as stronger or stronger than a 4-star god of war. It seems like the participants are finding it harder and harder to hide their strength as the competition continues, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at the names of almost 30 participants who were as strong as or stronger than a 4-star god of war. People rarely challenge participants with strength comparable to or stronger than a 4-star god of war. Those with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war usually are able to rank in the top 30, Zhang Tianyu said. It was just as Zhang Tianyu said. Most people would not dare to challenge those who were confirmed to have strength comparable to or stronger than a 4-star god of war. It was only natural that they would challenge those who were weaker. It did not make sense for them to challenge those who were stronger or would pose a higher difficulty after all. Tang Sanpao said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I don't think anyone will challenge the 3 of us, however, I have a feeling someone will challenge you. Who knew if Tang Sanpao jinxed Duan Ling Tian, but someone really challenged Duan Ling Tian soon after. I, Ouyang Shu, would like to challenge Duan Ling Tian. The green-clad young man who challenged Duan Ling Tian had a medium build. Despite his ordinary appearance, his eyes were extraordinarily bright and piercing. Golden sword rays as thin as needles circled him as he stood in the battle ring. Apart from that, a huge translucent golden sword ray could be seen beneath his feet as well. It is Ouyang Shu, he's a young genius from our solitary destructive heaven as well. Wang Ting said with gleaming eyes, he's as strong as a 3-star god of war, and he's rather famous in the solitary destructive heaven. He's also a sword celestial. Wang Ting paused for a moment as though she had just recalled something. Then, she said, I heard that Yangshu once kneeled outside the gates of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a month, hoping that our Lord Heavenly Emperor would accept him as a disciple. Alas, our Lord Heavenly Emperor did not respond to him at all, so he left after kneeling for a month. After that, as though obsessed, he kept challenging geniuses under the age of 1000 in the solitary destructive heaven and is undefeated. About 100 years ago, he was already speculated to be as strong as a 3-star god of war. At that time, he returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and kneeled for 3 months, begging our Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple. Unfortunately, just like before, our Lord Heavenly Emperor did not respond to him. At this point, Wang Ting paused for a moment as she looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Then, she continued to say, however, he didn't leave quietly like the first time. He began to cause a ruckus outside of the heavenly palace. He questioned why our Lord Heavenly Emperor refused to accept him and boasted that he could defeat or kill our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple with just a move. I'm sure he was so confident at that because he knew you're 300 years younger than him. All in all, the commotion he caused was centered around how our Lord Heavenly Emperor made a mistake accepting you as his true disciple. Naturally, he was more tactful with his words. Oh, is that so? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He finally understood why he felt a sense of hostility from Yangshu. Following that, Duan Ling Tian left his seat and appeared in the battle ring in just a blink of an eye. He looked at Yangshu and calmly said, "You can attack now." Yangshu did not attack immediately. Instead, he sized Duan Ling Tian up before he asked in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know, nor am I interested in knowing." At the same time, the onlookers finally sensed the tension between Yangshu and Duan Ling Tian. Hey, does Yangshu have a grudge against Duan Ling Tian? The way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian is as though he can't wait to eat Duan Ling Tian alive. You noticed that as well. They must have enmity between them. I came here with Yangshu and the people from the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. Yangshu is rather famous in the solitary destructive heaven. However, this should be his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. I don't think there's any enmity between them. No enmity, how's that possible? Hey, you might not have heard about it, but Yangshu begged Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong to accept him as a disciple twice. He even kneeled outside the gates of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven each time. However, as the discussions continued, most of the young geniuses finally discovered the reason for the tension between Yangshu and Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, Yangshu was jealous and resentful that Feng Qingyong refused to accept him and accepted Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple instead. Duan Ling Tian. Yangshu stared at Duan Ling Tian with eyes burning with hatred. Today, I'll show our Lord Heavenly Emperor what a big mistake he has made by accepting you as his true disciple. I'll show him how powerless you are when faced with me. As soon as Yangshu finished speaking, a golden light burst forth from his body. Following that, numerous small golden sword rays could be seen circling a huge golden sword. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently. Alright, I'll wait for you to attack. At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, chuckled before he said, "Brother Feng, your disciple is truly unruffled by everything." Feng Qingyong smiled faintly in his response. His gaze was warm as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He did not even spare a glance in Yangshu's direction. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll defeat you in 10 moves." Yangshu cried out before he shot toward Duan Ling Tian like a sword. At the same time, sword rays rained down on Duan Ling Tian. They had all been boosted with profundities, including fused profundities, from the law of metal. The sword rays swept out like a huge wave as the sharp sounds of sword cries rang in the air. Please enter the translation. Chapter 3486. Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a 5-star god of war. When Yangshu attacked, the entire battle ring was illuminated by a golden light. As the sword rays shot out, the sound of the void tearing could be heard amidst the sword cries. The strength Yangshu displayed even caused Duan Ling Tian to cock an eyebrow. It was clear, based on this attack alone, that Yangshu was far stronger than a 3-star god of war. Yangshu was at least as strong as a 4-star god of war. At the same time, the crowd began to discuss among themselves when they saw the force of Yangshu's attack. Yangshu is much stronger than what was speculated. However, it was not surprising since it's been 100 years since he was confirmed to be as strong as a 3-star god of war. He possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war despite being under 1,000 years old. There won't be more than 30 or 40 people like him even if we take all the Devata realms into consideration. In my opinion, 90% of the heavenly emperors would gladly accept him as a true disciple. Considering how amazing Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong is, he's definitely not part of the 90%. I thought he was only as strong as a 3-star god of war. In that case, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Unless Duan Ling Tian is also as strong as a 4-star god of war, it'd be tough for Duan Ling Tian to defeat him. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had shown thus far, the Title Temple had speculated that his strength was only comparable to a top 3-star god of war. They only took into consideration the fact that he formed 2 out of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth and did not consider if he had comprehended any fused profundities. After all, he had yet to showcase much of his law of space. Too ostentatious, Duan Ling Tian casually waved his hand, sending a blast of celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space to deflect Yangshu's attack. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy turned into a few gray sword rays. The sword rays sailed out, looking as though they were leaving tears in the void. Upon seeing this, many people were shocked. It was easy for celestials to tear holes in space in mundane realms. However, the space in Devata realms was much more stable. In regard to tearing a proper hole in space, even powerful titled celestial emperors could barely manage such a feat. Only those who had attained godhood were capable of that. On the other hand, tiny cracks and tears in the void were not as uncommon. Powerful titled celestial emperors would usually leave cracks and tears in the void when they unleashed a particularly powerful attack. After a moment, a few astute young geniuses finally figured out Duan Ling Tian's attack. His attack didn't leave tears in the void. It should be due to the cross-dimensional profundity that's been fused with another profundity. The cross-dimensional profundity has been fused with another profundity. This means Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space is quite deep. Many of them were in awe of Duan Ling Tian's strength. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's gray sword rays had already arrived near Yangshu's golden sword rays. Duan Ling Tian's dull gray sword rays looked unimpressive when compared to Yangshu's bright and dazzling golden sword rays that shone as bright as the sun. Everyone watched with rapt attention as Duan Ling Tian began to flash around Yangshu, leaving afterimages in his wake just as his gray sword rays were about to collide with Yangshu's golden sword rays. At this moment, the space around Yangshu began to distort and ripple. The space around kept shrinking as though it was trying to trap him. Not only that, but Yangshu's golden sword rays were also being trapped in such a manner. It was like an invisible hand was slowly squeezing around Yangshu and his golden sword rays. Eventually, Yangshu was trapped in a cube-like space. The only reason the onlookers could tell he was trapped in a cube-like space was due to the illumination from the golden light on his body. Soon enough, someone cried out, "It's the law of space's restraining profundity." He successfully restrained Yangshu. How's it so easy for him to restrain Yangshu who's as strong as a 4-star god of war? At this moment, Yangshu, who was trapped in the cube-like space, sneered. How naive. Do you really think your restraining profundity is capable of holding me back? Shatter. The golden sword rays around Yangshu grew in intensity as soon as he finished speaking. You can try breaking free, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he teleported near the cube-like space and used his mastery Dao to control the space within a 5-meter radius. More than half the area under the effect of the restraining profundity was now under his control. As for the area that was not within his control, he sent his gray sword rays there. At the same time, Yangshu attacked the space that restrained him in a frenzy using his golden sword rays. The golden sword rays that looked as though they could destroy everything slashed at the void, causing sounds of explosions to resound in the venue. Nevertheless, the area that within Duan Ling Tian's control remained unaffected. Upon seeing this, Yangshu focused his attention on the area that was not under Duan Ling Tian's control. A hint of joy could be seen on his face when he thought he had found an opening. However, before he could act, the gray sword rays easily destroyed his golden sword rays before they flew toward him, leaving cuts on his body. When Yangshu felt the excruciating pain from his body, he cried out in horror. It felt as though tens of thousands of daggers were slashing at his body at this moment. He could endure the pain at all. Duan Ling Tian released his control over the space and used the remaining energy to form a ball of energy that contained spatial energy. The ball of energy landed squarely on Yangshu's chest, sending him flying back. Yangshu spat out a mouthful of blood before he dropped to the ground. Just like that, Yangshu, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war, was defeated. Not only was he defeated, but he was thoroughly defeated. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have a chance to draw close to Duan Ling Tian, who was in control and was toying with him. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw the outcome of the match. None of them had expected this. Duan Ling Tian defeated Yangshu so easily. Heavens, even Su Li would only be able to fight to a draw with Yangshu. I thought Su Li's monstrously talented as it is. It'd be shocking if Duan Ling Tian was also as talented as Su Li. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be even more talented and powerful than Su Li. He's truly a heaven-defying talent. Su Li is definitely not a match for him. Not only has Duan Ling Tian formed 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth, but he also has a profound comprehension of the law of space. Many people were shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed. They all turned to look at Feng Qingyang instinctively as they discussed among themselves. No wonder the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple and completely ignored Yangshu. Duan Ling Tian and Yangshu are in completely different leagues. Yangshu is about 300 years older than Duan Ling Tian, and yet, he's significantly weaker than Duan Ling Tian. It's no wonder he was rejected. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is truly amazing. Not only is he monstrously strong, but his true disciple is monstrously strong as well. It seems like it was not just luck when Duan Ling Tian inherited Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. In the past, there were many who thought Feng Qingyang was too careless in accepting his true disciple. Now, after Duan Ling Tian's performance during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, everyone thought he was brilliant and had an eye for picking out talents. Duan Ling Tian never fails to surprise me every time he fights. I wonder if he went out during this match or if he's still hiding his strength. If he's still hiding his strength, doesn't that mean he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war or a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? Impossible. In the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, which is held every 1,000 years, there were rarely any participants as strong as a 6-star god of war. Perhaps, such a participant would only appear once every 10,000 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat in front of Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. Ling Zhuyun and Su Li were not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's performance. In their hearts, Duan Ling Tian was definitely powerful. They would have been surprised if he had lost to Yangshu. Tang Sanpao began to probe again. Duan Ling Tian, did you go all out earlier? Just like before, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tang Sanpao and said with a mysterious smile, "What? If I say I went all out earlier, will you be confident in challenging me?" Tang Sanpao, who had been seen through by Duan Ling Tian, smiled sheepishly. Forget it. With the strength you've shown so far, I'll likely only be able to fight you to a draw. Chapter 3487 The Primeval Cliff. Not only were the young geniuses shocked that Duan Ling Tian had so easily overpowered someone as strong as a 4-star god of war, but the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were shocked as well. They did not expect someone who was only a little over 600 years old was capable of such a feat. Previously, when Su Li broke through in the middle of a battle, they had already been shocked. After all, there were very few cultivators who possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war at only a little more than 600 years old. Who knew Duan Ling would be even more heaven-defying? Duan Ling Tian was the same age as Su Li but possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war at least, based on how he had easily defeated Yangshu, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war. With this, Duan Ling Tian outshone Su Li. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Brother Feng, your disciple is truly a gem." Although Feng Qingyang only smiled modestly in response, the people in his surroundings could tell, based on the traces of joy hidden in the depths of his eyes, that he was not as unaffected as he seemed by Ding Fu's praise. "I don't think anyone will challenge us now," Tang Sanpao said as he shook his head. Among the 4 of them, even the weakest possessed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. All of them would undoubtedly be part of the 100 participants to advance to the next round. As such, would there be anyone dumb enough to challenge them? Not only would the challengers not have a chance of winning, but they would risk getting injured as well. Even Yangshu, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war, was injured during his match with Duan Ling Tian. Even with the prominent grade celestial pills provided by the Title Temple, Yangshu's injuries would still take a few days to heal. Regardless, with his strength that was comparable to a 4-star god of war, he would definitely be able to advance to the next round once he had recovered and challenged another person. In fact, even if the Title Temple granted him a pass to advance to the next round, no one would object to it as well. 2 days later. How boring, Tang Sanpao grumbled impatiently. Although a few participants had shown remarkable strength during the final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the strongest among them only displayed strength comparable to a top 3-star god of war. After all, no one dared to challenge those who were as strong as or stronger than a 4-star god of war. Nevertheless, those strong participants were not allowed to leave even if no one challenged them. Their presence was made mandatory by the Title Temple. Otherwise, what would happen if, on the off chance, someone decided to challenge them? While waiting, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes to cultivate by circulating the energy in his body. Needless to say, he did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity in such a public place. Even if everyone knew his master, Feng Qingyong, had attained godhood, it would not matter once people found out he possessed the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. Another few days passed in just a blink of an eye. The final bout of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was already approaching the end at this time. Most of the challengers had also used up their 10 chances. Many of the participants, those who had secured a place to advance to the next round and those who had long been eliminated, could not wait for the 4th round to end. All of them were looking forward to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, there were also as many participants who enjoyed themselves such as Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. The trio was even weaker than those who were eliminated in the 4th round, therefore, they still had a lot to learn from all the matches in the 4th round. The 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end after a few days. Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main Title Temple, who presided over the event, announced loudly, "The 100 participants who have successfully advanced to the next round will have a month to recuperate. We will gather here after a month for the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses." When Duan Ling Tian and the others were about to leave, Tang Sanpao called out, stopping Duan Ling from leaving. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun and Su Li stayed back as well. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not stay back. They knew what Tang Sanpao had to say likely had nothing to do with them. After all, their strength was too different. "What's wrong?" Su Li asked. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun looked at Tang Sanpao with puzzled expressions as well. "Did you know there is a place called the Primeval Cliff in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven?" Tang Sanpao asked. The trio shook their heads. "A few days ago, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven has said that those who will be advancing to the 5th round are allowed to visit the Primeval Cliff," Tang Sanpao said with bright eyes. "What do you think? Do you want to explore the place together?" "What's the Primeval Cliff?" Su Li asked. "Seriously, none of you have heard about the Primeval Cliff?" Tang Sanpao stared at the trio in disbelief. Then, he explained, "The Primeval Cliff was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Legend has it that he has become a supreme powerhouse. However, no one can verify this." "The Primeval Cliff was where?" Tang Sanpao stared in disbelief. "The Primeval Cliff was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of Primeval Heaven. Legends say that he had become a supreme powerhouse later on. Certainly, it was just a legend since no one knew the truth because he had disappeared after that. Accordingly, the Primeval Cliff is where he stored the comprehension of various powerhouses, laws after he devoured their souls. Although it isn't as direct as the Title Temple's Chamber of Laws, it'll still be beneficial to us. It's especially beneficial to those with a high aptitude for cultivation. There's such a place here." Su Li's interest was piqued after listening to Tang Sanpao's words. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun were interested as well. "Where is the Primeval Cliff?" Su Li asked. Tang Sanpao chuckled before he said, "Follow me. I've already asked about the location. Moreover, I saw Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and Zhang Guiyu heading in that direction as well." Tang Sanpao led the trio to the other side of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. The place he led them to was a sparsely populated mountain range. At this time, only an elder and disciples of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven on duty could be seen. There were 1 elder and 10 disciples patrolling the area every shift. After the elder and disciples stopped the young men and verified their identities, they were allowed to pass. Following that, Tang Sanpao led them to a tall but hidden peak among the clouds. The peak towered over the clouds, looking like a massive pillar piercing through the sky. The clouds swirling around the peak were in fact no ordinary clouds. They were clearly created by formations. There were a group of people patrolling this area as well. The security is quite tight here. In fact, all the other past heavenly emperors of the primeval heaven highly valued this place, Tang Sanpao said. I didn't expect the current heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven to be so generous as to allow us access to this place. However, I heard some people saying the title temple had compensated the heavenly emperor of the primeval in exchange for allowing us to come to this place. If that's true, then we have to thank the title temple for this great opportunity. The title temple. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows. He did not have many dealings with the title temple. However, based on his master's words, he did not think the title temple would be so magnanimous or benevolent. After all, they organized the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses solely so they could recruit young geniuses to join them. He had even heard that sectless cultivators with powerful backgrounds were held captive by the title temple. The title temple would use some secret technique to plant a curse in the geniuses' bodies, forcing the geniuses to work for them. In short, the title temple was not a benevolent force. At this moment, the group of people patrolling the area stopped Duan Ling Tian and the others. Are you the participants who will be advancing to the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses? Yes. Tang Sanpao nodded. Wang Ke, bring them to the people from the title temple. An elder from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven ordered a disciple to lead Duan Ling Tian and the others to the other side of the peak. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived, they saw many of the participants who had qualified for the 5th round had already arrived. Ru Lai. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian saw Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, with the others from the title temple branches. Ru Lai seemed to have sensed Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He turned around, and when his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3488 Vigilant. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to see Ru Lai here. However, when he recalled Ru Lai's position, he thought it was not surprising that Ru Lai was here. Since the title temple had paid a price so the participants who advanced to the 5th round could visit the primeval cliff, it was only natural that the title temple would be maintaining order and verifying the participants' identities. Sir, once the people from the title temple confirm your identity, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven will lead you to the primeval cliff, the disciple from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven explained. Although it was not without reason that Ru Lai was here, Duan Ling Tian still found it strange that someone with Ru Lai's position, a temple master of a title temple branch, would personally come here just to verify the participants' identities. When Duan Ling Tian thought about Ru Lai's behavior previously, he grew even more vigilant. In the end, he decided to send his master, Feng Qingyong, a message. Master, I'm going to visit the primeval cliff. Those from the title temple are here to verify our identities, and Temple Master Ru Lai is here as well. I find it strange that the Temple Master of the title temple in Pavilion Shaft Heaven would be here to personally verify the participants' identities. Even a Vice Temple Master of a title temple branch would be out of place doing such a job, right? Previously, Ru Lai was bold enough to probe him even when his master was around. Now that his master was not present, he was not certain what Ru Lai would do. He had no idea why Ru Lai would behave in such a manner. He thought it was likely that it had something to do with him being a Yan Huang entity. Regardless, Duan Ling Tian thought it was best to inform his master about this matter for his safety. Moreover, it seemed like his master had a rather good relationship with the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. It should not be a problem if his master decided to visit the primeval cliff as well. Just as Duan Ling Tian expected, Feng Qingyong went to see Ding Fu immediately. Since the primeval cliff belonged to Ding Fu, he and his companions could naturally come and go as he pleased. Duan Ling Tian, who had thought Ru Lai would cause trouble for him, was surprised when Ru Lai let him pass without saying anything. What is he scheming? Instead of feeling relieved, Duan Ling Tian was even more guarded and suspicious. Before he made his way to the primeval cliff with Su Li and the others, he sent another message to update his master. the primeval cliff was a cliff on the side of a towering peak that was shrouded by clouds and mist. To go to the cliff, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had to deactivate a few formations to open up a path. The path was also the only path that led to the primeval cliff. Without the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, it would be difficult for others to go to the primeval cliff even if they were gods. This was because the formations were laid by the first heavenly emperor of primeval heaven who had attained godhood a very long time ago. Even at that time, he was already considered a powerhouse among gods. After stepping onto the path, Duan Ling Tian's surroundings brightened and the swirling clouds and mist vanished. A lush and verdant peak with colorful flowers appeared before his eyes as the sounds of birds chirping rang in his ears. "They are up there," Tang Sanpao exclaimed as he pointed at the sky. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun looked in the direction where Tang Sanpao pointed and saw quite a few figures on the peak. However, from where they were standing, the figures looked just like black dots. As Duan Ling Tian flew closer to the peak, he discovered almost 80 participants were already there. Even those who were injured during the final bout of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were here. He was not surprised that even those who were injured came. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve their strength. If they were successful, it would definitely help them during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. When they arrived, Su Li stated the obvious by saying, "The laws are scattered around this place, let's split up." The others nodded. Duan Ling Tian was looking around to find the place where he could comprehend the law of space when he heard someone calling out to him. Duan Ling Tian, who found the voice vaguely familiar, instinctively turned to look and saw someone he knew but was not familiar with. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Up until now, he had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war. "Duan Ling Tian, you're stronger than I expected," Yu Dongfang said with a smile when he drew close to Duan Ling Tian. "You're only a little over 600 years old, but you've already possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. If I were your age now, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a strike from you." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "You're pretty strong as well. I'm sure you're still holding back your strength, and at the very least, you're as strong as a 5-star god of war." Yu Dongfang smiled upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He neither confirmed nor denied those words and only said, "I look forward to fighting you." Likewise, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he said, "I'm going to look for the place to comprehend the law of space, so I'll talk to you another time." "All right," Yu Dongfang said before he left. Similarly, he was also looking for the place where he could comprehend the law he specialized in. The laws were scattered all over the place, and each spot only allowed one person to comprehend the law. Once someone attached their divine consciousness to a place, others would not be able to intrude. Duan Ling Tian wandered around and found a few places where he could sense the law of space's aura. However, the places were all occupied. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and was mostly not a law that many people comprehended, the people who were allowed in here were outstanding geniuses in their own right, after all. Over there, after a few moments, Duan Ling Tian sensed the law of space's aura again. When he saw from afar that the place was unoccupied, he teleported over immediately. When he arrived, he noticed there were quite a few people in his vicinity. The primeval cliff was rather unique. The wall of the cliff looked like it was formed from crystals, and energy could be seen flowing underneath its surface. Sunlight was refracted off the crystal-like wall of the cliff onto all the different places. Strangely, the colors that were refracted from the wall of the cliff to the different places, where the laws were, corresponded with each law's color. For example, the place where Duan Ling Tian sensed the law of space's aura shone with a gray light that was exclusive to the law of space when it merged with the celestial origin energy. They said I'll be able to comprehend the law of space once after I extend my divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian only attached half of his divine consciousness to the primeval cliff. He was still very guarded, so he used the other half of his divine consciousness to monitor his surroundings. As soon as Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness, a vision appeared in his mind. He saw a green-clad old woman fighting a muscular middle-aged man. Based on the middle-aged man's seemingly indestructible defenses, he seemed to have comprehended the law of Earth. The green-clad old woman waved her hand, sending out a wave of spatial energy. At the same time, 9 spatial tiers appeared around the middle-aged man. Following that, A gray sword ray shot out of each of the 9 spatial tiers toward the middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian naturally recognized the attack. It was the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity. Initially, the middle-aged man was able to withstand the green-clad old woman's attack. However, the green-clad old woman suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, the 9 gray sword rays dimmed before they merged with the spatial energy. Following that, she reappeared behind the middle-aged man before she used the transporting formation to move the spatial energy that had merged with the 9 gray sword rays and directed it toward the back of the middle-aged man's head. Mustard energy surged up from the middle-aged man's neck toward his head, protecting his head like a shield. Alas, it was futile. Although the old woman's attack was not transported behind the middle-aged man's defenses, it managed to weaken his defenses considerably. Following that, the old woman attacked a few more times before she finally decapitated the middle-aged man. It's a quadruple fused profundity. It's a fusion of the law of space's transportation profundity, teleportation profundity, cross-dimensional/profundity, and the distortion profundity. It should be noted that many heavenly emperors had yet to fuse 4 profundities or comprehend quadruple fused profundities. Not counting celestial beasts and celestial plants, those who managed to comprehend a quadruple fused profundity would have the strength of an 8-star god of war even if they had yet to create a Tao of their own. On top of that, if they comprehended a few more fused profundities, they might possibly be as strong as a 9-star god of war. After the old woman killed the middle-aged man, the scene in Duan Ling Tian's mind changed. The old woman was now hovering above a lake, facing a different opponent. Just like before, she triumphed and killed her opponent. Different scenes appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind one after another. After watching all the different scenes, he had gained a deeper understanding of the law of space after watching the old woman's battles. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly, "The primeval cliff is really an amazing place." It recorded all the battles fought by one person when a floating image pearl would only be able to record one battle. If there was a floating image pearl that could record all of one's battles, I'm sure its value wouldn't be inferior to ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 3489 The Great Master Mian. After Duan Ling Tian left, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title Temple Heaven in the pavilion Shaft Heaven, stopped. Checking the identities of the young geniuses, a figure who stood near the primeval cliff, unnoticed by the members of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, asked, "How confident are you?" "Rest assured, Vice Temple Master Shu, I'm 90% confident," Ru Lai said confidently. "Not 100%. The figure standing in front of Ru Lai was none other than Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple. Ru Lai had sought Shu Konghai's help since he was worried Feng Qingyong might interfere and spoil his plans. He had asked Shu Konghai to help him stall for time if Feng Qingyong came since he needed time to carry out his plan. Shu Konghai was unaware of Ru Lai's intention to possess Duan Ling Tian. He did not even know that Ru Lai had been possessed by Great Master Mian from the land of the dead. Great Master Mian was a sly old fox. He knew the title temple would not let Duan Ling Tian, who had formed 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, go so easily. Therefore, he had lied to Shu Konghai and said he planned to capture Duan Ling Tian and bring Duan Ling Tian to the title temple. His true intention was to go into hiding for about 100 years after possessing Duan Ling Tian, since that was how long it would take for his divine soul to heal. He intended to let Ru Lai become the scapegoat. Nevertheless, Great Master Mian, there was no way for him to escape Feng Qingyang's wrath. Gongsun Xuanyuan and Feng Qingyang were friends, after all. If Gongsun Xuanyuan told Feng Qingyang that Ru Lai was, in fact, possessed by him, Feng Qingyang would undoubtedly believe Gongsun Xuanyuan. Shu Konghai frowned, clearly displeased. Upon seeing this, Great Master Mian said reassuringly, "In fact, I'm 100% confident. However, nothing is 100% guaranteed in this world, it's better for me to be modest." Shu Konghai nodded. "Don't waste time, make your move as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Since you said Feng Qingyang left a divine mark on Duan Ling Tian, he'll be instantly alerted as soon as you make a move on Duan Ling Tian." "Yes," Great Master Mian replied before he took his leave. Following that, Great Master Mian found the elder of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven responsible for controlling the formations that guarded the primeval cliff. He said, "I'd like to visit the primeval cliff." The elder of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven raised an eyebrow and said hesitantly, "Temple Master Ru Lai, our Lord Heavenly Emperor only agreed to grant the 100 participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses entry to the primeval cliff. I'm afraid I can't let you enter. Great Master Mian seemed to have expected this response. He said with a smile, Elder, I just want to check on the disciples of the Tidal Temple to see if they need any guidance comprehending the laws at the primeval cliff. Isn't it fine if you let me enter once? Great Master Mian paused for a moment as he brought a ferrule out from his spatial ring before he said with a smile, this ferrule is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that has been with me for many years. Although its soul is injured, all it needs is time to recover. As Celestials, all we have is time. Elder, as a token of appreciation for letting me visit the primeval cliff, I'll give this ferrule to you. What do you think? Although the Elder's eyes lit up when he heard Great Master Mian's words, he said skeptically, Temple Master Ru Lai, guiding your disciples is just a pretext to visit the primeval cliff, right? Great Master Mian remained calm. Elder, you're truly smart. However, what does my intention matter to you? If anything happens, you can say I threatened you and that you were helpless. Even if you were punished to leave the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I'm sure this Emperor-grade celestial weapon would make up for it. Don't you agree? Great Master Mian was confident the Elder would not be able to resist the temptation of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul even if the artifact soul was injured. He was certain the Emperor-grade celestial weapon was enough to tempt an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor into committing treason. The Elder's expression slightly before he reached out to take the ferrule. Then, he said, Thank you, Temple Master Ru Lai. Following that, the Elder deactivated the formation and stepped aside. Please enter, Temple Master Ru Lai. Great Master Mian nodded and flew to the primeval cliff. His eyes shone with greed and excitement when he thought about the precious treasure waiting for him at the primeval cliff. Soon after, his body flickered and he turned invisible to avoid detection by the young geniuses. He was quick to discover his target. He saw a handsome purple-clad young man shrouded by the law of space's energy. The greed in his eyes intensified as he muttered to himself, his body is much stronger than Ru Lai's body. Then, Great Master Mian waved his hand. 36 shiny beads shot out from his hand and hovered neatly in a formation. He had just cast a formation to isolate Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff, was instantly alerted. He could sense something was amiss through his divine consciousness. When he looked around, he discovered he seemed to be in the midst of space formation. Following that, he saw a familiar figure approaching him. It was none other than Ru Lai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple in the pavilion shaft heaven. Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly, Temple Master Ru Lai. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. Great Master Mian's eyes burned feverishly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Seeing that the person in front of him had shed all pretenses, Duan Ling Tian bluntly asked, May I know why you seem to dislike me? Duan Ling Tian had been curious about this. Dislike you? Great Master Mian was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said with barely concealed greed, You're mistaken. I don't dislike you, I only want your body and the Taos you created. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on him. He finally understood why the person in front of him dared to probe him in front of his master after learning he was a Yanhuang entity. So you want to possess my body? That's right, Great Master Yan replied. However, my soul was injured by your master, and I'll only be able to possess your body after recuperating for 100 years. I plan to imprison you in my little world for the next 100 years. After Great Master Mian finished speaking, he stepped forward. He said with a grin, I know Feng Qingyong left his divine mark on you. Alas, he won't be able to make it in time. All he'll know is that his divine mark has been destroyed, but he won't know who did it. After possessing your body, I'll master the 2 Taos you created and attain godhood. Following that, I'll kill Feng Qingyong with your body. I can't wait for that day. It'll be amazing. Then, Great Master Mian said with bright eyes, I'm going to imprison you now. It's best that you don't resist to avoid unnecessary pain. Following that, a terrifying pressure surged out of Great Master Mian as the formation began to spin. The formation prevented the divine mark from sending out too much information. All Feng Qingyong would be able to sense was the destruction of the divine mark and its location. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian remained calm even when faced with such a huge threat. Thank you for helping me dispel my curiosity. Great Master. Mian was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's calmness. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air. The sound was so sharp that it shattered Great Master Mian's 36 beads. Following that, a figure appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Feng Qingyang, who was looking at Great Master Mian with cold killing intent. Chapter 3490, The King of Gods. Feng Qingyang. Great Master Mian was thoroughly shocked by Feng Qingyang's sudden appearance. How did Feng Qingyang arrive so quickly? He had not even destroyed the divine mark yet. Had Feng Qingyang been secretly protecting Duan Ling Tian all this time? He could not believe the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a prominent figure in the Devata realms, would put in so much effort just to protect his true disciple. Why are you here? Great Master Mian asked with a grim expression on his face. A hint of fear could be heard in his voice when he spoke. You would have gotten away with your plan if I didn't show up, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Great Master Mian icily. He had heard everything Great Master Mian had said to Duan Ling Tian earlier. Naturally, he did not know that Great Master Mian had possessed Rulai, so he thought Rulai wanted to possess Duan Ling Tian. Great Master Mian sneered. He moved, preparing to flee. However, how could he get away with Feng Qingyang around? Since you're already here, why don't you stay a little longer? Feng Qingyang said casually. Mustard sword rays appeared out of thin air and formed a cage, trapping Great Master Mian. Faced with a formidable opponent, Great Master Mian remained calm. His expression was grim as his kasaya suddenly fluttered. He raised his hand and transformed into a streak of golden light, attempting to break free from the restraint of the cage. He could not get into a direct confrontation with Feng Qingyang since Feng Qingyang had previously injured his divine soul. His strength had diminished so greatly that even someone who had just attained godhood could easily beat him. How powerful! Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly when he sensed the energy from the streak of golden light. If his master was not around, there was no doubt that he would have been taken away by Great Master Mian. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang easily deflected Great Master Mian's attack. Moreover, his cage that was formed from the mustard sword rays stood firm, preventing Great Master Mian from escaping. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air, alarming all the young geniuses at the primeval cliff. However, since the primeval cliff was isolated by formations, those outside of the formations were unaware of the commotion inside. Soon after, nearly 100 of the participants, including Su Li, Ling Juyun, Tang Sanpao, Yu Dongfang, and Zhang Guiyu, gathered around Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Great Master Mian. It's Temple Master Ru Lai from the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Temple Master Ru Lai, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, is being restrained by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang that powerful? Previously, didn't Temple Master Ru Lai say he would go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to challenge Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to a duel? How dare he say such words when he's so much weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? On the other hand, the group of participants from the Tidal Temple stepped forward and bowed in unison. One of them bowed and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor, may I ask how our Temple Master offended you? The group of young geniuses instantly recognized Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Ru Lai, who was trapped by Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please show mercy. About a dozen young geniuses stepped forward to plead for mercy for Great Master Mian, whom they mistakenly thought was Ru Lai. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh upon seeing this. The Tidal Temple's influence was really far-reaching. Among the 100 participants advancing to the 5th round, at least a dozen of them were from the Tidal Temple. Even the heavenly palaces of the various Devata realms and the heaven-grade forces would find it difficult to nurture more than 2 young geniuses capable of advancing to the 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Alas, the Tidal Temple's young geniuses' pleas fell on deaf ears. Feng Qingyang stared at Ru Lai and coldly said, Ru Lai, you'll be the second god that I, Feng Qingyang, kill. The young geniuses in the surroundings gasped in shock upon hearing these words. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by this revelation as well. He did not expect his master to have killed a god before. Great Master Mian, who had possessed Ru Lai, said in a low and threatening voice, Feng Qingyang, the Tidal Temple won't let this matter go if you kill me. Great Master Mian had known that he was no match for Feng Qingyang, but it was only at this moment that he realized that he could not even escape from Feng Qingyang even after he had attacked with all his might. Faced with a life or death situation, he had no other choice but to threaten Feng Qingyang with the Tidal Temple. He hoped that mentioning the Tidal Temple would help preserve his life. Ru Lai, you wanted to possess my disciple. If the Tidal Temple finds out about this, I wonder if they'll still avenge you. Regardless, Even if they want to avenge you, I'm not afraid. I'll make sure to visit each of the title temple branches in the various Devata realms, Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. After all, it's not unprecedented for members of the title temple branches to be annihilated. Great Master Mian scoffed. Feng Qingyang, do you think you're that person from the past? You're far from being comparable to him. The title temple will find out for themselves if I'm comparable to that person or not. It has nothing to do with you, Feng Qingyang replied. At the end of Feng Qingyang's words, a mustard ring of light rose from his body and merged with the numerous sword rays in the sky. Spatial tears appeared in the void as the seemingly indestructible sword rays shot toward Great Master Mian. These spatial tears were unintentionally created from the sheer force of Feng Qingyang's attack. They were unlike the spatial tears that Duan Ling Tian created using the cross-dimensional profundity. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not strong enough to create spatial tears in the Devata realms. Even those 9-star gods of war were not capable of it. Only those who had attained godhood were capable of such a feat. Great Master Mian did not give up or sink into despair. His expression was solemn as his kasaya fluttered in the air again. Following that, 2 large saber rays shot out as he waved his hand. A spatial tear that was not as big as the ones Feng Qingyang created appeared in the void. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays and the saber rays collided. The air seemed to freeze as silence permeated the air for a split second. It was the calm before the storm. Following that, a thunderous explosion rang in the air as light as bright as the sun burst forth. When the shockwave dissipated, silence descended. Only the sounds of the void ripping rang in the air. Feng Qingyang's sword rays had easily destroyed Great Master Mian's saber rays and continued on their trajectory toward Great Master Mian. Great Master Mian hastily avoided the sword rays. Although his body was riddled with cuts, he managed to avoid being fatally injured. Nevertheless, his speed had decreased considerably along with his strength. He said anxiously, Feng Qingyang, if you dare to kill me, you and everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will suffer the consequences. My elder brother is a king of gods. Alas, Great Master Mian's threats fell on deaf ears. Feng Qingyang only stared at him expressionlessly. How could he be so easily frightened? If he was so easily intimidated, he would not have been able to come so far. Moreover, he truly was not worried if Great Master Mian was telling the truth or not. After all, he was on the verge of becoming a king of gods as well. Die! Killing intent flashed through Feng Qingyang's eyes. He was clearly determined to kill Great Master Mian. Master! Duan Ling Tian cried out before Feng Qingyang attacked. At this time, he was likely the only person who was able to stop Feng Qingyang from killing Great Master Mian. He continued to say, Master, Yu Dongfang just sent a message. He said his master, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, wants to call in the favor. He wants me to plead with you to spare Ru Lai. The reason Duan Ling Tian survived after dying on Earth was directly related to Gongsun Xuanyuan, Yu Hao Tian, and Ru Lai even if the trio did not intentionally save his life. With the trio, his life would have ended on Earth and he would not have transmigrated to another mundane realm. For this reason, he had agreed to do Gongsun Xuanyuan a favor. Moreover, he really did not like owing people favors, let alone a huge life-saving grace such as that. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of stopping his master if his master was truly determined to kill Ru Lai. Therefore, he added, however, Master, if you insist on killing him, I will not insist on you sparing his life as well. I can find another way to repay Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan. Chapter 3491 The Phantom Clan. There was a reason Yu Dongfang had sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission, and yet, Duan Ling Tian had revealed it to everyone. His expression changed immediately since he did not expect to be exposed. Although Duan Ling Tian had promised to return Gongsun Xuanyuan's favor, there was nothing he could do if Feng Qingyang insisted on killing Ru Lai. Moreover, he was not troubled at all even if his master insisted on killing Ru Lai. Feng Qingyang scoffed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It seems like Gongsun Xuanyuan had asked for this favor in advance because he knew this day would come. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian after he heard Feng Qingyang's words. It was not a coincidence that Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, had asked for a favor after Ru Lai probed him with his divine consciousness. After today's incident, it was clear that everything was linked to each other. Gongsun Xuanyuan must have known that Ru Lai would make a move on him sooner or later, so Gongsun Xuanyuan made preparations in advance. Duan Ling Tian grew furious at the thought of being tricked by Gongsun Xuanyuan. Moreover, his life was at stake. If Feng Qingyong was not around, he would have fallen into Ru Lai's hands. Killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said icily, "Master, I will acquiesce to your wish if you insist on killing him. After all, you're my master. I will not impose my matters on you. Since you promised Gongsun Xuanyuan a favor, I'll spare his life to return the favor. With this, there's no need for you to be indebted to him any longer," Feng Qingyong said. Then, he turned to Ru Lai and coldly said, "Ru Lai, I won't spare you if this happens again." Subsequently, Feng Qingyong removed the cage that was formed by his sword rays from the law of earth and his destructive sword. Dao. Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mian, glared at Feng Qingyong. "Feng Qingyong, I'll never forget today's incident. I'll challenge you to a life or death battle in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years. Great Master Mian specialized in soul attacks. Since his divine soul was heavily injured by Feng Qingyong, his strength had decreased by half. He was truly vexed and could not wait to recover so he could kill Feng Qingyong. Feng Qingyong was not bothered by Great Master Mian's threats at all. He said dismissively, "I'll be waiting for you." Great Master Mian scoffed before he quickly took off. With this, the young geniuses left one after another. In the end, only Duan Ling Tian and his friends were left. Before Yu Dongfeng left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Duan Ling Tian met Yu Dongfeng's eyes fearlessly when he felt Yu Dongfeng's gaze on him. Soon enough, Yu Dongfeng's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Duan Ling Tian, you've crossed the line today. If we meet during the battle of the geniuses, I won't go easy on you." Duan Ling Tian chuckled, "You won't go easy on me. I'm sorry, but you're really overestimating yourself." Yu Dongfeng stared at Duan Ling Tian intently before he turned around and left without a word. He was determined to let his actions speak for himself during the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. After greeting Feng Qingyong, Su Li and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian with grim expressions on their faces. "Duan Ling Tian, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven wants to possess your body." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, but that's all in the past. It's said that Temple Master Ru Lai already possessed the golden body. He has also created and comprehended his own limitless Tao at the preliminary stage. Why does he want to possess you?" Tang Sanpao asked, perplexed. "I'm not sure either. That aside, before my master appeared earlier, he said something about being able to master the two Taos of heaven and earth that I created after possessing my body. This means he has always to comprehend the Taos through my soul," Duan Ling Tian said as a hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Heavens, he has a way to comprehend the two Taos of heaven and earth that you created. What kind of method did he learn? I never knew such a method existed. If he's able to do that, doesn't that mean he'll be able to easily comprehend the law of space through your knowledge of it as well?" Tang Sanpao exclaimed in shock. At this time, Ling Juyun asked with a frown, "Duan Ling Tian, is Ru Lai from a mundane realm?" "I think so." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'm quite certain he was from a mundane realm. He came from the same mundane realm as Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan and Heavenly Emperor Yu Haotian. The characters whom Duan Ling Tian had thought were fictional back when he was on Earth turned out to be real. Ru Lai was a human from a mundane realm," Feng Qingyong said. 2,000 years ago, Gongsun Xuanyuan, Yu Haotian, and Ru Lai invited me to a remnant of a realm of gods. Only those who were once humans could enter that place. It doesn't make sense at all." Ling Juyun furrowed his brows and said, "According to the ancient records left behind by my clan's supreme powerhouse, there's only one clan that's able to possess another person once in their lives and obtain the knowledge of the laws and Taos of the person they possessed. Ancient records left behind by a supreme powerhouse." Su Li and Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Juyun in shock and disbelief. This was not surprising since they knew nothing about Ling Juyun's origins. All they knew was that he was Duan Ling Tian's friend. On the other hand, Feng Qingyong had long learned of Ling Juyun's origins, hence, he was not surprised by Ling Juyun's words. It was only natural for a prominent clan from a realm of gods to possess ancient records left behind by a supreme powerhouse. After all, even the heaven-grade Qilin clan in the Devata realm had a supreme powerhouse. "What clan is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "The Phantom Clan," Ling Juyun replied. "The Phantom Clan." Feng Qingyong narrowed his eyes. "Isn't that a clan from the land of dead?" I heard that members of the Phantom clan can't leave the land of the dead unless they've attained godhood. That's right, Ling Juyun nodded. Before attaining godhood, it's impossible for them to leave the land of the dead. This is because they rely on the special energy in the land of the dead to survive. They'll be reduced to ash if they don't replenish their bodies with the special energy from the land of the dead. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the land of the dead. Similar to the Asura Hell, it was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, it was not as dangerous as the Asura Hell, where even some gods would find it difficult to survive. Is it possible that he's not Ru Lai? Feng Qingyong narrowed his eyes upon hearing these words. As though he had recalled something, he said, no wonder Ru Lai seems like such a different person. In the past, Feng Qingyong had a few interactions with Ru Lai. In his mind, Ru Lai had always been a polite, gentle, and wise monk. However, in recent times, Ru Lai had grown aggressive and violent, unlike his peaceful self from the past. Feng Qingyong said in a low voice, "Follow me. I want to verify something." Before Duan Ling Tian and the others could reply, Feng Qingyong had already brought all of them away. Chapter 3492 The Instigator and the Accomplice. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, they had already left Primeval Cliff. He asked, "Master, where are we?" It was almost impossible to enter the Primeval Cliff due to the protection of the formations. However, those at the Primeval Cliff could leave easily. This was also the reason Great Master Mian had to bribe an elder to let him in, but he could leave easily. Is it a success? Feng Qingyong wasn't alerted. Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, asked as soon as he saw Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mian. His eyes were bright as he stared at Great Master Mian. He had been guarding outside all this time and did not see Feng Qingyong. I failed. Great Master Mian's expression darkened when Shu Konghai mentioned Feng Qingyong. How could you fail when Feng Qingyong didn't show up? Shu Konghai frowned. Feng Qingyong was there. In fact, he probably arrived at the Primeval Cliff earlier than I did, Great Master Mian solemnly said. He showed up just as I was about to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. Since he injured my divine soul previously, my strength has diminished by half. I was almost killed by him earlier. At the crucial moment, Yu Dongfang, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple, pleaded on my behalf under his master's orders. Duan Ling Tian had previously agreed to grant one of Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's requests. For this reason, Feng Qingyong did not kill me. Great Master Mian's eyes flashed as he clenched his hands tightly. Shu Konghai's expression soured when he learned that Feng Qingyong foiled their plan. Feng Qingyong was there. He's really protective of his disciple. It seems like kidnapping Duan Ling Tian is going to be more difficult than I expected. Shu Konghai and the Great Master Mian assumed Feng Qingyong had been waiting at the Primeval Cliff for a long time. In truth, Feng Qingyong had only arrived 15 minutes before. Great Master Mian did not see Feng Qingyong because Feng Qingyong had entered using another entrance. Since the Primeval Cliff was part of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, could naturally enter when and as he pleased. Ding Fu had led Feng Qingyong to the entrance and ordered his men to let Feng Qingyong in. When Feng Qingyong had spoken to Ding Fu about this matter, Ding Fu had made preparations. He had ordered the elders guarding the Primeval Cliff to report back to him immediately if anyone from the Title Temple wanted to enter the Primeval Cliff. He had predicted those from the Title Temple might bribe their way in, so he had also told the guards that they would be allowed to keep the bribe. With this, the guards were naturally delighted and even more eager to help. After all, they did not have to betray the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, but they would also be able to obtain a treasure. Master, where are we going? Duan Ling Tian asked as he regained his senses. You'll find out once we arrive. Soon after, they arrived at a spacious courtyard. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian knew they were at the courtyard of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft. As soon as Gongsun Xuanyuan saw them, he immediately expressed his gratitude to both Feng Qingyong and Duan Ling Tian. Thank you for showing mercy. Gongsun Xuanyuan was well aware that Ru Lai managed to survive not just because of Duan Ling Tian but because of Feng Qingyong as well. After all, if Feng Qingyong insisted on killing Ru Lai, there was nothing Duan Ling Tian would be able to do. Gongsun Xuanyuan, my disciple no longer owes you a favor, Feng Qingyong said. Yes. Gongsun Xuanyuan smiled wryly. He did not expect the favor to be returned so quickly as well. Inwardly, He was cursing Great Master Mian. Did Great Master Mian not know that Feng Qingyang and Ding Feng were good friends? How could that fool make a move on Duan Ling Tian in Ding Feng's territory? Feng Qingyang's gaze was piercing as he looked at Gongsun Xuanyuan and asked, Ru Lai isn't himself, is he? Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes widened imperceptibly, which didn't escape Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian's notice. It seems like I'm right, Feng Qingyang said indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, the person possessing Ru Lai is a member of the Phantom Clan in the land of the dead, right? You know, Gongsun Xuanyuan did not intend to admit to the matter, but he was shocked by Feng Qingyang's accurate guess. I'm certain Ru Lai is still alive even if the person is now in control of Ru Lai, Feng Qingyang continued to say. He must have failed in completely possessing Ru Lai's body, hence, he covets my disciple's body. After all, not only is my disciple a Yan Huang entity who possesses 99 heavenly veins, but he has also created and comprehended 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. Moreover, my disciple has a high comprehension of the law of space. Yes, you're right, Gongsun Xuanyuan knew it was useless to deny the matter now. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, he asked with a frown, is there no way to exorcise him? There's nothing we can do, Gongsun Xuanyuan said with a hint of helplessness. That person's divine soul has fused with Ru Lai's soul. Unless he willingly leaves Ru Lai's body or if a supreme powerhouse intervenes, there's nothing we can do. Duan Ling Tian, Gongsun Xuanyuan said in a grave tone, never leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven unless it's absolutely necessary. If you must leave, it's best if your master accompanies you. Otherwise, that person from the Phantom Clan will definitely make a move. Duan Ling Tian remained silent after he heard Gongsun Xuanyuan's warning. He was certain that when that person had probed him previously, Gongsun Xuanyuan must have already guessed that person's intention. However, not only did Gongsun Xuanyuan not warn him, but Gongsun Xuanyuan even asked for a favor from him. Duan Ling Tian speculated that Gongsun Xuanyuan must have hoped that the person from the Phantom Clan would succeed in possessing him so that Ru Lai would regain his freedom. Gongsun Xuanyuan had asked for a favor back then in case that person from the Phantom Clan failed. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's cold reception, Gongsun Xuanyuan could naturally guess Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. A hint of guilt could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he smiled bitterly. Let's go. Feng Qingyang brought along Duan Ling Tian and left. After leaving Gongsun Xuanyuan's courtyard, Feng Qingyang asked, did you gain anything at the primeval cliff? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, I was interrupted by that person from the Phantom Clan. Since Duan Ling Tian knew Ru Lai was possessed, it did not feel right to address that person as Ru Lai. You should continue then, Feng Qingyang said before he sent Duan Ling Tian back to the primeval cliff. Although Ding Fu had laid down a rule that the young geniuses would not be able to enter again after leaving the primeval cliff, Duan Ling Tian was an exception to that rule. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the true disciple of his good friend, Feng Qingyang. Moreover, unlike the tidal temple's chamber of law, the primeval cliff would not lose its energy no matter how many times people went there to comprehend the laws. Therefore, Ding Fu had nothing to lose by granting Duan Ling Tian access to the primeval cliff. After Duan Ling Tian entered the primeval cliff, a figure suddenly appeared next to Feng Qingyang who was hovering outside of the formation. It was none other than Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. What did you find out? Feng Qingyang asked Ding Fu. After he left the primeval cliff, he met up with Shu Konghai. Shu Konghai must have known about this matter as well. They must be working together to kidnap junior nephew Duan, Ding Fu said. Under normal circumstances, Shu Konghai, who had attained godhood, would have sensed Ding Fu's presence if Ding Fu lurked around him. However, since he was in Ding Fu's territory, Ding Fu easily concealed his aura with the formations in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. As long as he was careful, gods would not be able to sense him, Feng Qingyang scoffed. It seems like that person is using Shu Konghai. After discovering the motive of that person from the Phantom Clan, Feng Qingyang knew that person must have lied to Shu Konghai and said that he was helping the tidal temple to capture Duan Ling Tian. After all, that person needed Shu Konghai's help to stall for time if Feng Qingyang came. Once that person succeeded in kidnapping Duan Ling Tian, that person would definitely flee. Chapter 3493 The fifth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The tidal temple is relentless. They failed to make a move on me in the past, and now, they're after my disciple. Did they think I'm a pushover? Feng Qingyang said. Chills ran up Ding Fu's spine when he saw the killing intent flashing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Clearly, the title temple had crossed Feng Qingyang's bottom line this time. Brother Feng, I know you're strong, but the title temple has a solid foundation. It'd be unwise for you to confront them directly, Ding Fu reminded Feng Qingyang. He was worried Feng Qingyang would cause a scene at the title temple. Brother Ding, rest assured. Before my physical body leaves the Asura hell, I won't act recklessly, Feng Qingyang said with a smile as the cold expression on his face eased. Ding Fu's heart thumped loudly in his chest when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Feng Qingyang's strongest law was the law of destruction. Unlike the clone from the law of earth that could leave Feng Qingyang's side, the clone from the law of destruction was inseparable from him. In the end, he could not help but curiously ask, how strong is your physical body now? Killing Shu Konghai will be as easy as trussing a chicken, Feng Qingyang said as his narrowed eyes glinted coldly. Ding Fu inhaled sharply when he heard Feng Qingyang's reply. Although there were quite a few vice temple masters in the main title temple, Shu Konghai was undoubtedly among the strongest. At the very least, an ordinary god was no match for him. How could Ding Fu not be shocked when Feng Qingyang said it would be as easy as trussing a chicken to kill Shu Konghai? Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware of Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu's conversation after he left, continued to comprehend the law of space after he returned to the primeval cliff. He had lost all track of time until Su Li's voice pulled him back to his senses. Duan Ling Tian, it's time. The 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to start. Time passed so fast, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when he heard Su Li's words. Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao hovered in the air as they waited for Duan Ling Tian. After returning to the primeval cliff, Duan Ling Tian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. After Great Master Mian's plan was foiled, he was not worried Great Master Mian or the title temple would make a move again so soon. At that time, his master had also sent him a message informing him that Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, was involved in his kidnapping attempt as well. Shu Konghai was in charge of distracting Feng Qingyang if Feng Qingyang showed up to intervene. After learning about that, Duan Ling Tian was even more eager to grow stronger as fast as he could. He could not wait to grow strong enough to kill Shu Konghai. Although he knew the title temple had hidden agendas, he did not expect they would be so despicable and stooped so low as to work with Great Master Mian to kidnap him even if they did not know Great Master Mian, a member of the Phantom clan from the land of the dead, had possessed Ru Lai. If Great Master Mian had succeeded in his plan, Duan Ling Tian would have been brought out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to the land of the dead so Great Master Mian could possess him. When Duan Ling Tian arrived before Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, he shook his head and sighed. A month flew by in just a blink of an eye. If he had successfully kidnapped Duan Ling Tian out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he might have brought Duan Ling Tian back to the land of dead and fully possessed him. It felt as if a moment had just passed instead of a month. Duan Ling Tian sighed and shook his head. We feel the same way as well, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Let's go. The 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses is about to start. Similar to Duan Ling Tian and his friends, many young geniuses in the primeval cliff were also leaving at this time, including Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven. When Yu Dongfang saw Duan Ling Tian, he sent a voice transmission immediately. Duan Ling Tian, I hope we'll meet in the battle ring soon. Yu Dongfang's words were filled with provocation. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly in response before he shifted his gaze away from Yu Dongfang and ignored him. Yu Dongfang's expression darkened immediately upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's disregard for him. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, most of the other young geniuses, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches had already arrived. Duan Ling Tian discovered that his master was the only heavenly emperor who had yet arrived. Even his master's good friend, Ding Fu, heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu, had arrived. Master isn't here yet. Shortly after Duan Ling Tian and the others took their seats, Shu Konghai appeared and announced, the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses will start in a moment. The rules are similar to the rules of the first bout of the 4th round. The title temple will arrange the matches for 50 matches in the first bout. The strong participants won't be pitted against each other in the first bout. Participants who have displayed strength comparable or stronger than a 4-star god of war will not be fighting each other during the first bout as well. Many people were disappointed upon hearing Shu Konghai's words. They were here to watch the exciting matches after all. How could a match between the strong and the weak be exciting? There was no suspense at all. Among the 100 participants who had advanced to the 5th round, those with strength weaker than a 4-star god of war could only smile bitterly. It seemed like they were going to be beaten in a pulp during the first bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although they could still redeem themselves in the following bouts, it would be a difficult task. Most of those who had advanced to the 5th round were stronger than a 4-star god of war or at least as strong as a top 3-star god of war. How could they win a challenge with these people? Tang Sanpao said with a smile, "It seems like we won't be fighting each other for now." Shortly after that, the names of the participants began to appear in the air. 5 matches would take place simultaneously, and Ling Juyun was selected to fight with a participant called Yuan Tong. Zhang Guiyu was also selected, and his opponent was a participant who had almost gotten eliminated previously. When the participants entered the battle ring, it was quite clear that those with grim expressions on their faces were the weaker ones. The first 5 matches ended in just a few dozen breaths. The weakest among those who were eliminated was a participant as strong as a 4-star god of war. Ling Juyun and Zhang Guiyu were the fastest to end their fights. The crowd naturally knew that barring any accidents, the duo would easily advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Only the top 30 participants would be able to advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, those who managed to make it into the top 30 had strength comparable to a 4-star god of war at least. However, this time, there were quite a few weaker participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war who were eliminated, since there were quite a few participants this time who were stronger than a 4-star god of war. In the following 5 matches, the winners were 4 participants stronger than a 4-star god of war and a participant with the strength of a top 3-star god of war. The 4 participants stronger than a 4-star god of war quickly ended their fights, while the participants with strength comparable to a top 3-star god of war took longer to seal his victory, since his opponent also had strength comparable to a 3-star god of war. In just a blink of an eye, 10 matches had ended. Another 10 names appeared in the air. This time, not only Duan Ling Tian was selected, but Yu Dongfang was also selected. Naturally, as per the rules, they were not assigned to fight each other. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang's opponents had incredibly grim expressions on their faces at this moment. Coincidentally, Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang ended their fights with just a strike at the same time. Yu Dongfang stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian's back after his match. At this time, the young geniuses who were paying close attention began to notice something strange. In just a while, they could tell there was tension between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang. "Hey, don't you think there's something wrong with Yu Dongfang's gaze? Is there bad blood between them?" Chapter 3494 Zhou Yongqi. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao shifted his gaze away from Yu Dongfang and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Yu Dongfang seems to have a grudge against you." Duan Ling Tian only nodded faintly in response. He was not worried about Yu Dongfang as well. Previously, he had heard from Tang Sanpao that although Yu Dongfang had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war, it was likely that Yu Dongfang already possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. In his opinion, Yu Dongfang was only as strong as a top 5-star god of war at most. Even if Yu Dongfang had progressed significantly over the past years, it was almost impossible for Yu Dongfang to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, his most difficult opponent should be among those representing the title temple, even if he had yet to determine which one exactly. There were a few participants cultivated by the title temple among those who advanced to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. So that person should be among that small group of people. Among those in the 5th round, the title temple's ace should have the highest chances of possessing the strength of a 6-star god of war. The exploding element celestial fruit must have been reserved for him. Otherwise, the title temple would not have put that fruit up as a reward, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This was Feng Qing Yang's speculation, and Duan Ling Tian agreed with his master. As time passed, Tang Sanpao and Su Li were also selected to fight. They easily secured their victories since their opponents only possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's eyes shone brightly as he asked, "Ling Juyun, you should be as strong as a 5-star god of war, right? As usual, Ling Juyun only remained silent. Up until now, among these 4 men, only Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao had displayed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Ling Juyun and Su Li had only revealed the strength of a 4-star god of war up until now. Since Su Li had just broken through recently during one of his matches, no one doubted that the extent of his strength was only that of a 4-star god of war. On the contrary, many people were certain Ling Juyun was still hiding his strength. Based on his attacks, they thought it was likely that he was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Soon after, the second bout of the 5th round was about to start. Shu Konghai said, the title temple will also arrange the matches for the second bout of the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses. The 50 participants who won their matches during the first bout will be divided into 2 groups of 25 participants and compete against each other. Following that, 10 names appeared in the sky again for the first 5 matches. So fast, don't they need to think before they assign the participants to fight? I'm sure they've already discussed this beforehand. They must have correctly guessed the 50 participants who advanced to the second bout of the 5th round. Shu Konghai continued to say, the 25 winners of the second bout will temporarily advance while the remaining 25 participants will compete against each other to determine the strongest 5 during the third bout. For the fourth bout, the 30 winning participants will be challenged by the remaining 70 participants who lost in the first 3 bouts. Each of the 70 participants will have 3 chances to challenge. Many of the young geniuses were eagerly waiting for the second bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to start. I'm afraid many of the participants won't be able to conceal their strength any longer. Those whose strength had been exposed would definitely be assigned to weaker opponents with strength comparable to a 3-star god of war. Meanwhile, those with strength, both confirmed and speculated, of a 4-star god of war would be pitted against each other. There was no doubt during this time, many people will be forced to reveal their hidden strength. Tang Sanpao said with a smile, Su Li, you're up. Su Li's opponent was from the title temple. His name was Huang Yuan and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. He was a stern-faced young man who was dressed in a long gray robe. When Su Li entered the battle ring, he said indifferently, Su Li, you're no match for me. Su Li replied without any changes in his expression, we'll see about that. Alright, let's start then. Huang Yuan nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's brows were furrowed as he looked at Su Li and Huang Yuan in the battle ring. Huang Yuan was one of those whom he suspected to be the title temple's ace. During Huang Yuan's previous matches, he had always fought with ease. His strength remained a mystery until now. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that Huang Yuan was definitely stronger than a 4-star god of war. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian's suspicion was confirmed when Huang Yuan defeated Su Li with less than 10 moves. Zhang Tianyu said in a grave tone, Su Li lost. Huang Yuan should be as strong as a top 4-star god of war. After all, Su Li, who had recently broken through and possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war, isn't a match for him. When Su Li returned to his seat, he did not look disappointed at all. It was as though he did not care that he had lost. How was he? Duan Lingtian asked Su Li. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian were curious about Su Li's answer as well. Very strong. Su Li's expression turned slightly grim. I have a feeling he's still hiding his strength. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Tian, and He Jian were shocked by these words. He's already revealed strength comparable to a top 4-star god of war, but you're saying he still has more to this strength. So he's likely as strong as a 5-star god of war. Although the trio was shocked, they did not doubt Su Li's words at all. Meanwhile, the other young geniuses were discussing Su Li's defeat. Su Li did very well considering his age. He's definitely made a name for himself during the competition. That's right, Huang Yuan wouldn't be a match for Su Li at Su Li's age. Su Li can only blame himself for being born 200 to 300 years earlier. Su Li's loss did not diminish the respect the others had for him. Perhaps, he was the only one who was still highly respected even after suffering a defeat. The other 4 matches that were going on simultaneously with Su Li's match quickly ended as well. Among the 4 matches, one participant revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's Zhou Yongqi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. He's actually as strong as a 5-star god of war. Previously, heavenly emperor Zhou Bingwu was completely suppressed by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong when he tried to defend the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Wouldn't it be exciting if Zhou Yongqi is pitted against Duan Ling Tian in a match? I heard Zhou Yongqi was an orphan adopted by Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. He treats Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu as his father. I'm sure he must be furious that Feng Qingyong humiliated Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. He'll surely vent his anger on Duan Ling Tian if they were matched. I would be the same if I were in his position. This is a good chance for him to seek revenge after all. Even if he kills Duan Ling Tian, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong won't be able to do anything since it's within the rules of the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people's attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian when it was revealed that Zhou Yongqi was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Zhou Yongqi glanced at Duan Ling Tian as well amidst the discussion in the surroundings. Despite the indifferent expression on Zhou Yongqi's face, Duan Ling Tian could see coldness flashing in Zhou Yongqi's eyes. Needless to say, he could not care less. He was not even afraid of the ace from the Tidal Temple who was likely as strong as a 6-star god of war. Why would he be afraid of Zhou Yongqi? Following that, 10 participants' names appeared again for the next 5 matches. It's Ling Zhuyun again. Ling Zhuyun's opponent, coincidental or not, was also one of the participants from the Tidal Temple whom Duan Ling Tian speculated to be as strong as a 6-star god of war even if he had only shown the strength of a 4-star god of war. His name was Lu Kongyu. Despite his average appearance and average build, Lu Kongyu's gray hair was rather conspicuous. Since Lu Kongyu had easily defeated his opponents previously, many people suspected he was concealing his strength as well. Both Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyu are definitely hiding their strength. I just wonder which of them is stronger. Based on the strength they've shown so far, Ling Zhuyun is slightly stronger. If Lu Kongyu isn't as strong as a 5-star god of war, he won't be a match for Ling Zhuyun. Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyu faced each other. Their match was the most highly anticipated one so far. Chapter 3495 Another 4 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Everyone watched as Lu Kongyu took the initiative to attack. As most people had guessed, his strength was stronger than what he had displayed before. Faced with an opponent like Ling Zhuyun, he had to reveal the strength of a top 4-star god of war. As expected, Lu Kongyu was hiding his strength. To think he's as strong as a top 4-star god of war. If Ling Zhuyun isn't hiding his strength, then he won't be a match for Lu Kongyu at all. However, I'm quite certain Ling Zhuyun is hiding his strength as well. While the others were fervently discussing the matter, Ling Zhuyun and Lu Kongyu's battle was already in full swing. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Ling Zhuyun also displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. The geniuses cultivated by the Tidal Temple are really outstanding, Ling Zhuyun said indifferently, in a rare instance. Although his voice was not loud, the people in his surroundings clearly heard his words. After exchanging roughly 30 moves, Ling Zhuyun said tonelessly, "All right, let's end this." Following that, death aura suddenly surged out of Ling Zhuyun's body. His doppelganger returned to his body and shrouded him before it began to shine with a dark light. In just a moment, the now translucent doppelganger, which was shrouding him, suddenly grew to the size of a giant. It held a giant scythe in its hand that radiated a bone-chilling energy. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. Many onlookers could sense that the Grim Reaper's Scythe profundity had been fused with some other profundity from the Law of Death as well. I knew it. Ling Zhuyun was hiding his strength as well. Although the onlookers had guessed this, it was different witnessing it. Many of their eyes lit up as their hearts raced, waiting for what was to come next in the battle. As the Grim Reaper's Scythe moved, the void rippled in its wake as though they were going to tear. Lu Kongyu flashed, trying to dodge the scythe. However, the scythe seemed to have eyes. No matter what movement technique or tricks he used, he could not seem to shake it off. In the end, he roared in frustration, gathering all his strength to launch a fierce attack to destroy the incoming scythe. Alas, the scythe was like a peerless destructive as it easily dispelled Lu Kongyu's attack as soon as the two attacks collided. The scythe's momentum only slowed down a little from the collision. At this moment, Shu Konghai's voice rang in Lu Kongyu's ears. "Surrender, you're not his opponent. You've already accomplished your mission. We only arranged for you to fight with him to probe his strength." When the scythe was a hair's breadth away from killing Lu Kongyu, he suddenly vanished from the battle ring. The onlookers were finally able to breathe again upon seeing this. After all, if Lu Kongyu was a moment slower, he would have died without a doubt. the scythe continued to fly out and landed on the barrier after Lu Kongyu disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the barrier and continued flying toward Lu Kongyu, who had reappeared outside of the barrier. In fact, Ling Juyun was not intentionally targeting Lu Kongyu. He could control the attack once he had launched it. After all, before the scythe could hit him, Lu Kongyi vanished at top speed. Subsequently, Shu Konghai scoffed before a large, almost translucent hand appeared and destroyed Ling Juyun's Grim Reaper's scythe. Ling Juyun's robe fluttered softly in the air as he stood in the battle ring. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention. After all, his performance this time had revealed he possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. Needless to say, the crowd was in an uproar again. How many participants have revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war so far? There are Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Yongqi, and Ling Juyun. There are likely others who are still hiding their strength as well. Does that mean there are 10 or more participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war at least? Seems like it. Although it was not unprecedented, it was rare for more than 10 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war to appear at the same time during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Usually, there would only be less than 5 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Currently, the second bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was not even over, but there were already 5 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war at least. It's like this time's Battle of the Geniuses is going to be one of the rare times where there are more than 10 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes gleamed with expectations, and this included the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches. When Ling Juyun returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao said, "Ling Juyun, I knew you're as strong as a 5-star god of war at least." Since Tang Sanpao had long suspected this, he was not surprised at all. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were not surprised either. On the contrary, Zhang Tianyu and the others were shocked. Although they knew he was not simple, they did not expect him to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. This meant that in their group, there were 3 people with the strength of a 5-star god of war. One had to remember there were only 5 participants so far who had been revealed to have such strength. Soon after, the other 4 matches ended. No one revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the 4 matches. Only 2 participants who had shown the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war revealed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Following that, Duan Ling Tian was selected to fight in the next 5 matches. His opponent had revealed the strength of a 3-star god of war so far. No one was surprised since the title temple would not arrange difficult matches for those with the strength of a 5-star god of war for the 5th round. In any case, it was just a formality. No one would care if those with the strength of a 5-star god of war did not fight in the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I surrender. Duan Ling Tian's opponent only had the strength of a 3-star god of war. Let alone someone like Duan Ling Tian who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war, he would find it difficult fighting someone with the strength of a 4-star god of war. After weighing his options, he decided to surrender. When Tang Sanpao was finally selected to fight, the circumstances were similar to Duan Ling Tian's. His opponent, who also only possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war, surrendered. Many people thought that it was the benefit of being exceptionally strong. However, none of them thought anything was wrong with the others surrendering. After a while, Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, was finally selected to fight. His opponent was a young genius from the title temple with strength comparable to an average 4-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian could tell the young genius was hiding his strength as well. Sure enough, he revealed the strength of a top 4-star god of war during his battle with Yu Dongfang. Nevertheless, that was naturally not enough to defeat Yu Dongfang. Without any suspense, Yu Dongfang won his match as well. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, unsurprised, no wonder Yu Dongfang dares to openly provoke me. As expected, he's as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. During this match, Yu Dongfang was also forced to reveal that he was as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. With this reveal, the crowd broke into an uproar again. After Yu Dongfang's match, another 2 participants were also revealed to be as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. Although the crowd was still shocked, their reaction was no longer as though as the previous reveals. It seemed like they had grown numb to it. There are 8 participants now with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war, Zhang Tianyu said after he sighed emotionally. If Su Li is right, Hong Yuan, who defeated him, should be as strong as a 5-star god of war as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on 2 of the participants, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. Hong Yuan had defeated Su Li before, while Sima Rui had just revealed his strength earlier. These 2 were also people he had speculated to be the Title Temple's ace. Chapter 3496. The final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will commence in 3. Following Yu Dongfang's match, 2 other participants were revealed to possess strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. One of them was Sima Rui, a young genius cultivated by the Title Temple, while the other was an unknown young genius. The unknown young genius was also one of the few female participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Her name was Yi Dong Li. Her facial features were delicate, and her tight clothing revealed her curvaceous figure. Although Sima Rui and Yi Dong Li's strength had surprised the crowd, they did not stir up a big commotion like Zhou Yongqi and Yu Dongfang. As expected of the Title Temple, that's considered a sacred place in all Devata realms. There are at least a dozen young geniuses whom they had cultivated in the 5th round. This is a huge number considering there are only 100 participants in this round. Moreover, one of their participants also possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. I don't know why, but I have a feeling there are more than one of their participants who possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Where did Yi Dong Li come from? A female young genius under the age of 1000 who possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war is really rare. As a man, I feel quite embarrassed of myself. I feel like I've lived so long in vain. I agree. From today onward, I'm going to slap all those who tell me women are inferior to men. Following that, the 25 young geniuses who would be advancing to the 3rd bout of the 5th round were determined. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Tang Sanpao, and Zhang Guiyu, who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the remaining 22 young geniuses were those who had revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war and a 4-star god of war. Before the 3rd bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 75 participants who failed in the 2nd bout would compete for the 5 places left to join the 25 participants. Following that, the 30 participants would receive challenges from the remaining 70 participants in the 3rd bout. The 75 participants fought fiercely, but their matches were naturally not as exciting as the matches between the stronger participants. In the end, Su Li was among the 5 who qualified. Although Su Li had just broken through not too long ago and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had also inherited the legacy of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Even if he had yet to create his own Tao, he was still able to incorporate his law with his sword techniques perfectly. For this reason, he was much stronger than most participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Alas, he was still no match for those with strength comparable to a top 4-star god of war. That was why he had lost to Hong Yuan, a young genius from the Title Temple, who possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Su Li, it seems like it won't be a problem for you to rank in the top 30. I barely made it," Su Li said with a sigh. "Before I broke through, I wondered if I could make it into the top 30 with the strength of a 3-star god of war. However, now that I have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, I realized it's still difficult for someone with the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war to rank in the top 30. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tianyu chimed in, "There are just too many outstanding young geniuses in the Battle of the Geniuses this time. There are more than 40 participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war, and it's likely there are more than 10 participants who possess the strength of a 5-star god of war at least. After all, there are already 8 participants who revealed the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's not surprising if there are participants who are still hiding their strength." During the 3rd bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the 70 participants would be given chances to challenge the top 30 participants. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and the others who were confirmed to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war or a top 4-star god of war did not receive any challenges. Those participants, like Su Li, who possessed the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war, received the bulk of the challenges. In the end, among the 5 final participants of the 30 participants, one lost his challenge and was replaced. When the 3rd bout of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally ended, Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple, said in a loud voice that resounded in the venue, the 30 participants who will advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses have now been confirmed. The 30 participants will be given 3 months to prepare for the 6th round. Please use the time given wisely. The 6th round is also the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing the 6th and final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would commence in 3 months, the other young geniuses who were eliminated were filled with anticipation. They were even more excited than the participants who would be advancing to the final round. During the final round, no one will be able to hide their strength anymore. That's right, at that time, the top 30 participants will be determined. I've been waiting so long for the final round. I wonder who will rank at the top. At the same time, Tang Sanpao did not waste time and bade farewell to the others. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, I'll see all of you in 3 months. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that Tang Sanpao had left on his own. Usually, Tang Sanpao would leave together with them. Is Tang Sanpao feeling the pressure now and is in a hurry to cultivate? Su Li asked, surprised by Tang Sanpao's hasty departure as well. Duan Ling Tian shrugged before he asked Su Li and Ling Juyun, do both of you want to go to the primeval cliff again? Although Heavenly Emperor Ding Fu will only open up the primeval cliff for the 30 participants a month before the 6th round starts, I'm sure my master can convince Heavenly Emperor Ding Fu to grant us entry earlier. Yes, I'd like to go to the primeval cliff again if possible, Su Li replied. What about you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Juyun who had yet to reply. Ling Juyun shook his head. I'm not going. I gained an insight previously at the primeval cliff, so I'm going to spend the next 3 months comprehending it. Both of you can go ahead without me. All right, Duan Ling nodded. After Ling Juyun left, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian rose to their feet. All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian and Su Li with hints of anticipation in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, I look forward to your performances 3 months from now. The trio naturally hoped both men would put on a great performance during the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of their Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and an acquaintance of theirs. Needless to say, they were rooting for him wholeheartedly, hoping he would live up to their Heavenly Emperor's reputation. After the trio left, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyang to ask for permission from Ding Fu to enter the primeval cliff. At the primeval cliff. Duan Ling Tian, I'll see you in 3 months, Su Li said to Duan Ling Tian before he made his way to the location where he was previously comprehending his law. As for Duan Ling Tian, he planned to spend 2 months comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff and use the remaining 1 month to gain a deeper understanding of the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity. Since it would take a long time for him to make progress with his 2 Taos of heaven and earth, he did not plan to comprehend them now. Duan Ling Tian was not worried about his safety this time because Feng Qingyang had informed him that Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, had instructed most trusted subordinates to guard the primeval cliff and ensure no one entered the cliff without permission. In fact, for the next 3 months, the primeval cliff was off limits to the members of the Heavenly Palace of the primeval heaven. Although 3 months was a short time, the 30 participants who advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses all hoped to have a breakthrough during this time. After all, if their strength increased, the higher their rank would be at the end of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The higher they ranked, the longer they would be able to stay in the Title Temple's Chamber of Law. Meanwhile, Yu Dongfang did not return to his wooden house. Instead, he went to the residence of his master, Gongsun Xuanyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. He had planned to cultivate alone in the wooden house until his master had invited him to cultivate together because his master had recently gained an insight on his own sword Dao recently. If Yu Dongfang managed to gain something from his master's insight, his strength would rise to another level. Master, Duan Ling Tian has openly disrespected you, I'll make sure to humiliate him during the final round of the Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Xuanyuan shook his head and said, you shouldn't blame him nor target him. What would you do at that time if you were in his shoes? Chapter 3497 The Title Temple's Secret Weapon. Yu Dongfang knew Gongsun Xuanyuan meant well, but he refused to let the matter go. He stubbornly said, how dare he mock you, master? He promised to return you the favor, and yet, he still acted that way. He even openly revealed my voice transmission. Isn't that disrespectful toward you? Yu Dongfang's eyes glinted coldly at the end of his words. It was as though winter had arrived. Gongsun Xuanyuan shook his head but did not say anything else. Based on what he could see, his disciple was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. However, his instinct told him Duan Ling Tian was still hiding his strength. He did not say anything because he did not want his disciple to feel discouraged. Therefore, he swiftly diverted the topic to his sword Dao. After Gongsun Xuanyuan gained insight recently, he was only a step away from forming his sword Dao and gaining a preliminary understanding of it. If he was successful, he would not have to be afraid of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked 4th in the Devata realm's heavenly emperor ranking. Ding Fu was so powerful because he had successfully created and gained a preliminary understanding of the devouring Dao. As long as Gongsun Xuanyuan managed to create his own sword Dao and gained a preliminary understanding of it, he was confident he would be evenly matched with Ding Fu. However, he needed to further increase his strength if he wanted to defeat Ding Fu. Duan Ling Tian is truly a rare genius, Gongsun Xuanyuan said with a sigh. He only met Feng Qingyang about 100 years ago, but he has already successfully created his own space sword Dao by studying Feng Qingyang's destructive sword Dao. You should learn a thing or two from him in regard to this. Naturally, I'm not blameless since I can't compare to Feng Qingyang. Yu Dong. Fang shook his head upon hearing Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Master, everyone has their own time to run into fortuitous encounters. Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Asura hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain godhood so quickly. Luck can also be considered as one's capabilities, Gongsun Xuanyuan said. It's the truth that I can't compare to him now. It doesn't matter, Master. During the final round of the Battle of the Geniuses, I'll show everyone that your true disciple is stronger than the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Yu Dongfang said confidently and resolutely. The young geniuses, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple were staying in 3 different places in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. However, since Shu Konghai was the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, Ding Fu had arranged for him to stay in a secluded and quiet valley. At this time, Shu Konghai was sitting cross-legged in front of a waterfall with his eyes closed. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or resting. All of a sudden, a figure swooped down from the sky and landed near Shu Konghai. Junior Uncle Shu. Shu Konghai opened his eyes and asked immediately, "Are you confident?" "Based on the strength they displayed today, I'm 100% confident," the young man said arrogantly. Shu Konghai nodded. "It's impossible for any of the participants to be as strong as a 6-star god of war. It won't be a problem for you to rank first. After all, even a top 5-star god of war isn't a match for you." Surprisingly, the young man shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." "Who is it that makes you feel uncertain?" Shu Konghai asked, slightly surprised. "There are 2 of them," the young man's eyes gleamed as he said, "Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun." Shu Konghai furrowed his brows slightly. "Those 2, I wouldn't be surprised if you'd mentioned Yu Dongfang, Zhang Guiyu, or Yi Dongli. However, I don't think those 2 pose a threat to you at all. Duan Ling Tian is only slightly over 600 years old. He's truly outstanding to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Although he has created and gained a preliminary understanding of 2 Daos of heaven and earth, I believe he has displayed all of his comprehension of the law of space. Hence, I don't think he's still hiding his strength." A hint of greed flashed in Shu Konghai's eyes when he mentioned Duan Ling Tian. The young man nodded. Shu Konghai asked, "How much do you know about Ling Juyun? Do you know his age?" "All the participants are below the age of 1000, the young man trailed off. Then, he asked, "Junior Uncle Shu, are you implying that Ling Juyun is younger than Duan Ling Tian and Su Li?" "He's almost the same age as Duan Ling Tian," Shu Konghai said as his eyes glinted. The young man inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. Shock and disbelief could be seen in his eyes at this moment. When he regained his senses, he asked, "Junior Uncle Shu, how do you know that?" It was shocking enough that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li possessed such strength at their age. How could the young man not be shocked when he learned that Ling Juyun was also so young? You should know that apart from the participants that came with the various Devata realms' heavenly palaces, the others are brought here by the Tidal Temple branches. Normally, before bringing the participants here, the heavenly palaces must have already confirmed the participants' ages. After all, it would be a disgrace and an embarrassment if the heavenly emperors were found out to have brought participants over the age limit. Moreover, the title temple won't let the matter slide as well. Since the ages of the participants will only be confirmed at the end of the competition, it'll be slightly difficult to find out the ages of the participants who came with the heavenly emperors. However, since Ling Juyun came with the title temple in the wind prop heaven, it was not difficult for me to find out his age. The title temple in the wind prop heaven had confirmed that Ling Juyun isn't even 700 years old. They thought his strength was that of a 3 or 4-star god of war, so they were shocked when they discovered he was as strong as a 5-star god of war, Shu Konghai explained. Then, Shu Konghai glanced at the young man and said, "Now, do you still think that 2 men who aren't even 700 years old are a threat to you? Especially when you possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Don't you think you're worried for nothing? It's heaven-defying enough that they possessed such strength at this age, it'd be impossible for them to be any stronger." "I hope so." The young man nodded. "However, I just can't shake off the feeling that there's more than meets the eyes with them. Junior Uncle Shu, my master must have mentioned to you that my instincts are very accurate. It's due to my sharp instincts that I managed to survive a few life or death situations in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yes, I've heard about it, but your instincts aren't completely foolproof. Don't tell me there's not even one time when you were wrong?" Shu Konghai asked. The young man said, "As soon as I feel something is amiss, I'll leave without any hesitation. I won't even stay around to confirm it. However, I have to say that there are times when I was wrong." Shu Konghai nodded. "See, you can trust your instincts fully. I hope you're right." The young man nodded. Shu Konghai said to boost the young man's confidence, "Moreover, so what if they're as strong as 6-star gods of war? I heard from your master that you killed 9 6-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield before." The young man nodded. "However, they were very weak 6-star gods of war." Shu Konghai scoffed. "So what? They're still stronger than the top 5-star god of war. Don't worry too much. You'll definitely rank first in this Devata Realms battle of the geniuses and obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Although Vice Temple Master Lu's granddaughter covets the fruit, nothing can be done about it since there's only one. Many high-ranking officials and their descendants or disciples, naturally, coveted the exploding element celestial fruit. One of them was Vice Temple Master Lu, who held the same position as Shu Konghai. When the high-ranking officials from the title temple discovered the 2 Vice Temple Masters were vying for the celestial fruit, many of them did not dare to get involved. Due to the exploding element celestial fruit, the hostility between the 2 Vice Temple Masters intensified since both of them were not willing to back down. Chapter 3498. The top 30 young geniuses are calm, but the crowd is anxious. In order to prevent the situation from escalating any further, the temple master of the main title temple decided to put up the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the young genius who ranked first in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. With that, Vice Temple Master Lu of the main title temple had no choice but to give up, since he knew his granddaughter would not stand a chance of winning the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. As for Shu Konghai, he felt that the temple master of the title temple was biased toward his junior nephew, who was the title temple's ace during this time's Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Naturally, Vice Temple Master Lu could tell the title temple favored the young man as well. However, what could he say since the temple master had spoken? He could only secretly hope an outsider would win the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses to assuage his anger. He naturally had to keep this thought a secret to avoid being labeled as a traitor. "The exploding element celestial fruit will definitely be mine," the young man said as his eyes gleamed with determination. He was a 9 palaces celestial emperor now. With the exploding element celestial fruit, he would become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a short time. After that, he would be able to attempt attaining godhood. The time saved from using the exploding element celestial fruit could be used to further comprehend his law. "You may leave now," Shu Konghai said with a faint smile. "Don't overthink things and put pressure on yourself. The young geniuses, including Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, are destined to become your stepping stones." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff, was naturally unaware that the title temple's ace was wary of him and Ling Juyun. Although comprehending the law of space at the primeval cliff was not as fast compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity, comprehending the law of space at the cliff allowed him to learn the different ways to fuse profundities from the law of space. Although he had already fused a few profundities, he still had a lot to learn in regard to fusing profundities. Different profundities, when fused, created different results. For example, if two offensive profundities were fused, the offensive strength of the fused profundity would increase more than one-fold. Whereas if an offensive profundity was fused with a movement profundity, it would create a profundity with both speed and incredible force. There were so many ways to fuse profundities that even a titled celestial emperor usually only managed to fuse a few profundities. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were so immersed in comprehending their respective laws at the primeval cliff that they completely lost track of time. Meanwhile, Great Master Mian, who possessed Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion Shaft Heaven, was rather excited when he found out Duan Ling Tian had returned to the primeval cliff again. Feng Qingyang must feel at ease letting Duan Ling Tian stay at the primeval cliff now, right? If I make a move now, my chances of success should be quite high. After pondering on it for a while, he changed his mind. No, it's too risky. Even if Feng Qingyang isn't there, he must have taken precautions. It's likely that Ding Fu has placed guards there. Since Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu are good friends, Ding Fu will definitely help Feng Qingyang. It seems like I better wait for another chance. Great Master Mian was so determined to possess Duan Ling Tian that he was willing to make certain sacrifices for his cause. After all, with 99 heavenly veins in his high innate talent, Duan Ling Tian would certainly attain godhood if he did not die prematurely. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had created and gained a preliminary understanding of the two Taoes of heaven and earth, which was one of the requirements of attaining godhood. How could he not be eager to possess Duan Ling Tian with all these factors? As for you, Feng Qingyang, after my injuries recover after 100 years, I'll definitely look for you to teach you a lesson. Once I kill you, Duan Ling Tian will be mine. Great Master Mian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with excitement. He was already imagining himself killing Feng Qingyang and possessing Duan Ling Tian's body. Since the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would commence in 30 days, all of the top 30 participants had gone into closed-door cultivation due to the pressure. On the contrary, the other participants who had been eliminated were rather carefree. They gathered in groups and discussed fervently among themselves. So far, there are 8 participants who have displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. Do you think there'll be more than 10 of them during this time's Battle of the Geniuses? I think it's very likely. I agree. I think there'll definitely be more than 10 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war this time. Who do you think will rank first? I'm not sure. After all, before the participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war fight each other, we won't be able to determine who's stronger. Hey, do you think there's any participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? What are you talking about? The Battle of the Geniuses is only held every 1,000 years. I don't think there's anyone who possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching the age of 1,000. You can't say that for sure. Since there are so many participants this time with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, it's not entirely impossible that we have a participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war. The young geniuses who were eliminated were even more excited than the top 30 participants who had advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. 3 months was a short time. However, to those eliminated young geniuses who were eagerly waiting for the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it felt like a long time. Those who were involved were calm while outsiders were anxious. Days felt like years as they waited for the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to commence. The day before the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Ling Tian had already returned to his wooden house a month ago to comprehend the law of space using his supreme powerhouse divinity. I should send a message to Su Li in case he loses track of time. The finals are tomorrow after all. Duan Ling Tian only stopped comprehending the law of space and the space sword Dao using the supreme powerhouse divinity a few days ago when he felt there was no longer any progress to be made for the time being. The final round is tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian could tell Su Li was shocked that time had passed so fast when he received Su Li's reply. He advised Su Li to stop comprehending his law at the primeval cliff in case Su Li missed the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even if Su Li missed the final round, he would still be ranked in the top 30. However, there was a chance he could improve his rank during the final round and prolong his time in the Title Temple's Chamber of Laws. The group of young geniuses who had been waiting for the final round was elated. The final round is finally starting tomorrow. I'm going to rest well tonight so I can concentrate while I watch the exciting matches tomorrow. You're right, we should all rest well tonight. The day of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since early in the morning, the spectator seats had been filled. Everyone was waiting excitedly for it to begin. On the other hand, the top 30 participants, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, and the high-ranking officials of the titled temple branches had yet to arrive. In fact, they were not late, it was just that the eliminated young geniuses were early. About an hour later, the high-ranking officials from the titled temple branches began to arrive, followed by the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms. Following that, the top 30 participants began to arrive as well. When Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao arrived at the venue, they stirred up quite a commotion among the crowd. Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao are here as well. Can you believe it? Not only are 3 of them friends, but 3 of them possess the strength of a 5-star god of war as well. Chapter 3499, Yi Dong Li. Among Duan Ling Tian's group, Tang Sanpao was the first to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. At that time, let alone those who did not know him, even Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked. In their eyes, he was friendly and talkative, especially to Duan Ling Tian, completely lacking the air of someone with extraordinary strength. After Tang Sanpao, Duan Ling Tian was next to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Even before he appeared, his reputation had preceded him. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyong, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, most of them had a few true disciples. For the longest time, Feng Qingyong did not even have one true disciple. Hence, everyone was shocked when he finally accepted a true disciple. Even when the strongest heavenly emperor accepted a true disciple, it was not as shocking as when Feng Qingyong, who had yet to confirm he had attained godhood at that time, finally accepted a true disciple. Feng Qingyong was indeed rather unique among the heavenly emperors. Even Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, who was on par with Feng Qingyong in the past, had 4 true disciples and many nominal disciples. For all these reasons, even before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses started, Duan Ling Tian had already garnered a lot of attention. In the beginning, many people were of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian was only lucky that Feng Qingyong took a liking to him and accepted him as a true disciple. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength that was on par with a 5-star god of war during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they were finally convinced that Duan Ling Tian was accepted by Feng Qingyong because of his talent, not because of luck. Everyone knew they could not achieve what Duan Ling Tian achieved at his age. Indeed, only a monstrous talent like Duan Ling Tian was worthy of an extraordinary heavenly emperor like Feng Qingyong. With his talent, if Duan Ling Tian didn't have a master, even the strongest heavenly emperor would want him as a true disciple. His innate talent is heaven-defying. He's only a little over 600 years old but possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. With his heaven-defying innate talent and an extraordinary master like Feng Qingyong, his future is incomparably bright. He'll definitely become a prominent figure in the Devata realms in the future. A person like him would easily make a name for himself even in the realms of gods. The young geniuses sighed enviously when they discussed Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing the discussion in the surroundings, Zhang Jiyu, the talented young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war who claimed to be Xu Ya's junior brother, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as well. It seems like senior sister wasn't lying. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed, his strength should be on par with mine. However, it's still not enough for him to defeat me unless he has other tricks up his sleeve. On second thought, Zhang Guiyu thought it was unlikely that Duan Ling Tian still had any tricks up his sleeve. After all, at Duan Ling Tian's age, his achievements were already shocking enough. A person like Duan Ling Tian was rare in the history of the Devata realms. Even top powerhouses in the Devata realms did not achieve such feats at Duan Ling Tian's age. Perhaps, only those born in realms of gods possessed such talents like Duan Ling Tian. The gods were highly gifted, and the resources in the realms of gods were far superior to the Devata realms. Nevertheless, there was still a chance there was no talent like Duan Ling Tian in the realms of God. After all, not only did Duan Ling Tian possess the strength of a 5-star god of war before the age of 700, but he had even comprehended 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. At the same time, many people were also discussing Ling Juyun, the cold and mysterious young genius whose vicious attacks shocked and left a deep impression on everyone. Ling Juyun is really outstanding as well. I wonder where he came from. There are many unknown young geniuses in this time's battle of the geniuses. Perhaps, he's a descendant of a top powerhouse who used to live in seclusion. He might have inherited a heaven-defying legacy from his ancestor. A heaven-defying legacy. The heaven-defying legacy has to be left behind by a supreme powerhouse for him to be so heaven-defyingly strong at his age. Su Li also garnered some attention despite not possessing the strength of a 5-star god of war due to his young age. Although his strength was not as heaven-defying compared to Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt he was also a genius in his own right. No one knew Ling Juyun was the same age as Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Otherwise, these people would be in a bigger uproar about Ling Juyun. At the same time, after listening to discussions in his surroundings, Tang Sanpao's curiosity was piqued. He asked, Ling Juyun, how old are you? Ling Juyun only glanced at Tang Sanpao briefly before ignoring him. Tang Sanpao was undeterred. He asked with a grin, Ling Juyun, you must be approaching 1,000 years old, right? Tang Sanpao was clearly trying to provoke Ling Juyun into answering his question. Alas, Ling Juyun continued to ignore him, causing him to feel frustrated. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, he's almost the same age as Su Li and me. Since Duan Ling Tian had known Ling Juyun for quite some time, he had a rough idea of Ling Juyun's age. Moreover, the soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, Wanzhi, knew everything about Ling Juyun. So he's not even 700 years old. Tang Sanpao was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun as he said, all of you are monsters. Then, the shocked expression on Tang Sanpao's face was replaced with a smug expression before he said, since all of you are younger than me, don't you think you should address me as Big Brother Tang? With these words, even Duan Ling Tian and Su Li ignored Tang Sanpao. Soon enough, the crowd broke into a commotion again with the arrival of another participant. That's Yi Dongli. Although Yi Dongli's appearance was rather ordinary, her strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war garnered her a lot of attention. Moreover, she was the only female participant to possess such strength in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As such, she was the only female participant to make it into the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although some of her peers were prettier than her, they were not as popular as her. I've never heard of Yi Dongli before this. It's rare for a female celestial below the age of 1,000 to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war even in all the Devata realms. That's right, someone like her might be common in realms of gods, but she's definitely as rare as a phoenix feather in the Devata realms. Although she's not a beauty, whoever gets to marry her is really lucky. To marry her, you'll have to be stronger than her. The attention Yi Dongli drew was comparable to Duan Ling Tian and his friends. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at her for a moment. He thought the Devata realms were really filled with hidden talents. Before the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had once asked Feng Qingyong if there were many outstanding female young geniuses. According to Feng Qingyong, they were very rare. During the previous few battles of the geniuses, there were no young female geniuses with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. For this reason, he could not help but look at her. At this time, Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, said teasingly, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, why are both of you staring at Yi Dongli? Do you like her? Let me remind you that a woman like her is very difficult to deal with. You have to be stronger than her at least to win her heart. Su Li, I don't think you stand a chance right now. As for Duan Ling Tian, I think your prospect looks promising. Duan Ling Tian turned back to look at Tang Sanpao before he said, you seem to know her pretty well. Are you acquainted with her? Tang Sanpao smiled sheepishly before he said with a hint of unease, we're not really acquainted. We've only met once. Her master is a god, and my master addresses her master as junior uncle. Needless to say, this was the first time Duan Ling Tian and the others had heard of this matter. Chapter 3500. Drawing lots to decide one's opponent. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Zhang Tianyu, who was seated next to Tang Sanpao, exclaimed, no wonder Yi Dongli kept looking in our direction previously. Initially, I thought she was looking at Duan Ling Tian. In hindsight, she must have been looking at you. You thought she was looking at Duan Ling Tian. Why would she look at him? Tang Sanpao asked, confused. Was it not obvious that Yi Dongli was staring at him? Put everything aside, he was truly impressed by a woman's ability to hold a grudge. They had only met once and had a misunderstanding at that time, but it seemed like she was still holding onto a grudge even after several centuries had passed. Isn't it obvious? Duan Ling Tian is handsome, Zhang Tianyu replied without any hesitation. Among us, Duan Ling Tian's looks are the most popular among women. Tang Sanpao looked at Zhang Tianyu incredulously. Are you blind? You have no sense of aesthetics at all. I'm so much more handsome than Duan Ling Tian, and yet, you confidently said he's more handsome. What did he bribe you with? I'll double his offer. Apart from causing Zhang Tianyu to roll his eyes, his words also caused Wang Ting to laugh. She thought that Tang Sanpao was truly confident. Although Tang Sanpao's appearance was above average, he could not be considered handsome. At this moment, He Jianyi said, "It's about to start." With this, all of them turned to look ahead. Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, flew over and arrived at the venue in just a blink of an eye. After looking around for a brief moment, he said, "Let the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses commence." The spectators were excited upon hearing Shu Konghai's words. They had waited for 3 months for this day to come, and it was finally here. The title temple will not arrange your opponents for you during the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. You'll draw lots to decide your opponent. These words were no surprise to the others since this had been the case in the previous Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. Since before, the final 30 participants would draw lots to decide their opponents. Do you think the first match will have 2 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war fighting each other? From what we know so far, 8 out of the 30 participants possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. At some point, 2 of the 8 will definitely fight each other. I, for one, hope the exciting matches will take place at the end. I'd like to save the best for last. While the spectators were busy discussing among themselves, Shu Konghai brought out a big box with an opening at the top and said, "There are 30 jade slips in here with the number 1 to 30 engraved on them. The person who draws the number 1 will fight with the person who draws the number 2, the person who draws the numbers 3 will fight with the person who draws the number 4 and so on. You're prohibited from checking the numbers with your divine consciousness. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Now, the final 30 participants, please step forward." In the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were participants who tried to probe the numbers on the jade slips. As a result, their divine consciousness was rebounded, and they were severely injured by the backlash. Moreover, their injury affected their performance during their matches, causing them to lose when they could have won. After Shu Konghai's voice fell, the 30 participants, including Duan Ling Tian, flew toward Shu Konghai neatly. None of them dared to step out of line. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they took turns to draw a jade slip. After Tang Sanpao glanced at the number on his jade slip, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others around him before he asked, "What number did you get?" Ling Juyun did reply, but he openly showed the number on his jade slip, number 5. This meant that his opponent was the person who drew the number 6. Tang Sanpao looked around and asked, "Who drew the number 6? No one responded. After a moment, Su Li smiled bitterly and said, "You can stop looking around. I drew the number 6. Even Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this development. He did not expect Su Li would have to fight Ling Juyun as soon as the first bout of the final round started. "Duan Ling Tian, what about you? Are you my opponent?" Tang Sanpao asked. Duan Ling Tian held up his jade slip wordlessly. The number 12 could be clearly seen on his jade slip. "It seems we're not fated to fight yet," Tang Sanpao said. Then, he held up his jade slip to show the number 26 engraved on it. At this moment, Shu Konghai's loud and clear voice rang in the air again. "Apart from those who drew the number 1 and 2, the others can return your seats now." As Duan Ling Tian and the others moved to leave, only 2 figures remained motionless. Some of them could not help but turn back as they left to have a look at the first 2 participants to battle. One of them was Zhang Guiyu. He was a sectless cultivator who had previously demonstrated the strength of a 5-star god of war. He was also Xu Yasis' junior brother. As for Zhang Guiyu's opponent, he was just a participant who had shown the strength of a 4-star god of war so far. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to their seats, Zhang Guiyu's opponent wisely surrendered before the match began. With this, Zhang Guiyu won the match without fighting. "Zhang Guiyu, Number 2, wins this match, Shu Konghai said. The participants with the numbers 3 and 4, please step forward. The following 2 participants were not any of the 8 known participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. The 2 participants had the strength of a top 4-star god of war. One of them was someone Duan Ling Tian had paid attention to. It was Hong Yuan, who had easily defeated Su Li previously. Su Li had suspected Hong Yuan had been holding back his strength and was possibly as strong as a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian shared the same opinion as well. Apart from that, Hong Yuan was also one of the few people whom he suspected to be the Title Temple's ace. For these reasons, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were following Hong Yuan as Hong Yuan flew into the battle ring. Hong Yuan. At the same time, the spectators began to discuss among themselves again. Hong Yuan is one of the young geniuses cultivated by the Title Temple. His opponent is a sectless cultivator who's surprisingly powerful as well. His opponent has the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Previously, the strongest opponents they fought only had strength comparable to an ordinary 4-star god of war. Since their opponents were weaker than them previously, it means there's a chance 2 of them possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. We'll find out soon enough. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Yuan and his opponent began to fight. Just as Su Li had suspected, it was soon made obvious that Hong Yuan was hiding his strength. Not long after his match started, he revealed his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war and swiftly defeated his opponent. Shu Konghai naturally was not surprised by Hong Yuan's strength. After all, as the vice temple master of the main Title Temple, how could he be unaware of Hong Yuan's true strength? I knew it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. At the same time, he was perplexed as he wondered if Sima Rui or Hong Yuan was the Title Temple's ace. For now, both of their strengths seemed to be about the same, making it hard for him to guess. After announcing Hong Yuan's victory, Shu Konghai called out the participants with the numbers 5 and 6, which belonged to Ling Juyun and Su Li respectively. A commotion broke out again among the spectators when they saw the 2 friends stepping forward. It's Su Li and Ling Juyun. Heavens, how unlucky of them to have to fight each other so soon. Will Su Li surrender? It was clear to everyone who the winner of the match would be. Nevertheless, Su Li did not surrender. Just as expected, Su Li was defeated by Ling Juyun using 3 moves. If Ling Juyun had gone all out, Su Li would have been defeated with just a move. Ling Juyun, number 5, wins the 3rd match. Participants with the numbers 7 and 8, please take your places in the battle ring, Shu Konghai said again. The 2 following participants only possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. In the end, the participant with the strength of a top 4-star god of war triumphed. Since his opponent was weaker than him, there was a chance he was still holding back his strength and possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. The participants with the numbers 9 and 10 also only possessed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Due to their similar strength, the fight was rather intense, and it took a while before a winner could be determined. All in all, it was a close fight. Participants with the numbers 11 and 12, please step forward. The following match was finally Duan Ling Tian's turn to fight. His opponent who drew the number 11 was a participant from the Title Temple who had shown the strength of the top 4-star god of war so far. Chapter 3501. A horrifying scene. Duan Ling Tian stood in the center of the battle ring and stared at his opponent from the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian's opponent had only displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war so far, so he was not as outstanding as Hong Yuan and Sima Rui, who had shown the strength of a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian did not think his opponent was the Title Temple's hidden ace, since he could tell his opponent had a hard time during his previous match against another participant with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Although he tried to hide it, it did not escape the notice of Duan Ling Tian, who had been observing the participants from the Title Temple. A low and guttural growl rang from Duan Ling Tian's opponent's throat suddenly. Although he was aware that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he went all out and cast his most powerful technique. Duan Ling Tian's opponent specialized in the law of water. The surroundings seemed as though they had turned into the ocean when he cast the profundities from the law of water. Killer waves surged toward Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. The waves, unlike ordinary waves, held a pulling power so strong that they seemed capable of pulling everything into the depths of the ocean. Duan Ling Tian's opponent had gone all out because he had received a voice transmission instructing him to go all out to force Duan Ling Tian to show his hand. The Title Temple wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was still hiding his strength. Alas, With his strength that on par with a top 4-star god of war, it was impossible for him to force Duan Ling Tian, who had shown the strength of a 5-star god of war, to show his hand even if he had gone all out. Everyone watched as Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air calmly without any changes in his expressions, despite the killer waves sweeping toward him, as his robes fluttered in the air. Just when the waves were about 5 meters away from him, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a huge whale from the depths of the ocean before he opened his mouth and easily devoured the killer waves coming his way. The expression of his opponent changed greatly when he saw Duan Ling Tian was not the slightest bit affected. He could not maintain such high-intensity attacks for long. After all, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and used the mastery Dao he had comprehended to manipulate the space around him as he devoured waves after waves of his opponent's attacks. None of the attacks affected him at all. Surrender. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's opponent's ears. It was a voice transmission from the person who had told him to go all out earlier. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Since Duan Ling Tian was far stronger, it was pointless to continue the fight. His eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "I surrender," Duan Ling Tian's opponent called out. Following that, Shu Konghai said with a straight face, "Duan Ling Tian, number 12, wins the match." When the match between the participants with the numbers 13 and 14 began, no one really paid attention since most of them were still discussing Duan Ling Tian. "How do you think Duan Ling Tian will rank? He's too young. He'll rank in the top 5 at most. It's still an amazing feat. However, I don't think it's possible for him to rank in the top 3. Due to Duan Ling Tian's age, many people did not think he would rank in the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, let alone rank number 1, despite his strength. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unbothered by the crowd's opinion. There were so many people who had looked down on him in his life, and he had learned the best response was to prove them wrong with his actions. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, Zhang Tianyu began to gush, "Duan Ling Tian, your mastery Dao is really terrifying. It's amazing. Your opponent is like a defenseless baby in front of you. None of his attacks affected you at all. On the contrary, you easily neutralized all his attacks." As Zhang Tianyu spoke, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were sitting at the side, nodded to show their agreement. The match after Duan Ling Tian's match was between two participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. It was a tight match, both opponents were almost evenly matched. In the end, the winner was so injured that he could no longer exert his full strength. Based on this, it could be seen that neither participant had hidden their strength. After all, if they truly possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war, they would injure themselves to this extent just to hide their strength. Subsequently, when the participants with the numbers 15 and 16 stepped into the battle ring for the next match, everyone broke out in a commotion again when they saw participant number 15. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, had already revealed his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, so it was not surprising that his appearance generated a commotion. His opponent, on the other hand, seemed to only possess the strength of a top 4-star god of war. It's him. Duan Ling Tian's attention, unlike everyone else, was not on Yu Dongfang, but Yu Dongfang's opponent. The participant with the number 16 was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He had a medium build, and his appearance was so average that it would be difficult to identify him in a sea of people. Most of the time he seemed a little timid and introverted. However, at this moment when facing Yu Dongfang, his aura seemed to change slightly. He seemed determined. "You're no match for me," Yu Dongfang said indifferently as he stared at his opponent, certain of his victory. Perhaps, although the young man's voice was not loud, everyone heard his reply clearly. "I'll defeat you now if you're not going to surrender," Yu Dongfang said before he shot out like an arrow and arrived near the young man in just a blink of an eye. He lifted his hand, ready to send a blast of energy out. At this moment, no one doubted Yu Dongfang's victory. Moreover, his opponent was standing unmoving as though he was in a daze. However, time seemed to freeze in the next moment. The scene that appeared was beyond everyone's imagination. Yu Dongfang's hand was still raised in the air, frozen. Even his expression seemed to have frozen on his face. Law of time. It's the law of time. Upon seeing this, many people, including a few heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches, rose to their feet immediately. The law of time was the most unique law among the four supreme laws. It allowed one to manipulate time, and there were not many known countermeasures for it. In fact, there were many who thought the law of time was the strongest law due to its heaven-defying ability. How terrifying was it to be able to stop time? Needless to say, such a law was not easy to comprehend. Moreover, the progress was slow as well. Therefore, many who were capable of comprehending the law of time would give up and comprehend another law due to the slow progress. Like most laws and profundities, the law of time was only effective against a weaker opponent. For example, if one cast the freezing profundity that could stop time, it would only affect weaker opponents. Unless the caster had comprehended fused profundities, it would be useless against opponents who had comprehended fused profundities. As such, how could everyone not be shocked that Yu Dongfang was frozen? Yu Dongfang's strength was well known to all. His strength was definitely among the top 5 star gods' war. For the young man's freezing profundity to be effective on Yu Dongfang, the young man had to be as strong as or stronger than Yu Dongfang. Everyone watched as the young man, who had just revealed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, shot out 2 beams of gray light from his eyes that entered Yu Dongfang began to move again. Before Yu Dongfang could retaliate, something terrifying happened to him. His jet-black hair turned white in just a blink of an eye, and his skin wrinkled swiftly. He had aged from a healthy young man to an old man at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone gasped upon seeing this horrifying scene. From what I know, for him to be so skilled in manipulating time, he has to be as strong as a top 5-star god of war at least. Tang Sanpao's words reverberated in Duan Ling Tian and the others' minds. Chapter 3502, The reveal of all participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang's changes happened in just a blink of an eye. They were terrifying. Imagine a young man in his prime aging into a dying old man at a speed visible to the naked eye. The law of time. Duan Ling Tian continued to stare at the young man intently. Since he had been paying attention to the young man previously, he could clearly see how the young man had been acting timid previously. During the young man's previous matches, the onlookers and his opponents would always underestimate him. For this reason, he had been keeping an eye on the young man. However, he had thought Yu Dongfang would defeat this young man. After all, Yu Dongfang's strength was not inferior to a top 5-star god of war. Who knew the young man was also as strong as or stronger than a top 5-star god of war? This is the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Very few people are able to comprehend this. For him to have mastered this, those without the strength of a top 5-star god of war are unlikely to be a match for him. Duan Ling Tian had previously learned about the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life from his master, Feng Qingyong. With just a thought, one could instantly age one's opponent. If an ordinary person was targeted, they would definitely die. If it was targeted at a celestial with a long lifespan, their bodies would be affected, and they would never regain the full strength of their bodies. As for their appearance, it would be as difficult to recover as well. Everyone was still in shock over Yu Dongfang's sudden aging by the 2 beams of gray light from the young man's eyes when the young man suddenly made a move and sent the elderly Yu Dongfang flying back. At this point, the elderly Yu Dongfang could no longer mobilize his energy. He spat out blood as he was sent flying back until he landed on the ground and fainted. Third senior brother. At this time, someone flew out from the spectator seats to the battle ring. It was none other than Tong Tu, Yu Dongfang's junior brother and the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. After he landed, he brought Yu Dongfang, who was severely injured, away. It was only then that everyone began to regain their senses. This was the most unexpected outcome. Not even in their wildest dreams did they imagine Yu Dongfang would end up in such a manner. Yu Dongfang did not even have a chance to attack. He was completely dominated by his opponent's law of time. Despite his defeat, no one thought Yu Dongfang was weak, they only thought that Yu Dongfang's opponent was terrifyingly strong. Needless to say, a huge uproar erupted as everyone began to discuss among themselves. Didn't Huang Quan use the law of fire during his previous matches? Who would have guessed he had also comprehended the law of time? Couldn't you tell? His comprehension of the law of time is much higher than his law of fire. Heavens, where did a monster like Huang Quan come from? When using the law of fire, he was already as strong as a top 4-star god of war. How? Much stronger is he when he uses the law of time. He should be as strong as a top 5-star god of war at least. Should be as strong as a top 5-star god of war. He's definitely as strong as, if not stronger, than a top 5-star god of war. Aren't you aware that one must possess the strength of a 5-star god of war, at least, to cast the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life? He's definitely invincible against those who don't possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Well, unless his opponent, who has to be as strong as him at least, possesses a divine artifact to counter the law of time, otherwise, he's invincible. Huang Quan had received a slight bit of attention previously, but now, everyone was focused on him, including Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master from the main title temple. At this time, Shu Konghai and many heavenly emperors were sending Huang Quan voice transmissions. All of them wanted him to join their forces, but not many offered to accept him as their disciple since they felt there was not much they could teach someone like him. However, he completely disregarded the voice transmissions from Shu Konghai, who was a god, and the heavenly emperors. Who was Huang Quan, and that he did not even have any qualms about offending Shu Konghai. At the same time, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had been possessed by Great Master Mian, looked at Huang Quan with a hint of greed in his eyes. He thought to himself, unfortunately, I've already found the perfect body to possess. Otherwise, I'd definitely choose you. Although it's impressive that you've comprehended the law of time to this extent, it's not a guarantee that you'll be able to become a god. On the other hand, with Duan Ling Tian's body, let alone attaining godhood, becoming a supreme powerhouse is just a matter of time. At some point, Great Master Mian had shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes burned with unconcealed greed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. If he could, he would have openly kidnapped Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the young geniuses were still heatedly discussing among themselves. With Hong Yuan and Huang Kuan, there are now 10 participants confirmed to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Since it was rare for so many participants with such strength to appear at the same time during a Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, everyone was in an uproar again. I wonder if there'll be an 11th participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war. As the matches continued, another participant was also revealed to have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Similar to Yi Dongli, the participant was a female. Her body was hidden under a loose gray robe, and half of her face was covered with a veil. Only her beautiful eyes and slender eyebrows could be seen. Based on this, it seemed like she was a beauty beneath the veil. However, there were some people who speculated that she might ugly even if she possessed a pair of beautiful eyes and eyebrows. Regardless, most people's attention was on her strength, not her appearance. Previously, the strength she had demonstrated was only that of a top 4-star god of war. No one had thought she was hiding her strength. Hence, all of them were shocked when she revealed her strength. Another participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Moreover, she's a woman. Similar to Yi Dongli, I've never heard of Lu Suo Yan prior to this. That's why it's widely known that the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses can draw out many hidden talents. That's right, just like Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Ling Juyun, and Yi Dongli, Li Suo Yan is a hidden and unknown talent. 11 participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. This time's battle of the geniuses is definitely going to be one for the history books. The young geniuses present were extremely excited to be a part of this event. It was something they would be able to boast about for the rest of their lives. Is there going to be a 12th one? People began to speculate if there would be any more surprises. This included Duan Ling Tian. However, after all the 15 matches were over, there were no other participants who shocked everyone again. It was almost certain at this point that there were no more participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. With the intensity of the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, most of them would have to reveal their strength. Out of the 11 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, only Yu Dongfeng lost and was severely injured. It would likely take a long time before he recovered. At this time, Shu Konghai stepped forward again and said, for the second bout of the final round, the 15 participants who lost in the first bout of the final round will fight again. Among these 15 participants, only Yu Dongfeng alone possesses the strength of a 5-star god of war. Therefore, after taking his strength into consideration, he'll be allowed to advance to the next bout without fighting this bout. Does anyone have any objection? If you have an objection, you can fight him once he recovers. However, The fight will be a life or death battle. Shu Konghai's eyes glinted as he continued to say, I've spoken to the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and he has said that Yu Dongfang is willing to fight a life or death battle should there be any objections. The 14 participants who lost the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were speechless when they heard these words. Would anyone object under such circumstances? Moreover, although Yu Dongfang was defeated, it did not mean he was weak. Shu Konghai nodded in satisfaction when no one objected. Then, he continued to say, since there's no objection, you can now proceed to the next bout. The 7 winners from this bout will be temporarily ranked from the 17th to the 23rd place. While the 14 participants were engaged in their respective fights, Tang Sanpao asked Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, do you think Su Li will be able to win? I think it'd be slightly difficult. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he watched Su Li flying in the air above the battle ring. Although Su Li was powerful and managed to rank in the top 30, it would be difficult for him to climb the ranks. Chapter 3503. Ranked matches in the final round. Although Su Li was stronger compared to those who had just broken through, his current strength was nowhere near that of a top 4-star god of war. It was already an amazing feat that he managed to make it into the top 30 of the Devata Realms' Battle of the Geniuses. It would be difficult for him to rank above 23rd place. Regardless, Su Li was fearless and unyielding when faced with a hopeless situation and gave it his best. As expected, Su Lu was defeated by his opponent who was as strong as a top 4-star god of war in the end. Soon enough, the other matches concluded as well, and the winners were determined. With that, the ranks were reshuffled again. At this time, the names of the top 30 participants began to appear in the air. Needless to say, the 11 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war and the participants who had won their matches during the first bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses earlier occupied the 1st to the 16th place on the list. The 17th to 23rd place was occupied by the participants who won their matches during the second bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Finally, the 24th to the 30th place was occupied by those who had lost their matches during the second bout of the final round, like Su Li. After all the names appeared, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, said loudly, I'm sure all of you know these ranks aren't permanent, and they're not a reflection of your strength yet. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, those who ranked from the 21st to the 30th place can only challenge the participants in the 20th place or lower, at most. You can only challenge those who are ranked 10th or lower if you manage to rank in the 20th place. You can only challenge the top 9 participants if you're ranked in 10th place. While Shu Konghai spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was focused on the list of 30 names. Out of the 30 names, the temporary ranking for the top 11 places were as followed. Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, Zhou Yongqi, Ling Juyun, Sima Rui, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Huang Quanen, Lu Shuyan, Yu Dongfang. Following that, was a group of participants with the strength of a 4-star god of war. Su Li was ranked in 24th place, the first among those who lost their matches during the second bout of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this time, many people were discussing among themselves as they looked at the list of names in the air. Hey, did you notice that? It seems like these temporary ranks are ranked in accordance to the time the participants revealed their strength. You're right, Zhang Guiyu was the first to reveal his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, so he's temporarily ranked first. Following that is Tang Sanpao and Duan Lingtian. It was true for Su Li too. Among those who ranked at the bottom 7 places, he was the first to reveal the strength of a 4-star god of war. At this moment, Shu Konghai began to speak again. The person who's ranked in the 30th place can now step forward to issue a challenge. Please remember that you can only challenge participants in 20th place or lower for now. The final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was one of the longest, if not the longest, rounds. The third bout allowed the participants who ranked at the bottom to challenge those in front of them to improve their ranks. Naturally, participants could also choose not to issue a challenge and maintain their rank, but if they were challenged, they had no choice but to accept or surrender. If they lost or surrendered, they would naturally drop in rank. After Shu Konghai finished speaking, the participant ranked in 30th place, an expressionless white-clad young man, flew into the battle ring. He shifted his eyes to Su Li and said, I want to challenge Su Li, who's ranked 24th. The white-clad young man's words caused a small commotion among the crowd. It seems like he's given up on making it into the top 20. Isn't it obvious? He would have challenged the person in 20th place if he's aiming to enter the top 20. He's only trying to get a better rank now. After all, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. So he chose the 24th place, the top rank among those who lost the second bout of the final round. Meanwhile, Su Li was as calm as usual despite being the first to be challenged during this bout. He won his match in the end, but he barely managed to secure his victory and secure his rank. He was injured despite his win. His opponent's attack had landed on him, causing him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. When Su Li returned to his seat, Duan Ling Tian asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's not a big deal." Su Li smiled faintly. "I'll take a few medicinal pills and recover very soon." After taking the medicinal pills, Su Li closed his eyes and waited for his injuries to heal. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the next challenger was not allowed to challenge Su Li. He would be given time to rest and heal for the duration of one match. This applied to everyone who was challenged. Although those at the bottom could only challenge the participant in 20th place at most, if the participant in 20th place was unable to be challenged, an exception would be made, and they could challenge the person in 19th place. This applied for those in 10th and 9th place as well. While Su Li was nursing his injuries, the 29th participant, who was not confident about challenging the person who ranked 20th, challenged the participant in 25th place since he could not challenge Su Li. His opponent was almost evenly matched with him, but in the end, he won. With that, he rose from 29th place to 25th place while his opponent fell from 25th place to 26th place. Those behind 26th place fell 1 rank accordingly. The next participant decided to challenge Su Li, who had just recovered, but Su Li managed to defend his rank. After that, those in 28th, 27th, and 26th place stepped forward one after another to challenge their opponents. The person who rose from the 29th to 25th place was not allowed to issue a challenge since he had just done so. At this time, there were a few people who challenged the participant in 20th place, but none of them succeeded. After a while, the participant in 22nd place finally managed to defeat the 20th participant, pushing the 20th participant down to the 21st place. With this, the participant who had just been pushed down to the 22nd place can issue a challenge. If he wanted to raise his rank, he could only change the participants in 20th or 21st place. However, since these two participants had just fought, he was prohibited from challenging them. With this, he could only give up challenging someone and wait for someone else to challenge him, or he could challenge the person in 19th place. In the end, he was ambitious enough to challenge the person in 19th place. However, one's ambitions would only come true if they were backed by strength. He was not strong enough and was defeated by the participant in 19th place. At this time, Shu Konghai called out for the participant in 18th place to step forward. "I want to challenge the person in 12th place." Number 18 was very ambitious as well. He had challenged the first person ranked below the 11 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war. The participant in 12th place was called Meng Fangui. He was the first person to reveal the strength of a top 4-star god of war during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He was from a heaven-grade sect, the Profound Dream sect, in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven that specialized in illusory techniques. In fact, his true strength was not that of a top 4-star god of war. He only possessed such strength thanks to his emperor-grade celestial weapon that had a soul. Meng Gui Fan, you are just lucky you come from a powerful sect that provided you with an emperor celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Your weapon is the only reason you've made it this far. Meng Fan Gui's opponent was a black-clad young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He sneered as he said, "Do you are to fight me, Yuan Haojun, without using that emperor-grade celestial emperor?" "Stop talking," Meng Fan Gui said indifferently, "you're humiliating yourself with such lousy provocation. So what if I come from a powerful sect? Luck is one's ability as well. You can stay in whatever godforsaken place you came from and continue being jealous and envious of me." Chapter 3504. The 11th place. Upon hearing Meng Fan Gui's words, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but chuckle and shake his head. None of the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were mediocre. Although Meng Fan Gui looked like a good-for-nothing rich kid, he had to be remarkable to be able to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. His background might have helped, but there was no doubt it was mostly due to his talent. After all, in all the 81 Devata realms, there were many whose backgrounds were superior to Meng Fangui, and yet, they were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. On average, about 10 participants would be selected from each Devata realm. Among the 10 participants, there were naturally those from distinguished backgrounds. You're seeking death. Yuan Haojun, Meng Fangui's opponent who possessed the strength of a top 4-star god of war, cried out. He had planned to provoke Meng Fangui so Meng Fangui would forsake using his emperor-grade celestial weapon during their match, but he did not expect his plan to fail. Not only did he fail, but he ended up being provoked by Meng Fangui instead. Yuan Haojun leapt forward like an angry lion, blinded by his anger. Upon seeing this, the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Unless he's as strong as a 5-star god of war, he'll definitely lose. Most people were certain Yuan Haojun would lose. After all, the fact that he had lost his composure had already put him in a disadvantageous position. Although he struck first, it did not mean he could control the rhythm of the battle since he was clouded by anger. When Yuan Haojun realized he had made a rash mistake, he tried to calm down. However, the more he tried to calm down, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he would make. It was a vicious cycle. As expected, Meng Fangui defeated Yuan Haojun with his emperor-grade celestial weapon that possessed a spirit within 10 moves, successfully defending his rank. The 17th participant, please step forward. The participant in 17th place could not challenge Meng Fangui who had just finished his match, so he could only choose another opponent. However, he was not that foolish to challenge the participants in 10th and 11th place who were as strong as 5-star gods of war. In the end, he challenged the participant who was ranked 13th and successfully defeated his opponent. After he rose in ranks, the new participant in 17th place challenged Meng Fangui. However, he failed in his challenge as Meng Fangui successfully defended his rank again. Subsequently, the 16th participant challenged the 13th participant, who had risen from 17th place earlier. Alas, the 16th participant failed in his challenge. Meng Fangui was challenged again. This time, it was by the 15th participant. Similar to before, Meng Fangui successfully defended his rank again. Meng Fangui's string of victories was not surprising. After all, he was rather powerful, and he possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Apart from that time when he was defeated by Zhang Guiyu, his journey during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rather smooth. Not counting participants as strong as 5-star gods of war, perhaps, only a participant with the strength of a top 4-star god of war who possessed an equally powerful weapon would be able to defeat him. Subsequently, the 14th participant chose to challenge the 13th participant and lost. Participant number 12, please step forward. Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, said as he looked at Meng Fangui. Since the 13th participant had previously won his challenge and rose from 17th place to 13th place, he was prohibited from issuing a challenge. Hence, it was finally Meng Fangui's turn to issue a challenge. Meng Fangui shook his head and said, "I give up on my right to challenge an opponent." What a joke! How could Meng Fangui be unaware that all the participants ahead of him possessed strength comparable to a 5-star god of war? He would only embarrass himself if he challenged any of those participants. Even if he had a powerful emperor-grade celestial weapon, it was not enough to defeat those who were ranked 1st to 11th. By giving up, not only would he avoid being embarrassed, but he would avoid getting unnecessarily injured. No one was surprised by Meng Fangui's decision. All of them understood his decision. After all, the difference between those with the strength of a 5-star god of war and a 4-star god of war was so vast that even Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon could not close that gap. For the young geniuses in the spectator seats, the earlier matches between the participants with strength comparable to a 4-star god of war were only appetizers. The upcoming matches between those who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war were the main course. Finally, the matches between the top 11 participants are going to start. They're the highlight of the Battle of the Geniuses. The battles between those with the strength of 5-star gods of war are finally commencing. At this time, Su Li said, "Duan Ling Tian, Yu Dongfang is ranked 11th. This means it's his turn to issue a challenge. I have a feeling he's going to challenge you." Su Li had a keen eye and had long noticed that Yu Dongfang was looking at Duan Ling Tian with eyes brimming with killing intent. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was his nemesis. He has recovered. That's quick. Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked at Yu Dongfang. Just as Su Li had said, Yu Dongfang was glaring at him. During Yu Dongfang's match with Huang Quanan, he did not even have a chance to attack before he was defeated. Not only that, but he was even turned into a dying old man by Huang Quanan's law of time. Currently, Yu Dongfang had regained his youthful appearance. If an ordinary person was hit, not only would their appearances change, but their body functionality would deteriorate accordingly as well. If they aged too much, they might even die of old age. Since Yu Dongfang was a celestial with a long lifespan, he was able to recover after consuming medicinal pills that replenished his vitality. Even if he did not take medicinal pills, he would eventually recover even if it would take a long time. Tang Sanpao chimed in, the instant vicissitudes of life will still affect his strength for a time. It'll take a while before he regains his full strength. At the same time, people began to notice the tension between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang when they turned to look at Yu Dongfang because it was his turn to issue a challenge. With Yu Dongfang's strength, many people thought he should be ranked in the top 10 if he was not defeated by Huang Quanan previously. No one thought less of him despite his defeat. After all, Huang Quanan's law of time was truly too terrifying. Hey, Yu Dongfang has been glaring at Duan Ling Tian for a while now. Is there enmity between them? Based on the way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian, I think he'll definitely challenge Duan Ling Tian. Even the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were looking at Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang with great interest. This was not surprising. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, while Yu Dongfang was the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Moreover, both of them possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war. All these factors would make for an exciting match. At this time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, it seems like heavenly emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple is going to challenge junior nephew Duan. Did junior nephew Duan offend him? I don't know." Feng Qingyang shook his head expressionlessly. He was clearly not worried. "It seems like you're very confident about junior nephew Duan's ability, Brother Feng," Ding Fu said. The smile on his face widened when he turned back to look at the battle ring. Under everyone's anticipatory gaze, Shu Konghai said, "Yu Dongfang, the 11th participant, will now issue a challenge. This will also mark the first match between those with the strength of a 5-star god of war." This was a rare occasion where Shu Konghai spoke so much. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd broke into an uproar. The moment they had been waiting for, the highlight of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, was finally here. The crowd's eyes were trained on Yu Dongfang as he flew into the battle ring. All of them wondered who he would challenge. Based on what they had seen, they thought he would likely challenge Duan Ling Tian. As expected, as soon as Yu Dongfang landed in the battle ring, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, who was seated across from Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, said, "Xuanyuan, it seems like your disciple is determined to fight Duan Ling Tian." Gongsun Xuanyuan said, "It's fine for him to suffer some setbacks when he's young. It'll be beneficial to him." Yu Hao Tian was slightly taken aback by Gongsun Xuanyuan's reply. "Xuanyuan, does this mean you think Duan Ling Tian will win?" Although Yu Hao Tian and Duan Ling Tian came from the same place, he did feel much of a connection with Duan Ling Tian. After all, there were many in the Jade Emperor Heaven who came from planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, since Yu Dongfang was his good friend's disciple, he was naturally more inclined toward Yu Dongfang compared to Duan Ling Tian. This was natural human instinct. Even heavenly emperors were not exempted from these emotions. "There's more than meets the eyes with Duan Ling Tian," Gongsun Xuanyuan said. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as though he had thought of something that he found difficult to accept. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Dongfang loudly announced, "I want to challenge the third participant, Duan Ling Tian." Just as everyone expected, Yu Dongfang challenged Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3505, Rudimentary Comprehension of the Sword Tao. Duan Ling Tian was the third participant in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to reveal the strength of a 5-star god of war. Hence, he was temporarily ranked third in the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The two participants above him, Zhang Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, had revealed their strength earlier than he did. After Yu Dongfang, who was ranked 11th, challenged Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Liang flew out indifferently. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the battle ring and stood across from Yu Dongfang. Duan Ling Tian, Yu Dongfang stared at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as he said, "The moment has finally come. I will defeat you in front of everyone today, not for any other reason than your despicable behavior. All right, you can attack first." Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently in response to Yu Dongfang's words. No one expected Duan Ling Tian would ask Yu Dongfang to attack immediately. It was clear he was not interested in wasting words or understanding Yu Dongfang's reasons. He was clearly only there to fight. The young geniuses were delighted by this. They began to egg Yu Dongfang on. Some of them were certain of Yu Dongfang's victory, and some of them thought Duan Ling Tian stood a chance of winning. It's true. What's the point in wasting time talking when you can just fight? Yu Dongfang, hurry up and attack. Keep your words and defeat Duan Ling Tian. Yu Dongfang made such a lofty promise. Will he fail? I don't think so. He's a couple of centuries older than Duan Ling Tian after all. Moreover, he's also Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's most promising disciple. He's a peerless genius in the pavilion shaft heaven. However, Duan Ling Tian isn't weak as well. He's just a little over 600 years old, but he's much stronger than most of the participants of the Battle of the Geniuses. At this point, no one dared to look down on Duan Ling Tian any longer like they did when the Devata Realms' Battle of the Geniuses had just begun. He had proven himself time after time. So what if he was young? With his strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, he made it into the top 30. He was much stronger than some people who were older than him. Meanwhile, Yu Dongfang grew even more agitated upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's calmness. He felt as though Duan Ling Tian was looking down on him. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I hope you still can maintain your composure when you lose." Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a golden orb of energy rose behind Yu Dongfang. Like the sun shining at his back, he looked like the god of sun. He was shining so brightly that it was difficult to look directly at him. Following that, a sword-shaped mark appeared on his glabella. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling sword ray shot out of Yu Dongfang's glabella. It was so bright that it eclipsed the surrounding light. It shot toward Duan Ling Tian with great momentum. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian stood unmoving, calmly facing Yu Dongfang's probing attack. As the sword ray drew close, his mastery Dao caused the void around him to distort and ripple. Soon enough, a vortex appeared and easily devoured the sword ray. Following that, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yu Dongfang and said indifferently, "I suggest you attack with all your might next. Otherwise, I worry you won't have a chance to attack again." Duan Ling Tian's words were akin to rubbing salt in Yu Dongfang's wound. Despite his calm expression, Yu Dongfang was inwardly furious. His eyes turned frostier and frostier as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, as expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, "You're really confident. I'll grant your wish then. Let's decide the outcome with one move." As soon as Yu Dongfang's voice fell, hundreds and thousands of sword rays shot out from the golden orb, which looked like the blazing sun, hanging at his back. Sword rays after sword rays shot toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though the golden orb could launch infinite sword rays. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent as usual when faced with Yu Dongfang's attacks. His space mastery Dao continued to devour the sword rays shooting toward him. "It seems like this attack isn't enough to quash your mastery Dao," Yu Dongfang said pointedly. He was not nervous at all. He continued to say, "Then, let me cast the sword Dao my master had taught me to destroy your space mastery Dao." Following that, the sword rays released by the golden orb hanging at Yu Dongfang's back switched directions. They no longer flew toward Duan Ling Tian, but they flew around him instead. In just a blink of an eye, the battle ring had turned into a sea of golden sword rays. At the same time, Yu Dongfang cast various fused profundities from the law of metal as well, boosting the sword rays. "Sword Dao." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, you only have a rudimentary understanding of the sword Dao." Duan Ling Tian had formed his own space sword Dao through his master's destructive sword Dao. Hence, he could easily see through the sword Dao that Yu Dongfang cast. With just a glance, he knew Yu Dongfang had only begun to comprehend the sword Dao. Although it boosted Yu Dongfang's strength greatly to the point where Duan Ling Tian felt slightly pressured, it was still within Duan Lingtian's control. So what if I have just a basic comprehension, or if I'm just about to form it? It's more than enough to defeat you. Yu Dongfang sneered. The countless sword rays began to fly around as though they were weaving a web to trap Duan Lingtian. Sword cries rang in the air as everyone watched the sword ray weave a web around Duan Lingtian. Based on the sword ray's speed, it would not take long before Duan Lingtian was completely trapped. Yu Dongfang's voice rang in the air again. Duan Lingtian, this is my strongest move. It can even severely injure a top 5-star god of war if the timing is right. It's too late for you to escape now. The crowd broke into another uproar. Yu Dongfang's attacks were too terrifying. It was not something ordinary 5-star gods of war was capable of. Even the expressions of some of the participants with the strength of 5-star gods of war turned solemn when they saw Yu Dongfang's attacks. At this time, those who thought Duan Lingtian stood a chance of winning began to waver. They looked at Yu Dongfang intently, trying to find signs of him exaggerating his strength, but to no avail. Duan Lingtian is trapped. If Yu Dongfang isn't exaggerating his strength, he should win soon. It can even injure a top 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian's space mastery Dao doesn't seem capable of withstanding such an attack. After all, he had only formed it recently and had a basic understanding of it. It seems like Duan Lingtian is about to lose. Duan Lingtian is losing soon, isn't he? Everyone watched as the round web of energy around Duan Lingtian suddenly exploded. The force of the explosion seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Fortunately, Shu Konghai was quick to act. He quickly contained the energy to prevent it from spilling out and injuring the young geniuses nearby. The explosion of the golden energy was so bright that it hurt the others to look at it directly. It took a while for the light to dim before the others could look at the battle ring again. They discovered that Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. Did Duan Lingtian explode as well? Was he blown into pieces? While almost everyone was convinced that Duan Lingtian had been blown to pieces by Yu Dongfang's attack, Yu Dongfang was frowning at this moment. Although he was confident his attack would defeat Duan Lingtian, he knew it was not so powerful that it could blow Duan Lingtian into pieces, including his spatial ring. Just as an ominous feeling rose in Yu Dongfang's heart, he felt his heart sink completely when he heard the crowd's sudden exclamation and saw their eyes that were trained in the air above him. Duan Lingtian's not dead. He's there. Chapter 3506. Duan Lingtian is as strong as a 5-star god of war. Everyone watched as Duan Lingtian hovered above Yu Dongfang with a gray sword beneath his feet. The sword looked strange. As it flashed, the void around it seemed to distort and ripple. It was as though it contained spatial energy. Following that, a sword ray shot out, leaving a tear in the void. How did you escape? Yu Dongfang looked at Duan Lingtian. With a horrified expression, he was certain he had trapped Duan Lingtian earlier. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to teleport out of the cage he had weaved since he had intentionally disrupted the void within the cage. How did Duan Lingtian escape? Did Duan Lingtian really manage to teleport, or did Duan Lingtian utilize another skill? There were some people who could guess how Duan Lingtian had escaped and avoided the attack. Needless to say, they were all impressed. As for those who could not figure out what was going on, they did not think much of it. In their opinion, it was not shocking since Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space. Duan Lingtian continued hovering in the air as he responded indifferently, "That was a nice move, disturbing the void to prevent me from teleporting. If I didn't master the space sword Dao, it would have been impossible for me to escape, and I would have to bear the brunt of the attack." Space sword Dao. Yu Dongfang's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect Duan Lingtian had also formed and comprehended the space sword Dao. The space sword Dao has both the sword Dao and the law of space, Duan Lingtian said. You stopped me from teleporting by disturbing the void, but you didn't expect I'd be able to calm disturbance in the void with my space sword Dao before teleporting out of the cage. Since you said that we'll decide the match with one move, it should be my turn now that you're done with yours. Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. In just a second, the golden orb hanging at his back swiftly expanded and shrouded him as hundreds and thousands of sword rays circled him. It looked like a solid defense, and it was clear he was going all out to withstand Duan Lingtian's attack. The crowd fell silent immediately as they looked at the calm purple figure in the battle ring. In contrast, Yu Dongfang was glowing so brightly that he looked like an immortal who had descended on the mortal realm to chase away the darkness. When Duan Ling Tian made his move, everyone was surprised since it was so simple. They had expected some ostentatious technique. Instead, all Duan Ling Tian did was bring his hand down. Despite the simple move, a thunderous explosion rang in the air and the void shook and rippled when Duan Ling Tian's hand fell. Following that, sword rays that seemed like they appeared out of thin air began to shoot out one after another. The sword rays that contained the law of space seemed to have merged with the void as they flew out. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see the sword rays. At this time, someone suddenly cried out. Duan Ling Tian's attack landed. The sword rays landed on Yu Dongfang. In just an instant, the golden light around him surged and intensified. The sword rays continued to circle him as though they were fortifying his defenses. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there were no dramatic clashes. There were only soft and strange noises. Yu Dongfang's defenses showed no sign of dimming. However, Duan Ling Tian's attack easily breached his defenses like a hot knife through butter. It was as though his defenses were not there at all. Upon seeing this, he was stunned. The crowd only saw Yu Dongfang again when the golden light finally vanished along with the sword rays. Shock and disbelief filled their eyes in just an instant. They were quickly replaced with terror when they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they were looking at a terrifying beast. Yu Dongfang's body was riddled with wounds, and he was drenched in blood. The wounds were all cuts left behind by Duan Ling Tian's sword rays. If the cuts were any deeper, he would have died. After he regained his senses, he hurriedly healed his injuries by circulating his celestial origin energy. Soon enough, he managed to heal all the cuts. Following that, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he was no longer arrogant like before. Instead, a complex expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was aware that Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died. Before he returned to his seat, he spat out 2 words. "Thank you." Yu Dongfang was defeated just like that. At this time, most people only looked at the defeated Yu Dongfang briefly before they shifted their attention back to Duan Ling Tian. All of them were in shock and disbelief. No one expected the young man who was only slightly over 600 years to be so strong. This, as expected of the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Only someone like him is worthy of becoming the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong. His strength is really terrifying. Yu Dongfang's attack isn't something that ordinary 5-star gods of war can withstand, and yet, Duan Ling Tian easily dodged it. Duan Ling Tian must be as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yu Dongfang so easily. Based on the strength he has shown so far, he should only be second to Huang Quanen. Everyone did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a top 5-star god of war and could easily overpower those ordinary 5-stars god of war. After all, Yu Dongfang was stronger than ordinary 5-star gods of war. Yu Dongfang lost 2 matches consecutively after he revealed his strength. First, he lost to Huang Quanen, and now, he lost to Duan Ling Tian. How's he so unlucky? I wouldn't be surprised if he's traumatized by this experience, someone said to lighten the atmosphere. When Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, regained his senses, he could not help but look at Feng Qingyong in awe as he asked, "Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly remarkable. Did he go all out or is he still holding back?" Feng Qingyong only smiled meaningfully in response. Ding Fu was further shocked. Based on Feng Qingyang's expression, he knew Duan Ling Tian must still be holding back his strength. At the same time, on one of the floating islands. "I must have his body." Great Master Mian, who had possessed Ru Lai, stared at Duan Ling Tian greedily. Duan Ling Tian had impressed him during all his matches. With this, his desire to possess Duan Ling Tian grew even stronger than before. He really wished he could make a move now. The title temple must have Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, despite his outwardly calm appearance, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, was thoroughly impressed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His usage of the space sword Dao and the law of space was impeccable for him to escape Yu Dongfang's attack unharmed. Even some top 5-star gods of war were not capable of such a feat. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao looked at him with bright eyes and said with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, you surprise us every time you fight. Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve?" "Don't worry, I'll challenge you when it's my turn to do so. You'll know at that time, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian had assumed Tang Sanpao would refuse. Contrary to his expectations, Tang Sanpao, who usually liked to joke around, solemnly said, I'll be waiting then. Shu Konghai caught everyone's attention again as he said, Lu Shuyan, the 10th participant, please step forward. Lu Shuyan was the last to reveal her strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war. She was also one of only 2 women to have advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Chapter 3507. The battle between 2 female participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. A woman dressed in a long gray robe flew into the battle ring. A hat and a veil that concealed her face made her stand out even more under the shining sun. It would look more inconspicuous at night. Someone looked at Lu Shuyan and said, I didn't expect there to be 2 female participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war during the Battle of the Geniuses. In the previous battles of the Geniuses, even 1 female participant with the strength of a 5-star god of war was considered rare. The crowd agreed with these words. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms and female gods in the realms of gods, in general, there were more males. In comparison, the female powerhouses, whether they were celestials, gods, or supreme powerhouses, were rare. Hey, who do you think Lu Shuyan will challenge? Everyone was curious about who Lu Shuyan would challenge. Since Duan Ling Tian had just finished his match with Yu Dongfang, he was out of the running. Lu Shuyan's match was time to rest even though he clearly did not need any rest. At this time, Lu Shuyan's eyes swept past the participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war before she said, I want to challenge the 7th participant, Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was the other female participant who advanced to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The crowd was not too surprised by Lu Shuyan's choice since they had suspected this would happen since Yi Dongli was temporarily ranked higher than Lu Shuyan. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, shook his head and said, as the saying goes, 2 tigers can't share a mountain. When Yi Dongli flew into the battle ring, she bluntly said, Lu Shuyan, you've made a mistake by challenging me. You seem really confident, Lu Shuyan said tonelessly. Clearly, she was not bothered by Yi Dongli's confidence. If anything, it seemed like her fighting spirit soared even higher than before. She clearly could not wait to fight Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli flashed forward as green energy appeared beneath her feet. In just a moment, green vines began to sprout on the ground. Based on this, it was clear she comprehended the law of wood. The green vines shot into the air toward Lu Shuyan like green pythons that were about to sink their fangs into her flesh. Nevertheless, she remained calm-faced with Yi Dongli's attack from her law of wood's fused profundity. The corners of robes fluttered in the air as wind blades began to appear around her and spun swiftly. Yi Dongli scoffed coldly as she manipulated the vines toward Lu Shuyan, trying to gain the upper hand. Lu Shuyan was not a pushover. With just a thought, wind blades spun out to meet the incoming vines. However, the wind blades barely left a scratch on the vines because Yi Dongli had boosted the vines with her celestial origin energy in various profundities. Merge! Lu Shuyan cried out. The wind blades converged into a huge giant wind blade before it swept toward the vines again. The wind blade severed several vines at the front before it spun down toward the base of the vines. At this moment, a streak of dark green light surged out and entered the vines. The vines began to glow as sharp thorns erupted on the vines. A thunderous explosion rang in the air when the huge wind blade collided with the vines, sparking embers of fire. Not bad, Lu Shuyan remarked before she rushed out like a gust of wind. At this time, to those weaker than a 5-star god of war, Lu Shuyan seemed to have vanished into thin air. They could only hear the sounds of wind howling as she moved. In fact, even those with the strength of a 5-star god of war could only see the afterimages she left in her wake. She's so fast, they exclaimed. Most people thought Yi Dongli would not be able to retaliate when the vines shooting toward Lu Shuyan suddenly returned and surrounded Yi Dongli in just a blink of an eye. They weaved an indestructible cage around Yi Dongli in just a blink of an eye. The thorns of the cage of vines glinted coldly in the sunlight. Clank. Clank, 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 clank. A series of ear-piercing noises rang in the air when Lu Shuyan's attack landed on the cage of vines. However, she failed to break the cage. Yi Dongli, who was standing in the protection of the cage, said, "You're really strong. It'll be difficult to defeat you without a celestial weapon. You're not the only one with a celestial weapon," Lu Shuyan retorted. A red 3-foot-long saber appeared as she raised her hand. The sharp saber looked as though it was covered with bloody veins. Our celestial weapons are really different, Yi Dongli said. A long whip appeared and twined around her body like a venomous serpent. Soon enough, the silhouette of a serpent appeared, staring coldly at Lu Shuyan. A weapon spirit. Lu Shuyan's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. The crowd was shocked by Yi Dongli's weapon spirit as well. Although there were a few participants whose weapons contained weapon spirits, all of them were from prominent forces. How could they not be surprised that Yi Dongli, whose background was unknown, possessed a weapon with a weapon spirit? This proved that whoever her master was, he had to be remarkable as well. It was not easy to obtain weapons with weapon spirits after all. An emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was comparable to an ordinary divine artifact without an artifact spirit. Needless to say, primitive divine artifacts with artifact spirits were more powerful than emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits. Weapon spirits were refined by humans, but artifact spirits were born. However, artifact spirits could be transferred to a different divine artifact. This was the case for Wanzher, who used the artifact spirit of Ling Juyun's sister's weapon. She was now the artifact spirit of Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Unlike everyone else, Tang Sanpao was not surprised, her master is a god. It's only natural she possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Since Duan Ling Tian and the others had learned from Tang Sanpao that Yi Dongli's master was a god, they, too, were not surprised by Yi Dongli's weapon. Celestials considered emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits as treasure, but that was not the case for gods. Even if a god was not a weapon craftsman, it would be easy for them to forge an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Gods could refine weapon spirits with their divine flames and divine energy or capture a spirit to be made into weapon spirits. Unless Lu Shuyan still has some tricks up her sleeve, the outcome of the match is clear, Su Li said. True enough, after Yi Dongli brought her weapon out, she quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Shuyan. In fact, Yi Dongli and Lu Shuyan were evenly matched. Yi Dongli only won due to her emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Lu Shuyan's eyes as she said, I wouldn't be defeated if I had a weapon spirit. Yi Dongli smiled faintly. It was a good match. With that, another battle between participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war ended. Following that, Shu Konghai said, Huang Quanen, the 9th participant, please step forward. Chapter 3508. The process of elimination. Huang Quanen was a participant with an unknown background. No one would have known about his true strength if it were not for his battle with Yu Dongfeng previously. He had comprehended the law of time and the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. With this, he was invincible against those who were weaker than 6-star gods of war. It's Huang Quanan's turn. Prior to the battle between Huang Quanan and Yu Dongfeng, the crowd had no idea at all who would rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, after that battle, many people thought Huang Quanan had a high chance of ranking first. If there's no participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war, with Huang Quanan's instant vicissitudes of life, no one will be a match for him. A participant as strong as a 6-star god of war? Well, I don't think there's anyone like that. Hence, I'm certain Huang Quanan will rank first. A 6-star god of war is considered an elite even among the subordinates of the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms. In fact, not many of their subordinates have such strength. Do you really think someone below the age of 1000 will have such strength? No one thought there was a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since the inception of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were perhaps fewer than 10 participants who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held once every 1000 years. No one knew the details except for the title temple, but they roughly knew the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had been going on for at least 1 million years. This meant that over the past 1 million years, they were only less than 10 participants with the strength of a 6-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This also meant, on average, a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war would only appear once every 100,000 years. With such a small probability, it was no wonder no one thought there were participants as strong as 6-star gods of war. Huang Quanan, who had an ordinary appearance, flew into the battle ring. Huang Quanen, who'd you like to challenge? Shu Konghai, who was usually expressionless, looked at Huang Quanen with a hint of excitement. No one knew what was on his mind at this moment. Huang Quanen, I wonder if he's the Title Temple's secret ace. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped. Following that, he told his master, Feng Qingyang, about his speculation. It's unlikely, Feng Qingyang replied instantly, there are unconcealable signs after all. For example, the look in Shu Konghai's eyes is completely different from before when he looked at Huang Quanen. You can see he's trying to be friendly with Shu Konghai. If Huang Quanen was the hidden ace, Shu Konghai won't risk being openly friendly to Huang Quanen. In my opinion, the Title Temple's ace is another person. Someone else. Duan Ling Tian thought Feng Qingyang's words made sense. He instinctively looked at the group of participants with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Not counting himself and Ling Juyun, there were 9 participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Out of these 9 participants, Huang Quanen, Lu Shuyan, and Yu Dongfeng were definitely not the Title Temple's secret ace. With this, there were 6 participants left: Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. These 6 names flashed in his mind as he thought to himself, Zhou Yongqi, the last true disciple of Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, isn't the Title Temple's secret ace as well. With this, there are 5 people left: Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Since Hong Yuan and Sima Rui are from the Title Temple branches, it would not be a surprise if one of them were the secret ace. However, there was also a chance the secret ace was Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, or Yi Dongli. At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Qingyang again, Master, since you know Tang Sanpao's master, do you think Tang Sanpao is the Title Temple's secret ace? Although I'm acquainted with his master, I only know he's a celestial who lives in seclusion. I'm not sure if his master has any relations with the Title Temple. The Title Temple has existed for such a long time. Therefore, there are many who retired and lived in seclusion. For this reason, we can't completely rule out the fact that his master is also a member of the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian could not figure out the identity of the Title Temple's secret ace. Through the process of elimination, he only narrowed it down to Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Duan Ling Tian felt that it was unlikely that Yi Dongli was the Title Temple's secret ace based on her match with Lu Shuyan. During the match, it seemed like she had fought with all her might and even had to resort to bringing out her emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was clear she was not hiding her strength. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian removed Yi Dongli from his list of suspects that now only consisted of Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Although Tang Sanpao could be considered a friend since they had gotten along quite well, Duan Ling Tian was still wary of Tang Sanpao, who had taken the initiative to approach him. Moreover, Tang Sanpao's attitude did not match his strength at all. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Huang Quanen. If Huang Quanen challenged Zhang Guiyu and manages to defeat Zhang Guiyu, then I'll be able to remove Zhang Guiyu from the list of suspects as well. Coincidentally, at this time, Huang Quanen loudly announced, I want to challenge Zhang Guiyu, who ranks first. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up while the crowd went wild. Huang Quanen challenged Zhang Guiyu. I'm not surprised. With Huang Quanen's strength, those weaker than 6-star gods of war aren't a match for him at all. He might as well challenge the first person on the ranking. Most people were confident Huang Quanen would defeat Zhang Guiyu. Only a few people thought otherwise. After all, what if Zhang Guiyu was as strong as a 6-star god of war? Duan Ling Tian belonged to the latter group. He did not dismiss the possibility that Zhang Guiyu might be as strong as a 6-star god of war. If Zhang Guiyu won the match, the likelihood of him being the Title Temple's secret ace would increase as well. Zhang Guiyu arrived at the battle ring at lightning speed. He looked at Huang Quanen and solemnly said, I should surrender, but I'd like to test my strength against your law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. As soon as these words fell, energy surged out from Zhang Guiyu's body, and he shone dazzlingly bright like the sun. As you wished. Huang Quanen did not waste time and made a move. Zhang Guiyu, who shone dazzlingly, was frozen in just an instant. When he regained mobility, the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life shot into his body before he could even react. As a result, similar to Yu Dongfang, he began to age rapidly from a young man to an old man. Do you want to continue? Huang Quanan asked with a smile on his face as he looked at the elderly Zhang Guiyu. The crowd gasped. Chills ran up their spines when they saw the smile on Huang Quanan's face. This young man who could freeze time and rapidly age his opponents was too terrifying. I lost. I couldn't block your law of time. A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Guiyu's wrinkly face. No one was surprised when Zhang Guiyu surrendered. It's not him. With this, Duan Ling Tian struck Zhang Guiyu off his list of suspects. With this, only Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui were left. At this moment, Shu Konghai's voice rang in the air. Hong Yuan, the eighth participant, please step forward. Chapter 3509. The Tidal Temple's hidden ace is revealed. Hong Yuan was a young genius groomed by the Tidal Temple. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were fixed on Hong Yuan as soon as Hong Yuan entered the battle ring. If Hong Yuan is the Tidal Temple's ace, he'll likely challenge Huang Quanan, who's currently ranked first. Since we're already in the final round of the competition, there's no need for him to hide his strength any longer. In fact, there's also a chance he hasn't been intentionally hiding his strength. Perhaps, none of his opponents was strong enough to make him use his full strength. Feng Qingyang had speculated that the Tidal Temple's ace was as strong as a six-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian agreed with his master's speculation. After all, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, did not seem worried when Huang Quanan revealed his strength earlier. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quanan? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself curiously. If Hong Yuan challenged Huang Quanan and won, Duan Ling Tian would be able to confirm that Hong Yuan was the Tidal Temple's ace. Similarly, the crowd was also busy speculating about who Hong Yuan would challenge. At this moment, Hong Yuan, who had entered the battle ring, said loudly, I want to challenge Zhou Yongqi, who's ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge Huang Quanan, who was ranked 1st, Zhang Guiyu, who was ranked 2nd, Tang Sanpao, who was ranked 3rd, or Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 4th. Instead, he challenged Zhou Yongqi, who had dropped from 4th place to 5th place after Huang Quanan defeated Zhang Guiyu. It seems like he's not the Tidal Temple's ace, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan were the Tidal Temple's ace, it would be meaningless and a waste of time for him to challenge Zhou Yongqi. After all he needed to do was defeat Huang Quanan and take over 1st place. The other participants would be too afraid to challenge him after that. Since it's not Hong Yuan, there are only 2 suspects left. The obvious one would be Sima Rui, who's also from the Tidal Temple, and then, there's Tang Sanpao, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he shifted his gaze to Tang Sanpao. When Tang Sanpao saw Duan Ling Tian staring at him, he asked in confusion, what's wrong? It's nothing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Between Tang Sanpao and Sima Rui, he was more inclined to believe that Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's ace. Unlike Sima Rui, he found that it was difficult to see through Tang Sanpao's thoughts. Moreover, Tang Sanpao's attitude was too contradictory. Tang Sanpao seemed carefree and friendly, but he seemed to change into a different person whenever he fought. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan and Zhou Yongqi had already begun to fight. Zhou Yongqi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, was naturally not a weakling as well. For now, it seemed like he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan. However, after exchanging a few dozen moves, he defeated Hong Yuan. Based on this battle, it was clear that he had been holding back his strength as well during his previous matches. Following that, Shu Konghai said, the 8th participant, please step forward. Yi Dong Lim, who dropped from 7th place to 8th place after Huang Quanan's defeat, entered the battle ring before she looked around. Her gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian before it finally landed on Ling Juyun. Then, she said, I want to challenge Ling Juyun, who's ranked 6th. Ling Juyun, who dropped from 5th place to 6th place after Huang Quanan defeated Zhang Guiyu, did not have any change in his expression when Yi Dongli challenged him. As Ling Juyun rose to his feet expressionlessly, Tang Sanpao asked, Ling Juyun, are you confident? She has an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, after all. Ling Juyun did not respond to Tang Sanpao's question and flew into the battle ring immediately. In fact, he did not even say anything to Yi Dongli and attacked as soon as he entered the battle ring. Upon seeing this, Yi Dongli said angrily, Ling Juyun, you're the least gentlemanly person I've ever met. Ling Juyun ignored Yi Dongli and continued to attack her. In just a blink of an eye, he overwhelmed Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli did not hesitate to bring out her emperor-grade celestial weapon, which contained a weapon spirit, after she fell into a disadvantageous position. Alas, she was still overpowered by Ling Juyun. With this, Ling Juyun finally revealed he had been holding back his strength as well previously. Heavens, even Ling Juyun is so powerful. Who knew he had also been holding back his strength? Similar to Ling Juyun, I came here with the title temple in the wind prop heaven. Previously, I thought he was only as strong as a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so much more powerful. To think he's actually as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Currently, Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian are only second to Huang Quanan. If there are no more surprises, they'll likely rank second and third after Huang Quanan. Needless to say, Ling Juyun stirred up a commotion when he revealed his strength that was comparable to a top 5-star god of war. The commotion was no less than the commotion Duan Ling Tian caused when he defeated Yu Dongfang. At this time, in the battle ring, the indignant expression on Yi Dongli's face had already vanished. Just as Ling Juyun was about to leave, she asked loudly, "Ling Juyun, do you have a partner?" An uproar erupted immediately when the crowd heard Yi Dongli's bold question. Ling Juyun only paused briefly before he returned to his seat without turning to look at Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was not put off by Ling Juyun's reaction and continued to say, "Ling Juyun, I'm a suitable candidate, do you want to consider me?" When Ling Juyun returned to his seat, Su Li laughed out loud. "Do you want to fight again?" Upon hearing these words, Su Li's smile froze on his face. He would only be looking to torture himself if he challenged Ling Juyun or Duan Ling Tian now. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian said, "It seems like you've improved a lot. However, it's still difficult to surpass you," Ling Juyun replied. Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response before he shifted his attention back to the battle ring. After Yi Dongli and Ling Juyun's match, it was now Sima Rui's turn to issue a challenge. Sima Rui could challenge anyone who ranked above him except for Ling Juyun who had just finished his match. He could only challenge 5 people now: Huang Quanan, Zhang Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Ling Tian, and Zhou Yongqi. "We'll find out who's the title temple's ace soon," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Similar to Hong Yuan, Sima Rui was also groomed by the title temple. Duan Ling Tian's way of determining the identity of the title temple's ace was based on who the ace would challenge. At this point, he was certain that whoever challenged Huang Quanan would be the title temple's ace. "I want to challenge Zhang Guiyu who's ranked second." Duan Ling Tian struck Sima Rui's name from the list of suspects as soon as Sima Rui challenged Zhang Guiyu. The only one left on the list of suspects now was Tang Sanpao, who was seated behind him at this moment and who had followed him around since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began. Duan Ling Tian turned around suddenly and asked, "Tang Sanpao, how confident are you in defeating Ling Juyun?" "Huh." Tang Sanpao seemed taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's abrupt question. Then, he asked with a smile, "Why are you asking this suddenly? You've hidden yourself very well," Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at Tang Sanpao. The others were confused when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Tang Sanpao asked, puzzled, "Huh? What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian did not directly reply to Tang Sanpao's question. Instead, he said, "The exploding element celestial fruit." Su Li and the others were even more confused by Duan Ling Tian's reply. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would mention the reward for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in response to Tang Sanpao's question. "You realized?" Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted. In just a blink of an eye, his aura changed completely. Gone was his carefree and playful behavior. He now had an aloof and unapproachable air about him. The first thing Duan Ling Tian said is the reward of the strongest person in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. That confuses Su Li and the others even more. Why did Duan Ling Tian suddenly mention that? "It seems like I'm right." Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. "Why did you approach us? Are you trying to understand your enemies better? Is there a need for me to do such a thing?" Tang Sanpao asked. "You're confident," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Yes. However, I still can't tell if you and Ling Juyun are still holding back," Tang Sanpao said. "You'll know soon enough. I can't wait." At the same time, the atmosphere grew tense as the others listened to Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao's confusing conversation. Su Li could not help but ask through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, Tang San Pao is the title temple's ace. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally confirmed his speculations. Tang San Pao was the title temple's ace. There was no doubt about it now. What? Su Lu was taken aback. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had told him about the title temple's hidden ace, but he did not know who it was. Now that he learned about the identity of the title temple's hidden ace, he was shocked. Chapter 3510. Ling Juyun challenges Huang Quanen. How could Su Li not be shocked that the seemingly goofy Tang San Pao was the title temple's hidden ace and was as strong as a six-star god of war? He instinctively turned to look at Tang San Pao and discovered Tang San Pao and Duan Ling Tian seemed to be engaged in a staring match. Moreover, the Tang San Pao now was like a completely different person from before. A loud explosion pulled Su Li back to his senses. The sound was from the ongoing battle between Sima Rui and Zhang Guiyu, who were both ranked 7th and 2nd respectively. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally looked away from Tang San Pao. His expression was just like before. He did not feel much after discovering Tang San Pao was the title temple's ace. At most, he felt slightly proud he was able to figure out the identity of the title temple's ace. He thought Tang San Pao must have approached them to investigate their strength even if it was not the entire reason. Sima Rui isn't doing well, he's losing. Duan Ling Tian overheard someone saying those words and focused his attention on the match. Just as that person had said, Sima Rui was losing his fight against Zhang Guiyu. After exchanging another 10 more moves, Sima Rui finally surrendered. With that, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui, the two young geniuses groomed by the title temple, lost their respective matches. Subsequently, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the title temple, said again, Ling Juyun, the 6th participant, please step forward. With these words, everyone shifted their attention from Zhang Guiyu to Ling Juyun, who was flying into the battle ring. Immediately, before Ling Juyun left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. As though he was responding to Ling Juyun's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, yes. After Ling Juyun entered the battle ring, Shu Konghai, whose expression was no longer as cold and solemn as it was during Hong Yuan and Sima Rui's matches, said to Ling Juyun, pick your opponent. Ling Juyun's voice rang in the venue. Huang Quanen. These 3 words caused everyone to fall silent immediately. When some of the spectators regained their senses, some of them even rose to their feet subconsciously and exclaimed, Ling Juyun is challenging Huang Quanen. Is he confident about defeating Huang Quanen or is he just trying to probe Huang Quanen's strength? Is there a need to probe Huang Quanen's strength? Huang Quanen has already shown he has mastered the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Just that alone confirms he's invincible among those weaker than a 6-star god of war. If Ling Juyun isn't as strong as a 6-star god of war, it'd be impossible for him to defeat Huang Quanen. Then, does this mean Ling Juyun is as strong as a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps, he just wants to try his luck. Apart from the young geniuses, some of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches were shocked by Ling Juyun's choice of opponent as well. So far, Ling Juyun had only displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, and based on his matches, it did not seem like he was still holding back his strength. They wondered if he was truly as strong as a 6-star god of war or if he was just trying his luck. What do you think? I am not sure, let's just watch and see how it'll turn out. Many heavenly emperors shook their heads, uncertain. They did not dare to come up with a conclusion in case they were proven wrong later. Amagu, the temple master of the title temple in the wind prop heaven who was an 8-star god of war, shook his head when he looked at Ling Juyun. Everyone says Duan Ling Tian and Su Li have heaven-defying talents for possessing such a strength when they're not even 700 years old, if only they know that Ling Juyun is also less than 700 years old. Amagu's eyes shone with anticipation as he continued thinking to himself, I've not lived in vain being able to find such a talent to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Among all the participants I've brought to the battles of the geniuses in the past, the strongest among them was only comparable to a top 5-star god of war. It's my first time encountering someone as powerful as Ling Juyun. I wonder if he really possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war. If he does, I'll be able to wear this as a badge of honor for the rest of my life. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Quan flew into the battle ring and stood across from Ling Juyun. He looked at Ling Juyun solemnly. It was clear he did not dare to underestimate Ling Zhuyun. Meanwhile, the spectators looked at the two opponents in the battle ring unblinkingly, afraid they would miss even the slightest detail of the match. This is probably the most exciting match to happen since the start of the Battle of the Geniuses. At the same time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang, who was seated across from him, and asked with a smile, "Brother Feng, Ling Zhuyun is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know something about his strength. Do you think he'll win this match?" Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly and said, "Although he's little Tian's friend, I've yet to meet him personally, so I can't say for sure. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quanen, it means he's confident. Naturally, there's also a possibility he's just trying his luck. After all, it won't affect him much even if he loses the match. If Ling Zhuyun lost, at most, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quanen again. He would still be able to challenge the others. Naturally, there was a risk that he would be severely injured to the point where it would affect his later matches. This was one of the reasons why many people dared not challenge Huang Quanen. If they lost, they would be affected later on. For this reason, many people admired Ling Zhuyun's courage in challenging Huang Quanen. "You should attack now," Ling Zhuyun said indifferently, "otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack later." Everyone broke into an uproar again when they heard Ling Zhuyun's words. Many of them were skeptical. After all, they had all seen how powerful Huang Quanen's law of time and the vicissitudes of life were. Although Ling Zhuyun had proven powerful as well, in comparison, his attacks were not as terrifying as Huang Quanen's. "All right," Huang Quanen nodded solemnly. Unlike the others, he did not underestimate Ling Zhuyun. Hence, he mustered up all his energy and launched his attack. The energy shrouded Ling Zhuyun in just an instant. Everyone watched as Ling Zhuyun seemed to be frozen in time. As soon as Huang Quanen immobilized Ling Zhuyun, he shot out two rays of light from his eyes. Chills ran up everyone's spines as they watched this familiar scene. This attack was the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. It was the move that rendered Yu Dongfang and Zhang Guiyu defenseless. Can Ling Zhuyun withstand this attack? Many people stared at the unmoving Ling Zhuyun. The attack's about to land. It'll be over if the attack lands. Is Ling Zhuyun going to lose so easily? Everyone watched with bated breath as Huang Quanen's attack entered Ling Zhuyun's body. Ling Zhuyun's body trembled slightly as soon as the attack entered his body. It's over. Ling Zhuyun is doomed. Everyone was certain Ling Zhuyun had lost. Only a handful of people like Duan Ling Tian remained vigilant. Similarly, Huang Quanen did not let down his guard. In fact, he looked even tenser. However, soon enough, everyone discovered something was amiss. What happened? Hey, Ling Zhuyun isn't aging. Previously, Zhang Guiyu and Yu Dongfang turned into dying old men soon after the attacks entered their bodies. However, Ling Zhuyun isn't aging at all. The attack entered his body, right? Look, there's something strange with Ling Zhuyun's eyes. Soon enough, those with keen eyes noticed Ling Zhuyun's eyes had turned completely red. Chapter 3511, Shu Konghai bows to Ling Zhuyun. That's not Ling Zhuyun. It's his doppelganger. Soon enough, more and more people began to realize it was Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger from the Law of Death's undead doppelganger profundity. Many people, including the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches, were shocked. How did he do it? I couldn't tell it was his doppelganger. Obviously it'd be difficult to tell if it's the real thing or not. Otherwise, would Huang Quanen have fallen for it and cast the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life on him? He was tricked as well. What kind of method is this? Even someone stronger than a six-star god of war who comprehends the law of death can't pull this off so seamlessly, right? He must have his own secret techniques. Nobody could tell it was Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger until the very last moment. It was only revealed after Huang Quanen's attack had entered the doppelganger. Let alone a five-star god of war, even a six-star god of war would have been able to cast such an indiscernible doppelganger. Moreover, under normal circumstances, a doppelganger was a separate entity. It was impossible for the doppelganger to receive the attack on behalf of Ling Zhuyun. At this moment, the doppelganger's red eyes returned to normal. It was as though Ling Zhuyun could freely switch out his doppelganger. Do you have any other technique apart from the instant vicissitudes of life? Restrain. Huang Quan hurriedly cast the law of time's time restraint profundity as soon as Ling Zhuyun's voice fell. Before Ling Zhuyun could react, he was frozen in time again. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes and cast the instant vicissitudes of life again. As soon as the instant vicissitudes of life entered Ling Zhuyun's body, everyone saw his eyes turn red again. Similar to before, the instant vicissitudes of life was rendered useless by Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger. "It's useless," Ling Zhuyun said frostily after the instant vicissitudes of life lost its effect. "It doesn't matter how perfect your timing is, your attack is useless against me." Huang Quan refused to believe Ling Zhuyun's words and tried a couple more times. Alas, none of it worked. "You should be exhausted by now, right?" Ling Zhuyun asked as he looked at the pale Huang Quan. The instant vicissitudes of life is truly strange and powerful, but at the same time, it quickly exhausts one's soul energy. "It's impossible for you to carry on like this. It's my turn now." Just as Ling Zhuyun was about to make his move again, Huang Quan cast the time restraint profundity, freezing Ling Zhuyun again. This time, instead of using the instant vicissitudes of life, he directly attacked Ling Zhuyun. However, before his attack landed, the doppelganger appeared again, blocking his attack. The offensive power of those who comprehend the law of time is really weak. "You can even injure my doppelganger," Ling Zhuyun said as he made his move again. Huang Quan's law of time was completely useless against Ling Zhuyun and his doppelganger. He felt incredibly helpless at this moment. In the end, although Ling Zhuyun had only displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, he managed to defeat Huang Quan. Even after Ling Zhuyun defeated Huang Quan, the crowd, including Shu Konghai, still did not regain their senses. Yet another commotion broke out when they regained their senses. Ling Zhuyun won. Ling Zhuyun is a monster. He defeated Huang Quan even though he only used the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Didn't everyone say it's impossible for those who didn't possess the strength of a 6-star god of war to defeat Huang Quan? That's the case under normal circumstances. However, Ling Zhuyun is highly skilled in switching back and forth with his doppelganger, which should be a separate entity. Since he's unaffected by the instant vicissitudes of life, what else can Huang Quan do? Heavens! Did he perfect the law of death's doppelganger profundity? Everyone, including the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, were curious about Ling Zhuyun's technique. Those who comprehended the law of death, in particular, looked at Ling Zhuyun with bright eyes. After all, if they knew his secret, they would be able to improve their strength significantly. After Ling Zhuyun defeated Huang Quan, it was clear that no one with strength weaker than a 6-star god of war was a match for Ling Zhuyun. His doppelganger was too heaven-defying. After all, it was an incredibly powerful defense. In a rare instance, Shu Konghai openly asked, "Ling Zhuyun, what secret technique did you use?" Everyone looked at Ling Zhuyun with anticipatory expressions. They were curious about this matter as well. "There's no secret technique," Ling Zhuyun replied indifferently. "This is something I inherited from my bloodline. More than 90% of my family members comprehend the law of death. It runs deep in our family." Many people were disappointed by Ling Zhuyun's answer, and some even thought he was lying. Ling Zhuyun refused to disclose his secret technique because he's afraid someone would steal it. It runs deep in his family. Shu Konghai and some of the heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes in unison upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words. They instantly recalled a clan where more than 90% of their members comprehended the law of death. Their innate talent and speed of comprehending the law of death were heaven-defying. Your family?" Shu Konghai stared at Ling Zhuyun as he stammered slightly. "That clan, Ling Zhuyun, are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land?" "You've heard about the Ling clan." Ling Zhuyun was taken aback. After all, before the Ling clan was annihilated, they had lived in seclusion and maintained a low profile in the Divine Offering Land. "You're really from the Ling clan?" Shu Konghai's eyes widened. When he regained his senses, he bowed and said, "Young Master Ling, I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I was unaware of your identity." Everyone, apart from a few heavenly emperors in the know, was shocked by Shu Konghai's abrupt change in attitude. After all, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple and a god, bowed to someone who was only as strong as a top 5-star god of war and even addressed him as young master. Even when Shu Konghai met the son of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, he only addressed him as junior nephew. It seems like Shu Konghai is quite familiar with the Ling clan, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, Shu Konghai's abrupt change in attitude was too obvious. Moreover, it was clear that Shu Konghai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, Shu Konghai would not have behaved so humbly. He thought that Shu Konghai was really smart and knew how to act appropriately according to the situation. Shu Konghai looked at Ling Juyun and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the Title Temple shared a close relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are even records of the Ling clan in the Title Temple. However, we lost connection with the Ling clan after they retreated into seclusion. Even so, the Title Temple has always maintained the rule that all due respect must be given to the Ling clan members." Needless to say, Shu Konghai's revelation caused a commotion. Heavens, what kind of clan did Ling Juyun come from that even the Title Temple has to be respectful to them? I've never heard of the Ling clan before. Didn't Vice Temple Master Shu mention the Divine Offering Land? The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods. The crowd was even more shocked when they recalled Shu Konghai had mentioned the Ling clan was from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods. Young Master Ling, your achievements are truly extraordinary, especially when you're not even 700 years old. You must be a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right? Shu Konghai asked politely with a smile on his face. Ling Ju Yun nodded slightly. Those who were unaware of Ling Juyun's age were shocked by these words. Ling Juyun is the same age as Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Heavens, he's another monster. However, this is to be expected, right? After all, he comes from the Divine Offering Land. You're right, the Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods, after all. The cultivation environment there is superior to all the Devata realms. Moreover, the cultivation resources in prominent clans must be very good as well. Chapter 3512. A Token of Apology. After the revelation about Ling Juyun's identity, a huge commotion erupted at the venue of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Everyone, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong, was shocked to find out that Ling Juyun was from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods. Everyone knew the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms in every way. Gods were a dime in a dozen in realms of gods. Hey, don't you think it's unfair that a native of a realm of gods is participating in the Battle of the Geniuses? Some of the young geniuses were rather dissatisfied when they found out about Ling Juyun's origins. Nonsense. Isn't Ling Juyun younger than 700 years old? The connection between the realms of gods and the Devata realms has been closed for the past 600 years. This means he came here when he was about 100 years old. There were those who were aware that the link between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed over the past 600 years. The passages linking both realms were closed for 1,000 years. Until they reopened 400 years later, no one could travel to and from the realms of gods. So Ling Juyun grew up in the Devata realms. Nevertheless, he's from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. I'm sure he has his means and techniques. He'll naturally be more talented than us. Despite knowing Ling Juyun had spent most of his time in the Devata realms, there were many who still felt unconvinced. In their opinion, Ling Juyun had an advantage since he came from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. However, upon seeing how respectful Shu Konghai was to Ling Juyun, even if they were dissatisfied, they knew there was no point in objecting. Shu Konghai would definitely defend Ling Juyun. As the highest-ranking person from the Title Temple present on the scene, he held the highest authority in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. I didn't know there's a clan that specializes in the law of death and has a natural aptitude for the law of death. It's so amazing that they can even merge with their doppelgangers. Native of the realms of God naturally have their own special techniques. After all, they're descendants of supreme powerhouses. Apart from Shu Konghai, Feng Qingyong, and Di Huang, the clan leader of the Qilin clan, most were shocked to learn that there was a clan with a natural aptitude for comprehending the law of death. Shu Konghai was aware of this since he was a member of the main Title Temple. Di Huang was aware of this since the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyong had learned about this during his time in the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Juyun's identity, he had won his match against Huang Quan fair and square. At this time, Huang Quan smiled despite feeling shocked by the revelation. He said jokingly, "I have nothing to say about my loss, I'm thoroughly convinced. It seems like I have to avoid you and your clan members in the future for offending you." Huang Quan was clearly not dissatisfied or upset with his loss at all. Meanwhile, a hint of reverence could be seen in Shu Konghai's eyes as he watched Ling Juyun return to his seat. After a moment, he finally moved his gaze to the battle ring before he said, "Zhou Yongqi, the sixth participant, please enter the battle ring." Zhou Yongqi was initially ranked 4th before Huang Quan and defeated Zhang Guiyu and before he lost his match. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao had dropped 2 places as well due to Ling Juyun and Huang Quan An's match. The crowd shifted their attention back to Zhou Yongqi, who had entered the battle ring. Zhou Yongqi is the last true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu of the equally prosperous heaven. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Ling Tian? After all, before the commencement of the Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Ling Tian's master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, openly embarrassed his master, Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu. I think he'll challenge Duan Ling Tian. It's only natural for a disciple to avenge his master, after all. Hey, have you forgotten that Duan Ling Tian displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war during his match with Yu Dongfang? Although Zhou Yongqi is quite strong, he doesn't seem to be as strong as a top 5-star god of war. If he's not as strong as a top 5-star god of war, he won't have the strength needed to avenge his master. Zhou Yongqi smiled bitterly when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. It was true that he would have challenged Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian did not display his strength that was comparable to a top 5-star god of war during his match with Yu Dongfang. After all, let alone Duan Ling Tian, he was not even a match for Yu Dongfang. It would be foolish of him to challenge Duan Ling Tian now. I challenge. The crowd waited with bated breaths as they waited for Zhou Yongqi to choose his opponent. Is Zhou Yongqi still hiding his strength? Is he going to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Is it possible that he's also as strong as a top 5-star god of war? If he is, then the match will be very exciting. Everyone was eager to watch Zhou Yongqi fight Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes brightened when they saw Zhou Yongqi look at Duan Ling Tian. Alas, the crowd's excitement died down when Zhou Yongqi shifted his gaze away and said, "I want to challenge Tang Sanpao." "It seems like we're too hopeful," a young genius said with a wry smile. "You're right. Zhou Yongqi clearly knows he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian, so he targeted Tang Sanpao, who's Duan Ling Tian's friend, to vent his anger." "How do you know that? How is it obvious? He can only challenge Tang Sanpao or Duan Ling Tian now. So it means he's not targeting Tang Sanpao. He only chose Tang Sanpao because he feels Tang Sanpao is a pushover." Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, who were aware of Tang Sanpao's true strength, felt rather speechless when they overheard the discussions in their surroundings. How could Tang Sanpao, who was highly likely to be as strong as 6-star god of war, be a pushover? Su Li turned back to look at Tang Sanpao and said with a smile, "Hey, it seems like Zhou Yongqi thinks you're a pushover." Tang Sanpao smiled before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, whether you believe it or not, I still have to say that I didn't approach you with ill intentions. However, I admit I was wrong for hiding my identity. Zhou Yongqi will be a token of my apology to you." As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply and flew into the battle ring. Su Li was puzzled. Then, he could not help but complain to Duan Ling Tian, "What nonsense is he talking about? Only he will benefit from defeating Zhou Yongqi. How can he be so shameless to say this is for you? It's not as simple as just defeating Zhou Yongqi," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. "You mean?" Su Li was briefly stunned. "You mean he plans to kill Zhou Yongqi?" However, Zhou Yongqi is the last true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who's ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Duan Ling Tian said, "Tang Sanpao is the title temple's ace. Do you really think the title temple will allow Zhou Bingwu to act against Tang Sanpao?" Su Li nodded. Then, he said with a wry smile, "You're right. It seems like apart from one's strength, it's important to have a strong background as well in the Devata realms." "Well, unless one's really strong," Duan Ling Tian said, "it's not just the Devata realms. Wasn't it like this as well when we were in the Saint Province realm? It's the same everywhere." At this time, Tang Sanpao stood across from Zhou Yongqi in the battle ring as he stared at Zhou Yongqi coldly. Chapter 3513, Killing a 5-star god of war with just a strike. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao and said in a deep voice, "If you need to blame something, you can only blame the fact that you're friends with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have challenged you, I would have challenged Zhang Guiyu instead." Zhou Yongqi did not bother to lower his voice. He wanted everyone to know he had challenged Tang Sanpao because he hated Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, he thought the words could hide his fear of Duan Lingtian. Alas, the crowd was not stupid. They easily saw through his intention. Trash, Tang Sanpao said clearly and slowly. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically as anger surged in his heart. Without waiting for Zhou Yongqi's reply, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "The person who humiliated your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not mine. You're too cowardly to challenge Duan Lingtian, so you're trying to vent your anger on me instead. Zhou Yongqi, do you really think I'm an easy target?" Tang Sanpao continued to say with a mocking smile on his face, "Do your best, and don't hold back. I'll only attack one. If you survive my attack, I'll admit defeat." As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, frowned slightly. However, when he saw the determined expression on Tang Sanpao's face, he only sighed inwardly. Previously, he had tried to dissuade Tang Sanpao from killing Zhou Yongqi when he learned of Tang Sanpao's intention. There was no need for Tang Sanpao to kill Zhou Yongqi at all. All Tang Sanpao had to do was defeat Zhou Yongqi. Apart from that, although the title temple was not afraid of the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, there was no need to make enemies unnecessarily. However, seeing how adamant Tang Sanpao was, he knew would not be able to convince Tang Sanpao otherwise. "What did you say? You're going to kill me with one move?" Zhou Yongqi was shocked by Tang Sanpao's words. He began to size Tang Sanpao up as wariness began to rise in his heart. He began to wonder if he had underestimated Tang Sanpao. No matter what, Zhou Yongqi was as strong as a 5-star god of war. Even Duan Lingtian, Ling Zhuyun, and Huang Quanan would find it difficult to kill him with just a move, and yet, Tang Sanpao dared to make such a bold claim. At the same time, Zhou Bingku, Zhou Yongqi's master and the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who was seated in one of the floating islands, looked at Tang Sanpao with a frown on his face. Was Tang Sanpao not afraid that he would have to eat his words? After all, with his true disciple's strength, one had to at least be as strong as a 6-star god of war to kill his true disciple with just one strike. After a moment, a thought appeared in his mind: could Tang Sanpao be as strong as a 6-star god of war? He hurriedly said through voice transmission, "Here, this matter involves your life and death, you mustn't take it lightly." It doesn't seem like Tang Sanpao is boasting. He seems so friendly when he's with Duan Lingtian, but now, he seems like a completely different person. After the incident with Feng Qingyong, Zhou Bingwu began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian. The more he observed Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than his true disciple. Out of all his true disciples, Zhou Yongqi was the most talented. This was also the reason he stopped accepting true disciples after accepting Zhou Yongqi. He had been very proud when Zhou Yongqi revealed himself to be as strong as a 5-star god of war during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He had thought Zhou Yongqi would be able to easily defeat Feng Qingyang's disciple. Alas, he learned later that his true disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Zhou Bingwu had always been a cautious person. He did not dare to jump to conclusions immediately about Tang Sanpao. Hence, in the end, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. "You decide for yourself." Zhou Yongqi swiftly replied to his master through voice transmission, "Master, he's incapable of killing me with just a strike unless he's as strong as a 6-star god of war. The possibility of someone at our age possessing the strength of a 6-star god of war is too small. Moreover, didn't you say the chances of a participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Battle of the Geniuses are extremely slim? Perhaps, only one would appear once in every 100 battles of geniuses." Zhou Yongqi continued to say through gritted teeth, "I have to fight him. If I surrender without fighting, I'll be thoroughly humiliated. At that time, how am I supposed to stand tall in the equally prosperous heaven or the other Devata realms?" Zhou Yongqi could clearly imagine the repercussions if he surrendered without a fight. It would be fine if Tang Sanpao was proven to be as strong as a 6-star god of war. With that, most people would understand why he backed out and might even praise him for knowing when to retreat. However, if Tang Sanpao was proven not to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war, he would become a laughingstock. Even the people from the equally prosperous heaven would laugh at him. This was unacceptable to him. In his opinion, it was more likely that Tang Sanpao was not as strong as a six-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, you're really good at boasting. Zhou Yongqi grew fearless once he had made up his mind. He said coldly, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with a strike. Remember your words, if you can't kill me with one strike, you'll lose this match. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Shu Konghai's lips twitched slightly. He knew Zhou Yongqi would definitely die today. If he had surrendered, he would have been able to live. Since he had decided to fight, there was no doubt his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would kill him. Don't worry, I'll keep my words, Tang Sanpao said indifferently. The young geniuses were shocked by these words. Tang Sanpao is serious about this. It's impossible for him to kill Zhou Yongqi with just one strike, right? Unless he's as strong as a six-star god of war. At the same time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is too confident. I'm afraid he'll lose this match. Not necessarily, Feng Qingyong, who was seated next to Ding Fu, said. At this time, he had already found out from his disciple that Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's hidden ace. Most importantly, he had long suspected the Tidal Temple's hidden ace too. Be as strong as a six-star god of war. Take your shot, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi said. Then, his celestial origin energy surged from his body as he imbued it with all the profundities from the law he had comprehended to strengthen his defense. At the same time, a silhouette appeared near the emperor-grade celestial weapon in his hand. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Yongqi's weapon that contained a weapon spirit. It was his first time using his weapon after all. His previous opponents were not strong enough to warrant him using the weapon. After thinking about it further, they thought it was only natural he possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. He was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven after all. Zhou Yongqi did not hold back at all. Not only did he cast all the techniques he knew, but he had also brought out his weapon. It seems like Tang Sanpao's words affected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. This Tang Sanpao is really good at talking. However, he only made things difficult for himself since Zhou Yongqi isn't holding back anymore because of his words. Many people shook their heads. They thought Tang Sanpao was exaggerating. Tang Sanpao remained indifferent. While Zhou Yongqi charged at him fiercely, he leisurely brought a glove out from his spatial ring before putting it on his right hand. The glove was black and seemed to glow with a green sheen. When Zhou Yongqi was only a few meters away, Tang Sanpao was finally done putting on his clothes. Contrary to Tang Sanpao's leisurely attitude, the crowd felt nervous on his behalf. When Zhou Yongqi's attack was about to land, many people thought it was over for Tang Sanpao. All of a sudden, Tang Sanpao lifted his gloved hand and pointed at Zhou Yongqi. A streak of light shot out from his finger toward Zhou Yongqi. The crowd did not think much of Tang Sanpao's attack. After all, it was not as dazzling as Zhou Yongqi's attack. Everyone watched as the streak of light that was just the size of a finger a moment ago suddenly enlarged into a monstrous and fiery beam of light. A thunderous explosion rang in the air as Tang Sanpao shattered Zhou Yongqi's attack. No, a sharp cry rang in the air. Pain, despair, and regret could be clearly heard in Zhou Yongqi's voice. A fiery beam of light that flashed with lightning pierced Zhou Yongqi. The beam of light only vanished when Tang Sanpao put his hand down. Chapter 3514, Shu Konghai intervenes. After the fiery beam of light disappeared, everyone watched in stunned silence as a shadow shot into the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand. He possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit as well. At this time, Zhou Yongqi could no longer be seen in the battle ring. The only things left of him were his spatial ring and celestial weapon, which were lying quietly on the ground. The celestial weapon was slightly damaged while the spatial ring was badly damaged. Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, waved his hand, sending a stream of energy to send Zhou Yongqi's spatial ring and celestial weapon to Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. Heavenly Emperor Zhou, my condolences, Shu Konghai said emotionlessly. Despite his words, he clearly could not care less about Zhou Bingwu's reaction. After all, Zhou Bingwu was only a heavenly emperor who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor's ranking. If he wanted to kill Zhou Bingwu, there was nothing Zhou Bingwu could do at all. Tang Sanpao, Zhou Bingwu roared. He did not even spare a glance at his true disciple's belongings, which Shu Konghai had sent over. His hair fluttered in the air along with his robes. The void around him rippled and distorted as he glared at Tang Sanpan. Zhou Bingwu flew out in just a blink of an eye. Terrifying energy began to roll off him as he flew toward Tang Sanpao like a bullet. You have to die for killing my disciple. Enough, Shu Konghai said pointedly with a dark expression. He did not expect Zhou Bingwu to have the courage to make a move. He pushed his hand out, and a palm-shaped energy that could cover the sky shot toward Zhou Bingwu. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. He had been so angry that he had lost his composure and made a move. Now that he calmed down, he recalled that all the participants were protected by the Tidal Temple during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Nevertheless, he still protested. Vice Temple Master Shu, he killed my disciple. All the participants knew they're risking their lives when participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Shu Konghai said. Then, he lifted his hand again. Another palm-shaped energy shot toward the air above Zhou Bingwu before it smacked Zhou Bingwu, along with his elderly attendant, down to the ground. Zhou Bingwu's elderly attendant died immediately while Zhou Bingwu was severely injured. He could barely stand up and kept vomiting blood. Everyone was in shock and awe. The power Shu Konghai demonstrated seemed stronger than that of an ordinary god. In the past, they had heard rumors that Shu Konghai was stronger than an ordinary god. Now that they saw Shu Konghai's casual display of strength today, they finally confirmed the rumor was true. In fact, he was even more terrifying than the rumor said. Shu Konghai easily defeated a heavenly emperor with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, it was obvious he was holding back. Otherwise, Zhou Bingwu would definitely die. Thank you for showing mercy, Vice Temple Master Shu. Although Zhou Bingwu was severely injured by Shu Hongkai, he did not dare to show any anger or dissatisfaction on his face at all. In fact, he felt a little regretful that he had forgotten about Shu Konghai and the Tidal Temple's rules for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although there had been many Devata Realms battles of the geniuses, there were rarely any disturbances during the competition. This was because very few dared to cause a commotion. Those who caused trouble would be killed. For this reason, Zhou Bingwu was aware that he was lucky to be alive. Shu Konghai scoffed but did not make another move. It was clear that he was going to let the matter go. Zhou Bingwu shifted his gaze to Tang Sanpao. Hatred and killing intent rose in his eyes again as he contemplated his revenge in the future. Although he could not kill Tang Sanpao today, he would have many chances to do so after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ended. He was determined to make Tang Sanpao pay with his life for killing his true disciple. What are you looking at? Tang Sanpao said tonelessly when he saw Zhou Bingwu glaring at him. Heavenly Emperor Zhou, do you plan to kill me after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ends? Zhou Bingwu sneered. His silence was tantamount to him agreeing with Tang Sanpao's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. I have a piece of advice for you. If you want to live, it's best if you dismiss that idea. Why? You dared to kill my disciple but you're afraid of bearing the consequences, Zhou Bingwu said with a sneer. He did not hide his intention of wanting to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was over. At the spectator seats. Does Zhou Bingwu have a death wish? Su Li said. He was rendered speechless by Zhou Bingwu's actions. Ignorance can be deadly. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It was clear that Zhou Bingwu was unaware that Tang Sanpao was from the Tidal Temple. Zhou Bingwu clearly thought Shu Konghai had only made a move to enforce the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Zhou Bingwu, Shu Konghai called out as soon as Zhou Bingwu finished speaking. He did not hide his killing intent as he said frostily, I let you live because you did a good job with the task I entrusted to you previously. However, do you really think I won't kill you? Zhou Bingwu was dumbfounded when he heard Shu Konghai's words. He did not understand why Shu Konghai was so angry when he no longer violated the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He wondered if Tang Sanpao had made some sort of agreement with Tang Sanpao, and Tang Sanpao had agreed to join the Tidal Temple. With this thought in mind, he asked, Vice Temple Master Shu, has Tang Sanpao agreed to join the Tidal Temple? After a beat, he added, if he has agreed to join the Tidal Temple, I'll dismiss all thoughts of revenge. Zhou Bingwu only wanted confirmation at this moment. Shu Konghai scoffed before saying tonelessly, he's already one of us, to begin with. Shu Konghai's words shocked everyone. What? Tang Sanpao's from the Tidal Temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? How did he end up being with the Tidal Temple? Based on his attack earlier, Tang Sao already possessed the strength of six-star god of war. The title temple really raised an outstanding genius. How did he suddenly become one of those from the title temple? Most people were shocked. It was already shocking enough that Tang Sanpao was as strong as a six-star god of war. They had yet to recover from the shock when they learned Tang Sanpao was with the title temple all along. Since Tang Sanpao revealed his true strength until now, there was no lack of exciting twists and turns. Tang Sanpao is my junior nephew, the only true disciple of my reclusive senior brother, Shu Konghai said. Although my senior brother lives in seclusion, he holds a position in the temple. Tang Sanpao is the heir of the title temple in the future, but you want to kill him? Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. Not only was Tang Sanpao from the title temple, but he was also the heir of the title temple. He still had a hard time believing the person who killed his true disciple had such a powerful identity. If he had known about this earlier, he would not have dared to provoke and offend Tang Sanpao. After a beat, Zhou Bingwu suppressed his raging emotions and hurriedly waved his hands as he said, "Vice Temple Master Shu, it's a misunderstanding." It's truly a misunderstanding. After saying that, Zhou Bingwu looked at Tang Sanpao. The fear in his eyes and face were apparent to all to see. At this moment, many of the heavenly emperors sympathized with him. However, their sympathy was like that of Fox Greaves when the hare had died. Zhou Bingwu was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor rankings. He was a 9-star god of war. However, he was now groveling like a dog. This scene reminded them again of how terrifyingly powerful the title temple was. They could easily kill a heavenly emperor who was a 9-star god of war. Perhaps, only the heavenly emperors who had attained godhood would dare to oppose them. Ding Fu, who was seated next to Feng Qingyang, suddenly looked at the sky in the distance. Is he finally coming out? Feng Qingyang looked up at the sky as well. Brother Feng, what's... Before Ding Fu finished his sentence, he followed the direction of Feng Qingyang's gaze and saw a silhouette of a person emerging from the clouds. Most importantly, the figure was making their way toward them. Chapter 3515. The Title Temple's Left Guardian. Tang Sanpao's master was Shu Konghai's senior brother. A solemn expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw Shu Konghai's display of strength and heard his words. He did not expect there to be such a connection between them. From what he understood, Tang Sanpao's master was living in seclusion. However, his master still maintained a position in the title temple. His master should also have a good relationship with the title temple. Otherwise, how could Tang Sanpao be chosen to be the heir of the title temple? Needless to say, the title temple Shu Konghai mentioned was the main title temple. When Tang Sanpao's master fought you back then, was he just trying to probe your strength? Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Qingyang through voice transmission. We'll talk about this later, Feng Qingyang replied swiftly. Someone's here. Someone is here. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by these words and instinctively looked around before following his master's gaze. Then, he saw the silhouette of a figure hidden behind the clouds. As the figure drew closer, many people began to notice his presence as well. The figure finally relieved itself above the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe. His face was expressionless, but his gaze was piercing. His brows were white, and the way they were slightly slanted up made him look formidable. After he appeared, he did not say anything and looked down on the crowd. Left Guardian. After the old man appeared, Shu Konghai glanced at Zhou Bingwu with a hint of pity as he sighed inwardly. Zhou Bingwu had completed the task he had entrusted him rather well. Who knew Zhou Bingwu would be so bold as to harbor the intention of killing Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ended? This itself was a great offense against the title temple. Not only was Tang Sanpao the disciple of a reclusive high-ranking powerhouse, but he was also the successor of the temple master of the main title temple. From the moment he was chosen to be the successor, the left guardian of the main title temple had been tasked with protecting him. This was a benefit of being the successor of the temple master of the main title temple. Initially, Shu Konghai thought he could spare Zhou Bingwu since Zhou Bingwu seemed sincere when apologizing. However, now that the left guardian had shown up, he knew it was over for Zhou Bingwu. Vice Temple Master Shu, why didn't you kill him? The old man asked coldly as he looked at Shu Konghai. Shu Konghai smiled wryly. Left guardian, he has completed a few tasks rather well for the title temple in the past. The temple master had been appreciative as well. So that's the reason he's allowed to live after threatening to kill our young master. The old man, the left guardian of the main title temple, asked coldly. Shu Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew those reasons were not enough to keep Zhou Bingwu alive. The old man sneered and casually lifted his hand in Zhou Bingwu's direction. 5 huge green veins shot out and restrained Zhou Bingwu before he could react or mobilize his celestial origin energy. His expression changed drastically. When his celestial origin finally surged out, the veins tightened around him even more. Apart from that, the veins would also whip him occasionally. Soon enough, he was horrified when he discovered his celestial origin energy that had been imbued with the profundities of the law comprehended was fading away. He could also feel a terrifying energy entering his body. In just a moment, the intrusive energy stirred up the energy in his body, severely injuring him. The excruciating pain in his body forced him to throw up blood continuously. He had just begun to heal from the injuries Shu Konghai had inflicted on him, but then he was injured again. You're the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who's ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Is that why you're so bold to attempt to kill our temple's heir? The veins tightened again, causing Zhou Bingwu to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper now. He struggled to say, Left Guardian, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the old man ignored Zhou Bingwu. He released his hold on the other end of vines. Following that, like a lighted fuse, flames traveled down the vines toward Zhou Bingwu and exploded when they reached him. Just like that, Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was blown to pieces and died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed. Nothing was left of him. The crowd was stunned silent as they watched the old man kill Zhou Bingwu. When they regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. Then, they turned to look at the black-clad old man. All of them were certain the old man was a god. Based on their conversation, the old man should hold equal or higher rank than Shu Konghai. His strength was also likely on par with or stronger than Shu Konghai. Before everyone regained their senses, the old man vanished from sight as though he was never there in the first place. With this, everyone knew the old man must have been watching over and protecting Tang Sanpao secretly. From the moment the old man appeared to kill Zhou Bingwu, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. He did his job and left. With this, everyone began to look at Tang Sanpao warily. After all, a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor's ranking had died because of Tang Sanpao. The other heavenly emperors who were weaker than Zhou Bingwu began to worry. It was clear to them now that if the title temple decided to deal with them, they would not be able to resist as well. At this time, Shu Konghai finally said, pulling everyone back to their senses, the Devata realm's battle of geniuses will resume. Since Zhou Yongqi died, those ranked behind him will move up a place. For example, Sima Rui, who's ranked 7th, will now be ranked 6th. With Zhou Yongqi's death, there was now an empty spot in the top 30 places. After a beat, Shu Konghai continued to say, Duan Ling Tian, the 5th participant, please step forward. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the battle ring. However, he did not return to sit with Duan Ling Tian and the others. Instead, he found a place where there was no one and took a seat there. Those in Tang Sanpao's vicinity looked at him curiously, but they hurriedly looked away when he frowned and looked at them. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian finally entered the battle ring. Many people were curious about who he was going to challenge. Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Among those ranked above him, Zhang Guiyu seemed to be the weakest. Will he challenge Zhang Guiyu? That's possible. By choosing Zhang Guiyu, he might be able to advance. If I were him, I'd challenge Zhang Guiyu. The crowd's speculation was right. Duan Ling Tian ended up challenging Zhang Guiyu. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Guiyu smiled bitterly. What are you doing? I'm no match for you. You're as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I remember you told me through voice transmission that you hope I won't disappoint you when you first revealed you're as strong as a 5-star god of war. Isn't this what you want? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Guiyu smiled wryly. You challenged me because of that? Zhang Guiyu was dumbfounded. Was Duan Ling Tian feigning ignorance or what? Was it not obvious by now that he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian? For Duan Ling Tian to challenge him now, was it now to embarrass him? Meanwhile, the spectators were stunned as well. So Duan Ling Tian challenged Zhang Guiyu not because Zhang Guiyu is the weakest, but because Zhang Guiyu had provoked him before. Someone laughed. This is interesting. Zhang Guiyu must have said those words to Duan Lingtian at that time because he didn't think Duan Lingtian was as strong as a top 5-star god of war. The crowd's eyes brightened as they waited to watch the chaos that was about to ensue. Chapter 3516, 6-star god of war. Zhang Guiyu felt humiliated when he heard the remarks in the surroundings. However, he eventually decided to withdraw from the fight. I surrender. Many people looked down on Zhang Guiyu for surrendering, but he paid no mind to those people. Instead, he said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, Duan Lingtian, you're even more remarkable than my senior sister had described. However, I believe I'll catch up to you in the future. I'm a few centuries behind you now, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you. I'll be waiting for that day, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile before leaving the battle ring. Although the crowd was disappointed that there was no fight to watch, their excitement was soon roused again. This was because it was finally the time for Tang Sanpao, who was ranked 5th, to challenge someone. He was initially ranked 2nd. However, after Huang Quanan, Ling Juyun, and Duan Lingtian won their matches, he was pushed to 5th place. At this time, the top 10 participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were as follow. After Tang Sanpao finishes with his match, this bout will end soon. Although Zhang Guiyu still has a chance to challenge an opponent, I doubt he'll do so since those ranked above him are stronger than him. Many people agreed with these words. Since Zhang Guiyu and Duan Lingtian's match has just ended, although they didn't fight, both of them can't be challenged during this round. That's right, this means Tang Sanpao can only challenge Huang Quanan or Ling Juyun. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to have a good relationship with Ling Juyun as well, so he might challenge Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan's law of time is formidable. Unless one's as strong as a 6-star god of war, or if one possesses a special technique like Ling Juyun that could render the law of time useless, it'd be difficult to defeat him. However, Tang Sanpao has shown the strength of a 6-star god of war earlier. Everyone stared as Tang Sanpao flew into the battle ring. He had just killed Zhou Yongqi, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, and even caused the death of the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. After all, it had been revealed he was the successor of the Temple Master of the main title temple. Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted as he looked at the participants. I want to challenge. The crowd was sitting on the edge of the seats waiting for Tang Sanpao's decision. Huang Quanan, Tang Sanpao said. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Juyun meaningfully after he challenged Ling Juyun. He said, Ling Juyun, I didn't challenge you not because I'm afraid. I just felt our battle should be left at the end. Alright. Ling Juyun's expression remained unchanged. Huang Quanan's expression was solemn as he stood across from Tang Sanpao. Based on Tang Sanpao's previous match, it was highly likely Tang Sanpao was as strong as a 6-star god of war. If that was really the truth, he knew he would not stand a chance in winning the match. Moreover, his true strength was weaker than a top 5-star god of war. He only had an advantage due to the law of time's instant vicissitudes of life. Tang Sanpao, who was standing across from Huang Quanan, said tonelessly, I'll give you 3 chances to use the instant vicissitudes of life. The crowd who heard these words began to discuss among themselves again. Although I know this is likely, to hear him say those words, we can finally confirm he's as strong as a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, he won't dare to say such words. No wonder he's the successor of the Temple Master of the main title temple. Just watch, we'll see soon enough. Moreover, Huang Quanan isn't an easy target as well. He should be able to push Tang Sanpao to use his full strength. Huang Quanan attacked Tang Sanpao immediately with the instant vicissitudes of life, but Tang Sanpao had easily deflected it. Tang Sanpao only stood at his spot and waved his hand leisurely, neutralizing Huang Quanan's attack with his soul energy that had been imbued with the profundities from the law he comprehended. Upon seeing this, Huang Quanan changed his strategy. He used a profundity to freeze Tang Sanpao before using the instant vicissitudes of life. Alas, before the 2 beams of light could enter Tang Sanpao's body, they were stopped by Tang Sanpao again. You're not affected by the law of time. Huang Quanan's eyes widened in horror. So you truly possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, you won't be able to remain unaffected by my law of time. Tang Sanpao did not stop Huang Quanan's attack with any ostentatious technique, but the fact that he was not frozen by the law of time was much more impressive. After all, Only 6-star gods of war was capable of such a feat. With this display, no one doubted anymore that Tang Sanpao was truly as strong as a 6-star god of war. So he really has the strength of a 6-star god of war. Although we all knew this after his previous match, this undeniable confirmation still shocks me. Heavens, we really have a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war in the Battle of the Geniuses this time. This time's Battle of the Geniuses will definitely be recorded in the books. The crowd went wild when Tang Sanpao finally confirmed he was indeed as strong as a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were also slightly surprised, even if they had been mentally prepared after watching Tang Sanpao's previous match. However, what shocked them the most was this participant who was as strong as a 6-star god of war and was not even 1,000 years old, belonged to the title temple. As expected, as the successor of the temple master of the main title temple. Even the current title temple only had the strength of a 5-star god of war at this age. As long as he can maintain this cultivation speed, he would definitely grow stronger than the current temple master. How could someone who was not even 1,000 years old but possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war not be selected as the successor of the main title temple? If he was not qualified, then no one would be qualified. I surrender, Huang Quan said decisively once he confirmed that Tang Sanpao was as strong as a 6-star god of war. So he's really as strong as a 6-star god of war, Su Li said with a sigh. It's truly impressive. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi seated behind were dumbstruck. They did not imagine the goofy person who liked to joke around with them was someone who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching 1,000 years old. Moreover, he was also the successor of the temple master of the main title temple. His background alone was higher than any of the true disciples of the heavenly emperors or those from the heaven-grade forces. At this time, Shu Konghai called out, Zhang Guiyu, it's your turn. I give up the right to challenge, Zhang Guiyu said after he rose to his feet. No one was surprised by this outcome. After all, those ranked before him were truly powerful. In fact, most people thought he was wise. Alright, with that, this bout ends here, and we'll proceed to the next bout now, Shu Konghai said. Now, we'll start the bout with the 29th participant since there's no one who's ranked 30th. At this moment, a heavenly emperor suddenly interjected, Vice Temple Master Shu, since the 30th place is empty. Is there a chance for others to fight for that spot? The participants who had failed to make it into the top 30 places looked at Shu Konghai with shiny eyes that were brimming with anticipation. Alas, Shu Konghai said, the 30th place will remain empty. Following that, another round of challenges started again. Although the matches between those as strong as a 4-star god of war were intense as well, they naturally could not compare to the matches between those with strength like a 5-star god of war. It was clear the crowd was not as interested as they were before. Although it was difficult, Su Li managed to defend his ranking again. It did not take long before it was Yu Dongfang's turn to issue a challenge again. Yu Dongfang, who are you challenging? Shu Konghai asked. Yu Dongfang replied without any hesitation, Zhang Guiyu. Zhang Guiyu was ranked at the top among those who did not have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang chose to fight Zhang Guiyu because he thought to replace Zhang Guiyu. Moreover, Zhang Guiyu was the best opponent, not only for Yu Dongfang but also for the others who were too afraid to challenge those who were ranked above Zhang Guiyu. Those who were ranked above Zhang Guiyu all possessed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, and there was even one who was as strong as a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3517. The match is about to start. Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, wanted to challenge Zhang Guiyu, who was now ranked 5th. At this time, Yu Dongfang had already lost several matches. He first lost to Huang Quan and before he lost to Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him for his losses and even consoled him, he found his consecutive losses unbearable. All along, he was known as the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven's most remarkable true disciple. Although his senior brother and senior sister were stronger than him now, he was much more talented and was younger than then. He knew he would surpass them eventually. He had always been greatly admired in the heavenly palace of the pavilion Shaft Heaven. Yu Dongfang had an easy time during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses until he had to face Huang Quan and Duan Lingtian, and after his consecutive losses, he was determined to win to prove himself. Hence, he decided to challenge Zhang Guiyu, who was ranked 5th. Initially, his goal was to rank in the top 3, now, he thought he had to, at least, rank in the top 5 to avoid humiliation. While Yu Dongfang and Zhang Guiyu stood across from each other in the battle ring, Su Li asked, Duan Ling Tian, who do you think will win this match? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed upon hearing this question before he replied, it's hard to tell. Based on the strength they'd revealed so far, they seem to be evenly matched. I guess the victor will depend on who's more determined or mentally stronger. If that's the case, I think Zhang Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang seemed to have suffered a blow mentally and has the composure he used to have. It's only natural for someone who has always been praised all his life to lose his composure after suffering a setback. In a rare instance, Ling Juyun chimed in, I think Zhang Guiyu has a higher chance of winning as well. Back in the battle ring, Yu Dongfang and Zhang Guiyu had already begun fighting. Both of them were, indeed, evenly matched. Even after exchanging a couple of dozens moves, there was still no clear winner. However, those with a keen eye could tell Yu Dongfang was slowly growing reckless after exchanging about 100 moves with Zhang Guiyu. At the same time, on one of the floating islands in the venue, Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, shook his head and sighed. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, who was seated across from Gongsun Xuanyuan, shook his head as well. He said, your disciple is too rash. It seems like his previous losses really shook him up. He's too eager to prove himself that he has lost his cool. He won't be able to keep up with Zhang Guiyu for long. Losses are good for his growth, Gongsun Xuanyuan replied. None of the younger generation in the pavilion Shaft Heaven is comparable to him, so it's good for him to learn during the battle of the geniuses that there will always be someone stronger than him. With this, it'll prevent him from getting conceited. After exchanging another 10 moves, it was clear that Yu Dongfang had fallen into a disadvantageous position while Zhang Guiyu had gained the upper hand. To no one's surprise, Zhang Guiyu defeated Yu Dongfang after another 3 moves. After being defeated, Yu Dongfang wiped the blood off the corner of his lips with the back of his hand as he said in a deep voice to Zhang Guiyu, you wouldn't have won if I wasn't careless. Perhaps. Zhang Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned to leave. In fact, after he was also consecutively defeated and fell from 1st to 5th place, he had also been feeling down. However, his victory against Yu Dongfang cheered him up somewhat. During the match, similar to Yu Dongfang, Zhang Guiyu was also anxious as the fight dragged on. Fortunately, Yu Dongfang lost his composure. When he saw Yu Dongfang acting rashly, he grew calmer and eventually managed to defeat Yu Dongfang after several dozen moves. Now that Yu Dongfang lost the challenge, his rank would stay the same at 10th place. He would no longer be able to challenge Zhang Guiyu to redeem himself. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, one could not challenge the same person twice. Otherwise, the competition would never end if everyone was allowed to challenge the same opponent over and over again. Among the top 4 participants, 2 of them had already defeated Yu Dongfang. Currently, the highest place he could aim for was 6th place. Even if someone defeated Zhang Guiyu and took over the 5th place, he knew he would not be a match for someone capable of defeating Zhang Guiyu. However, he was fairly confident he would be able to defeat those who were weaker than Zhang Guiyu. After Yu Dongfang was defeated, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the title temple, said, Lu Shuyan, the 9th participant, please step forward to challenge your opponent. Lu Shuyan's choice of opponents was even more limited than Yu Dongfang's. Among those ranked ahead of her, there was Yi Dongli, who had defeated her earlier. As such, she could not challenge Yi Dongli again. Apart from that, she knew she was no match for those ranked in the top 5 places. Therefore, she could now only challenge Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th, or Hong Yun, who was ranked 8th. Eventually, she decided to challenge Sima Rui. Alas, she failed to defeat him. After that, Shu Konghai called out again, Hong Yuan, who's ranked 8th, please step forward. Hong Yuan challenged Yi Dongli. When he was called out, in the end, he used his emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit, snatching the advantage from her and defeating her. Among the younger generation from the title temple, Hong Yuan was only 2nd to Tang Sanpao. Therefore, a few years ago, he was rewarded with an emperor-grade celestial weapon that contained a weapon spirit by the title temple. However, even if the title temple did not reward him with the weapon, as the disciple of an elder who was stronger than most heavenly emperors, his master would have been able to obtain a weapon with a weapon spirit for him. Shu Konghai glanced at Hong Yuan in satisfaction while Hong Yuan bowed at Shu Konghai respectfully before leaving. After all, how could he be respectful when even his master had to salute Shu Konghai respectfully if he were here? Then, Shu Konghai said, Yi Dongli, you can choose to issue a challenge now or wait to do it later. Yi Dongli shook her head. No, I'm content with my rank. No one mocked Yi Dongli upon hearing she no longer planned to challenge anyone. In fact, they thought she was rather wise. With that, Shu Konghai shifted his attention to Sima Rui, who was ranked 6, and asked, what about you? Do you plan to challenge anyone? No, Sima Rui shook his head. Although he was as powerful as Hong Yuan, he knew he was no match for Zhang Guiyu. This naturally also included the top 4 participants. Subsequently, Shu Konghai looked at Zhang Guiyu. Unsurprisingly, he also decided not to issue a challenge. At this time, the crowd grew incredibly excited. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. He won't give up his right to challenge an opponent, right? I'm sure he won't. He's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. Perhaps, Tang Sanpao is stronger than him, but he should be able to fight Ling Juyun. Do you think he'll challenge Huang Quan, who's ranked 3rd? It's not impossible. However, he has to have some secret technique to deal with Huang Quan's vicissitudes of life or possess the strength of a 6-star god of war to defeat Huang Quan. Su Li asked before Duan Lingtian entered the battle ring. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Su Li believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than those who ranked ahead of him, even if the others had shown extraordinary strength. I think I'll challenge Huang Quan first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never fought someone who comprehended the law of time before, so this would be a good experience, Duan Lingtian replied. At this time, Shu Konghai's voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, the 4th participant, please step forward and challenge an opponent. When Duan Lingtian entered the battle ring, he felt many eyes scrutinizing him. However, a particular gaze caused him to feel unsettled. When he looked up, he saw the gaze belonged to Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had been possessed by Great Master Mian from the Phantom Clan. You covet my body, Duan Lingtian sneered disdainfully. Upon seeing the disdainful sneer on Duan Lingtian's face, Great Master Mian's gaze turned even more piercing. He was clearly angered by Duan Lingtian's reaction. Under everyone's eager gaze, Duan Lingtian said, I want to challenge Huang Quan, who's ranked 3rd. Although the crowd had expected this, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's choice of opponent. Duan Lingtian dares to challenge Huang Quan, even though he knows Huang Quan comprehended the strange law of time. It's true that Huang Quan's law of time is powerful, but do you think Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun are easier opponents? They're even stronger since they both managed to defeat Huang Quan. If Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quan, then there's no way he'll be able to defeat Ling Juyun or Tang Sanpao. Then, the crowd looked at Huang Quan as he flew into the battle ring. The match between Duan Lingtian and Huang Quan, who comprehended the law of time, was finally about to start. Chapter 3518. Duan Lingtian is as strong as a 6-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, do you also have a secret technique to counteract my law of time? Huang Quan asked warily after he entered the battle ring. After being defeated by Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao consecutively, his confidence had wavered slightly. Initially, he was confident that he would be able to rank 1st in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, since he thought he was invincible among those weaker than a 6-star god of war. Who knew there was Tang Sanpao was as strong as a 6-star god of war, and Ling Juyun, who was as strong as top 5-star god of war, but was able to defeat him due to his innate talent in comprehending the law of death and his death clones. For this reason, Huang Quan no longer aimed to rank 1st in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Huang Quan could not help but feel wary now that another person had stepped forward to challenge him. Apart from that, the challenger was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, who was already a god. When he saw Duan Lingtian's relaxed and confident manner, he became wary. However, although he was wary, he thought it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating him due to Duan Lingtian's young age. Although Ling Juyun, who was slightly under 700 years old like Duan Lingtian, managed to defeat him, it was only because of Ling Juyun's extraordinary bloodline. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to try fighting you. Those who were confident Duan Ling Tian had a chance of winning were rendered speechless when they heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. As it turned out, he only challenged Huang Quan and to gain experience and not to win. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian doesn't hold any hope of winning? From the beginning, I didn't think Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Huang Quan. I'm sure he'll rank 4th in Huang Quan and will rank 3rd in the Battle of the Geniuses. As for the first place, I think it'll go to Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is as strong as a 6-star god of war. He's obviously going to be the winner. Due to Duan Ling Tian's words, even more people thought Duan Ling Tian would not win this match. Huang Quan shared similar thoughts with the crowd as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked, "The instant vicissitudes of life should be the strongest attack in your arsenal, right?" Huang Quan did not know the purpose of this question, but he nodded anyway. The instant vicissitudes of life was indeed his stronger attack, but he had to combine it with other techniques to make sure it landed on his opponents. Duan Ling Tian, who seemed aware of this, said, "Just use the instant vicissitudes of life directly. I won't avoid it, just use the instant vicissitudes of life, I won't dodge it. If I dodge it, it'll be considered your win." Duan Ling Tian knew Huang Quan doubted his words, so he promised to admit defeat if he dodged the attack. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, everyone heard his words clearly. Many people began to shake their heads as though they could already see the outcome of the match. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is really only trying to gain experience from this match. If he doesn't dodge, what hope does he have of withstanding Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life? Alright, since Duan Ling Tian had openly said these words, Huang Quan felt assured. Indeed, he was worried that Duan Ling Tian was lying earlier. After all, if Duan Ling Tian dodged the attack, Duan Ling Tian would have an opening, and in turn, gain the upper hand. Although that did not mean he would lose, he would still be at a disadvantage. He naturally did not want to risk it. Now that Duan Ling Tian had given his word, he was no longer worried. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Quan's eyes began to glow as he cast the instant vicissitudes of life. 2 streaks of light shot out of his eyes and entered Duan Ling Tian's body. So this is the instant vicissitudes of life. Duan Ling Tian stood unmoving as the attack entered his body. With this, he gained an understanding of how the instant vicissitudes of life worked. It was a soul attack that damaged one's soul, and in turn, affected one's physical body. Since Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life could not harm his soul, it was only natural that his physical body was unaffected. Moreover, he discovered he could dispel the energy from the instant vicissitude of life if he wished to. It did not take long before everyone discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not aging rapidly. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he said, "This is really remarkable. Anyone weaker than a 6-star god of war without special abilities like Ling Juyun really wouldn't be able to resist your attack once it hits. One's soul would continue to grow stronger as one's cultivation base improved. For example, the soul of a 5-star god of war was weaker than that of a 6-star god of war. Apart from that, having a deeper comprehension of the laws also helped strengthen one's soul. As for Duan Ling Tian, his soul was so powerful that Huang Quan's instant vicissitudes of life was unable to harm him at all." "Stop!" Huang Quan cried out just as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell. Then, he launched an orb of energy that shot out and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. The energy orb that was capable of freezing time froze Duan Ling Tian immediately. Instant vicissitudes of life. Huang Quan was about to cast the attack again when he saw a smile blooming on Duan Ling Tian's face. Duan Ling Tian said, "This is pretty amazing. The law of time is truly worthy of its reputation." Huang Quan's eyes widened in horror when he saw he failed to freeze Duan Ling Tian. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes as he said, You're really as strong as a 6-star god of war." In fact, when the first instant vicissitudes of life failed to age Duan Ling Tian, Huang Quan was already very certain Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a 6-star god of war. However, he wanted to confirm it, so he tried to freeze Duan Ling Tian. At this time, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were shocked. On the other hand, a solemn expression appeared on the face of Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple. As for Great Master Mian, he could barely conceal the greed in his eyes at this moment as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. "Brother Feng, your true disciple held back a lot of his strength," Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said, he's not even 700 years old, but he's already as strong as a 6-star god of war. Not to mention he's an ascender. Brother Feng, not only are you talented and strong, but your ability to choose disciples is heaven-defying as well. Compared to your disciple, my disciples seem rather slow. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, could only smile wryly when his master, who usually praised him, said he was rather slow. Needless to say, the crowd was in an uproar. Heavens, we have another participant comparable to a 6-star god of war. Was there any battle of the geniuses in the past with 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war? We're witnessing history in the making. To think there are 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war during this time's battle of the geniuses. The young geniuses were all excited as though they themselves were the ones who possessed the strength of a 6-star god of war. On the other hand, people like Yu Dongfang, who thought Duan Ling Tian was a match for them, paled immediately. Yu Dongfang knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian in this lifetime. Zhang Guiyu was also smiling wryly at this time. He murmured to himself, "Senior sister, your junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you described him to be. To possess the strength of a 6-star god of war before reaching 700 years old, I'm afraid someone like that isn't common even among the natives of the realms of gods." Meanwhile, Yangshu, who had sought to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as Feng Qingyang's true disciple over and over again, finally understood why Feng Qingyang did not accept him. He felt like a joke now. How could he be qualified to become Feng Qingyang's true disciple, considering how heaven-defying Feng Qingyang's true disciple was? After all, Duan Ling Tian was even more outstanding than Tang Sanpao, the title temple's hidden ace, since Tang Sanpao was older than Duan Ling Tian. Back in the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Shall we continue?" "What's the point in continuing?" Huang Quan smiled bitterly. "You're as strong as a 6-star god of war. Do you want to continue fighting just to feel good about yourself? I'm no match for you, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao." Following that, Huang Quan turned to Shu Konghai and said, "I surrender, Vice Temple Master Shu." "All right." Shu Konghai nodded before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and declared him the winner of the match. At this time, the complex emotions in his heart were even more intense than before. Chapter 3519. The third participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war. Shu Konghai did not expect this Devata Realms battle of the geniuses to have a participant as strong as a 6-star god of war like his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, the other party, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had also formed and comprehended 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the sword Tao and the mastery Tao, before reaching the age of 700 years old. Even he himself had only formed and begun to comprehend 1 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. In fact, he had not even comprehended it to the initial stage. If I have the chance, I have to imprison Duan Ling Tian in the title temple to learn his secrets about the sword Tao and the mastery Tao. Shu Konghai thought to himself as his eyes brightened. His covetous thoughts did not display themselves in his expression, unlike great Master Mian. Hence, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of his covetous thoughts. With this, Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 4th, rose to 3rd place. Under normal circumstances, Huang Quan would still be able to issue a challenge after resting for a round. However, since he had been defeated by the top 3 people in front of him, there was no one left for him to challenge. Finally, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Since he was ranked 2nd, he only had 1 person left to challenge, Ling Juyun. After Duan Ling Tian and Huang Quan left the battle ring, everyone's attention was focused on Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun. After entering the battle ring, Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Juyun and said, "Ling Juyun, come here." Although Tang Sanpao did not speak loudly, everyone heard his words. After Ling Juyun entered the battle ring and stood across from Tang Sanpao said with a faint smile, "Ling Juyun, your bloodline allows you to counter Huang Quan's attack, but I'm afraid it won't work on me. If that's the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you're no match for me." "We'll know if you're right after we fight," Ling Juyun said. "Stop wasting time and start the fight." As soon as these words fell, flames surged from Tang Sanpao's body. The flames burned white, and it was so hot that the void began to ripple. Following that, he launched himself toward Ling Juyun, moving as fast as a bullet. Ling Juyun's eyes that were fixed on the fierce-looking Tang Sanpao glowed red before he charged out. A thunderous explosion rang in the air when Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun collided. However, both of them were unharmed and seemed evenly matched. I've underestimated you. A hint of surprise could be seen in Tang Sanpao's eyes. Then, he waved his hand and attacked again. White flames shot out immediately toward Ling Juyun. This time, Ling Juyun's Law of Death's clone shot out of his body and faced the incoming attack. It caught the white flames with its bare hands, causing it to be severely injured. Ling Juyun, I'm curious, are you as powerful as a six-star god of war as well? Tang Sanpao said. Then, he no longer held back and attacked with the might of a six-star god of war. At this time, not only Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses were watching solemnly, but the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the titled temple branches were watching solemnly as well. Tang Sanpao no longer held back because he knew he would not be able to win if he continued to hold back. He decided to go all out to avoid getting injured due to his carelessness. In a fight like this, one would definitely be at a disadvantage once one was injured. Tang Sanpao is no longer pulling his punches. He is well aware that he can't win if he is still holding back. In that case, he might as well go all out now to avoid getting injuries due to carelessness. In a fight like this, you will definitely be at a disadvantage once you get hurt. Tang Sanpao unleashed a few fused profundities from the Law of Fire, making him look like a god of fire. He was engulfed in a blinding and raging white flame. Even the spectators who were seated far away could feel the scorching heat from the white flames that seemed capable of burning everything down. Ling Juyun, watch out, Tang Sanpao said coldly. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. It glinted coldly under the light as a translucent figure with eerie green eyes appeared. The onlookers were surprised when Tang Sanpao brought out his weapon and instinctively looked at Ling Juyun. This is the first time Tang Sanpao is using his weapon. It's also an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Juyun drew the long sword at his waist. The sword thrummed and buzzed before he sent his celestial origin into it. Then, a translucent figure of a python shrouded by black mist appeared. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Everyone watched unblinkingly with rapt attention, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. 3 consecutive noises rang in the air suddenly. The intervals between the sounds were so short that it seemed like they were just one noise. Tang Sanpao had launched out 3 flaming white spear rays toward Ling Juyun. They seemed to have eyes as they followed Ling Juyun, who dodged to the left and the right. They left ripples in their wakes as they chased after Ling Juyun. While Ling Juyun dodged the attacks, he attacked as well. 3 sword rays that were swirling with black mist shot across the sky like a comet. In just a second, the 2 attacks collided. However, there was no sound of explosions. When the sword rays and spear rays collided, the black mist swirling around the sword rays shrouded the spear rays, devouring them. An earth-shattering sound rang in the air as Tang Sanpao stomped both feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He charged at Ling Juyun with his spear in hand at an even more exaggerated speed than the 3 spear rays from earlier. Ling Juyun did not retreat and rushed out toward Tang Sanpao as well. His death clone appeared again and clashed with Tang Sanpao. A series of explosions rang in the air as 3 figures collided and separated a few times. They fought fiercely in front of everyone, but even after exchanging several dozen moves, they were still evenly matched. Many people regained their senses at this moment. Expressions of shock could be seen on all their faces, including Shu Konghai, when they realized Ling Juyun was holding his ground against Tang Sanpao. Ling Juyun is also as strong as a 6-star god of war. Everyone was shocked. When did participants with the strength of a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, there was hardly even one participant with the strength of a 6-star god of war. When the true disciple of Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, revealed the strength of a 6-star god of war, everyone thought they were witnessing history in the making. After all, there were 2 participants as strong as a 6-star god of war in this time's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Who knew a 3rd participant would also reveal the strength of a 6-star god of war? Naturally, there were some people who were unimpressed. It's not surprising he's so strong. After all, he's from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. It would be embarrassing if he lost to Tang Sanpao and Duan Lingtian. Well, Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao are considered peerless geniuses in the Devata realms, but Ling Juyun might not be considered that in realms of gods. I agree. After all, natives of the realms of gods have more advantages. Regardless, with Ling Juyun's strength, even if he's not considered a peerless genius in the realms of gods, he's definitely still considered outstanding. Many people were not as impressed by Ling Zhuyun's ability compared to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Ling Zhuyun was from a higher realm while Duan Ling Tian was from the lowest realm, the mundane realms. Chapter 3520, Privilege. Compared to Ling Zhuyun, who had an extraordinary background, people thought Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to come this far. Therefore, the crowd was more impressed and shocked when Duan Ling Tian revealed the strength of a six-star god of war. Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao continued fighting a fierce battle. After exchanging 300 moves, both of them were still evenly matched. None of them could gain the upper hand. Unlike the match between Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and Zhang Guiyu, where both opponents were evenly matched in the beginning, but the balance tilted when Yu Dongfang acted rashly. The duo was very patient and level-headed. Ling Zhuyun, Tang Sanpao called out as he distanced himself from Ling Zhuyun. Why don't we call it a tie, since it's difficult to decide on a winner? Although the title temple gave me a divine artifact, based on your status, you should have a divine artifact as well. I'm sure you've yet to bring it out because you want to defeat me relying on your own strength. If we end the match in a tie, you'll still rank ahead of me. Ling Zhuyun nodded in agreement because it was truly difficult to decide on a winner unless they continued to battle to see who would get exhausted first or who would make a mistake first. However, that would be meaningless. Based on their temperament and experience, it could continue on for months before any one of them made a mistake. However, Tang Sanpao continued to say, my goal in participating in the Battle of the Geniuses is to rank first so I can obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I don't care about the rank, but I can't allow you to have the exploding element celestial fruit. Hence, I hope you'll concede the exploding element celestial fruit to me. Naturally, I'll compensate you for this. Alternatively, we can draw lots to decide who gets to have the exploding element celestial fruit. Tang Sanpao sighed after he finished speaking. Initially, he had been confident he would be able to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. He did not expect Ling Zhuyun would be evenly matched with him. Moreover, there was also Duan Ling Tian, who was as strong as a six-star god of war. In the end, his intuition was right. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were his greatest obstacles to obtaining the exploding element celestial fruit in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let's draw lots to decide, Ling Zhuyun said. I want the exploding element celestial fruit as well. All right, Tang Sanpao nodded. This was the best way to deal with the matter since they were both evenly matched. However, don't you think it's too early for us to discuss this matter? Ling Zhuyun said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Do you think we'll be able to defeat him? Tang Sanpao's eyes glinted as he said, we'll see soon enough. Just as the duo was about to leave the battle ring, a voice rang in the air. A figure flew out of a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's the legendary Heavenly Emperor, Feng Qingyang. What's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang trying to do? The crowd was naturally curious. At the same time, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, raised an eyebrow and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, what are you trying to do? Vice temple master Shu, Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. An urgent matter suddenly came up, so my disciple and I have to leave earlier than expected. Therefore, I hope his matches with Tang Sanpao and Ling Zhuyun can be brought forward. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if that's the case, you can leave with your disciple first. After all, even if he doesn't participate in the upcoming matches, he'll likely still rank third. I'm sure everyone agrees with my judgment, Shu Konghai said tonelessly. Inwardly, he was relieved because this meant his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less opponent to contend with. Since Duan Ling Tian's strength was heaven-defying, he was not 100% certain his junior nephew would win. After a moment, he added, you should be familiar with the rules of the Battle of Geniuses. Of course, Feng Qingyang nodded and said, that's why I know it's not against the rules for my disciples' matches to be brought forward. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule that states that under special circumstances, the top 30 participants are allowed to issue a challenge at any time. Special circumstances? Are you saying that? Shu Konghai trailed off as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. That's right, Feng Qingyang nodded. My disciple will challenge both Tang Sanpao and Ling Zhuyun, who rank higher than him, at the same time. Naturally, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun can rest until they recover their strength before we proceed with the match. Silence descended on the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses as soon as Feng Qingyang's voice fell. Indeed, such a rule existed for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The top 30 participants could issue a challenge at any time during the bout to determine the final rankings if they were willing to fight against two opponents at once. Naturally, such a privilege was only given to those who were truly outstanding. Heavens! So this was Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's intention. He wants his only true disciple to fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time. Although Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a 6-star god of war, so are Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun. Why is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang so confident that Duan Ling Tian will be able to take on two opponents at the same time? Everyone, including the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches, were shocked by Feng Qingyang's work. Even Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, who was seated next to Feng Qingyang, did not see this coming. Wei Qi's eyes shone as he said, "Master, it seems like Junior Uncle Feng is confident Junior Brother Duan will win even if he has to face two opponents at the same time." Ding Fu nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Feng must have given Junior Nephew Duan Ling Tian a weapon he found in the Asura Hell. Naturally, there's also the possibility that Junior Nephew Duan Ling Tian still hasn't shown his full strength. He's still hiding his true strength." Wei Qi was shocked. "Don't tell me he's as strong as a top 6-star god of war. Is that possible when he's not even 700 years old?" Ding Fu shook his head. His eyes gleamed brightly as he said, "Even if he's as strong as a top 6-star god of war, it'd be difficult for him to face Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time. After all, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun's strength is almost comparable to a top 6-star god of war. The only he'll be able to win is if he's as strong as a 7-star god of war." "A 7-star god of war?" Wei Qi inhaled sharply. Then, he said skeptically, "Is that possible? How can someone who has yet to reach 700 years old possess the strength of a 7-star god of war? It's unprecedented in the history of the Devata realms, right? That's why I think it's likely that Brother Feng has given Junior Nephew Duan a secret weapon from the Asura Hell. Perhaps, it's a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Divine artifacts are divided into primitive, mediocre, prominent, supreme, and the peerless grade," Ding Fu said. At the same time, Shu Konghai looked at Feng Qingyang meaningfully as he said, "Indeed, the title temple has such a rule in place for the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, there's a condition for that rule. During the match, no external tools are allowed. This means Tang Sanpao, Ling Juyun, and Duan Ling Tian are prohibited from using their celestial weapons or any external tools during their match." Similar to Ding Fu, Shu Konghai assumed Feng Qingyang must have given Duan Ling Tian a secret weapon that he had obtained from the Asura Hell that would give Duan Ling Tian an edge over his opponents. Therefore, he had quickly made up a condition on behalf of the title temple. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's response, the corners of Shu Konghai's lips twitched slightly. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would easily agree to this condition. He began to wonder why Feng Qingyang had so much confidence in Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3521, Duan Ling Tian takes on Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao. When Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao exchanged a look, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to arrange for Duan Ling Tian to fight both of them at the same time, even with the condition that Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple, had added. Tang Sanpao said through voice transmission, "Ling Juyun, it seems like Duan Ling Tian is much stronger than we think." Ling Juyun did not respond to Tang Sanpao. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in the spectator seat. Following that, he wordlessly took a few medicinal pills to recover his celestial origin energy before he sat cross-legged in the air. Tang Sanpao followed suit as well. Since Feng Qingyang had agreed to Shu Konghai's condition, there was nothing they could do unless they surrendered. All the duo could do now was to join forces to defeat Duan Ling Tian to prove Feng Qingyang wrong. Naturally, they knew that there must be a reason why Feng Qingyang had readily agreed to Shu Konghai's condition. Feng Qingyang had to be very confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength. At this moment, despite being expressionless, Ling Juyun was thoroughly shocked. Since he parted ways with Duan Ling Tian in the past, he had been diligently cultivating with the resources he obtained from the realm of gods. Moreover, he had several fortuitous encounters as well. For these reasons, he had been sure he had grown stronger than Duan Ling Tian. His spirit was not dampened at all even when Duan Ling Tian revealed the strength of a six-star god of war. He was still confident that Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him. However, after listening to Feng Qingyang's words, he was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian had to be stronger than him. After all, Feng Qingyang was not only the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a god. There was no doubt that he had a good grasp of Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun's strength after watching their battle. Nevertheless, he still confidently arranged for Duan Ling Tian to face the duo at the same time. This proved that he believed Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating the duo. At the same time, Shu Konghai hid the shock in his heart and said, "In that case, they'll face Duan Ling Tian after they recover their energy." When the spectators regained their senses, Feng Qingyang had already returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. The shock they experienced at this moment could not be described by words. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor agreed to the condition. Not being able to use external tools doesn't only apply to celestial weapons, it means they can't use anything apart from their own strength to fight. Otherwise, they'd be disqualified. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang seems very confident about his disciple's strength. If he's so confident, it's likely that Duan Ling Tian is truly capable of facing Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at once. The young geniuses shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison only to see him remaining calm and expressionless. Before Feng Qingyang stepped forward, he had already sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, informing Duan Ling Tian of his intention to bring Duan Ling Tian to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He had discovered a place in the Asura Hell that was similar to the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Laws. However, one could only comprehend the law of time there. That place was also where Feng Qingyang's physical body was currently at. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's message. Although he could comprehend the law of time's profundities in that place, he would have to rely on himself to comprehend and fuse the profundities. This was a rather difficult task for gods, let alone titled celestial emperors. For gods and celestials alike, the comprehension of the laws would determine their strength if their cultivation bases were the same. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was pulled back to his sense when Su Li sent him a voice transmission. "Duan Ling Tian, are you confident? You'll find out soon enough," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Su Li's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Then, he said with a wry smile, "I thought my cultivation base should be close to yours even if it's not higher. Alas, you're still so far ahead of me." At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi who were seated behind Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. They felt incredibly embarrassed for having underestimated Duan Ling Tian so much in the past. While the crowd waited for Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun to recover their energy, they discussed fervently among themselves. Although they had to wait a while for the match to start, they knew the match was definitely worth the wait. Similarly, the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple were discussing among themselves as well. "Do you think Duan Ling Tian stands a chance of winning? Based on Heavenly Emperor Feng's confidence, I think it's possible that Duan Ling Tian is strong enough to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun." "That's not necessarily the case. It's possible that Heavenly Emperor is trying to test his disciple. Whatever it is, it seems like Duan Ling Tian is stronger than Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao. However, it remains to be seen if he can defeat them if they join forces. We'll have to wait and see." The crowd was divided in their opinions. Some felt that Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao even if they joined forces, while some felt it was impossible. There were also some who thought Feng Qingyang was only testing Duan Ling Tian's strength by making him face 2 opponents at once. Regardless, these were only speculations. All of them could only wait and see. The crowd waited patiently for the highly anticipated match to start for roughly an hour before Ling Juyun opened his eyes. He rose to his feet and said, "I've recovered my energy and am ready to fight." Before Shu Konghai could respond, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and rose to his feet as well. "I'm ready as well." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately when the duo declared they were ready to fight. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian flew into the battle ring under everyone's watchful eyes. He remained calm even with everyone's attention on him. Meanwhile, Ding Fu asked, "Brother Feng, you seem very confident about junior nephew Duan's strength. Do you really think he'll win? Feng Qingyang replied, I think so. You think so? What do you mean? Ding Fu was taken aback by Feng Qingyang's reply. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air and entered the battle ring. He had become the main focus instantaneously as all eyes were shifted on him. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm and expressionless even though he was the center of attention. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, My disciple is strong, but I have no idea how strong he is. Ding Fu and Wei Qi were rendered speechless by these words while Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, was expressionless since he was already aware of this. Back in the battle ring, Duan Lingtian stood across from Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao smiled wryly as he said, It seems like I've underestimated you. I'd like to find out how big the difference between our strength is. Based on these words, it was clear Tang Sanpao thought Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Just like everyone else, he came to this conclusion based on Feng Qingyang's confidence. When he first approached Duan Lingtian, he had mentioned Feng Qingyang was his idol. It was only natural that he did not doubt his idol. At this time, Shu Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, during this match, apart from not being allowed to use external tools, I have to remind you that if you lose this match, you won't be able to challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Zhuyun again individually even if you're stronger than them. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally knew about this. In that case, let's begin. The eyes of the crowd brightened as Shu Konghai's voice fell. Their eyes were fixed on the trio. They did not want to miss even the smallest detail of this exciting match. Chapter 3522, 7-Star God of War. I've really found a treasure. Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mian, stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. He grew even more excited when he thought about possessing Duan Lingtian's body in the future. Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple, was also staring at Duan Lingtian as he sighed inwardly. It'd be great if such a peerless talent is from the title temple. If Duan Lingtian joined the title temple, it was likely that he would replace Tang Sanpao as the temple master's successor. In this world, the strong were revered. This was especially true for ancient forces like the title temple. In the title temple, cultivation was of utmost importance. Every single member was a cultivation maniac, and Shu Konghai was no exception. He had faced many challenges as he rose step by step before becoming the vice temple master of the main title temple. Back in the battle ring, Duan Lingtian faced Tang Sanpao and Ling Zhuyun calmly. Tang Sanpao's smile slowly vanished as he said, Duan Lingtian, although this is a 1 versus 2 fight, don't expect me to go easy on you even if Ling Zhuyun and I have the advantage. I believe Ling Zhuyun shares the same thought as me as well. Go easy on me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. You can start now. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, a sizzling and crackling noise rang immediately as white flames surged from Tang Sanpao's body. The fire was scorching hot and seemed like it would burn everything that stood in its path down. At the same time, black energy began to swirl around Ling Zhuyun. Amidst the black energy, red bolts of lightning would flash occasionally. Meanwhile, the spectators' excitement was at its peak. Their blood was boiling as they watched the trio with rapt attention. It's starting. No matter who wins, this match will definitely go down in history as one of the most exciting matches. I feel like I didn't live in vain being able to witness such a match. Even the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the title temple branches were watching the match intently. At this time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said jokingly, Brother Feng, if junior nephew Duan loses, it'd be embarrassing for you this time. Embarrassing? Feng Qingyang smiled. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Brother Ding. Although Feng Qingyang did not know the extent of Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew Duan Lingtian was very strong. Moreover, when he had spoken to Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian had sounded very confident. Since his disciple was confident, there was no reason for him not to believe his disciple. Duan Lingtian's face remained expressionless as he stood unmoving. On the contrary, Tang Sanpao and Ling Zhuyun's expression was grave as power erupted from their bodies. The duo did not hold back the slightest. They had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian after all. Seeing Duan Lingtian standing unmoving, they knew he intended to let them strike first. Hence, they did not hesitate and struck at the same despite not discussing this beforehand. Tang Sanpao charged forward, leaving trails of white flames in his wake. The white flames looked like a dragon as he pounced toward Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun wielded his sword that had been imbued with his celestial origin energy as he charged out. Additionally, his doppelganger had quietly moved out. It hid behind Duan Ling Tian as it wielded a sword as well, waiting to mount a pincer attack. Blazing white flames seemed to fill the entire battle ring. The temperature was so high that some of the weaker cultivators seated close to the battle ring flushed from the heat. At this time, Ling Juyun and his doppelganger slashed at Duan Ling Tian with their swords that had been imbued with the profundities from the law of death. They looked like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian being attacked from both sides, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Hey, Duan Ling Tian isn't making a move at all. Won't it be too late for him to make a move if he continues to wait? Seems like he's confident about his teleportation profundity. Even if he teleports away, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun are experienced enough to change the trajectory of their attacks. Being able to teleport doesn't give him an advantage. You're right, as most people had guessed, Duan Ling Tian teleported away at the last minute. His two opponents were unfazed and quickly turned to the direction where Duan Ling Tian had reappeared and easily redirected their attacks that seemed even faster than before. It seems like Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao had held back earlier. They'd expected this and were waiting for Duan Ling Tian to teleport away before going all out. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be able to avoid the attacks. Based on the speed of the attacks, I don't think he'll be able to teleport away in time. At this time, white flames surged violently in the battle ring as dark sword rays shot out of the swords in Ling Juyun and his doppelganger's hands. The sword rays' auras were as terrifying as death itself. He's still not making a move. At this time, even a few heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, there were a few individuals like Shu Konghai and Gongsun Zan Yuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, who wore slightly grave expressions on their faces. They could feel the confidence that Duan Ling Tian exuded, but they could not figure out the source of his confidence. Shu Konghai glanced at Feng Qingyang trying to look for a clue, but the latter's face was expressionless. In the end, he shifted his attention back to Feng Qingyang. At this time, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks were only a hair's breadth away from Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Duan Ling Tian lifted his right hand before clenching them. In the next moment, spatial tears appeared around, devouring Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, his two opponents' attacks were like surging waves that did not seem to have an end. Their attacks continued to surge toward him. Thunderous explosions rang in the air, causing the spectators' hearts to tremble. At the same time, the blazing white flames intensified in brightness, causing everyone, including the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches, to squint their eyes. When the backlash from the collision dissipated and the light dimmed, everyone saw a shocking scene. The blazing white flames and strange black energy surged violently in front of Duan Ling Tian, but it looked as though they were blocked by an invisible wall, unable to get to Duan Ling Tian at all. It's the law of spaces. Restraining profundity. Although many people could see it was the law of spaces restraining profundity, only a few discovered the true terror of Duan Ling Tian's move. No, it's not just the restraining profundity, he's fused it with the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity as well. You can see the effects of the two profundities if you look close enough. Everyone was dumbstruck when they discovered this. He managed to comprehend a triple fused profundity from the law of space. Most six-star gods of war can only fuse two profundities. Those who can fuse three profundities are really rare even among top 6-star gods of war. For someone to be able to fuse three profundities, they have to be as strong as a 7-star god of war at least. A 7-star god of war. With this revelation, a strange silence descended on the venue immediately. Everyone, including Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. They would not have believed this if they did not witness this with their own eyes. There was actually someone who managed to fuse three profundities from the law of space, one of the four supreme laws, and possessed the strength of a 7-star god of war before reaching the age of 700. Chapter 3523, a top 8-star god of war. Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions turned grim. They did not dare to hold back in the slightest. Scorching white flames and death energy exploded and surged violently in just an instant. the duo's combined attacks were powerful enough to deter a 6-star god of war from attacking them directly. However, they were not enough to affect Duan Ling Tian's restraining profundity. Only a faint ripple could be seen after their attacks. At this time, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, sent a voice transmission to Tang Sanpao. Change the location of your attacks. Tang Sanpao's eyes brightened immediately with this reminder. All their attacks were concentrated on the space under Duan Ling Tian's control. This meant they were facing his mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. How could they have a chance of breaching the space under the control of his mastery Dao? However, if they focused their attacks somewhere else, they might have a chance of breaking his restraining profundity. Ling Juyun. Tang Sanpao called out and told Ling Juyun of his plan without any hesitation. Subsequently, Ling Juyun stopped attacking as well and studied the areas around Duan Ling Tian that were not under his control. In fact, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao were level-headed individuals, but this battle had shocked them so much, causing them to slightly lose their composure. After all, they were participating in a 2-versus-1 match that not only made a mockery of their strength, but it was also a testament of Duan Ling Tian's shocking strength. How could they not be shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength when he was slightly younger than them? For all these reasons, the duo's mental states were not at their best. With Shu Konghai's reminder, they began to recollect themselves and focus on attacking areas that were not under the control of Duan Ling Tian's master Dao. With this, they had a higher chance of breaking his restraining profundity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the duo flashed before they suddenly attacked from another direction to break through Duan Ling Tian's restraining profundity. Some of the spectators guessed the duo's intention immediately when they saw this scene. Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao are truly worthy of being peerless geniuses under the age of 1000. They're able to accurately respond to Duan Ling Tian's actions under such circumstances. Duan Ling Tian's strength doesn't just come from his comprehension of the law of space. There's also the mastery Dao he formed and comprehended to the initial stage. With the mastery Dao, he has absolute control over a certain area. Unless one's strength overwhelms him, one will only be thoroughly suppressed by him in the space he controls. Even a top 6-star god of war won't be able to directly withstand the duo's combined attacks. Perhaps, now that they change the location of their attacks, they'll be able to break Duan Ling Tian's restraining profundity. Even so, I'm afraid they're still not a match for Duan Ling Tian. After all, there's no doubt now that Duan Ling Tian's as strong as a 7-star god of war. To think he possesses the strength of a 7-star god of war when he's not even 1000 years old. In the long history of the Devata realms, I don't think there's anyone like him, be it ascenders or natives of the Devata realms, right? Even his master, the legendary Heavenly Emperor, wasn't as strong as him at this age. The crowd began to discuss heatedly among themselves when they saw Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun's change in tactic. Although they were impressed by the duo's quick thinking, it was eclipsed by their admiration for Duan Ling Tian, whose strength is that of a 7-star god of war despite his age. It would likely take a long time before they could calm down from this discovery. Back in the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he saw his 2 opponents' new tactic. It's a good trick. Following that, he extended his arm before he clenched his hand tightly. With that, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks that were about to land suddenly vanished. Following that, a huge explosion rang in the air. To everyone's surprise, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks were now in the distant sky. The explosion had come from the collision of their attacks. The backlash of energy from the collision caused the spectators' robes to flutter. However, they did not have time to care about this. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian successfully transported Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks away. To achieve such a feat, he must have fused his transportation profundity with another 2 profundities from the law of space. I comprehend the law of space as well. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian should have fused the law of space's transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and another profundity. A triple fused profundity. Even if he's not a 10-direction celestial emperor, he's definitely as strong as a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With his comprehension of the law, his mastery Dao, and sword Dao, he'll definitely be as strong as an 8-star god of war or even a top 8-star god of war once he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor. I'm certain he'll rank first in this time's battle of the geniuses. I'm sure his goal is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the celestial fruit, he'll soon become a 10-direction celestial emperor. This time, the title temple's battle of the geniuses will create an 8-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. While the spectators were discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian had already made another move. The void rippled and distorted around Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun instantly. Although he had not even taken a step forward, he seemed to have the battle under his control. At this time, no matter how hard the duo tried, they found themselves unable to break free from Duan Ling Tian's restraints. The spectators were rather speechless when they saw this. They're definitely not on the same level. No matter how you look at it, it's a one-sided beating. You're right, it looks like an adult bullying 3-year-old kids. Is there really a point in continuing this match? Meanwhile, back in the battle ring, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao had never felt so helpless before in their lives. In the end, they even stopped attacking. A hint of graveness could be seen on Ling Juyun's expressionless face at this moment. In fact, it was not personal and had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian defeating him. It was because he had trouble accepting that he, a native of a realm of gods, was so far behind an ascender from a mundane realm. In the past, his strength was more or less on par with Duan Ling Tian's. However, in just a few hundred years, he had been left behind. It would be a lie if he said he was not dealt a huge blow by this fact. Ling Juyun sighed inwardly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was the focus of everyone's attention. I used to think the progress I made over the years was rather decent. Who knew his progress was even more heaven-defying? Ling Juyun knew that from this day onward, there would be very few people who had not heard of Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, once the passages to the realms of gods opened, there would certainly be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duan Ling Tian. With such accomplishments, it spoke volumes about his potential. This was enough to attract the attention of major forces in the realms of gods. After all, with this accomplishment, he had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the internal and external struggles in and among the major forces in the realms of gods had grown increasingly fierce over the years. Every force hoped to produce a supreme powerhouse and would spare no effort in nurturing the person they deemed to have a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Many highly coveted and rare treasures were given to the chosen ones. At this time, Tang Sanpao's grave expression vanished from his face. He sighed deeply and said, "Duan Ling Tian, you're truly a monstrous talent. I had hoped to defeat you so I can brag to the old man about it. Who would have thought that I'd lose to you just like how that old man lost to your master?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He really did not expect his speculation to be right. Tang Sanpao was truly the title temple's hidden ace. To think the title temple's hidden ace was next to him all this time. At this moment, Feng Qingyang stepped forward. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he said, "Vice Temple Master Shu, with this, there should be no doubt that my disciple deserves to rank first, right?" Shu Konghai nodded slightly. Naturally, he could not refute these words. Otherwise, he would only tarnish his and the title temple's reputation. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, the exploding element celestial fruit should be with you, right? Don't you think you should award it to my disciple now?" Upon hearing these words, Shu Konghai hesitated for a moment. Then, he finally brought the celestial fruit out from his spatial ring. The red celestial fruit glowed with a white light and emitted a calming and cleansing aura. Upon seeing the celestial fruit, the eyes of all the young geniuses present on the scene lit up. Chapter 3524, Next Destination, Asura Hell. The exploding element celestial fruit is the most valuable reward in this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The celestial fruit could help a 9 palaces celestial emperor become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a short time. It should be noted that it was extremely difficult to break through from a 9 palaces celestial emperor to a 10 directions celestial emperor even if it was just a stage apart. The time it took could even be longer than the time it took to become a 9 palaces celestial emperor from a 1 basic celestial emperor. Those who were slightly more talented would take the same amount of time it took them to become a 9 palaces celestial emperor from a 3 talents celestial emperor or a 4 phenomena celestial emperor to become a 10 directions celestial emperor, while those who were incredibly talented would take the same amount of time it took them to become a 9 palaces celestial emperor from a 6 combos celestial emperor or a 7 stars celestial emperor. Based on this, one could see how precious the exploding element celestial fruit was. By consuming the celestial fruit, one would save a lot of time. In turn, this would give one a huge advantage over one's peers. It was also for this reason everyone had been shocked when they first learned the title temple was giving away the exploding element celestial fruit to the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, a treasure like that should have been kept for the title temple's own young geniuses. At this time, many people began to discuss among themselves when they saw the exploding element celestial fruit. So this is what the exploding element celestial fruit looks like. Just the fragrance itself is so refreshing. It's like a spring breeze. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was revealed, I had wondered why the title temple was so generous as to use the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward. I only figured out the reason when Tang Sanpao was revealed to belong to the title temple and possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war. They must have been confident in his abilities and did not doubt that he would win the exploding element celestial fruit. Alas, they only paved the road for others to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. The title temple likely didn't imagine there would be a monstrous genius like Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian participating in the battle of the geniuses. It's still not too bad if it's just Ling Juyun alone. After all, he fought to a draw with Tang Sanpao. They even agreed earlier to draw lots to decide who will get the exploding element celestial fruit earlier before their match with Duan Ling Tian. If that was the case, Tang Sanpao still has a 50% chance of obtaining the celestial fruit. However, with Duan Ling Tian around, he has no chance of obtaining the celestial fruit at all. That's right, Duan Ling Tian's strength is absolutely terrifying, considering his age. He's not even a 10 Directions celestial emperor yet, but he's already as strong as a 7-star god of war. When he becomes a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he'll easily be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. By now, it was clear to everyone that the title temple's plan had failed. They would have to give up the exploding element celestial fruit to an outsider, which in a way could be considered as helping the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Similar to the young geniuses, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were also discussing this matter. They also felt that the title temple had shot themselves in the foot this time. At this time, Shu Konghai said, Duan Ling Tian, this is one of your rewards for winning the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. You'll have to claim your other reward of entering the title temple's chamber of laws by visiting the title temple. When Shu Konghai handed the exploding element celestial fruit to Duan Ling Tian, there was a hint of hesitance and unwillingness shining in his eyes. Nevertheless, he knew he had no other choice but to hand over the celestial fruit. Otherwise, the title temple would become a joke for going back on their words. At that time, they would lose everyone's trust and no talent would want to participate in the Devata realms battles of the geniuses in the future. The title temple's reputation would be destroyed beyond repair at that time. Compared to the title temple's reputation, the exploding element celestial fruit was nothing. Thank you, Vice Temple Master Shu. Duan Ling Tian thanked Shu Konghai as he reached out to take the exploding element celestial fruit. There's no need to thank me. You won by relying on your own strength, Shu Konghai replied with a smile. His smile was warm and friendly. All traces of unwillingness could no longer be seen on his face. Nevertheless, the friendlier Shu Konghai was, the warier Duan Ling Tian became. More often than not, those who seemed kind and amiable outwardly were cunning and vicious. As the saying went, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. You can visit the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Temple Master Yi when you want to enter the Chamber of Laws. He'll bring you to the main title temple at that time, Shu Konghai said before he looked at one of the floating islands in the distance. Following that, an average-looking middle-aged man with a cold expression and medium build flew out of the floating island. With his long black robe and dark expression, he looked very gloomy. When he arrived before Duan Ling Tian, he said with a forced smile that looked more like a grimace, I'm Yi Ya, the temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven. You can look for me there when you want to go to the Chamber of Laws. Just give your name at the entrance when you arrive. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I apologize in advance for having to trouble you, Temple Master Yi. No problem. Yi Ya shook his head and returned to his seat. Following that, Feng Qingyang said, let's go. A rare smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple holding the exploding element celestial fruit. Soon after, the master and disciple vanished from everyone's sight in just a blink of an eye. Everyone at the venue was still stunned. It took a while before the silence was broken, and everyone began to discuss fervently among themselves again. Duan Ling Tian is too powerful. Who knew he had been holding so much of this strength back? I have a feeling even during the last match, he didn't go all out. After all, he only attacked without his weapons, but it was enough to defeat Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao. They're in completely different leagues. Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao heard many similar remarks as they returned to their seats. Ling Zhuyun was unaffected by the conversations in his surroundings and merely ignored them. On the contrary, Tang Sanpao felt humiliated. Eventually, he could no longer stand the conversations in the surroundings and returned to sit with Su Li and Ling Zhuyun. Although the seat between Su Li and Ling Zhuyun was empty now that Duan Ling Tian had left, Tang Sanpao was perceptive enough to leave the seat empty. After a while, Tang Sanpao could no longer hold back and asked, Ling Zhuyun, how long have you known that freak, Duan Ling Tian? Has he always been so heaven-defying? Tang Sanpao knew almost nothing about Duan Ling Tian, after all. He only knew that Duan Ling Tian had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm, and as a result, became Feng Qingyang's only true disciple a century ago. A couple of centuries ago, we were evenly matched, Ling Zhuyun said expressionlessly. However, if one listened carefully, a hint of dejection could be heard in his voice. Tang Sanpao said, shocked, you were evenly matched a few centuries ago, and yet, you're so far behind him now. You, no matter what, you're from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. How can someone in the Devata realm surpass your cultivation speed? Moreover, that someone is an ascender from a mundane realm. Although you're not from a realm of gods, I can say the same about you, Ling Zhuyun said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, Tang Sanpao's face flushed red, and he no longer continued asking questions. At this time, Shu Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back to their senses. All right, the top 3 participants for this year's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses have been decided. However, the participants below them still have the chance to fight for a higher rank. The Battle of the Geniuses will now resume. Feng Qingyang only brought Duan Ling Tian with him when he left. He did not bring Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Master, where's the Asura hell? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he discovered they were not going to the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It's in an independent realm, Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm, how do we get there? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. We'll have to keep heading east. A transportation point will appear before we hit the realm's barrier. At that time, we'll be sent to the Asura hell, Feng Qingyang replied. It's roughly the same when we return as well. You'll be transported back near a Devata realm's barrier in the east. However, you won't know which Devata realm you'll be transported to when you return. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he asked, Master, if that's the case, you could have left the Asura hell at that time, right? After all, you'd be transported to a different Devata realm, your pursuer wouldn't be able to capture you. You're right, Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. However, at that time, he was hot on my trail, so I didn't have a chance to leave when I entered the Asura hell. I could only run into the depths of the Asura hell at that time. In hindsight, I really have to thank him. If he didn't chase me doggedly at that time, I would have missed out on one of the biggest fortuitous encounters of my life. Feng Qingyang chuckled before he recounted the past to Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he concluded that what had happened to him was indeed a blessing in disguise. Chapter 3525, Entering the Asura Hell. The Asura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian had already heard about the Asura Hell before he ascended to a Devata realm when he was told of Feng Qingyang's escape into the Asura Hell when faced with a life or death situation. Master, among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, the Asura Hell is ranked in the top 3, right? It's said that the chances of survival there are slim to none unless one's a god. Are the other 2 places as deadly? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of them is as dangerous as the Asura Hell, and the other one is even more unpredictable than the Asura Hell. Many gods have perished in that place. Hence, it's also known as the gods' graves. Gods' grave was the deadliest place among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian had briefly heard about this place in the past and also knew that it was named as such because many gods had perished in that place. Master, did you encounter many near-death situations when you were there? Duan Ling Tian asked. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear, which escaped Duan Ling Tian's notice, flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said, "In fact, I managed to survive largely due to me stumbling upon a place. In the Asura hell, everywhere is dangerous, save for a few places. I'm extremely lucky that I stumbled upon one of the few safe places in the Asura hell." Duan Ling Tian could not imagine what Feng Qingyang had gone through, but he knew that he would know soon enough. After a moment, he asked again, "Master, previously, you said your physical body is trapped in the Asura hell. Can you leave now?" Duan Ling Tian had heard from Elder Huo previously that Feng Qingyang's physical body was still trapped in the Asura hell. "My body is no longer trapped since my and Meng Luo's last trip there," Feng Qingyang said. "However, I decided to leave my physical body in that place to try and break through to the King of Gods stage since I gained an insight there." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, "King of Gods." Previously, he had learned about the cultivation bases in the realms of gods from Wanzhou, the sword spirit of the seven orifices exquisite sword. In fact, he could have also learned about this from the five divine elements. All he needed to do was ask. The cultivation bases were simply divided into five main titles: God, King of Gods, Lord of Gods, Emperor of Gods, and Supreme Gods. Following that, they were further divided into three subcategories. For example, gods were divided into elementary gods, intermediate gods, and advanced gods. Those who just attained godhoods were the weakest and were also classified as elementary gods. After becoming an advanced god, one would become an elementary king of gods after breaking through, followed by an intermediate and an advanced king of gods. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Although I'm taking you to that place that's similar to the Chamber of Laws, I'm not sure how long you'll be able to stay. Previously, when I brought Meng Luo there, he began to feel the pressure not long after he entered that palace. I had no choice but to send him away at that time. It's as though, you need to be acknowledged by that place before you can stay. I need that place's acknowledgement." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow, stunned. Feng Qingyang nodded. "I suspect someone intentionally created that place in the Asura hell. I managed to stay there because the law of destruction I mastered was acknowledged by that place. To be precise, it seemed like I was acknowledged by the person who created that palace. I'm sure that person isn't simple. At the very least, even if he or she isn't a supreme powerhouse, he or she must be a top powerhouse in the realms of gods. I gained a lot from that place, forming and comprehending the destructive sword Tao. I'll be bringing you to that safe place directly, but I honestly don't know how long you'll be able to stay. However, I'm very hopeful that you'll be acknowledged by that place or person since you've already begun to comprehend the space sword Tao and the space mastery Tao." Duan Ling Tian was rather excited upon hearing these words. Soon after, Feng Qingyang came to a halt. Instead of letting Duan Ling Tian fly on his own, he brought Duan Ling Tian along with him using his speed of a god. It did not take long before they arrived at the easternmost part of the primeval heaven that was close to the realm barrier. Feng Qingyang explained, "The formation that will transport us to the Asura hell is somewhere in this place, it's not in a fixed place. However, it's very easy to find. All you need to do is extend your divine consciousness to find it." Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and looked down at the barren land beneath his feet. There were no signs of life at all. Only the occasional raging sandstorm and tornadoes could be seen. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate and extended his divine consciousness, covering every inch of the land. Duan Ling Tian swiftly got a grasp of the terrain after he extended his divine consciousness. Soon enough, he found a moving formation in the eye of the sandstorm. "Have you found it?" Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. He had extended his divine consciousness as well and found another formation apart from the one in the eye of the sandstorm. Following that, Feng Qingyang wordlessly brought Duan Ling Tian with him as he flew into the sandstorm. The formation in the eye of the sandstorm was the closest to them. Before Duan Ling Tian was transported away, he asked, "Why does it seem like the transportation formations appeared out of thin air earlier?" It did not appear out of thin air. The entire place is shrouded by a giant formation. The transportation formations are only a part of the huge formation, Feng Qingyang explained. As soon as the duo entered the formation, Duan Ling Tian saw a flash of light before he found himself in a world that was constantly cast in a red light. He saw beasts fighting in his surroundings as well. Grr. The sounds of roaring, hissing, and growling rang in the air. It was like the sound of death. They were shrill and terrifying. The void rippled every time the beasts attacked. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian knew the beasts with red eyes were as strong as celestial emperors. Nevertheless, they were just beasts without intelligence. These beasts were born due to all the blood spilled in the Asura hell. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Asura hell should be on par with that of a realm of gods. The difference is that it's not as pure. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy here contains blood and violence. To absorb it, one needs to refine and purify it first. If it were not for that, I would have become a king of gods a long time ago. As the master and disciple continued on their journey, an unintelligent and huge creature leapt out and blocked their path. It looked like a tiger with wings. It swept its gaze across everyone before it pounced at Duan Ling Tian as though it had determined he was the weaker among the two. Feng Qingyang was not worried and was in no rush to act. After all, he was confident his disciple would be able to deal with the beast. As expected, Duan Ling Tian killed the beast with just a strike. Shortly after leading Duan Ling Tian gates that were shrouded in dense blood mist that flashed with black lightning bolt, Feng Qingyang said, "We're now entering the Asura hell. The periphery of the Asura hell is still relatively safe. Most celestial emperors on the brink of attaining godhood still have a chance of surviving as long as they didn't stay for too long. However, if they make one wrong move, it would easily land them in a life-threatening situation. If that happened, even weak gods wouldn't be able to escape unscathed." Upon seeing the grim expression on his disciple's face, he added, "However, since I'm here to lead us to that place, we don't have to worry about accidentally stepping into a trap." Once again, Feng Qingyang brought Duan Ling Tian with him as he flew into the flashing black lightning in the blood mist. With that, they had officially entered the Asura hell. Duan Ling Tian felt the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy change instantly. Indeed, it was almost similar to that of a realm of gods. It was superior to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. Despite its impurities, he had a strong feeling the heaven and earth spirit energy here were the same as that in the realms of gods. As Feng Qingyang continued to bring Feng Qingyang along with him, Duan Ling Tian could keenly sense the killing intent in his surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, bird, beast, and tree were capable of killing him. It was a truly suffocating feeling. On the contrary, Feng Qingyang seemed completely at ease as he navigated the treacherous place. "After this, remember to restrain your divine consciousness," Feng Qingyang suddenly said in a solemn tone. He came to a halt and looked at a mountain valley that emitted an eerie aura. The blood mist that shrouded the valley was even thicker than that at the gates. It was as though the valley was drenched in blood. It was truly a chilling sight. Chapter 3526, The Four Tunnels. Duan Ling Tian was slightly worried upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He tightly restrained his divine consciousness immediately. Just as he calmed down, Feng Qingyang carried him into the dense blood mist. Killing intent assaulted him from all directions in just an instant before it suddenly vanished. He instinctively turned to look at Feng Qingyang and discovered beads of sweat rolling down Feng Qingyang's face. It was his first time seeing Feng Qingyang in such a state. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian was brought into a cave located at a corner of the valley. He could sense subtle life and death auras lingering in the cave. Feng Qingyang released Duan Ling Tian to let him explore the place as soon as they entered the cave. Then, he said, "You can use your divine consciousness in here." The walls of the cave were filled with some complex inscriptions as they traveled deeper into the cave. The inscriptions looked ancient. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness curiously to probe the inscriptions on the wall. With that, what felt like an all-powerful and ancient aura swept toward him before the sounds of explosions and war cries suddenly rang in his mind. Duan Ling Tian hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and asked in shock, "What's this place? It feels like the inscriptions were messing with my mind when I probed it." After a moment, he asked, "Master, how did you bypass the danger outside before coming into this cave? It seems impossible for someone who has yet to attain godhood to safely pass through the valley or the other places before entering the cave." In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, before his master attained godhood, it should be impossible for his master to safely cross the other places in the valley before entering the cave, which was a safe place. Upon hearing this question, Feng Qingyang remained silent for a moment before he finally said with a dark expression, "It's all thanks to Kuang Ling, the sword spirit of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. After my divine artifact was destroyed, he stayed in my body briefly. I would have died outside the valley after entering the Asura hell if it weren't for him. He sacrificed himself so I could live." He perished after I safely arrived at this place. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian instantly felt guilty for making Feng Qingyang recall these painful memories. I apologize, Master. I wasn't aware of this matter. Kuang Ling was the sword spirit of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword that Feng Qingyang carried with him. Although Duan Ling Tian had never met him before, he had heard from Elder Huo that Kuang Ling was the one who brought Elder Huo away in the past. He had also learned from Elder Huo that Kuang Ling was very loyal to Feng Qingyang. As someone who also owned a divine artifact with a spirit, he naturally knew how loyal artifact spirits could be. If Wanzher had perished like Kuang Ling, he knew he would have a difficult time accepting it as well. Hence, he could understand Feng Qingyang's feelings. It's all right, it's all in the past. Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head before he swiftly changed the topic. When I first arrived outside the valley, I extended my divine consciousness into the valley. As a result, I almost died from the heavy killing intent in the valley. At that time, I had tried to resist using my destructive sword Dao, and coincidentally, I felt a resonance with this place while I fought for my life. You should have sensed the death and life auras when we came to this place, right? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes. However, I couldn't really pinpoint their locations. I could only pinpoint one of them. It's hard to locate them unless they lead you to them, Feng Qingyang said. Previously, I was led by the auras to this place. That's how I survived in a place where even weaker gods would find it difficult to survive. Feng Qingyang led Duan Ling Tian further into the cave through a tunnel. The walls of the cave here were smooth and reflected the light. It was simply furnished with a few chairs, a table, and a bed. A few tunnel entrances could be seen as well. Feng Qingyang took the initiative to explain. In the beginning, I had no idea where the tunnels led. After cultivating and recuperating in here for a time, I began to explore the tunnels. When my condition wasn't so good, I couldn't enter the tunnels at all. I found a cultivation room at the end of one of the tunnels. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is much better as well. Although there were still some impurities, they were much easier to purify. That's the place where I successfully attained godhood and became an elementary god. After attaining godhood, I created 2 clones using the law of earth and the law of destruction respectively. The clone from the law of destruction usually has to stay within a certain range of me. After that, I continued exploring the tunnels. Then, Feng Qingyang pointed to another tunnel and continued to say, I was trapped in this tunnel while I was exploring it. I was trapped there for years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate there. When I finally became an advanced god, I was finally able to leave the tunnel. At that time, I had already sent my clone from the law of earth out of the Asura hell back to the solitary destructive heaven and regained my position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I needed the clone to help me leave this place at that time. When I was already capable of leaving this place, the clone brought Meng Luo back to this place. I didn't leave since I was curious about the other 2 tunnels. After all, the first 2 tunnels had benefited me in different ways. Even when I was stuck in the second tunnel, I benefited from it in the end. I wouldn't have been able to become an advanced god in such a short time if it weren't for the tunnels. It did not take long after that before I explored the 3rd tunnel. That's where I discovered the room that's similar to the chamber of laws that contained the law of time that I mentioned to you earlier. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Feng Qingyang still did not leave this place even though he was capable of doing so. As it turned out, the tunnels all held fortuitous encounters. After a while, he asked, Master, are you planning to leave your physical body here until you're done exploring the 4th and final tunnel? The final tunnel is rather complicated, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head. Although I plan to explore it after I become a king of gods, I have a feeling I still wouldn't be able to explore that tunnel. Even when I joined forces with my clones, I was still unable to enter it. Hence, I plan to leave after becoming a king of gods and return to explore it after I become a lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by these words. Which tunnel is it? The one on the left, Feng Qingyang replied after pointing at one of the tunnels. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew past Duan Ling Tian, and he saw a figure appear out of thin air. For him to be unable to catch the figure's movements, he knew its speed had to be incredibly fast. When the figure finally came to a stop, he discovered the figure resembled Feng Qingyang despite its cold aura. Master, is this your physical body? The clone from the Law of Earth suddenly flashed and merged with the figure that just arrived as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell. That's right, currently, the two clones have returned to my body. Come, I'll lead you to that room to comprehend the law of time. You can bring your family and friends out at that time as well. If they can't handle the pressure, you can let them enter your little world again. Previously, I brought Meng Luo to the cultivation room first instead of bringing him to the chamber that contains the law of time. However, he could not enter that room. Hence, I'm not sure if the chamber that contains the law of time will reject you or your family and friends. Chapter 3527, A Supreme Powerhouse's Legacy. Before entering the room that contained the law of time, Duan Ling Tian entered Feng Qing Yang's little world. As Feng Qing Yang traveled through the tunnel, he could sense the danger lurking in the tunnel that Feng Qing Yang had to fight through. He thought to himself, if I enter the tunnel alone, I'll definitely die. At this time, Duan Ling Tian recalled something, so he asked, Master, even after attaining godhood, only the original body can create a little world, right? The clones are unable to do so, am I right? Although Feng Qing Yang's little world could not compare to Duan Ling Tian's little world that held the tree of life and the heaven and earth energy from the remnant of a realm of gods, Feng Qing Yang's little world was much more spacious. Moreover, he discovered that when he used his power in Feng Qing Yang's little world, the sky would darken. However, as soon as Feng Qing Yan intervened, it would return to normal. That's right, Feng Qing Yang replied, after all, the clones are created using the divine energy and the laws, their existence is temporary. Dot was not as wonderful as Duan Ling Tian's little world, which contained the tree of life and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnants of a realm of the gods. His little world was much more spacious beyond comparison. Clones don't have thoughts of their own and are controlled by the original body, they're like puppets. For example, I have full control over my clone from the law of earth. Its words, actions, and movements were all controlled by me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had learned a lot from Feng Qing Yang. After attaining godhood and comprehending all the profundities of a law, one could create a clone even if one had not learned to fuse profundities. For example, after Feng Qing Yang comprehended all the profundities from the law of time from the secret room, he could create a clone from the law of time even if he had yet to fuse the profundities from the law of time. Duan Ling Tian also learned from Feng Qing Yang that the room would only allow him to comprehend the law of time, but it did not help with fusing profundities from the law of time. He might gain insight on how to fuse the profundities in the room, but it was not guaranteed. After all, everyone had different ways of fusing profundities. After a few moments, Feng Qing Yang said, "We're here." When they arrived at the end of the tunnel, Duan Ling Tian could sense that they had been transported to an independent realm through a transportation formation at the end of the tunnel. This is a small independent realm, Feng Qing Yang said. The transportation formation to leave this place is beneath our feet. I'll wait for you here while you enter the room. If you're rejected by the room, I'll come immediately, and you can take shelter in my little world. The same applies to your family and friends. If they're rejected by the room, let them return to your little world at once. Yes, Master, Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, after receiving directions from Feng Qing Yang, he made his way to the room that contained the law of time. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of a small palace. Although it was small, Duan Ling Tian thought it looked rather grand. Energies in various colors, which seemed to be from the 5 divine elements, shrouded the place. He saw streaks of golden light flashing intermittently at the top of the dome. Green energy lingered in a corner. Mustard energy snaked around the ground. Duan Ling Tian knew the green energy contained the law of wind, which was supposed to have a swift speed. However, the green energy was moving so slow at this moment that if he did not take a closer look, he would have thought it was not moving at all. He concluded the green energy must have been affected by the law of time in the room. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian entered the palace. He was astonished to see the entire place was filled with all kinds of tools to measure time. There were different clocks from ancient times to modern times, water contraptions to measure time, hourglasses, and various tools. He felt as though he had just entered a museum. At the same, he could sense strange energies whenever he extended his divine consciousness. The energies moved at different speeds, slow and fast, as they tried to escape his divine consciousness. However, when he managed to grasp the energies with his divine consciousness, he was struck with an epiphany. So this is the law of time's elemental profundity. Following that, He imbued his celestial origin energy with the law of time's elemental profundity before he continued to extend his divine consciousness to continue capturing the strange energies. He was taken aback when he discovered that he was essentially capturing the profundities from the law of time. Every time he managed to grasp the strange energies with his divine consciousness, he felt as though a profundity from the law of time were etched into his soul, enabling him to comprehend it. However, before he could comprehend the second profundity from the law of time, he felt a vast energy trying to eject him from the palace. He knew this energy had to be the energy that pushed Meng Luo out of this place. His expression turned solemn as he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. He quickly cast this space sword Dao and space mastery Dao. Master said this place seemed to have accepted him after he cast his destructive sword Dao. Perhaps, the key to staying here is to display any of the four Daos of heaven and earth. I hope this works, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself worriedly. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he felt the repelling energy dissipating. It works. He was delighted. After all, even Feng Qingyang was not certain if it would work. After confirming he would not be ejected from the palace, Duan Ling Tian spoke to his family and friends in his little world and brought them out to comprehend the law of time. Alas, except for his daughter, Duan Si Ling, all of them were repelled by the energy. With that, he had no choice but to let them return to his little world. After returning to Duan Ling Tian's little world, Little Gold said reluctantly, "It's a pity we can't cultivate in such a miraculous place. This place is practically giving away the law of time for free. Who would have thought that Si Ling is the only one who's not repelled, apart from brother Ling Tian? I wonder why that is." Feng Tianwu speculated out loud, could it be because Si Ling has no contact with any other laws prior to this? Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, agreed with Feng Tianwu's speculation. Meanwhile, the world-cleansing divine water asked in shock, "Little Tian, how did you find this place? This isn't an ordinary place. It's left behind by a supreme powerhouse. It's left behind by a supreme powerhouse." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. Following that, he explained how he had come to this place. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh, "Your master is really lucky. If I'm not mistaken, the last tunnel leads to the real legacy left by the supreme powerhouse. The three tunnels are probably meant to test and select the heir to the supreme powerhouse's legacy. If I'm not mistaken, your master has been chosen and acknowledged by the supreme powerhouse to inherit his legacy." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He did not waste time and hurriedly sent a message to his master to inform his master about what he had learned. After recounting what he had learned, he did not forget to say, "Congratulations, master. The last tunnel leads to the real legacy of a supreme powerhouse." Feng Qingyang was shocked. "How did you find out about this?" "The world-cleansing divine water in my body told me about it," Duan Ling Tian answered truthfully. "The world-cleansing divine water in my body used to live in a tree of life from a realm of gods. Hence, I don't doubt its words." Feng Qingyang had initially assumed that the information was merely Duan Ling Tian's speculation. After learning about the source of the information, he thought it was likely to be true. In the end, he shook his head and murmured, "How unexpected." Chapter 3528, Unafraid of Karma. Although Feng Qingyang had always known this place was not simple, he did not expect it to be intentionally left behind by a supreme powerhouse. He had thought his initial assumptions were quite bold when he speculated the place was left behind by a lord of gods or an emperor of gods who was inferior to supreme gods. Who knew it was actually left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was far superior to supreme gods? Feng Qingyang had previously heard that supreme powerhouses' attendants were all supreme gods. Based on this, one could imagine how powerful supreme powerhouses were. Hence, how could he not be shocked when he learned from Duan Ling Tian that this place was left behind by a supreme powerhouse? The final tunnel leads to the real legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Although Feng Qingyang lived for more than tens of thousands of years and experienced many things in his life, he still could help but feel excited upon learning he had passed the tests of a supreme powerhouse and stood a chance of inheriting the supreme powerhouse's legacy. Even for someone as level-headed as him, it took him a while to calm down. This was not surprising. After all, even kings of gods, lords of gods, emperors of gods, and supreme gods would be excited by such a revelation. Supreme powerhouses were the most powerful beings in existence with long lifespans. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water revealed another shocking piece of information to Duan Ling Tian. Generally, only dying supreme powerhouses would leave their legacy behind. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. After all, supreme powerhouses were so strong that he could not imagine them dying. I am sure, the world-cleansing divine water said confidently. After all, if a supreme powerhouse wants a successor, all he or she needs to do is say the word. There'd be many people scrambling to inherit the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the influence of a supreme powerhouse is beyond your imagination. If they want to find a successor, it's incomparably easy. They're the strongest existence in the world. Every word and movement can determine the lives of tens of thousands of people. The supreme powerhouse who left behind his legacy here likely didn't have much time left and could only search for a successor in this manner before he perished. It's likely he regretted not having a successor when he was at the end of his life. Duan Ling Tian sighed upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's theory. Perhaps, this was what it meant to be lonely at the top. As the strongest existence in this world, it was likely they did not think they would die. Only when they were on the brink of death did they regret not finding a successor earlier. Perhaps, some would not care if they had someone to inherit their legacies or not. However, to those who cared, they would spare no effort in ensuring their legacies would be passed down. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, however, if your master decides to inherit the legacy, he'll likely be tainted by the supreme powerhouse's karma. If your master becomes a supreme powerhouse, it's likely the person who killed the supreme powerhouse will seek revenge from your master even if the supreme powerhouse who left his legacy here didn't ask your master to avenge him. To the murderer, your master would be his enemy. Imagine finding out the opponent he had killed had successfully found someone to inherit his legacy. How could the killer allow a possible threat to live? There are differences in strength between supreme powerhouses as well. It doesn't mean one would be stronger just because one lived longer. Hence, the killer will worry about your master surpassing him in strength once your master becomes a supreme powerhouse. With all this said, it's likely the killer will try to kill your master before your master grows stronger. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard these words. It seemed like it was not a complete blessing to inherit the supreme powerhouse's legacy. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in fact, the same applies to the supreme powerhouse divinity in your possession. It must have been left behind before the supreme powerhouse died. Since you comprehended the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's inevitable that when you cast the law of space, it would contain traces of influence from the supreme powerhouse. At that time, the killer might mistake you for his successor and kill you if they find you. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by these words. He had been worried about his master, but he did not expect that he had also been tainted by the karma of the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind. However, he did not regret it when he recalled how much he had improved thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. He said determinedly, I've gained a lot from the supreme powerhouse divinity. If I become a supreme powerhouse in the future, and the killer comes looking for me, I'll surely kill him to avenge the owner of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unafraid, but he was also determined to avenge the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind. After all, he had never liked owing others. Although his old friend, Huang Jialong, was the one who gifted him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still could not help but feel he owed the owner of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Therefore, he was determined to repay the favor by avenging that supreme powerhouse if he encountered the killer in the future. This was one of his principles in life. Following that, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Qingyang about everything the world-cleansing divine water had said. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled faintly before he replied, so be it. It's fine if the killer doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll surely kill him. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon hearing his master's reply. As it turned out, he and his master were really alike. After a moment, Feng Qingyang sent another message. All right, it's best that you focus on comprehending the law of time now. Come out when you're done comprehending all the profundities. I'm really glad you weren't ejected from the room. It seems like the four Tao's of heaven and earth helped you. However, I'm really surprised the room didn't repel your daughter. She definitely has a bright future ahead of her. Feng Qingyang was generous with his praise for Duan Si Ling. Although he had suggested that Duan Ling Tian let his family and friends try to comprehend the law of time in the room, he did not expect any of them to be able to stay in the room. Hence, he was very surprised when he learned Duan Si-Ling was able to stay in the room despite not having formed or comprehended any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. Master, I'll introduce my daughter and the others to you once we leave the Asura hell. Previously, I didn't have a chance to introduce them to you since they were cultivating. Now that most of them are awake, it's time I introduce you to them, Duan Ling Tian replied. Alright, Feng Qingyang said, focus on comprehending the law of time for now. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian fully immersed himself in comprehending the law of time's profundities in the room. He found the process of comprehension was really easy. After all, he had to rely on himself to comprehend the law of space even if he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was unlike this place where all he needed to do was grasp the energies with his divine consciousness to comprehend the profundities from the law of time. Time continued flying by as Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of time. Duan Ling Tian had also lost all track of time as he focused on comprehending all 9 profundities, including the elemental profundity, from the law of time. At this time, he had already comprehended all 9 profundities to the mastery stage, but he had yet to fuse them. He also discovered he no longer obtained anything from the energies in the room. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter sitting cross-legged across from him and looked at him with bright eyes. Father, have you comprehended all the profundities from the law of time as well? Duan Si-Ling asked. You've comprehended all of them, Si-Ling. Duan Ling Tian asked in return, surprised. It seemed like his daughter comprehended the law of time faster than he did. Duan Si-Ling grinned. Father, I've been exposed to the law of time before, so I have a foundation. Hence, it's only natural that I comprehended it faster than you did. This place is really miraculous. In the past, my comprehension speed was very slow. However, I immediately comprehended the profundities as soon as I grasped the energies here with my divine consciousness. In the end, I managed to comprehend all the profundities to the mastery stage. Chapter 3529, Ka. I see. Duan Ling Tian looked at his daughter with a smile on his face. At some point, he began to discover his daughter really resembled his wife, Ka. At this time, he had been separated from Ka for 600 years. The time they were separated was no longer than the time they spent together. Father, are you thinking about mother? Duan Si-Ling asked. Ever since she left the divine offering realm, she had been with Feng Tianwu. Although Feng Tianwu treated her like her daughter, it was only natural that Feng Tianwu could not replace her mother. When she saw the look in her father's eyes, it was not difficult to guess what was going through his mind. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and nodded. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he said, I wonder how your mother is doing. Don't worry, father, mother will be fine. She's waiting to reunite with us, Duan Si-Ling replied solemnly. You're right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not want to show any negative emotions in front of his daughter. Inwardly, he could not help but worry about Ka's safety in the divine offering land. The realm battlefield was created from the collision of various realms of gods every 10,000 years. It would stay open for 1,000 years. During this time, anyone from the realms of God could enter it. By killing, one would earn points and be rewarded by supreme powerhouses. In other words, the realm battlefield was nothing more than a means for supreme powerhouses to amuse themselves. On the other hand, to those who entered the realm battlefield, it was a vicious place filled with violence and bloodshed. As soon as they encountered another person, they would fight to the death. It did not matter even if one came from the same realm of gods. It was undoubtedly a cruel place. At this time, in a snow-covered land in the realm battlefield, the sound of swords whistling in the air reverberated loudly as a wave of freezing energy swept out, causing the temperature to drop even lower. 2 figures could be seen in the air at this moment. One of them was a woman dressed in a yellow robe who looked to be about 20 years old. She was very pretty and possessed a pair of bright eyes. At this time, she was looking down on 3 figures that had been frozen solid on the ground. The 3 people's bodies were riddled with wounds. The other person hovering in the air was a woman dressed in a white robe. She was so beautiful that the pretty yellow-clad woman standing behind her paled in comparison. Her cold expression only added to her charm. At this time, she was wielding her crystal sword that was radiating freezing energy. A flame of ice shot into the sword at this moment. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell it was the sword spirit of the sword and that it had been severely injured. without any warning, the white-clad woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that quickly froze in the low temperature. I'm fine, Ka, the white-clad woman replied. Unfortunately, the spirit of my divine sword is injured and almost destroyed. It'll take several decades to recover. Although Ka said she was fine, her voice grew fainter and fainter as though it was difficult for her to catch her breath. Sister Ka, why don't we leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land since you're not feeling well? With your strength and age, I'm sure you come from a prominent family, right? The yellow-clad woman said. I'm not leaving the realm battlefield, Ka said resolutely as she shook her head. You should return first. With your strength, it's best you don't stay here for long. What about you? The yellow-clad woman asked. I need to stay. Ka's eyes flashed as two figures appeared in her mind, a purple-clad young man and a little girl. Brother Ling Tian, Si Ling, I hope both of you are safe. The yellow-clad woman shook her head. I'll stay with you, Sister Ka. At the very least, I should stay with you until you feel better. At this point, Ka, otherwise known as Sha Ning Shui, the young miss of the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan, had been in the realm battlefield for many years now. She had regained her full strength after a few centuries had passed. Nevertheless, she was determined to grow stronger, so she entered the realm battlefield. Even if her clan gave her all their cultivation resources, it could not compare to the realm battlefield where she could improve swiftly. Sister Ka, what's your surname? The yellow-clad woman asked probingly. Duan, Ka responded curtly. In fact, she was not familiar with the yellow-clad woman. She was passing by a place at that time and saved the yellow-clad woman. After that, the yellow-clad woman had been following her after learning that she was also from the Divine Offering Land. Although she did not agree to the yellow-clad woman following her, she did not chase the yellow-clad woman away as well. Duan Ka, the yellow-clad woman raised an eyebrow as her eyes gleamed. Sister, I've never heard of the Duan clan in the Divine Offering Land. Which sect are you from? I have no sect nor clan. I'm a sectless cultivator, Ka replied. A sectless cultivator. A strange light flashed in the depths of the yellow-clad woman's eyes. I need to find a place to heal my injuries. I won't be doing much for a while, so it's best if you leave this place and return to the Divine Offering Land, Ka said as she flew across the snowy land. Sister Ka, let me help you keep a lookout while you heal. I, Tong Xiao Xiao, am not an ingrate. Since you saved my life once, how can I abandon you now? The yellow-clad woman said as she flew after Ka. Finally, Ka found a small ice mountain and carved a cave on the mountain wall to nurse her injuries. Tong Xiao Xiao followed Ka into the cave. Ka, whose aura was growing weaker by the moment, ignored Tong Xiao Xiao. She hurriedly erected a barrier around herself before she began to heal her injuries. Tong Xiao Xiao watched as Ka closed her eyes and healed her injuries. After a long time, she called out tentatively, Sister Ka. Sister Ka. Upon seeing there was no response from Ka, Tong Xiao Xiao's eyes shone with greed as she sent a wave of divine energy to shatter the barrier around Ka. She was determined to kill Ka to obtain Ka's treasures. Just as Tong Xiao Xiao's attack was about land, Ka suddenly opened her eyes, and a wall of ice suddenly appeared between her and Tong Xiao Xiao. A crack could be seen on the wall of ice, but it successfully withstood Tong Xiao Xiao's attack. How's this possible? Tong Xiao Xiao cried out in horror. Why are you still so powerful? Aren't you injured? Did you trick me? So what if I tricked you? Ka rose to her feet. Her white robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. Her eyes were without ripples as she said, I found it strange that you persistently followed me. Although I saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, not only are you ungrateful, but you even tried to repay my kindness by betraying me. When Ka finished speaking, the entire cave was already brimming with a biting cold energy. A wave of freezing energy swept out and formed a cage around Tong Xiao Xiao. Tong Xiao Xiao, who comprehended the law of thunder, tried her best to free herself. Raging energy surged in the cage, but it was futile. The strength difference between her and Ka was not too wide, but it was enough to make a difference. When she realized there was no way she could break free, she forced a smile on her face and said, Sister Ka, I was just joking with you. I'll leave now, and I promise to stay far away from you. I've already given you a chance, Ka replied tonelessly. As soon as Ka's voice fell, her divine energy that was imbued with the law of ice struck Tong Xiao Xiao and froze Tong Xiao Xiao into an ice sculpture. Then, she gently pushed the ice sculpture, causing it to fall and shatter. I'm Ka, but I'm also Sha Ning Shui. If I were only Ka, perhaps, I wouldn't be wary of you. However, as the young miss of the Sha clan who has seen how treacherous humans could be, how could I trust you so easily? Ka said as she looked at the shards of ice on the ground coldly. Then, she looked outside and murmured, Brother Tien, please take care of yourself. My love for you hasn't changed, but I have changed. I can now take care of myself so you don't have to worry about me anymore. Chapter 3530. The meeting. After the father and daughter fully comprehended the law of time, Duan Ling Tien brought Duan Si Ling back to his little world. Before Duan Si Ling entered his little world, he had also told her not to cultivate immediately since he wanted to introduce everyone to his master, Feng Qingyang, who was also the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Following that, he sent a message to Feng Qingyang, and Feng Qingyang came to bring him away. When they left the tunnel, Feng Qingyang said, after this, you can cultivate in the place I used to stay. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and focus on becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. With the celestial fruit and the relatively superior cultivation environment here, your speed will double. Although Meng Luo didn't stay for long at that place, he had made good progress there as well. Since Duan Ling Tien was not stopped from comprehending the law of time, Feng Qingyang was sure Duan Ling Tien would not be ejected from the next place as well. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tien shook his head and said, Master, there's no need for that. Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I want to introduce my family and friends to you. After that, I'll enter closed-door cultivation. After Duan Ling Tien finished speaking, he saw a slight frown on Feng Qingyang's face. He knew Feng Qingyang's intention was good and wanted him to make use of the superior cultivation environment here. Therefore, he explained, Master, I have a place where the cultivation environment is comparable to a realm of gods. Duan Ling Tien did not go into details. It was not that he did not trust his master, it was just that the fewer people who knew about it, the better it would be. Nevertheless, if his master took the initiative to ask him about it, he definitely would not lie. As Duan Ling Tien expected, although Feng Qingyang seemed slightly surprised, he did not ask any more questions. Alright, in that case, let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As your master, it's about time that I meet your family and friends. From the moment Duan Ling Tien met Feng Qingyang until now, Feng Qingyang had never pressed for answers unnecessarily. This was a sign of his trust and faith in Duan Ling Tien. After leaving the Asura Hell through a transportation formation, Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tien were transported to a Devata realm that was neither the solitary destructive heaven nor the primeval heaven. The duo rushed to the closest transportation site and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood on a dais in the hall, where he usually received guests, while Duan Ling Tien stood a step below him. At the same time, Elder Huo, who was dressed in a flaming red robe, stood at the entrance as though he was guarding the hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tien opened his little world, several figures began to materialize in the hall. Duan Ling Tien's parents, Li Ru and Duan Ru Feng, his wife, Li Fei, and the others showed up one after another. Master, this is my father. Father, this is, father, mother, little Feier, Si Ling, Nian Tien, this is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After everyone appeared, Duan Ling Tien patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A gentle smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face as well. He greeted Duan Ru Feng and the others warmly. As the saying went, one's love will usually extend to everything about the person they love. Although Duan Ling Tien had spoken about Feng Qingyang to his family and friends many times in the past, it was their first time meeting Feng Qingyang. During their short stay in the divine offering land, they had met several powerful gods. Perhaps, it was due to their experience that they were slightly ill at ease when faced with Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor, Duan Ru Feng finally took the lead to say. Before the others could greet him, Feng Qingyang said with a smile, Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. There's no need for you to be so formal with me, it'll only create distance between us. You can just treat me like you would a good brother. Alright, Brother Feng. Duan Ru Feng agreed easily. He was a straightforward person. Since Feng Qingyang had already said so, he did not think too much about it. Following that, Li Ru said, "Greetings, Brother Feng. I'm Li Ru." "Greetings, Master." Li Fei bowed at Feng Qingyang respectfully. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She knew he was even more remarkable than her Grand Master, who was also the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Niantian and Duan Xiling bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Grand Master." "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wudao did not address Feng Qingyang as Duan Rufeng did. After all, his daughter's status was a little awkward. She had yet to marry Duan Lingtian after all. Feng Qingyang chuckled and said, "It's fine. Please just address me as Brother Duan did. I'm aware of your daughter's relationship with my disciple." Then, he turned around and asked, "Are you Tian Wu? You can address me as Master as well. Moreover, we can be considered a family since you're also part of the Seven Absolute sect in the mundane realm." Feng Qingyang had learned about many things from Elder Huo before he had even met Duan Lingtian. Hence, he was privy to many matters. "What about us? How should we address you?" Little Gold, who was usually loud and carefree, asked reservedly. "You must be Little Gold, right?" Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before shifting his gaze to Little White and Little Black. "The three of you can address me as Junior Uncle Feng." Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black bowed in unison. "Greetings, Junior Uncle Feng." Subsequently, Feng Qingyang shifted his attention to Mu Yi. "So she's Mu Yi, the successor of the Second Absolute, the Prophet progeny." Upon sensing Feng Qingyang's gaze on her, Mu Yi grew anxious. Duan Lingtian sighed. "That's right, she's junior sister Mu Yi." With that, Feng Qingyang extended his divine consciousness into Mu Yi's mind. After a short moment, he shook his head and said, "Her soul's fragmented. This is quite troublesome. However, I've heard there are items in the realms of gods that can restore one's soul. Nevertheless, even if we successfully restore her soul, she'll likely forget many things in the past." Items that can restore her soul. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face upon hearing these words. Even if Mu Yi would lose her memories, it was good enough if they could restore her soul. At least, she would not have to live with the mentality of a child forever. There are merely things I've heard. To verify it, we'll have to find out more when we go to the realms of gods or ask a native, Feng Qingyang said. "I'll speak to Ling Juyun." Duan Lingtian said. He was rather anxious and did not waste any time before he bade everyone farewell and made his way to the primeval heaven through the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived in the primeval heaven, he hurriedly sent a message to Ling Juyun. After responding to Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun asked in confusion, "Did you come all the way here just to ask me this question? You could have asked Sister Wanzher, you know." "Sister Wanzher?" Duan Lingtian was briefly stunned. Then, he said with a wry smile, "I forgot about that since I was too excited. By the way, has the battle of the geniuses ended?" "It ended a few months ago," Ling Juyun replied before he asked, "When do you plan to head to the Title Temple's Chamber of Laws?" "Most likely in a few months' time." "What about you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I'll be heading there in a few days' time," Ling Juyun replied. The duo chatted briefly before bidding each other farewell. With that, Duan Lingtian left the primeval heaven and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven again. All in all, it took him only about 15 minutes. When Duan Lingtian returned, he discovered Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little Gold, and Little White were holding an ornate box each. "What are these boxes?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Father, these are gifts from Grand Master," Duan Xiling replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled as he turned around to thank Feng Qingyang. However, before he could speak, Feng Qingyang said, "These are just small gifts. There's no need to be so polite." "Small gifts?" Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. How could his master's gifts be insignificant? He knew they had to be precious. Feng Qingyang continued to say with a smile, "I'll prepare a place for all of you in the heavenly palace. You can cultivate or relax there as you wish. It must be suffocating having to stay in Little Tian's little world all the time." Chapter 35-31 Duan Lingtian, a 10-direction celestial emperor with the strength of an 8-star god of war. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Duan Rufeng and Li Ru hurriedly thanked Feng Qingyang. Following that, Feng Qingyang turned to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Didn't you say there's another successor from the Seven Absolute sect in your little world?" "Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied, that would be Shui Nai. She's been in closed-door cultivation since we were in the Asura Hell, and she hasn't woken up. I'll bring her to meet you once she emerges from her closed-door cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the Asura Hell, he tried to rouse Han Shui Nai from her closed-door cultivation to let her try comprehending the law of time but was unable to do so. He had tried sending her voice transmission and using his divine consciousness, but they were useless. Based on the unique state she was in, he knew if he had forcibly woken her up, it might result in chi deviation or something worse. Hence, in the end, he no longer tried to rouse her. Moreover, he knew he could ask his master to bring her there in the future. Perhaps, if it were someone else, he might have hesitated to ask his master. However, since she was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang could be considered her senior uncle. Don't worry, there are plenty of chances to meet in the future, Feng Qingyang smiled. He was truly delighted to see the members of the Seven Absolute sect's disciples ascending to a Devata realms. Throughout his long life, the place and time where he felt a sense of belonging the most was the mundane realm. The Seven Absolute sect, the Fog Rain Sword Saint, those were his days of glory. Due to his fondness for his time in the mundane realms, he called himself the Fog Rain Hermit after ascending to the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian was also well aware of Feng Qingyang's sentiments. Where's your other partner? Feng Qingyang asked teasingly. Not only did I prepare a gift for Shui Nai, but I've also prepared a gift for your partner. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew Feng Qingyang was referring to Huaner. He smiled, embarrassed. She's in closed-door cultivation as well. I'll bring her to meet you as well when she emerges from closed-door cultivation. Is that okay, master? Feng Qingyang nodded before he changed the subject. When do you plan to go to the title temple? The exploding element celestial fruit was not the only reward for the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, but the winner would also be allowed to enter the Chamber of Laws in the main title temple. The winner would also be able to stay for the longest duration in the Chamber of Laws. Naturally, the lower one ranked, the shorter one's time would be in the Chamber of Laws. I plan to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor first and spend some time with my family before going to the title temple. Duan Ling Tian had high expectations for the Chamber of Laws after experiencing the room in the Asura Hell that contained the law of time. However, he knew it was not wise to rush things. It would be best for him to go after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, he had not spent any quality time with his family after reuniting with them. He wanted to fully enjoy his time with his family this time. Who knew where everyone's cultivation paths would lead them in the future or when they would all be together again? All right, Feng Qingyang nodded. Just let me know when you'd like to go, and I'll accompany you. It was important that Feng Qingyang accompanied Duan Ling Tian to the title temple since those people wanted to hold his disciple captive. The benefits of entering the Chamber of Laws could not be overlooked, so it was not an option to not go. Moreover, as the saying went, fortune favors the bold. With his presence, his disciple would be safer since he would be able to save his disciple if his disciple met with danger. Thank you, master. Duan Ling Tian thanked his master. He did not stand on ceremony and refused his master because he was aware of the danger that lurked in the title temple. If his master were not present, the title temple would be even more unscrupulous. Moreover, who knew if they would attack him during his journey there? There were many gods in the title temple. Even if he were a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor and were as strong as a 9-star god of war, he would still be no match for gods. The accommodation that Feng Qingyang assigned Duan Ling Tian and his family was a mountain valley in the heavenly palace solitary destructive heaven. It was surrounded by mountains. The sounds of birds chirping rang in the air. The flowers were in full bloom. After Duan Ling Tian picked his courtyard, the others chose their courtyards as well. It was obvious Feng Qingyang had put a lot of thought into this place. Tianer, it seems like your master had picked this place out for you a long time ago, Duan Rufeng said. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, Brother Feng treats you very well, so you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, Don't worry, father. I know what to do. What are you talking about? Don't you know our son? He'll surely repay Brother Feng without you needing to tell him. In the end, mother knows me the best, Duan Ling Tian replied. Duan Rufeng shook his head and feigned disappointment as he said, If you spoil him, you'll only make him worse. After chatting with his parents for a little longer, Duan Ling Tian said, "Mother, father, I'll go check on the others." Subsequently, he walked over to his wife, Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tianwu whom he would be staying with, the courtyard's Feng Qing. Yang prepared for Duan Ling Tian and the others were spacious. Each courtyard had multiple rooms so it was not crowded even if a few of them lived together. At this time, Duan Nian Tian, Duan Ling Tian's son, asked, "Father, which courtyard are you staying in?" "I'll stay with you." Duan Ling Tian smiled upon seeing the admiring expression on his son's face. He nodded and said, "All right. Come with me to go get your Grandpa Feng." Grandpa Feng was none other than Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu's father. Before settling down, Duan Ling Tian also brought Huaner's parents, Lian Chu and Dushang, to the mountain valley. They had been staying in another part of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After admiring the mountain valley, the couple who had missed their daughter greatly asked, "Where's Huaner?" "Huaner is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you once she emerges from her closed-door cultivation," Duan Ling Tian said. After helping Duzan and Lian Chu to settle down, Duan Ling Tian began to set up a few formations to protect the area they were living in. Then, as soon as he entered his room, he released his heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. This was so his family friends could still cultivate despite not being in his little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world was from a remnant of a realm of gods. After everything was in place, Duan Ling Tian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit before he began to cultivate. His cultivation base increased by leaps and bounds in just a short time, and he drew closer and closer to becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. "I must become a 10-direction celestial emperor before turning 700 years old. After that, I'll start trying to attain godhood. I have to get stronger as quickly as I can. After 300 years, even if I'm a god, if my strength is only comparable to the average gods, I still won't be able to save Ka after going to the divine offering land." In the past, Duan Ling Tian had assumed that he would be able to save Ka from the divine offering land once the passages opened up as long as he had attained godhood. However, the more he learned, the more he realized merely attaining godhood was not sufficient. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing. He had learned from his master that even kings of gods were a dime in a dozen in the realms of gods. After all, natives of the realms of gods would eventually become gods as long as they had passable talents. Time flew by quickly as Duan Ling Tian cultivated. A year had already passed when Duan Ling Tian finally became a 10-direction celestial emperor. A year was a short time to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, he did not spend the entire year just cultivating, he had also been spending time with his family and friends. He would also look for Feng Wudao and the three little ones to chat once in a while since their courtyard was next to his. After becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could keenly feel his strength had improved to a different level. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyang. "Master, do you have time? I'm ready to go to the title temple to enter the Chamber of Laws." "When do you want to leave?" Feng Qingyang asked. Based on his words, it was clear he was ready to leave at any time. Chapter 3532 The strongest among the younger generation in the Devata realms. The main title temple was not located in any of the Devata realms, it was in an independent realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm was comparable to the best in the Devata realms, but it could not compare to that in realms of gods. Rumor has it that the independent realm that the main title temple was located in was created by the founder of the title temple. Some say the founder's a supreme powerhouse while others say he's just a supreme god. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian. The master and disciple were making their way to the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven at this moment. To go to the main title temple, one must first go to any of the title temple branches located in the Devata realms. Based on what I heard, the founder of the title temple is a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian said upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He had learned this from the world-cleansing divine water that was residing in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable among the 5 divine elements, so he did not doubt its words. Feng Qingyang nodded. It seems like that supreme powerhouse didn't manage to create a realm of gods, so he created an independent realm instead. Only a fixed number of realms of gods could exist at the same time. Every time there was a new realm of gods, an old one would cease to exist. For example, the remnant of the realm of gods that Duan Ling Tian found was one that was destroyed due to the emergence of a new realm of gods. When a realm of gods was destroyed, all its inhabitants, including emperors of gods and supreme gods, would be destroyed along with it. The destruction of a realm of gods was usually due to the death of the supreme powerhouse who created it because the two were linked. I agree. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After all, if the supreme powerhouse who founded the Tidal Temple could create a realm of gods, he would not have cultivated a force like the Tidal Temple. After all, despite its lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing compared to realms of gods. This could be seen from the attitude of Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main Tidal Temple, toward Ling Juyun, who was a native of a realm of gods during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. It resembled the Tidal Temple branch that Duan Ling Tian had once been to in another Devata realm. The duo hovered in the air, unlike the others who were queuing up in a neat line to enter the Tidal Temple. These people were celestial lords and celestial emperors who came to claim their titles. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang caught the people's attention. After all, the duo stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd. Aren't they afraid of offending the Tidal Temple for acting in this manner? They're really arrogant. At this time, a burly man with a full beard flew up into the air toward Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Then, he said with good intentions, "It's best if both of you descend to the ground. If this offends the Tidal Temple, it won't be good. I heard they're very strict." Thanks for the reminder. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly as he glanced at the burly man. He did not behave haughtily or carry the air of a heavenly emperor. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the burly man warmly as well. In fact, he had already sent a message to the Tidal Temple and announced his arrival. It likely would not take long before the Tidal Temple sent someone to lead them in. The burly man was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang continuing to hover in the air despite his reminder. He wondered if they had a death wish. While the others were still baffled by the duo's behavior, a few figures came out of the Tidal Temple. The group was led by a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was average, and his gloomy expression was emphasized by his long black robe. This person was none other than Yi Ya, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian had no problem recognizing Yi Ya since he had met Yi Ya once during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Nevertheless, he was briefly surprised that Yi Ya had personally come out to receive them. However, upon thinking about it further, he thought it was to be expected since he had said his master was present as well. Then, he looked behind Yi Ya and saw two old men and an old woman. All of them were also dressed in long black robes. Once the people from the Tidal Temple showed up, the others felt a wave of pressure pressing down on them even though the quartet did not intentionally exert pressure. At this time, the burly man's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly flew back down to the ground. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. It's over for these two young men. Although the burly man could sense the two young men's extraordinary bearing, he assumed they were only from a powerful sect or clan. He did not think these clans or sects were powerful enough to stand up to the Tidal Temple. The only force strong enough to stand up to the Tidal Temple here was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The crowd looked at the duo, certain that a disaster was about to land. They're as good as dead. That's right, how can the Tidal Temple allow them to blatantly trample on their dignity? However, soon after, everyone was stunned by the following scene. They watched as the quartet from the Tidal Temple flew up into the air before cupping their fists together and politely greeting the duo. Heavenly Emperor Feng, we meet again. A rare smile appeared on Yi Ya's face as he greeted Feng Qingyang amiably. Temple Master Yi. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, Yi Ya turned to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing beside Feng Qingyang, and asked, Young Master, we meet again. Did you come to enter the Chamber of Laws? Yi Ya addressed Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've been waiting for you, Yi Ya said with a smile. At the same time, the two old men and the old woman stepped forward from behind Yi Ya and bowed at Feng Qingyang and greeted him, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Then, they introduced themselves as the Vice Temple Masters of the Tidal Temple Master in the solitary destructive heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng, young master, please come in. With Yi Ya leading the way, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang entered the Tidal Temple while the two old men and one old lady trailed behind them. The crowd outside only slowly regained their senses after the group entered inside. Although they were quite a distance, everyone had overheard the conversation. All of them gasped in shock. That's the Lord Heavenly Emperor of our solitary destructive heaven. No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I had seen a portrait of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He looks even more charming in the flesh. That's why I didn't recognize him immediately. Who knew I'd be lucky enough to meet him in real life? I heard our Lord Heavenly Emperor addressing the black-clad middle-aged man as Temple Master Yi, right? To think Temple Master Yi personally came out to greet our Lord Heavenly Emperor. That's why he's known as the legendary Heavenly Emperor and the invincible Sword Celestial. No, he should now be called the Sword God. Even Temple Master Yi came to greet him despite being a 9-star god of war. The purple-clad young man next to the Lord Heavenly Emperor was addressed by Temple Master Yi as Young Master. He must be our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple, Duan Ling Tian, the pride of our solitary destructive heaven. He had won the latest Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. He even fought 2 participants with the strength of a 6-star god of war at once and won. A long time had passed since the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses ended. The events that happened there had now spread everywhere. Now, most people from the solitary destruction heaven were aware that their heavenly emperor had a remarkable true disciple. In fact, he was now widely known as the strongest among the younger generation in all the Devata realms. Chapter 3533 The Persistent Great Master Mian. Needless to say, it was an honor being the top young genius in all Devata realms, and these young geniuses were the winners of the Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. Now that Duan Ling Tian won the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he would hold the title of the strongest among the younger generation until the next winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was crowned. However, if the future winner was not as outstanding as Duan Ling Tian, he would continue to hold the title of the strongest among the younger generation. After all, in the Devata realms, those below the age of 3000 were considered young. Most people were of the opinion that the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would continue to hold the title for the next 2000 years due to his outstanding feat. Moreover, they knew after he consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10-direction celestial emperor and possess the strength of a top 7-star god of war at least before reaching the age of 700. Rumor has it that our Heavenly Emperor's true disciple will be as strong as an 8-star god of war once he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor. In fact, this is acknowledged by the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple. Even the members of the Title Temple are said to agree with this speculation, someone said after Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the Title Temple. The crowd was stunned upon hearing these words. As it turns out, it's our Lord Heavenly Emperor and his true disciple. At the same time, the burly bearded man who had stepped forward to advise Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang earlier felt embarrassed when he recalled his earlier actions. He did not expect the 2 young men whom he had been worried about were 2 of the most prominent figures in the Devata realms. No wonder the duo did not care about offending the Title Temple earlier. Yi, the Temple Master of the Title Temple Master branch in the Solitary Destructive, led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang into the main hall and treated them courteously. After a moment, he asked directly, Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, do you plan to accompany the young master to the main Title Temple? Feng Qingyang nodded before he said, based on my knowledge, there's no rule prohibiting elders from accompanying their disciples to the Chamber of Laws in the Title Temple, right? You're right, Yi nodded, I was just curious. The Title Temple will always welcome you. In fact, the Temple Master will likely personally receive you when he learns about your visit. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Title Temple whom Yi mentioned from Feng Qingyang. The Temple Master was a king of gods. He was naturally far stronger than most from the Devata realms. Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, young master, please wait for a moment while I request for the main Title Temple to activate the transportation formation, Yi said before leaving the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Yi contacted the main Title Temple immediately. He spoke to Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple, who had also presided over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Vice Temple Master Shu, it's just as you said. Feng Qingyang is accompanying Duan Ling Tian to the main Title Temple. I'm not surprised, Shu Konghai responded indifferently. Duan Ling Tian had revealed his Space Sword Dao and Space Mastery Dao, 2 out of the 4 Daos of Heaven and Earth Daos. Feng Qingyang knows we won't allow such a talent to go so easily. It's only natural that he wouldn't allow his disciple to come to the main Title Temple alone. It'd be no different from letting his disciple enter the Lion's Den alone. I guess this will be a great chance to test how strong the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has become. What should I do next? Yi Ya asked. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll head over and lead them to the main title temple to show the legendary heavenly emperor how much we respect him, Shu Konghai said. A hint of mockery could be heard in his tone when he said the words, legendary heavenly emperor. Understood, Yi Ya replied respectfully before cutting off the connection. The main title temple and its branches were connected by a complex and intricate communication formation that could only be used at specific locations. This formation allowed them to communicate across different realms. For example, Yi Ya, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, had communicated with Shu Konghai, who was in an independent realm. Apart from that, the formation contained the markings of the members of the title temple. Through the markings, they could specifically choose to whom they wanted to speak to. After ending the conversation with Yi Ya, Shu Konghai wondered inwardly, should I inform Temple Master Ru Lai in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven about this? When the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses had ended, Great Master Mian had looked for Shu Konghai and offered to assist the main title temple in imprisoning Duan Ling Tian. It was not Shu Konghai's first time meeting Ru Lai during the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Before Ru Lai had attained godhood, he had met Ru Lai once. Despite only meeting twice, he could clearly sense that Ru Lai was like a different person compared to before. However, he had dismissed the change and attributed it to the fact that Ru Lai had become a god. There were many in the long history of the title temple who had changed drastically once they had attained godhood. Hence, he did not think much about Ru Lai's change. Since Feng Qingyong was accompanying Duan Ling Tian, he knew the title temple would have a hard time detaining and imprisoning Duan Ling Tian. Hence, he decided to inform Ru Lai about this in the end. Naturally, he was unaware that Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple branch in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, had been possessed by Great Master Mian, a member of the Phantom Clan from the Land of the Dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian is about to go to the main title temple. Great Master Mian's eyes lit up as soon as he received news from Shu Konghai. When will you come to the main title temple? Shu Konghai directly asked. Vice Temple Master Shu, I'm currently dealing with something. I'll be there as soon as I'm done before Duan Ling Tian leaves the title temple. I'll think of a way to keep him in the title temple in the meantime, Great Master Mian replied. Shu Konghai frowned upon hearing these words, clearly displeased by Great Master Mian's lack of urgency. At this time, he no longer held any hopes of receiving help from Great Master Mian and only responded indifferently. Great Master Mian left the title temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven after ending his conversation with Shu Konghai. This day has finally come. I'll return to the land of the dead and ask for elder brother's help. I must possess Duan Ling Tian, and obtain his abilities no matter what. Great Master Mian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he was already imagining himself possessing Duan Ling Tian. Great Master Mian's brother was the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, he was also a king of gods. Since he and his brother were young, they had been fascinated and curious about the world outside of the Land of Dead. However, since his brother became the clan leader, various duties prevented him from leaving the Land of Dead. Although the mysterious Land of the Dead was ranked 3rd among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, it was in fact not too treacherous. In fact, some powerful titled celestial emperors would go to the Land of the Dead to look for rare treasures. Occasionally, they would even come across spirits that could be refined into artifact spirits for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Great Master Milan prayed fervently that his elder brother would lend him a helping hand. Previously, when he was at the primeval cliff in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he had thought about asking his brother for help. However, it was difficult to send news to the Land of the Dead. Now that he was returning to the Land of the Dead, he hoped he would be able to convince his brother to briefly push his duties aside and help him. His chances of possessing Duan Ling Tian would be higher with his brother's help. Chapter 35-34 Mi Zan, the clan leader of the Phantom Clan. Although many ventured to the Land of the Dead, they would not wander too deep into it since they were afraid of running into its inhabitants. The reason the Land of the Dead was the 3rd deadliest place in the Devata realms was mostly due to its inhabitants. In fact, even kings of gods and lords of gods would find it difficult to survive if they encountered those powerful inhabitants in the Land of the Dead. There were many emperors of gods there, but no one knew if there were supreme gods there. In fact, the Phantom Clan was just one of the weaker sects in the Land of the Dead due to the members' innate talent and soul-like existence. The strongest person in the clan was merely a king of gods. In the history of the clan, there was no lord of gods at all. The restriction was that they would never become stronger than a king of god if they did not possess a physical body. Moreover, those who managed to possess a physical body and became lords of god were no longer considered members of the clan. There was a strict rule in the clan that those who possessed a human, beast, or any living thing would be killed. This ironclad existed because those who possessed physical bodies would gain the ability to grow stronger through devouring their clansmen. A long time ago, an incident like this happened, almost wiping out the clan. If it were not for the clan's supreme elder sacrificing himself by using the clan's secret weapon to kill the rogue clansman, the clan would not have survived that disaster. Hence, since that incident, they had been very strict regarding the possession of physical bodies. If any of the clansmen were found to have possessed a physical body, they would be killed unless they managed to flee the land of the dead. Even then, they would have to live on the run. For all these reasons, Great Master Mian did not return to the Phantom Clan at all after possessing Ru Lai's body. He knew very well the clan would not let him go if they discovered he had possessed a physical body. However, due to his sense of urgency and his relationship with his brother, who was the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, he decided to take a chance and return to the clan. He was certain, at the very least, that his brother would not expose his secret to the clan. After all, if his secret was discovered, it would negatively impact his brother as well. At that time, not only would his brother lose his position as the clan leader, his brother might even be expelled or killed because of this matter. Although the position of clan leader sounded lofty, the figure who held the greatest authority was the supreme elder of the clan, who was also the clan's secret weapon and strongest powerhouse. After Great Master Mian arrived near the vicinity of the Phantom Clan, he wasted no time and sent his eldest brother, Zan, a message. Members of the Phantom Clan did not need soul pearls to communicate when in close proximity. Through the vibrations of their souls, they could easily communicate with each other. It was somewhat similar to radio signals that broadcasting stations used on Earth where Duan Ling Tian came from. Mian, Zan, the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, was in the clan estate when he received Great Master Mian's message. He was in the form of a dark green energy that was vaguely human-shaped. At this time, the energy roiled slightly. This was a sign of agitation of members of the clan. "Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come see me at the estate?" Yan asked excitedly. Through Great Master Mian's message, he was able to roughly sense Great Master Mian's location. The Phantom Clan's breeding method was unlike the ways of the humans. Great Master Mian and Zan were awakened at the exact same time. This meant that they were considered biological brothers. This was rather rare in the clan. Hence, Zan had a soft spot for his brother. "Eldest brother, can you come out and meet instead? The Supreme Elder will discover my state instantly and kill me as soon as I step foot into the clan estate," Great Master Mian said with a sigh. "Why you? Did you possess a physical body?" Zan asked in a trembling voice. Possessing a physical body was the biggest taboo in the clan, after all. Transgressors would be killed without questions. As the clan leader, it was his duty to kill those whom he discovered to have possessed physical bodies. However, the person in question now was his brother. Great Master Mian remained silent in response to his brother's question. In just a blink of an eye, Zan seemed to vanish into thin air. It did not take long before he arrived before Great Master Mian. When he laid eyes on Great Master Mian, his body shuddered involuntarily. After a while, he said angrily, "What have you done? I didn't stop you when you wanted to leave the clan and the land of the dead to see the outside world. How could you be so foolish as to possess a person? You know very well this is the clan's biggest taboo since it'll grant you the ability to devour our clansmen and absorb the laws they comprehended. Our clan was almost annihilated in the past because of this. Why did you return? Do you have a death wish?" Great Master Mian fell to his knees and said with a contrite expression on his face, "I know I'm wrong. However, I didn't do it without reason. I would have lost my life if I didn't possess him. Brother, faced with a life or death situation, would you choose death or would you choose to violate our clan's taboo?" None of Great Master Mian's words was true. He was already a god when he had met Ru Lai, so it was impossible for Ru Lai to kill him at that time. He wanted to possess Ru Lai for selfish reasons. However, he knew he had to lie to his brother in order to gain sympathy and most importantly, get his brother to help him. The anger in Zan's voice subsided as he said, "If that's the case, you shouldn't have returned at all. Leave now." It's too dangerous for you to be here. Find someone to send me a message, and I'll meet you outside. At the end of his words, Mi Zan flashed and brought Great Master Mian far away from the Phantom Clan estate. After they finally came to a stop, Great Master Mian looked at Mi Zan excitedly as he asked, "Brother, you're already at the mid-stage of a king of gods." Great Master Mian thought that his return to the land of the dead was very timely. Now that his brother was at the mid-stage of a king of gods, it would be even easier for him to possess Duan Ling Tian's body. Mi Zan nodded. "Yes, I've had a breakthrough recently. In the future, don't come here even if you want to meet me. I'll leave the clan estate to meet you instead. If you're discovered by the Supreme Elder, he'll definitely hunt you down and kill you. Do you understand?" "Yes, brother," Great Master Mian replied. "Tell me, why did you risk your life to come and see me? What happened?" Mi Zan bluntly asked. He knew his younger brother very well, so he knew there must be a reason that his brother risked his life just to see him. Great Master Mian said with a sheepish smile, "Brother, I'm unable to fully possess this body. I found a more suitable body. That body belongs to a 10-direction celestial emperor who's not even 700 years old. Apart from that, he has also formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao and the Space Mastery Dao to the preliminary stages. His comprehension of the law of space is remarkable as well." Chapter 35 Duan Ling Tian's Choice. Mi Yan, there's still hope for you since you haven't fully possessed this body. If you give up this body, everything will return to the way it was. Mi Xian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Great Master Mian's words. Initially, Mi Zan had assumed his brother had fully possessed his host. Once his brother fully possessed a body, he would no longer be able to live without a physical body. However, since his brother had yet to fully possess his current body, there was still a chance for his brother. "Little brother Yan, there's still hope since you can't fully possess this body. If you're willing to give up this body, you're still one of us." Mi Zan's eyes lit up upon hearing the words of the Great Master Mian, so he promptly advised. Great Master Mian's expression changed slightly upon hearing Mi Zan's words. He realized he had said the wrong thing. After a moment, he decided to be honest with his brother. "Brother, I'll be honest with you. There's no turning back for me. I'm rather used to possessing a physical body, and I like it. I enjoy having a physical body. I can possess that person's body, my future will be incredibly bright. I'll be able to become a lord of gods or even an emperor of gods. No, in fact, I even have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse if I possess him. Brother, the Phantom Clan is just a weak clan in this place that's only a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Brother, do you understand what I'm saying? Moreover, I promise I'll never harm our clansmen after possessing that person." Despite his words, Great Master Mian's thoughts were the complete opposite. Once he grew strong enough, he would definitely return to the Phantom Clan to devour his clansmen to swiftly raise his cultivation base. Except for his brother, he did not care about the others at all. A supreme powerhouse. Mi Zan was shocked by Great Master Mian's words. He did not expect his brother to be so ambitious. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Was he really willing to destroy his brother's future by refusing to help him? After a while, he asked in a grim tone, "Are you sure you want to possess someone with such a huge potential? You should know that you only have one chance to full possess a body. If you fail, not only will you have to find another body to possess, but you'll also lose the ability to inherit the body's abilities and potential." "Brother, I'm aware of this. Hence, I won't act recklessly," Great Master Mian said confidently. He was confident he would be able to fully possess Duan Ling Tian's body. Then, he said pleadingly, "Brother, please help me this once. I promise not to bother you again in the future." Subsequently, Great Master Mian's brought up the past and reminded Mi Zan about the time he had saved Mi Zan's life to further coerce his brother into helping him. Mi Zan was moved when he was reminded of the past. In the end, he relented and agreed to help Master Mian. "All right, I'll help you. Wait for me while I return to the clan to deal with some matters. After that, I'll leave the land of the dead and help you possess that body," Mi Zan said before he left. Great Master Mian's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky upon hearing Mi Zan's words. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the land of the undead. He and his master waited for a while at the Title Temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven for someone to lead them to the main Title Temple. Vice Temple Master Shu. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised when he sat Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang remained calm. Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, Duan Ling Tian, I came to bring you to the main title temple. Shu Konghai was now much friendlier and courteous to Duan Ling Tian compared to his stern and aloof self during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Vice-temple master Shu, please lead the way, Feng Qingyang replied timelessly with a nod. He was very clearly not as warm as he was toward Duan Ling Tian earlier. In fact, he did not intentionally behave in such a manner, he had always been like that. He would only behave casually with those whom he had a close relationship with, such as his true disciple. Moreover, there was no need for him to be friendly to Shu Konghai. In fact, even if the temple master was present, he still would not behave differently. Shu Konghai led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang to the main title temple through the transportation formation in the solitary destructive heavens title temple branch. Upon arriving in the independent realm that housed the title temple, Duan Ling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in every corner of this place was comparable to that at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian, the Chamber of Laws is an important place in the title temple. There are rules to follow and procedures to complete before you'll be allowed into the Chamber of Laws, Shu Konghai said after coming to a stop in front of a huge palace. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not surprised. After all, the Chamber of Laws was an important place. It was only natural that there were rules in place. Then, Shu Konghai turned to Feng Qingyang asked, Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, are you coming with us or should I arrange a place for you to rest? Feng Qingyang looked at Shu Konghai knowingly before he said, I'll follow your arrangements, Vice-Temple Master Shu. If that's the case, I'll arrange for my man to bring you to the guest room to rest. Shu Konghai smiled faintly as though he was oblivious to Feng Qingyang's knowing gaze. Then, he summoned someone over. About a dozen breaths later, a figure suddenly appeared at the speed of lightning. It was an average-looking middle-aged man dressed in a long dark green robe. His aura was rather formidable, and it was clear he was not simple. Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Let him choose from our nicest courtyards to rest in, Shu Konghai said to the middle-aged man. Yes, Vice-Temple Master, the green-clad middle-aged man, Elder Luo, responded respectfully before he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Feng Qingyang nodded and left with the green-clad middle-aged man while Duan Ling Tian followed Shu Konghai to complete the procedures of entering the Chamber of Laws. Although Feng Qingyang was not by his side, Duan Ling Tian was calm. Since Feng Qingyang was in the title temple as well, they would not dare to act recklessly. Even the title temple would not unnecessarily risk the wrath of a god. Although Feng Qingyang's physical body was not here, Duan Ling Tian knew Feng Qingyang could easily protect him. The title temple might be unaware, but he knew his master was close to becoming a king of gods. After completing the procedure, Shu Konghai asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you plan to stay with your master for a few days or do you want to enter the Chamber of Laws now? I'll enter now, Duan Ling Tian replied decisively. The earlier he entered, the sooner he would be done. Shu Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Battle of the Geniuses, you're allowed to stay in the Chamber of Law the longest. Apart from that, you are allowed to enter 2 chambers of law. We have 5 chambers of elemental laws. Since Duan Ling Tian had learned about this recently, he was not surprised. Which 2 chambers of law do you want to enter? Shu Konghai asked. Duan Ling Tian replied decisively, the chambers of the law of fire and the law of earth. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of fire and the law of earth, so it would be easier for him to comprehend them. Moreover, since Feng Qingyang was also skilled in the law of earth, he could not learn from Feng Qingyang as well. Chapter 3536 The Temple Master of the Title Temple. Before comprehending the law of space, Duan Ling Tian had specialized in the law of fire. Hence, it was not surprising that he had chosen the law of fire. Since his time in the Chamber of Laws was limited, he was only confident he would be able to master all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. If he had extra time, he would try to fuse the profundities of the laws. Shu Konghai asked, you won't be able to change your mind once you've made up your mind. Are you certain about your choices? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already made up his mind from before. After confirming Duan Ling Tian's choices, Shu Konghai brought Duan Ling Tian to the Chamber of Laws. Not only was the Chamber of Laws heavily guarded by various formations, but it was also deeply hidden by concealing formations. One would not even be able to find it with one's divine consciousness. The Chamber of Laws is divided into 5 rooms according to the 5 elements. Currently, the room that contains the law of earth is occupied by one of our disciples. Why don't you enter the room that contains the law of fire, first? Shu Konghai asked after he brought Duan Ling Tian to a vast and high platform that was covered with mysterious and intricate carvings. They looked like it would make one lose their senses if one probed it with one's divine consciousness. 5 rooms stood on the hall platform, facing 5 different directions. So this is the Chamber of Laws created by the supreme powerhouse who founded the Tidal Temple. I remember Sister Water had said that only supreme powerhouses are capable of creating chambers of laws. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The Tidal Temple's Chamber of Laws looked simple. It was unlike the room that contained the law of time that was housed in a palace in the Asura Hell. It's up to you how you plan to spend the 3 months that have been given to you. If you choose to spend all 3 months in one room, you won't be able to enter the other room, Shu Konghai reminded Duan Ling Tian. If there's anything you need, just look for the 2 elders. They'll definitely help you as long as it's within their capabilities, Shu Konghai continued to say. The 2 elders Shu Konghai mentioned were in charge of guarding the Chamber of Laws. One of them wore a long gray robe, and the other one wore a long brown robe. Their expressions were both solemn. You may enter now, I'll take my leave now since I have something to attend to. I'll return again after 3 months, Shu Konghai said. After Shu Konghai went away and only the 2 elders were left, Duan Ling Tian entered the room that contained the law of fire. It seems like I won't be able to carry out my plan. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he felt as though he was being watched as soon as he entered the room. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame to see if it could steal the profundities from the law of fire in the room and bring them into his little world. The world-cleansing divine water had confirmed that it was possible to do such a thing. However, he quickly dismissed this idea once he sensed someone watching him. Apart from that, he had also initially planned to sneak his family friends into the Chamber of Laws. However, he quickly dismissed the idea when he thought of the danger lurking in the Tidal Temple. In the end, only Han Shui Nai and Huaner who were still in closed-door cultivation were left in his little world. The others were now in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, so felt rather at ease. I should rely on myself to comprehend the law of fire. Apart from that, I should completely comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth in 3 months, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he began to focus on comprehending the law of fire. Since he had experienced the room that contained the law of time, everything went smoothly. On the other hand, after Shu Konghai left the Chamber of Laws, he went to meet the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. The Temple Master was a tall and burly middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. A red crescent mark could be seen between his brows that made him look dignified. At this time, he sat on the highest position in the hall, resembling a king surveying his subjects. Apart from Shu Konghai, there were 3 powerhouses from the Tidal Temple who had attained godhood. Lord Temple Master, Duan Ling Tian has entered the Chamber of Laws, Shu Konghai reported. As for Feng Qingyang, I've arranged for him to settle down in one of our courtyards. The Temple Master before shifting his gaze to the 3 old men and asked, is it worth offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Ling Tian? Since I'm certain that's Feng Qingyang's clone, it shouldn't be hard for us to destroy his clone and keep Duan Ling Tian here. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. We don't know where his physical body is. Moreover, it'd be disastrous if he decided to strike our Tidal Temple branches first. One of the 3 old men stepped forward and said in a low voice, Temple Master, Duan Ling Tian is not even 700 years old, but he has already formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao and the Space Sword Dao to the preliminary stages. His comprehension of the law of space is very as well. Apart from that, there are rumors that he's as strong as a top 8-star god of war now. He must possess some secret techniques or treasures that allow him to achieve all these things, including forming and comprehending the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The old man continued to say, if we're able to possess whatever he has, we might be able to nurture young disciples who are as outstanding as him. Moreover, we've been searching for someone who has formed and comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to have Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Feng Qingyang has only recently attained godhood. Is there a need to be afraid of a young man? I'll find and kill his physical body if he dares to attack our branches. The old man who had spoken was a supreme elder of the title temple. Although he was not as strong as the temple master, he was still a god who was much stronger than Shu Konghai. He had lived for more than 60,000 years compared to Feng Qingyang, who was only slightly over 10,000 years old. Hence, Feng Qingyang was indeed a boy in comparison. Another supreme powerhouse chimed in, "That's right. How can we allow a weak god like him to wreak havoc in our branches? Moreover, we can send gods who are stronger to deal with him. If no one can handle him, I'll personally kill him if he dares to do anything to the title temple at all." After listening to the two supreme elders, the temple master looked at Shu Konghai and the remaining old man, who was also a vice temple master and a god at the mid-stage. "What do you think? I'd like to hear your opinion first. You've had more interactions with Feng Qingyang than I do." Shu Konghai said in a low voice, "I understand how the temple master and the supreme elders feel, but I don't think Feng Qingyang is as simple as we think he is. I don't think he's only as strong as a new god. In fact, I have a feeling that I won't be able to defeat his clone." Before the temple master replied, one of the supreme elders interjected, "Vice Temple Master Shu, you must be mistaken. He has just attained godhood recently. How can he be as strong as an intermediate new god when he had just become a god a few hundred years ago? What a joke." Chapter 35-37 Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang are surrounded. One of the supreme elders said, "I think we should deal with this decisively. We don't want history to repeat itself, do we?" Upon hearing these words, everyone, including Shu Konghai, fell silent. Although the title temple's history predated that of the Devata realms, none of its members from this generation, including the current temple master, could form or comprehend any of the four Taos of heaven and earth. In the past, this was not the case at all. Hence, many of the high-ranking officials from the main title temple could not help but feel anxious and upset. Although their predecessors had recorded their insight on the four Taos of heaven and earth on scrolls, the current generation had difficulties comprehending them. As a result, there was no one in the title temple now who was able to form and master any of the four Taos of heaven and earth. For this reason, they felt they were left with no choice but to forcefully detain outsiders to learn the secrets of forming and comprehending the four Taos of heaven and earth. In fact, in the past, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was still rising in fame and had displayed his destructive sword Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth, the title temple had sent Tang Sanpao's master, a powerhouse from the title temple who was living in seclusion, to test Feng Qingyang's strength. At that time, after defeating Feng Qingyang, Tang Sanpao's master had concluded that Feng Qingyang had indeed formed and comprehended the destructive sword Tao to the preliminary stage. Additionally, Tang Sanpao's master had also concluded that Feng Qingyang would only continue to improve tremendously moving forward. With this, the title temple decided to wait until Feng Qingyang had gained a deeper understanding of the destructive sword Tao before they would capture him. After all, the difference after Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the destructive sword Tao moved beyond the preliminary stage was going to be huge. The title temple was not worried they would not be able to capture Feng Qingyang at that time, since they knew Feng Qingyang could be found in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the end, they decided to wait until Feng Qingyang was about to attain godhood before they would capture him. Everyone from the title temple, including Shu Konghai, waited patiently for years. Alas, when they were close to making a move, they received news that Feng Qingyang had disappeared into the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. None of them thought he would survive the Asura Hell and regretted they did not make a move sooner. After all, even the temple master of the title temple, who was a king of God, would not recklessly enter the Asura Hell due to how dangerous it was. When they finally received news again that Feng Qingyang had survived the Asura Hell and had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they were filled with hope again. Therefore, they sent Tang Sanpao's master to test Feng Qingyang's strength again. However, this time, Tang Sanpao's master was thoroughly defeated by Feng Qingyang. Tang Sanpao's master had said that Feng Qingyang not only gained a deeper understanding of the destructive sword Tao, but Feng Qingyang had also attained godhood. Most importantly, he was defeated by Feng Qingyang's clone from the Law of Earth, which indicated Feng Qingyang's physical body was likely still in the Asura Hell. With that, the title temple knew it was too late for them to make a move against Feng Qingyang. Even if Feng Qingyang had just attained godhood and was only a weak god, it would not be easy to force a god to do something against his or her will. Dealing with celestials was very different from dealing with gods. After all, Master, the strongest among them who was a king of God, would never dare enter the Asura hell recklessly. Just like its name, that place was hell indeed. They were filled with hope once again after Feng Qingyang managed to survive the Asura hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and regained his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, the title temple sent Tang Sanpao's master to test Feng Qingyang once again, where he suffered a terrible defeat. We should make a move as soon as we can. One of the supreme elders said again, we can't be indecisive now. This chance will only come once. If we miss it, it'll be difficult for us to capture Duan Lingtian in the future. Another supreme elder's eyes glinted coldly as he said, Feng Qingyang should feel grateful we didn't make a move on him at that time. If he's smart, he'll stay out of this matter. Otherwise, we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Temple Master, Shu Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master looked at the Temple Master in unison, waiting for him to make the decision. At the same time, another supreme elder of the title temple said, we can't hesitate anymore, such an opportunity only comes once. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to retain Duan Lingtian in the future. The Temple Master shifted his gaze to his two Vice Temple Masters and asked, what do the both of you think? I want to hear your opinion now that the two Supreme Elders have expressed theirs. Temple Master, I agree with the two Supreme Elders, the other Vice Temple Master said. Shu Konghai smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, Temple Master. Even if I oppose everyone's opinion, I don't think it'll change your mind. Following that, everyone looked at the Temple Master. Capture Duan Lingtian, the Temple Master said tonelessly, we'll do as the Supreme Elders suggested. Why should the title temple be afraid of Feng Qingyang? It's only been a few hundred years since he attained godhood. Like the Supreme Elders have said, if he dares to meddle, we'll teach him a lesson. When should we make a move? Shu Konghai asked. After Duan Lingtian's time in the Chamber of Laws is up, the title temple master said. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, perhaps, he'll gain an insight in the Chamber of Laws and deepen his understanding of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll only benefit us. The other Vice Temple Master's eyes lit up as he said ingratiatingly, Lord Temple Master is wise. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were naturally unaware that the title temple had already decided to make a move on Duan Lingtian. After spending a month in the room that contained the law of fire, Duan Lingtian had already entered the room that contained the law of earth and spent his remaining time there. Time flew by in just a blink of an eye. Time's up. At this time, Duan Lingtian heard a voice before a powerful force pushed him out of the room. Duan Lingtian was calm and expressionless after being ejected from the room. Inwardly, he was rather pleased with the results after spending 3 months in the Chamber of Laws. Not only did he comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth, but he had also comprehended them to the mastery stage. With this, he had now comprehended the law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Elders, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Shu. It's time for me to leave with my master, Duan Lingtian said to the two elders guarding the Chamber of Laws. The two elders nodded. One of the elders said, I've already sent a message to Vice Temple Master Shu on your behalf. Please wait a moment. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he sent a message to Feng Qingyang. Master, I've left the Chamber of Laws. We can leave after Vice Temple Master Shu brings me to you. All right, I'll be waiting for you then, Feng Qingyang responded. Did things go well? Yes, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. I'll be trying to fuse the profundities next just like the law of time. Feng Qingyang was naturally pleased when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Very good, I can provide you with some insight regarding the law of earth. However, you'll have to rely on yourself to truly fuse them. Yes, Master, Duan Lingtian replied. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared before Duan Lingtian at the speed of light. Master, I'll speak to you later. Vice Temple Master Shu is here. Shu Konghai asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian, do you want to stay in the title temple a little longer to continue comprehending the law of fire and the law of earth, or do you plan to leave immediately? Thank you for your good intentions, Vice Temple Master Shu, but I plan to leave as soon as I meet my master, Duan Lingtian replied. Shu Konghai nodded. I'll bring you to your master then, At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt rather at ease. It seemed like the title temple was not going to capture him. Alas, as soon as the master and disciple met, gusts of strong wind began to stir around them. At the same time, Shu Konghai flew up into the sky. Then, 4 figures suddenly appeared next to him. It was 3 old men and a middle-aged man. 4 people stood in different directions while the 5th person hovered high above the others. With this, they completely blocked all of Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian's escape routes. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.